Okay, I think we're back on air over here. Everything fine? Everybody can hear everybody? Let's hope we didn't lose the sound settings or anything like that over here. Everybody is back. Everybody's not back. See, the numbers are
Well,
not there. Ryan is here. We'll do like a small
I
roll
do like
call
the roll
over
call
here.
as they come in. We need you to present yourself as present when you walk in.
Where's everybody else then? Dang it. But yeah, we'll be back. Everybody will be back, I'm sure, once they realize they don't want stream ended. So we are on the new stream over here so we can record the last 12 hours as well. And I'm thinking we're going to get a lot of gems out of this one. So yes, Ryan approves the sound too. So we are good to go. Bring this dude on. So we are bringing Edip on, who, if you were at the American Petting Zoo, where we beat the crap out of United, he was there. And to be fair, he was a good sports. He sat in the
He
corner
absolutely was.
like somebody stole his lunch. But as we were celebrating the 3 goals, what's going on, man?
Well, good morning from Turkey.
Well, good morning to you. Yeah, we wish.
And I have heard you guys, and thank you for defending me against my brother. He was.
You hear him,
actually
Tim?
I do hear him.
You hear him,
Yes.
but we don't.
Does
Okay,
everybody hear
you're
this
not
guy?
hearing me. Okay, let's.
No,
you
I
want
can
me
hear
to-
you.
Okay, that's all that matters.
So we fixed.
Ultimately, yeah.
So we essentially fixed your mic and screwed
Yeah,
ours
see,
up.
we fixed my
Or
headset,
headset.
but not anybody else's headset. So work like a charm over here. Can the audience hear Edip? I guess that's like the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Right.
More
Can
than
you-
anything else.
can you
Otherwise, I
hear
can
me?
switch my. And they do say you look younger. I mean, he's had an easier life. Let's go that
I
way.
am. I feel younger than him. Yeah.
Okay, let me check this over here so
Okay,
everybody
so
can
our
hear
audience
him.
can hear him.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll recap because thank you for defending me against my brother. He was actually planning to bring me on
a little bit.
for about 15 minutes
to work. I think the adapters.
and have
I
me
lost
wake up
everything.
at 7 Sunday morning. So
Still not getting needed.
wow, very good 12 hours to go.
This is what 12 hours sleep deprivation and opportunities.
These guys are trying to figure out the sound.
yeah.
See, I told you guys we should have left it where it was, and everybody was going to be good, but now they can't hear you, and I've heard enough of you over the years, so I'm the
I know.
guy that needs to hear you the least probably. But tell the audience, basically, we're sponsoring this as
I know.
Canaria Bros, which is our podcast. And then we'll be starting doing the Rival Bros over here on the American Scouser channel too. But tell the audience about Canaria Bros as we figure out the sound over here.
Right. Okay. Well, Canaria means canary, isn't it? The bird.
Yes.
Which is the symbol for our home team, Fenerbahce, who we share obviously a grandfather who played for Fenerbahce back in the 1930s for about 14, 15 years, and he was
Come up soon.
the best goal scorer and is a famous football player. So, he really we didn't have any chance, any other chance to support any other team in Turkey anyway. So now for the past 5, now going on to 6 years, we have been doing a podcast with this guy in Turkey after the Fenerbahce games. And these 5 seasons, we have been a little better than Man United, and I think it's been like a therapy for us. And we keep on doing this for the 6th season now, which has really started for us for Fenerbahce last week, playing Feyenoord in the Champions League qualifiers and lost. So we go online live right after the games, and in our time, in Turkish time, Friday morning, we do a morning tea. So good luck to us. So thanks for having us for this beautiful and very meaningful 24 hours, and appreciate all the work you guys are doing there. But I have to say, from last year, there's a difference, isn't there? Last year, you all guys were sitting there and we could see you. When I turned this on about 7 this morning, like about an hour ago, uh, Tim was probably going and having a nap somewhere. So I didn't see it on the screen. So this sounds a bit edgy now.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. But we did realize that last year it was a lot easier when you were sitting in your own chair in your own living room or your own office. It is a little different standing because we have basically been standing since the beginning of this thing, trying to keep ourselves awake. And we also realized that it's a lot more work to set up this much audio equipment when you really don't know how any of it works. So we started a little late, and none of us ate. So we decided we were going to bring in, kind of tap in subs to allow us to actually go order food, sit down, and eat a meal. Because if not, there was a good chance I would be sleeping proverbially under that pool table next to us. And I can't lie, it won't be the first time in my life I fell asleep in a bar and ended up under the pool table. But it really can't happen on this 24-hour podcast. But I would like to just correct one thing that you said, Edip, that you wanted to thank us for having the two of you on. Like, we want to thank you for coming on, but we don't need any more thanks because this idiot is the reason that my feet hurt so much and the reason that my doctor is building an extra wing on their home from extra appointments after my sciatica spells, which are clearly on their way back. Like, I'm going to have it. I am literally doing the Jamie stretches. And someone said Gally needs a treadmill. Gally needs more than a treadmill. He needs like one of those like Peloton treads.
That's the problem with standing constantly. You got to occasionally do
just
the
kind of
stool
move
action here
and do
there
the lean.
But the beauty of this is we're not eating on camera.
We aren't. We have a pile of food over there, which is
probably
even
better because last year I think we were eating on camera. So okay, can you, for God's sakes, help me out over here as a fellow Turkish guy, and tell Sir Z that no self-respecting Turkish person would put döner on a pizza.
No.
No.
That's a definite no. And I have to say, we did have a little bit of drink last night, and it's 8 in the morning, and it makes me not so well just to think about that.
Yes, it's a disgusting concept altogether.
Yeah, but to be honest, what they are doing now in Turkey is like this fusion food for tourists. I want a pizza, but I would like to try this doner as well. But it's safe to order a pizza. Listen, tell you what I'll do. I'll put some doners on the pizza, which is disgusting for us, but you can eat it because you're a tourist. I think that's about something.
Cersei is basically ultimately ends up being the tourist over here. So talking about disgusting stuff, let's talk a little bit about Manchester United.
Okay.
Where are you at with this team? It's almost been, I've been saying it, obviously you were here for the petting zoo when we watched the game at Old Trafford. Where are you at with this game? It has not, I've been telling people that it's not even fun making fun of you anymore because you have become kind of like numb to the whole overall thing, so it's no fun kicking you while you're already down. But where are you at now? Like 3 big names signed for the front line, but you still have Onana and all that kind of stuff too. So where are you at? How is there optimism, or is it like this is gonna take a while?
No, it will take a long while. I mean, Travis, I think it was, wasn't it? He didn't even put United in the first 10, which says a lot. Actually, I was listening to him and wondering when he's going to put the United team on. We don't have a keeper. Well, Altay has been really booed off from Fenerbahce. Yes, he's a good keeper, but obviously would not be enough for the Premier League or a season performance. Onana, as we know. So there you go. The first important piece is missing. So we don't have a commanding goalkeeper which the defense could trust, or the team can trust, or the opponent can say, wow, they have this in the ball. For everybody playing United now, they know we have a weak keeper. So in any case, so I think that's number one. Two, the newcomers come to a locker room which is not all that good because and they have started. My friends were lazy and that this and that. So they're not. It's the material isn't there yet for those guys to be a team. So we have, I think, as United or as Fenerbahce, for that matter, uh,
Yeah.
proved that collecting good players don't make you a good team. So
Yes.
all those guys that look like or on paper seems like stars and game changers um, come in the third week or fourth week, they look like sort of regular players, which wouldn't. We were actually talking with you, watching the Tottenham United game, right?
Yeah.
If you remember, and we were talking a Premier League team in United, and we were picking up players for Fenerbahce, and neither of us could pick
Yeah.
two players to actually play in the Super League in Turkey from United. They look that bad. So no, I'm not optimistic, but it's Manchester United, so anything is possible. It's the atmosphere of it. I think if we can string together a few wins, have a good start, which I doubt, but let's see. Supporting is what it's all about. It's the same with Fenerbahce, isn't it? I mean, we have our hopes, but the league has started. Our game was postponed, but Galatasaray won again, got two penalties, blah blah. So it's the same old.
Same
Um,
old.
yeah.
Go
I
ahead,
have
Victor.
to say something. I have to say something about your number 23 because I realized something last night actually. As you know, I have a book. I have written a book called
Yes, that's right.
Football Therapy. Football Therapy is about um, the game of football being used as a personal development model. Like there's your goal, there's your saving, there's your control, your leadership, your empathy, your self confidence, blah blah blah. And I have put in a position, in all positions, players that actually represent those qualities. And number 4 for me is focusing. And guess who I have written for number 4 is Kara.
Really?
Yeah. So I have a couple of questions for you guys without looking at your phones or anything to answer about Kara. Are you ready?
Okay, don't look at your. We're on camera, man. So put it underneath the table or something at least. Okay, what do you have?
Okay, what was the nickname of Jamie Carragher when he came into Liverpool as a 10-year-old kid?
Oh, I have no clue.
Jamie.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Yeah, well, no idea actually.
Yeah, I have no idea.
What was
And he's been called that by everybody that knows him in the club because obviously he's been there from 10 years on.
Okay, let's see if the audience knows. But I mean, of course, they're working. Cersei is typing as fast as he can right now. We're making the-
Where's Jamie when you need him?
Jambo? Is that correct?
No, Jambo is not correct.
Cersei, you can't even Google, bro. What's going on?
Yeah,
It's late at night. Google is
that's
off.
the one thing we're counting on.
Okay, see, like that's the good one. I have no idea. What is it?
Okay, it's Sharpie.
It's what?
Sharpie.
Sharp.
Sharpie. You know what? I've heard this, but I didn't know what the
Because
context was.
you know why? Because when he comes to the Liverpool club, he is wearing a blue shirt of Everton because he's an Evertonian. And he doesn't take that off. And they say, this is Liverpool, you have to take this off. He doesn't take that off in trainings, and he actually wears that blue shirt. And Kenny Dalglish, he tells us about in the autobiography. You could see him from everywhere, because he's the only kid with the blue shirt on, and his the shirt is Graham Sharp shirt from Everton. So it says Sharp on the back. So he's Sharpie.
Yeah, it's kind of brilliant when you think about it,
Yes.
you know. But the ballsy move is it being your rival team colors, right? Just showing up. It'd be one thing if you just showed up like an actual human highlighter, like in bright yellow, like for no reason, like in construction bib. Like you just look like Jay Spearing coming out of a mine. But yeah, that's.
Well, you know what the funny thing is? Like we talked about this before when we talk about like rivalries, like city rivalries, right? So you can do that over there. I mean, obviously Jamie's still alive and well. Imagine a kid showing up to Fenerbahce camp wearing a Galtas. He's not gonna make it, right?
Like
when we were
physically
talking about,
not gonna make it out.
Literally not gonna make it. Like, not making the team, like making life overall. Because I mean, when we were talking about, before, like when Everton was gonna get, in the relegation battle, there were a lot of people from the city who still wanted to kind of like stay up, whereas we would pray, up and every single day over maybe the Fenerbahce title winning, that Galatasaray getting relegated and stuff. Why do you think that is? Is it just like the overall, like the hatred over it, or what is it?
I'm not sure. I think we have universities working on this thing because
Tag and share it on Instagram too to get it out there to more people.
Because the thing is this. For example, United and Liverpool, they have a rivalry because of the cities. Or Glasgow and Celtic have a rivalry because of the religion or the religious faith side of things, right? Or Real Madrid and Barcelona or whatever. We don't have a reason to be a rival because they're just teams that actually popped up, and they were literally set up together to play each other as the Turkish. Because up to that point, until 1907, from the end of the 19th century, Turks playing ball is forbidden.
Yes.
It's for the minorities, the Greek, the Armenians, or whoever. And our granddad was actually playing for the Greek Atlas team in Kadıköy, because there were so few Turkish teams. So these Turkish teams were set up for the Turks to play, and they apart from being sort of rivalries, they actually share a lot more than people know. But I think in time, as anything, if you want to get your supporters together in Turkey or in the Middle East, I think you have to create an enemy, a bad guy, which you guys seem to be doing over there now, because we have actually exported some ideas there. I see.
Thank you.
But to be honest, the anger aspect, or the kid not making alive, or the kid or his parents, not making their sort of alive, is like we don't know really how to have a conflict or an argument.
Yes,
it's like the old days in the English, like right. I mean, they invented rugby, which is a wild game, and there's no stopping it, and it's all physical. But then somebody said, well, hang on, maybe we could sort of make this more civil, and they invented soccer. We haven't done that yet, I think. So I think that's why.
And Then the Americans put on helmets, so it made a difference. Yeah,
That's a good point right there. Actually, that's a great point.
but okay, let's get back. Yeah, it's just funny that when you mentioned. Okay, what else do you have for Jamie? Was that the only trivia that we're gonna suck at? So what do you have?
No. A lot more. Okay, but why or not why? Yeah, why is he playing in defense? Has he always played in defense? There's a big hint and clue in that question.
Yeah.
As well.
Yes, the answer is yes, nailed it. But no, but I think if I remember the story right, because I remember him telling the story where they're like, I mean, he's basically not fast enough or good enough to be up top. They're like, hey, kind of like how I ended up in defense. They're like, why don't you just play defense so that you can use your aggression and focus and stuff and actually get something out of it.
Exactly. That was my point because of the focus. Because he was a forward and he was lousy at it, and then they tried to play him in the wings and he was a lousy crosser. So but nobody gave up on him because he was so focused and he was so into the game. So I think that says a lot. Last one.
Go ahead.
Last one. When or during which manager did he actually start to play regularly?
Ooh,
I knew this
and
too.
His favorite manager as well.
Was it Benitez?
I think it was before Benitez, wasn't it?
Damn, I knew this too.
Was it?
Because like I said, I've seen an interview where he talks about all this. That's probably how he knows. You think he did homework? He watched the interview.
I read all
Tim's over here. I grew up with this idiot.
Yeah, I know this dude. He just watched the interview, right? As he was waiting in the green room, he was probably watching the interview of characters, like writing notes. I know him. This is how he functions.
I have written a book about him.
But that's true.
Not about him. But.
Yeah, he's like the focus guy.
What's the detail you left out?
It was like a weird reference that I know nobody else, only you and I or anybody else who follows Fenerbahce would get it. But reminds me of like Müjdat, who was like kind of like the defender, just on sheer will, not skill, kind of like an ordeal. But okay, who was it? Do you know, Gally?
Julia.
Yeah, he's working the phone.
No, I had said before I thought it was Julia, but I think it was the manager before him, and then Julia kind of pushes him forward. Was it Evans?
Before that, he was. That was my last question. Before then, he was on and off. He was a young kid, but there were a lot of a few kids like that in the Liverpool squad who weren't very useful. But they were playing from time to time, and the fans actually gave them a nickname. What were they called? Because Julia came in and made Kara his first one.
You know what this says? I'm gonna have to study and get ready for these rival bros shows because this dude is gonna come up with like a bunch of every goddamn week. He's gonna come up with a bunch of questions that I don't want to deal with. Kelly can't work the phone fast enough over there. It's like the connection here sucks.
No, the connection is bad over there. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's already 125. They were called Spice Boys.
That's right.
Spice Boys. That I do remember that, and I think I heard him refer to himself as a Spice Boy.
Yeah,
and I think whatever
he was,
it might have been.
He was one of the ones.
And they were genuinely like clowning him for making the comment. And he's like, "No, really, that's what people called us. Like, I'm not just saying it right now."
So, what do you guys have for this guy without asking any dirt or anything like that? Control yourself.
Well, I mean, that's the problem. I don't want to know anything except for dirt on you that I can hold over your head. But I got enough of that in Chicago that weekend, which was great. So what is your outlook? You're going into the year. You know, we're going to hear a lot from the rival bros going forward, which is awesome. And the channel is excited about it. So what's your outlook right now? has to have improved from the end of last season when it comes to United. Are you happy with the business they're doing, or at least the way about the business they're doing?
Yeah, I have to say I'm not looking forward to this rival brothers thing because not a very good season to start this. But I have my hopes. But to answer your question, I don't think we will be up and running for a couple of seasons to come. I'm not very positive about this because we were just saying from the sort of the word go, we don't have a keeper, and I don't think they're actually working enough to find a commanding keeper, which all teams like United or Liverpool or Chelsea, if you are especially playing in the Premier League, you have to have one. Period.
Yeah.
I'd agree. I would agree with that. If there's one piece of business they really need to do, there have been links today and recently to Donnarumma with the fact that he turned down the contract. Let me ask you, is that the type of keeper that you would be excited to have come in, or would you be more looking for the young project keeper? I know Costa from Portugal was really highly rated by both Manchester City and Manchester United, and clearly his connections to Amorim and the time he spent, he knows his qualities. Would you rather the keeper that could be there for maybe a 10-year run, or do you need the keeper that helps get United back to where they believe they belong, which is at least fighting for European spots and
These top 10,
not fighting to lose to Tottenham in finals?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I would definitely go for Donnarumma because we don't have a back line that is working well, or we don't have a back line, period. So
that's
a
probably
a young keeper wouldn't be coping with the guys there organizing stuff. So we have to have an established goalkeeper who would really sort of get these guys in line. And I think that's apart from the saving part, I think that's what the keeper is for, to sort of get them in line or wake them up or whatever you call it, and have a commanding sort of posture there. If a young keeper will be, yes, he's a prospect. He will be a prospect with a couple of good center backs, and he would be sort of protected. But now he will be out in the wind. Anybody that comes in, Donnarumma at least has a record that he is a good keeper. Otherwise, Costa or anybody will end up being like an Onana, I think.
Yeah, the resume makes a huge difference. Yeah, because and here's another thing. I think it improves when you have a goalie like that everybody trusts. I mean, we talked about this before with like Ali and stuff like that too. There's a confidence that the defense has with the guy behind him. I mean, we talked about this with Fenerbahce and stuff too. If the goalie behind you gives you some kind of confidence, the defense automatically plays better. Because sometimes you're like, you know what? He can take that shot. I got a good guy behind me. I'm going to cover this instead of trying to dive all over the place to block any shots, because you don't want anything going towards the goal, because this guy's not going to be anything. Mr. Barrett is asking, and this is actually what I was going to ask you, because you kind of like talked to us about like the transfers and like the process and stuff. Is he the right guy in charge of the process?
I don't think anybody is the right guy now. I have been saying this for, as you know, for about at least 3-4 years. I think maybe more than that. I think every club like Fenerbahce and Liverpool. By the way, I have to say something else. I mean, you guys actually caught the success train after you have found your keeper. Before that, your keepers sucked. So you were playing well, but couldn't get in.
About Simone.
Oh yeah. Mignolet,
yes.
Mignolet,
and the other guy who came to Beşiktaş. Who was that?
Karius?
Yeah, Karius.
Yep.
So do you think it was Ali or Van Dijk? Because I mean, we basically say, when Coutinho got sold, and with that money you brought in, we always talk about this, when we talk about the game. You brought a spine, the base of the spine, you brought a goalie, and you brought your best center back so that everything else kind of falls in place slowly.
Yeah, no, obviously, because first you have to have a goalkeeper that then obviously Van Dijk made all the difference. But going back to Amorim, he might be the guy, but the coaching is not the problem, or the manager is not the problem. The culture of the club dictates somebody like Busby, somebody like Ferguson, somebody definitely English or Scottish for that matter, and who has a discipline and who will go long term. So Mourinho wasn't our guy, but Mourinho seems like nobody's guy now.
Oh, he's your guy now. He's your guy now.
Well, he has never been my guy, as Tim knows here.
No, I know that too. I remember asking you that when we were in Chicago, actually.
Yeah. But I mean, if you keep changing managers and not getting a result, that should give you a hint that maybe the problem isn't the manager now. So I'm sort of Amorim is a good manager for any other team, but United has other problems, not the style of play, because you can see as the weeks go in the season, you can see the players, they want to do something, but the chemistry isn't there. There's something else there apart from the coaching part of things. That's what I believe in.
Do you think that club's culture right now, just because it feels more like hey, these are all businesses, right? There's a lot of money being talked about and all around, but it's run more like a commercial business as opposed to, Liverpool is a business too, and we always talk about FSG is like good businessmen and stuff, but it's more like, success is going to bring more money. So it's like almost like investing, as opposed to me, like over the last freaking decade, the signings they made, it goes back to what you're saying. Let's just get some good players and sell some jerseys. Whatever happens. We'll just bring some other good players and we'll sell more jerseys, whatever the case might be. Do you think if a guy like Ferguson showed up today, right, instead of Amorim, let's say he was there, do you think he would even last? Because I feel like that era has passed. The players are a lot more powerful now because of the contracts and because, how the Glazers run the whole joint. I feel like they have more power now than the old days where you'd be like, you're not playing and it's done and over with. Because there's so much money involved. The guys.
I would agree with most of that. But again, in Ferguson's time, there were very powerful players. David Beckham was not any less powerful than Fernandes, for example, or Cantona, for that matter, or Cristiano Ronaldo. He got the results, obviously, but this same goes back to Busby, isn't it? The whole team actually disappeared and reset. It's not about money. To be honest, it's not a bunch of good players or expensive players, not good players. It's not necessarily the same thing, I think, because the numbers are out of this world, but the football that we see isn't improved. Not only United's, but overall. The price of these players are going up. But I have to ask you guys, for example, are you enjoying football more or seeing more on the pitch from 5 years, for example? Because in 5 years, probably all the players' wages actually doubled.
I'll let you guys answer.
Man, I think we talked about this, and I think the thing that we've run into is I don't know necessarily. I think players are becoming faster and more physical and better. But I don't know if the quality of play has actually improved because we're seeing so many matches now that I think these guys are playing more minutes than they've ever played before.
That too.
That's where I'm at with it.
But to play the devil's advocate, is that because the guys defending are better too?
I think there's a lot of factors in play. I think that there has been a shift in the tactics
because of Pep Guardiola and just people falling for just his style of play, and so many people trying to like mimic what he's done. I think what it's done is it's led to a more technical game and a more controlled game. I don't think you don't get the long distance shots you used to get. I don't think you get a lot of opportunities. Some of these managers are asking their players not even to take shots from outside the box. Like they want them to walk the ball into the net based on 85 passes. And it's, cuts by or death by 1,000 cuts, where, there was a world where it was 2 passes up, 1 good run by Frank Lampard, and the ball was in the back of the net, or Steven Gerrard, or, you'd get Scholes taking rips from 30 yards away. And I felt like we had more world beaters back in the day. We had screamers, we had golazzos, and I think that's changed the game. I don't know that it's worse. I do believe that the managers have gotten better, but I also think the sports science has gotten better. And I think we're seeing that in all sports. The use of analytics is changing the game to the point where, we have a few people in our group who like put down the fucking spreadsheet, play the game. And I think the spreadsheet is starting to win. And I think we are seeing it. Now, I also think clubs like Liverpool that adopted that style earlier and adopted the metrics and the analytics, and that's something that FSG completely believes in, is one of the reasons why they're in a position at this point of strength when it comes to growing it. So I really love that question, though, from you. I do want to just answer one thing, because we had a new person come into the chat here, and it was answered, but SSB 28 said, is this stream actually for 24 hours? Yes, we are that freaking stupid. It is. We are exactly 12 hours and 37 minutes into it, which means we are on the back 9. I feel like I'm on the back 9 of my life at 47 because of these 24-hour podcasts. But
you're welcome, buddy.
And SSB 28, if you haven't previously, please subscribe to the page, give us a like, and check us out, because we do a lot of content, and we don't talk this much.
Dumb thing we do.
Yeah, but this isn't the only dumb thing we do. We are dumb at least 7 times a week, and that doesn't even count match days. When we get up extra early, and we're on at all kinds of times. And if you ask the Turkish guy to my right, he'll tell you in Central Time. But for anyone else in the world, you can just refer to Eastern Time, because that's what the people use to bank on the United States. So we will be running until 1 p.m. Eastern today. So we're going to take it through. So we had more comments there as well. So I really like that comment from you, Edip. But I have to ask you, we've talked about the incomings at United and Amorim and his place. This has been a tumultuous window for you. It's gotten pretty hot in the last few weeks. It was very slow moving to begin, where it all kind of felt like it was hinging on the outgoings, and it was kind of the famed 5, right, of who they needed to get rid of. Rashford, Sancho, Garnacho, who's the other one? Tyler Malacia. They were trying to get rid of, like,
Anthony.
And Anthony. Of those 5 players I just rattled off, and I know you're a big United fan, so you've been around the whole time. You've seen Rashford come up through the system. Like, which of those 5 are you most sad to see leave? And of those 5, who did you have the highest hopes for? And maybe take Rashford out of it because he comes out of the academy, and I'd assume that would be the answer. But of the other 4, right, was there one of them at any moment, Anthony, Sancho, where you said, yeah, maybe he goes on loan, he comes back, he makes good? Or were their attitudes ultimately just so poor that it was a net gain to lose a positive? Because I feel like losing Garnacho at 20 years old with the talent that kid has is honestly a failure of United for not culturally keeping him in check, to allow him not to get such a big head that allowed him to show up, on holiday in a Villa jersey, or talk about leaving United 48 hours after a final at 19 years old, acting like he's, a young Cristiano Ronaldo, when he's just a kid who probably owned a Cristiano Ronaldo jersey when he was a kid. Like, what were your thoughts on Garnacho specifically, or any of those outgoings?
That is a very good point. I would obviously say I am sad to see, or I'm not sad to see Rashford go, but I am very sad to see where Rashford has come in his career, because I think he was promising more. Garnacho, as per Garnacho, and all the other guys, Garnacho is actually probably losing out because of that horrible haircut, and more than anything else. But yeah, um, but I think out of that four, I would be saying Garnacho is the one that looked like a game changer, even when we were playing the crap football that we have been playing, and he was the difference between our mundane sort of game and his sprints and everything. And it goes back to the managerial thing that I was saying, that these kids coming in to United with a lot of promise and not delivering is not up to the kids. It's for the manager to be taking control. But the manager knows he won't be around in a couple of years at best. So
Yeah.
that is why Tim was asking, is that time gone? I don't think so. I think some of the clubs actually need that culture to carry on, because obviously, no matter who you bring in to United now, in a couple of years we will be talking the same shit again, to sell them out. I mean, the sad part is with all these guys who United looks like sort of trying to get rid of. There are transfer rumors for them to come to Turkey from all those places, and that makes me really sad, because I mean, there's Holland and maybe Germany, and but it's not a sort of dive, and I think that, or Saudi Arabia for that matter. I think what Tim was saying just a few minutes ago, it has become a money game. So most of the kids now, they don't want to become a Ronaldo. They want to cash in very quickly, and then, well, the hell with football.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think we're seeing it across the board, and we've seen it in other sports as well. When the money starts to talk, and these players make so much money at a young age, and then they get on these astronomical wages. I mean, Sancho left City because he arguably didn't want to fight for a place at a club that was just one step too good for him. He went to Dortmund, and he made everyone think he was the best young winger in the world. And let's be real, we talked about, oh, you could sign this guy, play him on the left-hand side, how great he could be. Look at him at Dortmund. When United got him, it felt like a coup. And then I heard they paid 80 million pounds and they gave him close to $300,000 a week before doing anything. They quadrupled his wages, and he kind of got fat and happy. And it felt like he didn't have anything to work towards. He didn't have that next step. And, then he had the fallout with the negative things. And sometimes you just can't walk things back when you play at a club as big as United. For him, it just felt like he goes to Chelsea, which is supposedly his boyhood club. They offer him the buy option, but he needed to take a pay cut. And they said, hey, just give it a 3-year window. And if you regain your form, you'll get that big contract. You'll go back to 300,000. He was like, no.
Yeah,
I'll sit on the bench at United. I'll just go back. They'll send me somewhere, and I'll take my 350, and then I'll wait. And then next year I'm a free agent. I'll go to Juventus, and they'll give me 200 and a sign-on bonus. He pissed away the prime of his career for the cash. Exactly. And I get it. I've never been offered that kind of money. But as a supporter like Edip, I have to imagine that's a tough feeling. That feels uncomfortable, and it's not what you want from a club, because especially one with the culture and the long-standing history that United have. It honestly feels like a completely different Man United. And as a Liverpool supporter, it doesn't bother me anything. As a United supporter, you must look at it like, what happened to my club? Where is my club?
Is that on the kid, though, a little bit? I was going to ask you that because, I mean, we talk a lot about him. I can't stand him. He's in my top 5 hated guys. But I sometimes go with, these are a lot of kids, right? Liverpool just signed a bunch of, I mean, especially at our age, they're all freaking kids. That's a different story. But they're kids for their career as well. And sometimes you need a bunch of people on a team to get that kid straight and for that kid to follow. I don't know if we're looking at a Liverpool lens, right? So we're probably biased, but I would rather have, if maybe Garnacho is at Liverpool, and he's hanging out with Mo, maybe the result is much different than him hanging out with Rashford as the experienced guy and stuff like that. So I almost feel like, while yes, they all want to cash in, I think it's just like any kid, right? You know, like who you hang out with is what you become. So having said that, are you happy with a guy like Fernandes leading the game?
No. And I have been telling you this a couple of years now. I think the first one to go should be Fernandes, because obviously there's something wrong with the locker room. And it's not up to Amorim or who's managing it and his performance, because you can't, because I think when they come into the club, I'm thinking like, if you're the manager there, you come into an already set up chemical atmosphere, like who's the boss or who sort of, who is the leader, who is the hidden leaders in the locker room, blah blah. And it is very difficult without the support of the higher management to actually put your feet down and say, like Sir Alex has done, we don't need Beckham, we don't need Cantona, we don't need Ronaldo, we definitely don't need Fernandes, because we are giving all this money out to wingers and stuff. I think because most of the time, for the reason that you say, because it sells jerseys or creates an excitement, whatever, but also because the fans, if they see somebody playing on the field, Fernandes, he's a very good player, but they don't see the damage that he's actually doing to the team in the back.
Yes.
And so if you make decisions from the stupid guys in Twitter to sort of make your transfer strategy, well, as Fenerbahce is doing, you're not getting anywhere, because the places that these stupid guys think that's missing is not missing. As you say, I mean, Garnacho was that's why I am very sad to see him go. But then you would be thinking at some point, well, maybe the leadership on the pitch isn't good enough.
Yeah. So you would have accepted the 100 million from Saudi when the bid came in early, when they were on the way. You would have done it in a heartbeat, and you would have taken that money, reinvested it in the squad, including bringing in a leader, a true captain, and trying to rebuild that way. Am I hearing that right?
Exactly. Yeah, just like that, without thinking, because I think that is the problem, and I think that's because I think the culture of Liverpool and United are obviously their rivals, but at some point they have the British football or the English football is about that, isn't it? I mean, about captaincy. If you think about teams going back, you remember the captains, you remember the guys who actually represent the team. If you say, for example, Steven Gerrard, that sort of, you couldn't do that without thinking of a Liverpool shirt. But and his attire on the pitch or in the locker room or outside. And as you say, I would be going at a leader, or maybe a couple of leaders, to be honest. If I am bringing all these gems and this sort of all this promise, as Tim says, I have to create the environment where they could be flourishing, not sort of hanging by themselves. And preseason, it's preseason, and the captain of the team is blaming the guys for being lazy. Now, come on, that can't be right.
Yeah, he is a captain that flails around on the pitch and argues and thrown out and picks up random yellow cards so he doesn't have to play in matches that he wants to avoid. Exactly. He asked to be subbed off in the thrashing, and I hate to say this out loud because I want to vomit in my mouth saying it, but Roy Keane, he doesn't ask to come off. If his team's getting thrashed, he breaks somebody's fucking leg.
Yes.
There's a difference. And that guy, he breaks their leg. It might be the midfielder on his team. He might take out one of his own players. Like if Roy Keane played with Bruno Fernandes, he would have choked him out in a practice already, and Bruno would have asked to leave the club.
Yeah.
And I'm 100% confident of that. We did have a couple comments coming through, and I want to make sure any chance we can to plug what we're doing this for, even if we're getting insulted for it. We were going to get to the question. I want you to know that. I hope you're still here, Nick. If you do think we're a rubbish channel, well, you're probably halfway there. But truthfully, this is the 23 Foundation. That is a foundation that was founded by Jamie Carragher in Liverpool to help youth, children with disabilities on all different economic and social levels. So it is an opportunity for us as an American supporters base to give back to the community of Liverpool the way that they've given us so much joy. So I apologize that we missed your message. We were on a multi-question kind of run with our guests that we only have for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
So we wanted to get to it. We absolutely were going to get there. We've also been online and on air for almost 13 hours. So if we miss a comment or a question, it's because I can't fucking read anymore. At this point, I'm almost blind.
Oh, we're only halfway there. We are taking questions too, by the all means. But I know, Edip, you're traveling as always, going on yet another holiday or whatever, because there's nothing else to do in Ireland.
Exactly.
There, yes. But so Rival Bros this Thursday, we're starting this, right? Starting into the season. One brother from Liverpool, one brother from United. Should have a good time. You guys can see that Edip is a pretty much a realist when it comes to United and stuff. So it should be like entertaining over there. You have fun on vacation, man, and we'll see you on Thursday. You better be there when we're recording and not be hungover and stuff like you usually are.
Well, okay. I just have to say I admire you guys 2 years in a row doing this, and all the best to everybody. And I hope you will make a lot more than last year. And all the obviously the collections are for a good cause. And well, we'll see you soon.
Thursday.
Appreciate you. Have a great
Take it
day,
easy, man.
Enjoy your holiday. Oh, that was great, man. It's always fun to get your brother involved, and mainly because he gives you as much shit, if not more, than I do.
Yeah. I mean, he's
probably
like
my
I said,
favorite
he's a
part.
sensible United fan to talk to. I mean, if you guys watch the Tuesday night show, I feel like the same way about like the guys over there as well on the panel. Like nobody's what I like to call a meathead and it's just like pounding on the thing. We're all biased, right? We're probably like biased over here towards Liverpool. We all have a little bit of a bias, but you got to be able to still take yourself out, look at the big picture overall and stuff like that. So I am going to, as you guys take a couple of the questions, I'm going to we have a live guest over here. He had actually messaged us, has like an incredible story. So we got to hear that story by himself.
What you can do, why
Klopp.
don't you queue him up? We'll take a couple things if he wants, because it's easier when you have a third guest like this to just have them come take this mic.
Yeah, sure.
I can share with Paul, and I can actually share in eating some of those wings that I went up and
You didn't eat the wings yet?
No, and I negotiated getting those wings for us for free, guys. So, if it's free, it's for me. So I definitely got to get a second round of the food here tonight. Plus, I sold a shirt. So I do feel like I deserve at least a chicken wing after not only selling a shirt, but actually getting a subscriber or two and a social media share. So I kind of feel like I put in my post-midnight hours and earned a little grub. So we're going to bring on that guest in a minute. But until then, let's do a couple of the questions. This first question here, SSB28. What do you guys think of people comparing Liverpool getting Wirtz, Isak, and others to the Galacticos that failed in Real Madrid and PSG? This is what people are saying and why Liverpool will fail. So I don't hate the question, to be honest. One, because it came from one of our listeners. I think it might be a little bit misguided because I love when people tell me that the Galacticos have failed at Real Madrid and they win a Champions League every 3 years.
Yeah.
So, and they've also won La Ligas in there. Have they won as much as they thought they would? No. Do I think they're kind of building something pretty good right now and special? They probably just got to move on one or two players. They probably have to make the hardest decision at Real Madrid right now, which is move on from Vinny Jr. and take all the money and then rebuild around Mbappe so it works. Paul, what's your thought? Because I will say PSG is a prime example of learning from your mistakes. But I don't believe PSG stopped spending or going crazy like they did with Messi, Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe. I genuinely feel what PSG did was finally hire the right manager to house young talent. And I think Luis Enrique is arguably the best manager in the world and has been for a long time, both at Barcelona and for Spain. God forbid all the injuries and the issues he had. So for me, I don't believe it's a bad process. I also think Real Madrid bought aging stars at times and overpaid the Eden Hazards, the big name, big tickets. And I think getting Florian Wirtz at his age, picking up some of these guys,
I think the question,
that's the big key for me. The difference.
I think the question almost is a little bit like, I understand why it's being raised, but it feels a little dated to me because it feels like it's like asking, it's trying to compare us to the Galacticos and PSG of 4 or 5 years ago. That makes sense because I think the business models for both of those clubs have changed in a way that makes it a little bit more responsible in terms of how they're spending, right? But I understand what people are saying. I fundamentally disagree with it because I think that like the difference between the way that we're operating now and the PSGs and the Real Madrids of 4 or 5 years ago is that we're not just buying people and then immediately putting on $200,000, $300,000 a week, huge wages. I feel like the team is being kind of built sustainably. I think that the purchases, we look at these profiles of these players, we don't buy players over 25 essentially, right? I think you and Tim made the comment that FSG don't, or Edwards and Hughes don't usually buy cars, right?
Right.
So I think it's different. I think that they're the buys are a little bit smarter in terms of like, I think they're willing to invest in the club and invest in players that like are the future versus buying the future, which I think is what those teams were doing. The other thing I think that we need to reconcile is that we're not used to thinking about this club being at the top of the mountain and purchasing players. We're used to being contenders.
Reactionary.
We're used to being contenders, right? And chasing those teams. So I do think that the market has changed for Liverpool. I think players are available now for Liverpool that wouldn't have been 4 or 5 years ago when PSG and Real Madrid were doing those things.
Yeah, it's a great question. And Mr. Batred says, maybe, and he could be absolutely right. He thinks SSB 28's reference to the Madrid Galacticos is the lot of Zidane, Ronaldo, and Beckham. And that era didn't win as much as people expected. And I would agree with that. I also think that Kenny kind of makes a good comment here that think filling important gaps in the team with quality players is different than signing players just to do it. Also seemingly better personalities. And that one, I think, hits harder home. And, if John were still here, he would say that comment might, slaps or whatever the hell the young kids say today. But the purpose behind that comment is genuinely the idea.
It's late, dude. I don't know. We've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, I listened to John say it about 7 times about the hamburger.
Yes, it does slap.
It just slaps. But I think the area where that comment comes from and why it is kind of spot on is at times they bought players they didn't need just to buy more players. And I feel like they'd have 5, 6, 7 players in certain positions and they would overly and they'd spend $100 million on, or at that time it was $40 million on a player.
SSB says he's talking about 25 years ago.
Yeah. So if you are talking about 25 years ago, arguably I have just lost too much in the last 12 hours of my life in brain power to really go back and think where that is. But I also think part of that was that 2000 era was also going up against one of the best Barcelona sides. And that's why they were spending. And they knew that these young, really talented players were coming through their academies and they were really building out what was going to be the next round of things. And I totally agree where he says, Messi wasn't needed for PSG. He absolutely wasn't. He was purchased because they were just looking to be the club to get Lionel Messi out of Barcelona and to sell the idea of being able to bring in a player of that size. I don't think United, I don't think
that also wasn't 25 years ago. Wasn't that like 5 years ago?
That was, but his point though is I do understand what he's saying though. Like they both tried to do it in phases and waves, and it didn't work at times. But this might not work. That doesn't mean it's a bad decision. to make the effort and try. And here's the thing. When you have the ability and you have the pull to sign a Florian Wirtz, you don't worry about if it doesn't work. You invest the money and you do it. And I think that's what we're seeing even with Isak. We've seen it previously with Ekatike and the way that they moved so fast there, or what they did with Frimpong and Kirkez in the markets. Hell, what they did last year with Mamadashvili in bringing him in a year before, which is ultimately 2 to 3 years before he becomes the number one. And if his career as he's gone so far continues to go forward, I think you've gotten on to a really good player. And you know it's getting late in the bar when shit starts hitting the floor and stuff starts breaking behind you. So with that, I'm excited to say it is just about chicken wing time. And I do like how Mr. Bat Red decided that Galley is the Richard Hughes of chicken wing negotiations. And I'll tell you right now, if I could fight for anything, it would probably be free chicken wings each and every single day, because I could live on chicken wings basically every day. So I'm very excited for my mini break here. And I also feel like I need to help clear off all of those glasses off that table before I recognize how much we've actually drank when I promised I'd have like
they're
2 or 3.
They're mostly Mike's. I've been watching.
It's true.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
They are mostly.
You know, the most disappointing part of this is I thought you ate and there were still leftover wings. So
for you,
there goes
going to be more wings.
There goes my dream of more wings. Yeah, okay.
That's probably not going to happen for you. There might still be, because I don't have too many left. But Mr. Bat Red, truly appreciate it. Carlos Martinez, hello to you and good night. Appreciate you jumping on the stream.
Good night, like he's joining us. That's what I was hoping.
It is a good night, guys. We are having a good night here. We are at Carragher's Pub live in New York City in the financial district. And I think it's still the financial district. And I'm pretty sure this is still New York City. But every time I start to think about things, I'm questioning whether or not this is really just a dream or just a 23 and a half hour nightmare.
It's only been 13 hours.
It's only been 13 hours.
I gotta tell you, I feel really good about not coming in last place this year on this thing. Galley seems like he's fading.
Yeah, Galley's
first of all,
he's gonna struggle.
I was watching you sit in that chair, eyes wandering, ready to roll back before you got the mic up and started talking again. So careful what we talk about here, my man.
Listen, I'm locked in. I just needed a minute to recover.
Yeah. This is how it goes.
I've been knocking out coffees left and right, so hopefully
and we have a vat
shape over there.
And we have a vat over there, so it looks like we're going to be able to hold coffee until at least they show back up at 8 a.m.
We got to see what happens first.
I know about that. Half of that is I probably drank it already. By the way,
we got to see what happens first. Me falling asleep or my caffeine-induced anxiety attack. Like,
well, that's the real issue that's actually coming here. Like, is which of us has the medical need for assistance? Like, because that's the real question. Because at least last year, if I had a medical emergency, my wife was there to call 911. I'm not sure anyone here is doing anything except for maybe cracking jokes and then just watching me kivvy in like fetal position on the floor and being like, you just better not fall asleep, asshole. You can lay down, but you can't fall asleep.
By the time we remember the number, go have some wings, because then you won't pass out on us. Hopefully.
Yeah, I will send over your next guest and enjoy that. And I'll go talk to Mike.
Get those wings,
go have some wings.
Thanks. I'm actually delaying for multiple reasons, not one of which is how hungry I am, let me tell you. All right, guys, it's been great. Get some more questions answered. Get them in the chat. These guys need help. We all need help. Send help.
Yeah, so I'll do an update, by the way, too, as we wait on Mark. Actually, like I was just chatting with him as I was having what I thought my wings. Now I realized it was my only portion of wings. But yeah, I was chatting with him and hearing the story and stuff. And yeah, and actually, some of you guys are probably going to remember at the moment he starts telling the story, because I watched this thing myself on like YouTube and stuff. So we'll get a story over there. He had actually seen like our social media posts also like coming from Carragher over there as well. So it was kind of like he messaged us. So I was like, yeah, come on over. So, yeah, come on, Mark.
Come on in. Slap these bad boys on. Go right into the mic there. You're good.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for joining us, man. You already have experience with this stuff overall, like we were talking about a little bit. But I guess, like, tell a little bit about yourself to the gang over here, and then we'll get to your Klopp story, because that's a really good one.
Okay, so I'm currently living in New York till mid-September. I've been there for a few months now, but in my kind of full-time gig is making content, mainly football and cricket. Some people may have heard me, like I was talking to Mike outside there, because I every couple of weeks I go in the World Football phone-in with Tim Vickery and Dotun Adebayo as the Deportivo Lankan on 5 Live. I regularly pop up and talk sport, talking about weird and beautiful stories in the world of cricket and football. And most importantly, I'm a massive Liverpool fan. So I'll be honest, I'll tell you the full story of how I got here. I basically saw your post earlier this morning, and I was like, do you know what? I've been involved at these 24-hour marathons. I'm on radio in the middle of the night because I've got a face for it. And
Same.
I just thought, do you know what? These are my boys in need. I've never met you guys, but if you're a Liverpool fan, it's not just about what the results are. It's about chipping in when the chips are down, right? Yeah. I was like, I sent a message in. I was like, what time can I come on? I've got a story about meeting Jurgen Klopp. I'll come on and tell it, and I'll do it in the middle of the night when you're all a bit flat. When you've got the coffees out, I was like, get me on at what time is it? Like 2 o'clock in the morning or something? Yeah, just gone 2 o'clock. I was like, get me on. I'll come on. I'll bring the vibes and I'll bring the energy. So that's what I'm here for.
Take it away, man. Take it away. You had the experience in this thing as well.
Any other questions before we get into it?
No, yeah. When you sent the message, I was like, oh, yeah, sweet. Come on over.
We're just on for the ride at this point.
How are you all feeling? What?
And we're just talking about that. So, like, last time I hit a low, like right around 1:30. And then I'd say I got a second win around 3:30. And then I promptly expired around 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Like, I was legitimately dead on my feet. And I feel better this year. I feel like I'm in a better spot this year. But this is still early for us.
It is still early.
We've got a long ways to go.
What you don't know is I've mail ordered from Portland, and they had enough money for the delivery, but not enough money for the talent. So this is what you got. You got a slightly overweight Sri Lankan over here, but I'll take my clothes off.
Well, whatever keeps us awake at that point, I guess.
Yeah.
The shock and awe. But yeah, do tell us this Klopp story, because when you were telling me outside, I was like, holy cow, I remember this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a video in the Sky Sports YouTube channel, which I think is called something like Guest Professional Footballer. And I'm in the video, and I basically got a call from a good friend of mine. I played a lot of rugby till quite recently. Which is why I walk like a 85-year-old man. And my friend was like, he works at Sky Sports. He was like, you really love Jurgen Klopp, don't you? And I was like, yeah, I do. And he was like, you're really bad at football, aren't you? And I was like, I'm unimaginably bad at football. It's almost a hate crime to watch me playing football. So he's like, right, do you want to go up to the AXA training centre and meet Jurgen Klopp? I was like, absolutely. Like, whatever's on, I will do it. So about 10 days later, I was on the train up to Liverpool, went up to the AXA training centre. I got to meet Jurgen Klopp and Joel Matip, and then I basically got to audition as a footballer in front of Jurgen Klopp, which was I couldn't believe it was even happening. I was like, this is unbelievable. If you've seen the video, I'm very unsuccessful. As was.
So what's that conversation like? You meet him and you're like, was he like, you want to try out for the? What is this conversation?
No.
Like?
So he was prepped. He knew that there was going to be there was 5 of us, I think.
Okay.
And within the 5 of us, one of these people was being paid to be a professional footballer. Not at a level that Jurgen Klopp would recognize. It wasn't like some bloke who was, playing for Bayern Munich or in an academy or something like that. It was a guy from the League of Ireland, which isn't a league that Jurgen Klopp was watching too closely.
What?
And there was a couple of there was one other guy who was actually played at quite a decent non-league level, but wasn't getting paid. And there was a girl who played at quite a serious level as well. And me and another guy. The other guy was considerably better at me at football. So I was picked. I was there mainly, I think it's fair to say, as the novelty act.
Okay.
But I got my payoff, which was I got to meet the great man. So we were all kind of primed and lined up in the training center. The training center inside is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
There's also about 100 pelotons in there.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I was like,
We'd still be out of shape, but that's a different story.
yeah. I mean, I was like, how much clothes do you guys need to dry? Like, why do you need this many? Like, and then he came out. I did my bit. I won't spoil it for anyone, but if you've seen it, my bit's quite hilarious. Obviously, then we all had to get in a line, and he got to ask us a question. And I was just so excited that he got to talk to me, that he got to acknowledge me. And the best bit about the whole thing was he said, Mark, we really like you, as in him and Joel Matip. I don't know. They hadn't talked about me. I don't know. Maybe they did. He's like, I'm really sorry, but I don't think you were a professional footballer. He was obviously right. But the fact he said he really liked me, that, like...
Oh, yeah, dude.
That was it. That if when I die on my gravestone, just have that.
Yep.
Just engrave it. Jurgen Klopp, we really like.
We really liked you, Dash Jurgen. Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't know, like anybody in the audience has watched this thing, but I like the moment you mentioned it, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I watched this thing on like YouTube, and I like watched the whole thing, and I was like, oh, that's right. I remember because they had you guys like take shots or do through balls and stuff like that.
Yeah,
right? If I remember right.
I had to. I was at the first round, so I did the crossbar challenge, and hilariously, I will spoil it now if you haven't seen it, but it's still worth watching. Hilariously, in my first attempt, I hit the cameraman. Which was really for me the best thing that happened, right? I when I was in the train, I did have a moment there when I was going up there, and I was like, I wonder how good I would have to be for Jurgen to go, do you know what? I know you're 38, and I know you're incredibly out of shape, but that touch is... We could work with that.
Well, listen, if you're coming in as the foil, there's probably no better opening act than to just peg the cameraman on your first action. Like you're crushing that spot already.
Exactly. That's what I did. Got to meet him, had a little chat with him afterwards. I actually said thank you for your service, and it's been brilliant. And he was like, yeah, really nice, really smiley, really had a lot of time for people. When he came into the room, there was about 30 of us there involved in it, and he actually shook everyone's hand and asked us how we were doing. I just couldn't believe that, like, to be honest. I was like, such a he's one of the most famous people in the world, or at least in my world.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And to have so much time for I was there. I was the littlest of the little guys, right, in that room, and he had time for all of us, and to just made everyone feel special. I was just like, everything I've ever thought about what it would be like to work for Jurgen Klopp, to be in a dressing room with Jurgen Klopp, was that.
But Mark told me the story outside. He's leaving a very important part over here, because right after a week after this, after this experience, Klopp was like, "I'm out of here."
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that hitting the cameraman was too much for him.
You actually got a patron saint to step down.
Yeah,
fairly impressive.
I knocked a halo off an angel. Like, it was. Yeah, I was a bit gutted by that. But do you know what? Like, I look at where the club was before he came and where he left it, and I just think, we just couldn't have asked for anything better.
Yeah.
In a way, I also kind of like, because I remember having a conversation when he was leaving with someone about being like, what would it have been like if we had Pep instead of Jurgen? And I was like, do you know what? Even if Pep had come there and we'd won 4 league titles, I just don't think it would have been as special as the way that Jurgen did it, because I think Jurgen reminded us what we are, what this club stands for, what is the values of this club. It wasn't just, and I know after the kind of transfer window we just had, but it wasn't just buying the best players in the world and trying to make it better. It was more than that, wasn't it?
Well, I think you got a great. I think there's a number of things, right? I think personally, Jurgen's sort of political and social alignment really aligns with what Liverpool does, right? I think so. From an ideology standpoint, I think he lines up. I also think what he does is he does a really, really good job of making football and knitting it to the community, making it feel grassroots, even at a huge international level, which is very difficult to do with the money involved right now, right?
Exactly.
Like, that's a really difficult thing to do. So I think you got those two things, right? And I think the third thing about Jurgen is, like, I think Jurgen genuinely loves a project, right?
Yes.
Which is,
he likes that underdog role. I think.
He loves that underdog role, and I think, like, it was almost in a weird way the perfect manager to usher in a new era where you're coming from, like, a period of underachieving and sort of not being where you've historically been in the past, and then taking that and building that club back to returning them to that sort of prior level and like putting him in the next phase, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I just think his even like the timing of the departure now that we have the benefit of hindsight, you're like, he just knew when he had to, when it was up for him. I think the working the Premier League's relentless. I've heard on a slot talk about how we need to go into this new season totally different tactically to the way last season. I actually think if you want to win the Premier League, you have to change tactics almost 3 times. Because you have to start playing a certain way, then you know that's going to get sussed out by the end of October, early November. So then you change again, and then I think come end of like after the Christmas season, at kind of end of January, you've got to figure out a kind of a third way to play. The differences each time might be quite slight, but I think you actually end up ending a season playing in a totally different way to the way you started it. And I can imagine, like, I've heard Pep talk about how difficult that is and how, you know, this whole tactical thing that's going on, that they're constantly trying to overthink it, what the next step is. I think Jurgen realised he didn't have it in him to do that anymore. And also he looked around, he left the squad in an absolutely fantastic shape. That we realise that now. We didn't quite realise that when he left. And yeah, I mean,
I think with Jurgen, there's the thing that makes him enduring is also the thing that takes him out of jobs, right? Like, he's so passionate and he's so emotionally invested. I think that's only sustainable for so long, right?
Yeah, it's draining.
Whereas you, like, and we were talking about this last night when Gal and I were walking home. There's some things that we love about Arne Slot, and one of them is that he seems very calculated, but he also disconnects emotionally and makes business decisions in a way that's very unlike Klopp. Right, almost sociopathic, where you can like disconnect from it and just make a decision. And I think that this side is like sort of progressed to the point where that's needed, right? Like, we needed somebody to come in and make decisions that were separate from relationships that have been built over the last years. But I think like that's what made Jurgen special.
I'm way too emotional to make those relationships.
Right,
like,
me too.
Darwin Nunez left in the last 24 hours, right? And I'm absolutely gutted about it.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely crying. Me and Mike were out there, and I was giving Darwin the big one. I was like, what a good lad he is. You just want him in the trenches next to you. I mean, imagine going for a night out with Darwin Nunez and someone trying to start a fight. You know, he's flying in there before you do. You're like, oh, I don't want to get involved. We're now involved.
We're not involved. Yeah,
we're now involved. Darwin's there. Like,
I have to debate that whenever I get the opportunity.
Like,
because I have the opposite polar.
The man's a fighter. The man's going to work hard for you, right? You can't. Darwin Nunez for me is like the embodiment of a Rocky film, isn't he? Like, the guy's getting punched in the face constantly, but he's still getting back up and still trying to do it for you.
He's more like Rocky Road.
I love him. Controlled
though.
anger, though. You know, like
it is interesting though, because I think like that is the weird thing about Darwin, right? Because I think that he has everything that you would want from an attitude standpoint and effort standpoint. So it's hard not to pull for him because you can see how much it means to him. Like, but you're just constantly annoyed by the fact that he's like howled and can't figure out offsides at this level, right? Like those types of things, or the angles he takes when he presses, and you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Those things are frustrating. At the same time, we kind of talk about him in the same breath as we talked about players like Andy Carroll and like even to some degree Balotelli, like things that we had big expectations.
He's so much better than those.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like when people talk like that about Darwin, you have to realize Andy Carroll had like 16 goal involvements in his entire thing. Darwin had 64. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that we sometimes underrate what he did do and the impact he did have.
Pre-FSG, Darwin Nunez is an absolute
probably
like he's one of those players people who carries you to a League Cup in like 2008 or something, and you're like, this man is an absolute legend. And I just think our standards now are so high. Right, you look at someone like Lucho Diaz, right, who's left recently as well, and you're like, that guy's an absolute machine as well. Like, he is working flat out. He's quick. He's running past players. You're right. Okay, maybe his final ball could maybe do with a little bit of work, but you're like, that pre FSG, pre Jurgen Klopp, you're like, this guy's up there with one of the best players you've ever seen play for this club. The standard for what we're expecting now of players is so unbelievably incredible.
So do you think, I mean, because I'm with like Mike in terms of like the evaluation, I've been like extremely frustrated, and we still have people, I mean, sounds like you're in that camp too, like give him one more season and stuff, and I felt like
my
there's
problem
certain
is
things just not
anyone
gonna
who puts a
change.
Liverpool shirt on, I instantly fall in love with, right? So it's like, how can you not give him one more season? I just, the idea that these guys leave.
Mark's
really upsets
admitting
me.
that he's going to be biased regardless.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that's why you need somebody like Slot to be like, nope, it's not working,
Yeah.
and like take the emotion.
Exactly. Get Mike in the data room.
But do you guys do you think is that because of like expectations? Because going back to like what he's done, I think those are the things that I always found frustrating. It's one thing to have a guy, because there are players who kind of feed off of like playing angry or getting kind of putting that into their game, and that's actually the strength of their game. I feel like that's not the case with him. So the more angry he gets, actually the worse he gets. He kind of loses the plot, if you will. Like, the runs are even more untimely than they were, and now he's making some unnecessary tackles when we already were about to win the ball because he's trying to like really like give it to him. I'm like, dude, we had him like trapped over there. We already like Szoboszlai already has the ball. Now we gave the ball away again because we did an unnecessary foul. I feel like, it's great to have that anger and the aggression and all that, but not when it's like working against you. Because I feel like with him, it's kind of working against him. People see him sprinting. They're like, look at him press. And I'm like, dude, why are you pressing there? The dude is over there. Like things like that. Where I feel like he wants to, he has the best intentions. That's why I think fans find it easy to root for the dude. But I mean, I have great intentions too, but you don't want me out there. You would probably root for me, dude.
I definitely would. I'd be like, this guy's great. I love it.
Give him another season. Like,
yeah. Like, Mark's good for friendship, bad for the club.
Yeah.
I just get attached to him, man. Like Lewis, I'm not going to just miss him. I'm going to miss his dad in the stands, like going wild and like the happiest man.
Oh, now you're going to wind up.
Happiest man in
You're going to
Germany.
wind up, Mike. Yeah.
Like Darwin, was it after the League Cup when he like ran down the stairs when he was like foot was in a brace or whatever. And
that was awesome.
These are moments, man. Like I'm never going to forget those. That Luis Diaz goal against Luton last season, I'll never forget that. Right? In the grand scheme of things, inconsequential goal for me and everyone. Me and Mike were just having this conversation outside as well. Everyone sees football differently. Everyone gets something different from football. For me, it's those moments of joy.
Yeah.
Right. You remember where you are. Sometimes
Jurgen getting his glasses broken.
Adam Lallana, right?
Yeah.
Just think. I can tell you exactly where I was when that happened.
Yep, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was on a bus on the way to a rugby game watching it on my phone, right? And it was just like about a third of the bus supporters Liverpool were just all losing our minds. It was wicked. That Nunez game against Newcastle last year where he just plucked it out of nowhere. That game was drifting away. And we were 1-0 down in 10.
We were down to 10, yep.
We were down to 10 and he just out of nowhere pulls it together. That game against Brentford this year, when he scored in the 90th and 93rd minute, for me, that was the moment I thought this league title is on, isn't it? It is very on because I was like, this is becoming a team really difficult to beat. I at that point, I looked at the bench and I was like, actually, say what you want about Darwin Nunez, but that man is getting it from every which way, but he's still hungry to get on, right? He's still hungry to get on. He still wants to get on. He still thinks it can make an impact. And I was like, whatever's going on in the coaching room, with the coaching staff, this new team, they have got these guys firing up and playing, and they are top of the league, and they're not going to let anyone get above them. They're not dropping points. And I actually think was it the next game against Fulham that they lost. But that aside, I was like, this league is done. I miss the moments the players create. I always think about Jimmy Traore, right? I absolutely love that guy, and I reckon he's probably the worst player I've seen play for Liverpool for any kind of consistent run. I reckon Voronin was the worst player, but he played about 8 games, where Jimmy Traore had an actual run in the side. But I just love him. Just the name makes me happy.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Mark's favorite movie involves an underdog story. You know what I mean? We did our favorite movies. Like you're an underdog story kind of guy.
Yeah.
That's not nice to see the worst Liverpool player. That's not nice.
Oh, there's Mike trying to tell us he's gonna, but like,
Mike calls himself a cunt and then tells us we're being mean.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like
look, if Andre Voronin was is watching this feed, then firstly he's got to donate to the cause.
Yes.
And secondly, if he is, he should let us know. Like he should message in and be
Identify
like,
yourself.
Mark, you're being mean. If I am, I'm sorry and I apologize. But it's like, for me, it's those moments of joy, right? Like watching football, going to football is inevitably, it is a nihilistic thing, because ultimately your team will let you down. Like, we have all watched Liverpool Football Club for years and years and years and years and years, and only 2 of those years have we ever seen them win the league. Sorry, there might be people who watched them like in their first coming, but most of the time there will be it's about the end of the season, making sure that there is like at least 5 or 6 moments that you remember. And it could be, if you're not lucky like us and don't support Liverpool, if you support a team fighting relegation, your best moment's going to be like a good tackle from a centre back, or like like imagine supporting Southampton last year. That's pretty much, I reckon, the worst football team I've ever seen play football. And
They were historically bad.
Yeah. And I was like, imagine being like these Southampton fans. There's people are turning up week in, week out to watch them, and they are just getting hammered every week. Every week they play, they look further and further away.
They were terrible defensively.
Yeah, and they turn up because there are still moments of joy that they can pluck out of it.
Steven says Darwin should go down as a Liverpool legend. Oh, come on.
Yeah,
just for his heart. Okay, just for his heart. I mean, I don't think it's not a matter of trying, but it all goes back to I'm going to try hard too, but you don't want me playing for Liverpool.
Listen,
I'm just not that good.
Listen.
Legend gets thrown around.
Yeah.
Like,
Legend gets thrown around, and if effort was a qualifier for legend, I would be in a much better place in life.
I think that's what it goes down to. And with him, I mean, I don't know what you think. I mean, maybe there was the price tag or whatever, but every time you felt like, here it is, like that Newcastle game you mentioned, right? That was just another one of those. We probably had like 7, 8 of those. There we go. He's finally got his confidence back. And then next week, the flag goes up again like 5 times and stuff. Do you think it was just I mean, obviously he's a good footballer, right? Maybe is he just not good enough for Premier League? Is he just not good enough for Liverpool? Was that price tag? And maybe coming at the same time as Haaland and all those comparisons got to him, or what?
So in my opinion, and I've never spoke to him. I'd love to speak to him. I get the impression he's a confidence person. I think Darwin Nunez is good enough for all but maybe 3 teams in the Premier League. I think only Liverpool, Man City, and Arsenal. And actually, Arsenal don't have that kind of player. They could, like, Darwin Nunez would have been could do bits for them. I think really only Liverpool and Man City are off a level that Darwin Nunez doesn't really improve their squads at the moment. And I think there's a lot like if he was at Man United in the last 5 years, he would be a club legend there. Like, they would love him. They would just love a player who played like that. Like most other clubs would.
Well, that's just because
he's loyal, man. Mark is loyal.
I mean, because that's just assuming that you're gonna go to United and be better, like, and not just like I think United just kind of is like a draining battery. It's tough to go there and be better than you were prior, right now at least.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So I think, like, obviously going to Saudi's a bit different, but I think if you move to like Atletico Madrid or another like regular Champions League team, I think here's the main guy. Here's the guy that there is a picture of outside the stadium as you're walking into it. Here's the main guy that you see when you open the club website. He's all over the social media feed. But these are clubs where Mo Salah and Virgil van Dijk don't set the standards, right? Mm-hmm. These are clubs where you don't have the kind of discipline that McAllister and Garenbach have in midfield. These are not Liverpool football clubs. The margin is between us and a lot of other squads is huge at the moment. It won't always be. Let's be honest. There will be a time when we revert back to just being back in the pack. But currently, as it stands, Darwin Nunez is an absolutely fantastic footballer who is was at Liverpool Football Club, just wasn't quite at the standard that needed to.
Okay, just to be a devil's advocate or Michael's advocate.
Yeah,
not that Michael is the devil, but doesn't that even speak bigger volumes when you just listed the environments he was in? if he couldn't succeed in that environment, doesn't that speak volumes that he would be nowhere close in, like, let's say, like the United, where that's not even there? He had everything there for him.
So Harry
succeed.
Kane, there's a report today or yesterday saying that Harry Kane might end up, his buying career might be finished at the end of this season, next season. Obviously, at some point it'll be finished. I can see a world where Darwin Nunez goes to Bayern Munich and they build the whole team around him, and he is the main guy, and he ends up being a 25 goal a season man for them. I can see that happening.
Michael is going to bed after that comment.
Michael's about to call an ambulance for himself. Like,
You are absolutely Nunez's agent. I've been.
oh man, I wish I would. Like. My bank account is ready for that Saudi money. Like,
He has a Uruguayan passport, guys.
Okay, yeah. So
I wish I did. I love a good steak.
Where do you think
and I
he
love a
ends
red
up?
wine.
Because somebody said, like, you know, he would be back in Europe, and actually, like Mr. Barrett said, he'll be at Atletico or Bayern.
I'll say, like Galley's gonna, so he doesn't have to yell it from the other room. I kind of agree with Galley here, where like the original spot that makes sense for me to Darwin is the Italian league. Like, I think his game fits what they do over there. He's gonna have to.
They don't have offside, or
Well, it's slower, right? So he'll just be offside left.
Listen, staying onside is substantially easier in the pace of play of that league.
yeah, that's true.
Like I think the thing with that though is now Darwin's going to have to be very comfortable with taking a pay decrease, because he's going over to the Saudi league and just cashing in for however long he's over there. So I mean, maybe he'll be open to that, right? But like, I think for me, when you look at a fit, like, I still think, and it's not just the Cavani Uruguayan connection, but I still think Naples makes a lot of sense, like in terms of how they play and what they would get from him, and like his personality. I think he'd do great. I think he'd do great there. I could see him at a club like Lazio, like something like that. I think makes sense to me.
Yeah, what, like in 5 years? Let's do an interview with Darwin. Where do you see yourself in 5 years, Darwin?
Italian
Starting
league,
for Bayern and winning everything.
Start for Bayern. Like, May 5 years time in European football is a long time at the moment, because we're going to see a lot of changes. I think financially, there's so much money coming into it now. So many owners from this side of the Atlantic eyeing up that. So many owners of other sports teams eyeing up coming into to football over there in Paris now. They're gonna have 2 major teams in the next few years, because Paris FC has now got a load of money coming in. I think it's not just the team will take a punt on him. I think that he should mature as a individual, so maybe his game isn't as out of control as it sometimes feels. And secondly, he's just got the look to be a superstar, and somebody will try and capitalize on that from a kind of marketing. Mike's hating all of this.
Mike is hating all of this.
These things are important. Look, I hate to say
you are
it,
an Asian dude. If the soccer thing doesn't pan out, there's always modeling. Like,
send him to Vegas. I'd go. Just Darwin Nunez, like talking about his greatest moments on a Vegas stage.
I mean, I don't think he stays in Saudi for long. I think he gets the year where he gets the wages and probably like heads back to Europe. I just don't know what the price point would be for a team like. I mean, you said Bayern. That seems steep for them to roll the dice on him, unless it's like a very low cut price because he's trying to get out of the Saudi and like is okay with like lowering his wage because he's a young kid still. But
Jordan Henderson.
yes,
Yeah.
just pull it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like bank for a year,
Yeah.
and then you're like, hey, these wages were nice, and then I just go back. And he's young enough to be able to still have the career afterwards.
For me, if I was his agent, what I would be doing in January is I'd be looking at all the big clubs in Europe who are underperforming and be like, I've got a proven Premier League goal scorer who's available for a whatever fee you want to set, and if depending how desperate the club is, they might come in for him. That's the way I would maybe try and tout him about. But But
what if afterwards they're like, "What are you talking about?" And you're like, "Darwin Nunez."
I think you can cut a pretty good YouTube reel for him, man. Like he's had moments. Like
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, we talked about this. I mean, I probably am like more of a bigger critic, not as big as Michael. Not that I met Michael over here, but he's a bigger critic of him than I. I mean, I've complained for a while now. We're kind of like done with the experiment overall, kind of an ordeal. But like I say, he's an easy guy to root for because of the effort he puts into it and stuff like that. You can tell the intention is there, but like I say, intentions only get you so far. I think that's where we are with like Nunez. And so, I mean, I don't like, it's not like good riddance or anything, Bickler, but at the same time, it's probably in some ways best for him too. He just was not, I don't think this was ever going to work for him at Liverpool, but with or without Slot, I guess, but definitely with Slot.
Yeah, well, yeah. So systematic, like from a system standpoint, he doesn't work at all in this, right? But I think, this goes back to the whole like Jurgen conversation where we talked about how we know that there's data guys that had red flags on them and weren't necessarily sold on the move, but we opted with the manager.
Yeah.
The split board, you go with the manager who's enamored with him. And I think that
it was Jurgen's choice.
Jurgen's choice. And I think that Jurgen was so enamored with him that he said, I think if Jurgen was to give me a truth serum and you were to say, where does he fit the system? I think Jurgen wouldn't know. I think Jurgen was like, we'll figure it out when he gets here.
He's fast.
And we just didn't figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But to be fair, so many Liverpool and football legends say that he has that potential, right?
Yeah.
They're like, give him that chance. And it's like, he had loads of chances. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, he's had the chances. It's not, I mean, he can't complain. Like we talk about Chiesa, for example. We were talking about him earlier. Like he doesn't get enough minutes to be able to, at least consistent minutes to be able to show himself. I don't like Darwin can't go to Saudi now and tell his roommates. I'm sure they don't have roommates, but can't tell his like teammates that they're like, I just did not have to get a proper shot over there because I feel like he did.
what do you think is going on with Chiesa? Do you think they just don't fancy playing him at all? See, to me, it looks like I get the impression that they just think he's way off the pace.
I think so too. I mean, we were talking about him earlier in terms of like not being able to get like an opportunity, even with like at the end of the season, and because I mean, we were told it was fitness, and I've been joking all winter and spring that I'd be in shape by now. Like if I joined the club in like fall, and so it was not like a fitness issue. I guess. What do you think? I mean, it could be a adjustment to the pace kind of an issue because he is coming to a different league, and like with him, I mean, people gave Nunez 3-4 seasons or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's fair for him to get another season to see if he can make that adjustment, if it's an adjustment issue.
So I think his purchase initially was a speculative purchase. I think that data proved it was worth taking a punt at the price that they got him for, especially in a transfer window where we did nothing else. We just bought a goalkeeper who wasn't going to turn up for a year. So I think it was speculative in nature anyway, because it was like 10 million that we spent on him. And then I think they got him there and they were just like, I don't know if he's a bit too slow or what they've seen something in him. I think it might be pace, the whole general pace of the game. I'm surprised. I'd be well surprised if he was still there at the end of August at this point, because I think he's kind of too old in his career to just kind of hang about for a team where he's not going to get minutes. And also, I think he's kind of too old in his career to really drastically change it. I kind of, on the whole, I love everyone who plays Liverpool ever. I do hope he turns it around and improves, but I just can't see it. And I can see Liverpool Football Club and the intelligent people who run it going, if we hold out right to the end of the window, we'll probably get a decent sized bid and make a decent profit off him from a club that's desperate for this kind of player.
Or do what you're doing, look in January to a team that might need him and like do it then, I guess. But so why do you think, I mean, you said, I know you mentioned age, but why do you think he doesn't get, or he can't make that adjustment? Like, do you see something that you're like, man, this is never going to work? Kind of like when I look at Darwin, I'm like, this is never going to work.
So actually, I don't think I've seen enough of him to say, I don't think this is ever going to work. I kind of, and that in itself is the thing that worries me. You're like, I should have seen many more minutes of him. I should have seen, because actually, bits I've seen of him when he's played Champions League or when he's played in the League Cup or FA Cup, I've thought, yeah, this guy looks quite lively.
Yeah.
He looks quite interesting. You assume a full Italian international and somebody who's played quite a lot of professional football in Italy would be tactically disciplined as well, because sometimes you see players like Darwin, I suppose, is a great example of somebody who doesn't have that tactical discipline.
Yeah.
But Chiesa, you're like, no, he should have that. So what there is obviously, it just feels to me like they've taken a look and been like, really good bloke, really love him, front and center for all the social media pics, but he's not quite at what we're looking for at the moment.
Oh, hold on. I got to ask you this, because this is good, because now your bias is going to be split in half, because I'm sure you were a huge Benteke fan as well. Who was better, Darwin or Benteke?
No, Darwin.
That's not even, you don't even have to bring it up on screen.
Yeah.
He already had the answer out the
63.
mouth. If we put that up in a poll right now,
but
it would be a 70. It would be a 95-5, and the 5 would just be Timucin hitting the button over and over.
It's interesting to me though that's even like a question that's being asked, because I think like Darwin is so much better.
Oh,
than
His output has been, his output has been so much better. I
just
think
the fact that he won a champion, he won trophies, and he won the league. It doesn't matter that he wasn't the biggest player on the team. He had critical goals and he had big moments. He also had big assists on the way to that. He had a sneaky decent season last year.
Yeah.
He just didn't get minutes, and we all know some of it was contractual, some of it was attitude. He wanted to go in January. They didn't let him go. Why didn't they let him go? Because they were afraid that they might get another injury.
Yeah.
And because of that, they would be out. And I just really believe he's I'm not as far on your side. I'm nowhere near as far on your side as doing a show with me every week. I was the last one off the train too, by the way. I really thought it was going to work at some point and kept banging the drum. Thought it was Slot's number one job in his first season was to figure out what Darwin was.
Yeah, I remember talking about it.
And then get something out of him,
Yeah.
or move on from him. And he showed, because he's ruthless, he tried everything, said all the right things, gave him all the credit, still doing it this preseason. Like, happy with the player.
Yeah.
Liverpool's always happy with a player.
Right, yeah.
He's
I
one
do
of the
love
few
that.
guys that he publicly, and we don't know if he will do it. Like Klopp obviously
Yep.
very, very rarely did it. But it's like, one of the guys he publicly kind of questioned his, and I know that speaks volumes when you don't say anything and then you bring up one guy.
He questioned Nunez.
Yeah.
He questioned Kwanzaa.
He
did.
Do we see a trend here?
He at times he's basically questioned Chiesa while like giving him in the best and most Dutch way ever.
But did he do
gives
Kwanzaa with
he gives
effort though?
No, I don't think he had to. I think basically he just took him out in that first game, answered a couple questions honestly, and then Kwanzaa being young and I think not being able to handle that mixture of challenge and fear and just confusion. I think he got a little pouty, and then some of his performances showed it when he got minutes. And I think that man is the type of guy where he's like, okay, Joe Gomez is up. And then Gomez had a good run in the side before he got hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, he had 7 starts in a row. I think we conceded 2 goals.
I actually liked, what after that happened
And
with
that's not a knock
Kwanzaa.
on Kwanzaa. I was just that I see that with Arne Slot, and I think that's what we saw with Darwin. And we've kind of seen it with Chiesa, which also leads me to believe if the right offer comes in, I think, like you said, it was a beneficial, speculative gamble by companies that know that even if you buy low, worst case scenario, you lose a little money, you lose like 4 million quid. And if it hits,
I mean, we've talked about
hits
this
the
before.
lottery.
I wish we wish we would take more of those risks. Like, we did with Shaqiri and stuff like that. We talked about it was a small investment that paid off really big. And even if the player loses value, it doesn't matter because you already bought him low in the first place. I felt like, he questioned like Nunez's effort, which is like kind of like a major no-no. Because I know like when he yanked Kwanzaa, for example, he was talking about like, basically losing his duels, which I can understand. That's not always effort. That's execution sometimes more than effort. But once you get criticized for your effort, there's probably no way back. I mean, unless you're in charge.
Yeah, unless you're the head coach.
So I think the thing is, I always think is we only ever see what they want us to see, right? And even now, like increasingly, when you see the players when they talk to each other as they're walking off the pitch, put their hands in front of their faces because they're so scared of what we might see. So I often cite the kind of Trent situation where I would just look at Trent and just think like, this man just wants to play for Liverpool Football Club, and then obviously now he no longer plays for Liverpool Football Club, where it was like he cultivated his image so well that we never saw him ever saying anything negative. I don't know if he ever did. Maybe like you see what you want to see. I remember do you remember when Ginny Wijnaldum talked about the time when Jurgen Klopp froze him out or screamed at him or whatever it was? And I remember reading about that and just thinking, there's absolutely no way my Jurgen could do that to anyone.
He didn't even yell at me when I hit the camera, man.
My Jurgen is a lovely man, and he would never do that. But then you look at Jurgen Klopp and you look at the fire that he brings and the passion he brings to it, and you're like, yeah, absolutely screaming at players. Yeah. Absolutely he is. I just think there's a lot we don't see, and in a way that's good. We don't need to see everything. All I want to see is goals and results. That's it. I don't get
goals and points.
Goals and points. That's all I want to see. Goals and league tables and trophies. That's it.
I think like it's about the timing of. I'm like, I remember them like asking Klopp about going in halftime, and like we say it, for example, once Klopp yells at him at halftime and he's gone out and said like there's not a lot of yelling going on, there's more of like a showing going on. I'm sure there's a little bit of yelling going on or like criticizing going on or jabs, but not necessarily. I mean, people watch too many movies and think like every time, because that works here and there, but if you're getting a tirade every halftime, after a while, we've all probably had supervisors that lose it regularly, and that kind of like loses value at the time. You got to know when to pull that card out and make it count, kind of a deal.
Yeah, and I think we've heard the stories, right? Like Jurgen would sprint down that tunnel and he would go straight into the media room, and then his coaches would kind of settle the players and give them their instructions for like halftime if anyone needed to warm up or be prepared for some tactical switch. But then the coaches would go in to Jurgen's office or the coach's room, and basically James Milner would conduct halftime. So if anybody was getting the treatment, they were hearing it from Milner. And the crazy part is Hendo's in the locker room, is the captain, but had the confidence in himself to know like his role as captain compared to Milner's role. And Milner's role was the guy that made sure the players stayed in line and had their directions. And I think he ran the halftime.
I mean, it goes back to what we were talking when Edip was on about like United and stuff like that. You have to have those players because
the culture.
It's almost like assistant to the regional manager.
You can have
like you need that assistant managers, and you need a bunch of them to be able to do at different levels.
And that's where the whole leadership team and that whole concept that really Jurgen brought in, and Amorim is doing it right now. He has 5 or 6, and of course, in classic United fashion, he missed like one name they wanted to see on the list, and they now are like, wow, how can he judge people? De Ligt was the captain of Ajax when he was 19. It's like he's played for 5 freaking clubs in his career, all of them pretty prestige. And you could argue every single one of them got worse when he got a bigger role there and got better when he left, like defensively.
Yeah, and I think don't we know from our vice captain last year? Sometimes captaincy is not awarded based on level of leadership, but there are other leadership qualities,
and sometimes there's motive. So I like the leadership team because I think it shows as well that like we understand that to be good at doing this for a bunch of diverse players and guys from all over the world that speak all different languages, we're smart enough to know that it's not just 2 guys. A lot of times, usually dudes from England. Like it just to me screams of maturity, stability, and these are all things. I know this is where you guys focused on before. These are all things that Jurgen Klopp absolutely created and fostered and built. And now Arne Slot is reaping the benefits of being a maniacal tactician that I think is a leader of men and does a great job of it in his own way. So I don't want to get on that call. But I think it just because it's so effortless there, it's so ingrained in everything they do from like lunch to coffee to, training to matches. It just allows his job to be that much easier. And it was a job we all questioned how hard it would be. And I just think that to me is what like really like cements this team in such a great place moving forward, because the culture won't change as long as the people in charge don't change. And I don't see Arne Slot going anywhere for a while, in my opinion. I think they love him. I think Hughes is setting his job, and I think
I think
Edwards
that's
is
the thing. It
obviously
goes
stable.
above the level.
When you
I
say
think,
that
of
though,
them.
I do. I mean, like we're about to start his second season. I do wonder how long can any human actually just do that job for. I think after Jurgen did it for 9 seasons, we all like we were totally blindsided. I was.
Yeah,
He just told me how much he liked me.
Yes.
And
Especially after he told you he likes you, yeah.
and also we all remember the dark days of Uncle Roy, right? So we were all like, oh gosh, what's going to come next? I think it's such an attritional job to do it. You're like, how realistically, I mean, 5 years, like that is a hell of a long time to be in, right? I think when you look at the Premier League, our thoughts about it are morphed of how difficult it is to maintain staying at the top by Sir Alex Ferguson's like his reign, and then kind of in my mind the successor to Sir Alex Ferguson is Pep Guardiola, right? Because and then now he's going to go on and do it for he's going to be there for 10 or 11 years or something like that. I think we're getting some bleeding entertainment.
I don't know if it's karaoke or somebody's being beaten. I can't tell in the background.
The Darwin Nunez news just filtered through. It's just crying.
It's the Darwin Nunez of karaoke.
Yeah. And on one of my walks earlier, when I was going to get coffee for us, I had to because I heard a song. I was like, I got to see who's singing this. So I did the stroll through, and there was a good 40, 50, 20 to 35-year-olds rocking out to karaoke tonight, and they were having a good time. But let me tell you, each song, it was getting a little bit drunker in the room. Like they started on the ale somewhere else, and they've upped that concoction. Like they were drinking like our friend from Oregon earlier. Like they were mixing the wine and the spritzer and just pouring,
Oh God.
English ale into it.
I could taste it next morning.
Yeah.
What's that wine, spritzer, and ale?
We just had a crazy person who had 3 different drinks on the table, and I think he just wanted to make a real statement on the way out tonight, and he started to pour them into one, and then he just put straws in it. But I could handle the drinks. It was a shot and a bad mixed drink, so it's just going to taste awful. But then he did 2 straws at once.
Yeah, drinking them at the same time.
And he had the drink going that was already a concoction of nastiness, and then he was just drinking, was it an English red ale? An Irish red ale.
It was amazing.
And it was amazing. It was a statement exit. I mean, it was a mic drop way to leave a podcast. And I guess the fact that we left him in the green room for about an hour and a half as Mike answered like 2 questions. It was probably fair that he was like, listen, I'm taking over this segment and I'm making it all about me.
Let me do a quick update real quick over here because we are at 585 for the fundraiser at the GoFundMe. The Q code on the screen is what you have to scan to get there, or to go grab one of those shirts that are on the screen because those proceeds go to this foundation as well. Or you can, if you're watching us on YouTube, you can just hit the super chat or the sticker, and anything we collect from today's 24-hour extravaganza over here goes to that as well. But let me answer this, Mark, because you were talking about longevity, how long you can last and stuff. Because I feel like when the management part of things gets old and stale, when the staff is always the same. Whereas when you do a lot of changes, we just talked about it, that Slot is not afraid to pull the plug if it's not working out and stuff. Do you think that will almost extend this? Because then it's not getting sick, because you almost have a new crew to kind of reassemble things every single season.
I think the demands on these managers and the amount of games that they have to play, and I talked earlier about how you have to change your tactics constantly and keep evolving it and keep trying to be one step ahead. I think that's the thing that kind of, I mean, we all sit there. And
Darwin Nunez going big time in the background. Go ahead.
She got the news.
There's like a West Ham player with a cat in the back.
Yeah, exactly. Kurt Zuma on the mic.
Yeah. I think that's the thing that's gonna grinds these guys down in the end, right? 50 Liverpool will be expected to play around 50 matches this season if they go deep into tournaments, into the cups. then you kind of get about 3 weeks off, and then you go again every week. Almost half your week is spent in a different part of the country or a different part of Europe. There's not much time in between. On top of all of that, I mean, being the manager of Liverpool Football Club, or being the manager of any big football club, but everywhere you go, people know who you are.
Yeah.
As well. And I think that makes it incredibly difficult to have any sort of life outside it. I know, Jurgen between Dortmund and Liverpool came and lived here for 6 months, didn't he? Or 4 months. And then so did Pep as well.
Yeah.
So, but I think the places in the world where you can, the New York that Jurgen Klopp lived in after leaving the Dortmund job is very different in terms of footballing wise.
Yeah.
And how popular the Premier League is over here, to where Arne Slot could possibly do that in 4 or 5 years' time. Right. So everywhere these guys go, they're being recognized. So that's why I think is quite grinding. I think in a way, the one thing I would say that Arne has that Jurgen didn't is being Dutch. I think he could probably go back to the Netherlands and just live a quite anonymous life, because he comes from quite a small town, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I think were both his parents teachers, or just his dad?
I think they were both teachers or both worked in the schools
Yeah.
type thing.
Yes.
So I think he can, the way the Netherlands is set up, he can probably just go back to his small town, and he can probably just go to the local pub there, have a beer and just have a kind of a regular life. I don't know if this season we might see his family move to Liverpool, because they were living in the Netherlands,
Right.
weren't they? So again, I mean, if we're looking to figure out how long he's going to be at the club for, I think one of the signs will be where does his family end up living? Because I think if they move over to Merseyside, then it indicates to me like he's looking to be there for a long term. I think some of the he did an interview with Roger at Men in Blazers that came out earlier today, and he was talking about how Liverpool is the pinnacle, that is the end point of career. He was talking about that in terms of player transfers, right? I think that's a good sign that he thinks, right, this is it. I've not got a Real Madrid in me, I'm not going to another place, because I do, we don't get it because we're rational, because we're fans. All if my blood is Liverpool red, right? Like it's just totally the same colour on the shirts, right? But if you're a professional football manager, then you've got dreams and aspirations, and some of those dreams and aspirations will be managing Liverpool Football Club, but they could be things beyond that as well.
Yeah.
So I think there's so many variables. So I think, let's look to see, and this isn't the be all and end all, but let's look for the signals that we're getting off him. I think he's, in a way, he's much more, because he's kind of less emotional, he comes across as much more clinical than Jurgen.
Yeah, and maybe not as exhausted because of what's happening as well. Because of the style. Mr. Postbox Face. That's a great name, by the way.
It is a great name.
Kick-ass
I
name.
don't have my glasses on, so I kept looking over to make sure I was going to read it right, because I was going to actually make that a couple other things at times, and they were not going to be as nice.
Yeah, Mr.
But that's a
Postbox
great
Face
box
says,
name.
where are you guys? We are actually in New York at Carragher's this year doing the Pod-A-Thon. 24 hours. We're in the second 12 hour. We have 8, 9, 10 hours left. 10 hours to
We're
go.
getting there. We got almost one full day of work left, and that's not that bad.
That's not that bad.
Except for
KVJ
people
is
that don't
joining
work
us.
that many hours. So we should remind people too, because we had to restart this thing, so you all are reset. So if you haven't already, can you hit the like button for us again on this stream, so it'll help push it out to more people, so we can raise more money for the 23 Foundation, because that's the reason that we're here. We're having a great time. We're laughing. We're at least telling ourselves that we're having a great time as we enter the 14th hour of this thing. I keep telling myself that every time I think about it. I appreciate that. We're having a little.
Be your club.
We're having a little. We're having a little cuddle. We're ready. We're ready to take this thing home. It is going to be exciting. It's going to be fun, and we still have a match to play tomorrow, which is always a good time as well. So
yeah, the end of it makes it smooth with the watch.
And I can't wait to see the energy and all the people here. I'm not gonna lie, there is part of me that I want it to be epically busy, like busier than they ever expect, so that we basically can't be heard. So we can almost like kind of just let the stream record these beautiful flags for a couple hours while we go mosey and we work the crowd and raise money for this foundation and sell t-shirts hand-to-hand style and actually get to watch the match and probably have a few drinks. I'm trying to just speak it to existence, kind of like getting Malik Fofana across the line this summer in a transfer.
But hey, we get to use the sound again. Mr. Postwax, thank you a lot, sir. I mean, this is basically how you can kind of chip in with the super chat, the sticker, GoFundMe, that Q code right there. There's a silent auction with some awesome stuff in there. One of them being, I even have a prop over here. This is not the one, but it's just like this one, is a signed McAllister jersey. So it is in the silent auction. Go ahead and scan that code. There's a lot of cool stuff we were talking about earlier. There's some signed books by the authors themselves, including Mr. Sefton. There is stuff from like Abigail Rutkin. Yep. She sent a couple of her, like donated a couple of her items as well. So huge thanks to them, by the way. That was like kind of like awesome of them to not only do that, but send us videos and stuff like that to help us promote this event overall. But scan the Q code, go ahead and bid on the silent auction. There's shirts on your left-hand side. All those proceeds go to the cause as well. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, I was just going to say, I love the McAllister shirt because he's one of my favorite players at the club right now. I love watching him play. I was excited when they signed him. But for any of the folks out there that, whether you think it's good business or not, are really going to miss Luis Diaz, we have a autographed Luis Diaz shirt, number 7, red Liverpool home jersey. So if you were a fan of Lucho and you want to have a nice memorabilia, perfectly framed, authenticated, and mounted up on your wall. And just because we love you, we're going to let you pick out your own frame and pay for it to get it done. But
yeah, I know my buddy Ace, who honestly, like we talked about this before. I know like Michael was talking about, you know, like there's coming, bringing in a bunch of German fans. My buddy Ace, who is my FIFA buddy for I don't know, well over a decade now. We always do like co-op and stuff like that online, and we finally met in Florida, but he's from Colombia, and honestly he was not like really like a hardcore Liverpool fan until Lucho came over. And he's actually in our like Facebook group and everything like that.
And listen, if you can be good friends with Timucin through FIFA, you can be friends with him through anything, because he's a miserable asshole.
Yeah, he's very, very tactically good and also likes to beat up on children. But my quick Lucho story is similar.
They should not go online if they don't want to be beaten. That's all I gotta say.
Basically, as said by a person who should probably be arrested right now for that comment in public. But it's a good thing we only have one law enforcement officer that listens, and he's got like you got to go to Phoenix.
Yeah, where is Darwin?
And you got to kill somebody, and in a brutal and graphic fashion. But I digress. When I went to Liverpool on the trip with Megan and the rest of the folks and the good folks that we went with, 2 of the people were a couple, and they were actually from here in Long Island, and they had been lifelong Liverpool fans. They'd always supported the team, but when they signed Luis Diaz, it changed everything, because for them, it was the first time they felt like they were at the club, because both of them were born in Colombia. Their children were, born here in America. They were a wonderful couple. And I've stayed in contact with them through Facebook, and I actually sent them a message privately, because I was like, I don't know if you guys would want to buy this, but if I don't let you know that this is available to you, and all you got to do is, monitor the bids and drop one 15 minutes before the thing ends. Cause that's how everybody got the jerseys last year, guys. Nobody that was bidding back and forth ended up with the stuff. They just waited till the end. It's like me at a Jack and Jill party where I just buy all the tickets, wait till right before they pick it, and then just flutter them on top. And then they pick 3 of your tickets as the winner, because nobody actually shakes those things up, because they just want to get the hell out of there. So it's just like that in this raffle.
The longer that you wait to put a bid in, which is like traditionally what happens, is the longer that it gives me time to go and bid it.
And the price go up.
Yeah, I'm going to drive it up if you guys wait this year.
Well, we're absolutely going to drive the price up anyways, because they're worth it, including the prints from Abigail, we have
the 3 other jerseys, by the way, too. Right. There's one that, man, 5 years ago, I would pay probably a lot more for it, but no, definitely, because that was my great. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was a great era. I mean, I thought, those were like a perfect duo of captains, one signed by Henderson and Milner. and that's like an awesome jersey. There's one with, well, a dude who play right back, Divock and Milner, and there's a Milner jersey by himself as well. So there's some like really cool stuff.
Quite a few things for you to bid on, and we would love for you to bid on those. All the proceeds again will go to the 23 Foundation, and we're here at Carragher's Pub in New York City to support it. And we are trucking along here. We have just gone over. Let's hit the numbers. Look at that. Look at who.
He's alive.
He's
He is alive. First
And
of all,
I'm not sure if he just loves to hear the cha-ching and wants to hear it back to back, Jack. Or he just literally had fat fingers and hit it twice. But either way, Anand, we appreciate each and every one of them. We appreciate you. We hope you're doing all right, and thoughts with your family during these times here. It is 3:05, gentlemen. We have taken another hour off the board. We are officially on our
he's
way.
not gonna make it. This guy.
I'm the one that's like
You're counting minutes, dude. You can't look at the time. That's how it works.
You hit an hour and you count it out loud. It's a fundraiser. This is how you remind yourself it's been an hour. We should probably hawk and tell everybody exactly what we're doing here today and how they can help us with it. So appreciate all of you for that. And I don't remember where we were left off. We kind of left off.
I gotta do my personal shout out to Anand, because I know he has a lot going on. So for him to take the time, so I hope everything is going well for him. We do miss him on the Reckless Fridays, because first of all, I'm stuck with Gally on Fridays now. Aside from that, we do definitely miss Anand over there. Hey, Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
This
for having
great.
me, guys. I've loved it. It's brilliant to meet you guys. Good luck with
So great.
everything.
Appreciate you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. You definitely added to
You
the
made
program.
loads of money. And
That's the
done.
goal.
This is amazing.
I
Thank
hope
you
so,
so
man.
much.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Thanks for hopping on. But yeah, I hope, like you say, miss Anand on Fridays. Once everything settles down for him, I'm hoping he'll be joining us back. But that brings us up to 685 over here on the fundraiser, on the GoFundMe side of things over here. And I got a second serving of wings.
I was gonna say I was gonna take a break and say there are wings out there.
I know. Oh, thank you. You were going to tell me that?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Because I know
sense
how-
the disturbance in the force. So
No,
I
no,
knew
no.
there were
I
unattended wings over there.
I left
so.
some,
Yeah,
so there'll
Gally
be
was a
enough
good
for
guy.
you guys to
But we
split.
saw the sadness in your face when Gally
Yeah.
went.
And I can't lie, I knew that I think I have floss or something in that bag over there, but I really did not want to get it out. And I think if I ate one or two more of those sticky cold wings, I was
They're
going
really
to
good,
be
by the
required.
way.
Yeah, they were the Jameson wings.
Jameson, yeah,
Barbecue or something
really
like
good.
that.
If you're ever at Carragher's, I do recommend it. I do recommend,
And
I
the
mean, pretty
wings
much
in
everything
general
they've had.
actually were really good. Just the wing itself. And sometimes you go to a place and it is not going to be like that's a fresh wing that was cooked properly.
Best wings you ever had. Go.
Oof.
I have to think about it because wings are not like something that I actively go
Here
out
we
for.
go. Really?
Yes. No.
I saw
My-
you as a wing guy. Okay.
So I got two.
I mean, no offense.
No, I
I
got
didn't mean it like that.
yeah.
Ask me about cheeseburgers and pizza. I'm fine. Okay. Like, how fat do you want me to be?
I got two quick ones. One in Buffalo with Kelly. One of the first times we ever went to Buffalo, we got wings.
What's the name of the place?
I don't know the name of the place.
Come on, man.
It was I was downtown, and you know what? In Buffalo, these bars change names pretty often because the bars change ownership constantly.
Because they all think they can drink for free and realize that's their business.
realize that's the business. And they are not doing, as they would say over in Liverpool, that is not doing the business when you give away the business. So the place in Buffalo, and I think it was like it had Buffalo in the name. So it might have been like a Bill's bar, but it was super good and the wings were outstanding, just super flavorful. But there is a brewery in Western Mass called Vanish Valley that does like a wood fire, like baked wing. And so it's cooked in like a wood fire, almost pizza oven.
Almost like grilled.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm big
grilled.
on
It's-
grilled wings personally.
It's
yeah.
basically grilled, but it's done like almost in like a wood oven. But they like then put like onions,
That sounds
but
solid.
really thin, like onions and peppers that don't change the texture of anything, but
Okay.
just add to the flavor. And it's just this sweet.
And where was this again? I'm
This
sorry.
is at a brewery in Ludlow, Massachusetts called Vanish Valley. And
Okay.
I can pub it because I grew up with the kid who is the head brewer and he was brewing beer in his backyard. And the guy who drank the beer owned a Portuguese restaurant and had forever in that building. He drank the beer at a beer festival and said, like, pulled him aside and was like, we should have a meeting. They had a meeting and he was like, I'll invest in you. And I promise you, if you can show me we can make the beer a real thing, like a full-time.
You bring the beer, I'll bring the chicken.
He basically said, you do that and I'll close my restaurant, rebrand everything as your tap room, and we'll like get a loan and they've built like $1 million brew house off the side of it. It's taken off. Like my friend, and I grew up when I think I met him when we were 9 years old. And it was a great story too, because like the guy would brew in his backyard with 3 daughters, like just helping him in the yard, like out in the sun, just brewing small batches of beer, and that led to him.
And Gally like stalking him, sounds like. In the
No.
background.
I was an absolute free taster anytime he needed something, but their wings are genuinely, it's one of those breweries that are random where the beer's really, really good and the food's even better. So
Anan
it's like
is
a
in
perfect,
action, by the way.
there we go.
So he's alive. Nobody hacked into his account and stole his credit card or anything like that. So that's good to know. But
Anan, if I were you, buddy, this is a stream that you can go backwards on. Go back about 15 minutes, and you will find someone that loved Darwin more than you.
More than you. By the way,
More-
thanks a lot for that one. There's
more
another
than you,
super
brother.
chat right there.
Serious. I would slide it back a little bit and listen to the Darwin love that was being
Yes, it was
broadcasted.
definitely competing with Anan's love. But to be fair, Anan has jumped off the train. He left the wagon a long time ago. But okay, I gotta have to Google this place and go in Chicago. Bada Bing Wing Zone in
You
Chicago.
knew that
Gonna have
Anon
to check
hadn't
that
been
out.
hacked when he announced that his favorite wing spot was named after the strip club in The Sopranos.
Yeah,
Like,
it's out of control. Welcome
I
back,
might have to
brother.
go with Crosstown actually in Naperville, which is like basically like suburb of Chicago.
Okay.
Definitely recommend the grilled wings, which I'm a huge fan
Oh,
of
yeah.
because they're healthier.
that's what I tell myself when I order a Crunchwrap Supreme.
It's got lettuce.
It's
vegetables.
basically salad.
But yeah, so let me do a quick update over there, and then we can go back to the questions if you guys want, or we can go back to talking about. We're definitely not going back to talk about Nunez. We already had.
I think we have
a
done.
lot of-
I think we've done Nunez. In my opinion, we've done Simicast, Nunez, Simicast,
We knocked out all the weird ones. oddly.
Nunez.
One that we
Rio.
kind of hit on, and then we left was Soboslai. In terms of like his role and stuff, we kind of like mentioned a little
Well,
bit.
I mean, Anan shows up. We
Anan,
might as well
yes.
talk about Soboslai.
Yeah.
Because Darwin has left. There is only one man left in Anan's
Yes,
life.
Tiago is gone.
Yes, Tiago has just been retired, and not to like, literally retired, but he is gone. We don't have to talk about Tiago. And at this point, I think Sobo is his only hope. He's the
Poor
last
Anan
one.
is constantly having to change his hairstyle from one player
Yeah.
to the other over there. At least he didn't do the ponytail that Nunez got.
It's a
But
good
okay,
thing he
let's talk
didn't.
about Soboslai. I mean, I know there has been a lot of criticism about like what he has done with the ball at times, his decision making and stuff like that. But we talked about earlier about when McAllister is not there, things we miss and we see right away because he's not there. I feel like, man, like he's another player that when he's not there, we compared him to Jones earlier, Bickler. It's like, his speed and everything he does brings a lot over there. But if Anan really wants to talk about, oh, there you go. See, Anan is happy now. So I'll do the cha-chang for you again. So go for Soboslai, Bickler. Make Anan happy.
I think I'm just firmly with Anon, where like I'm just generally higher on Soboslai than most of our supporters. I think the conversation was we got Florian Wirtz, Soboslai is going to come off the bench, and I'm just not sold on that. I'm not sold on the idea that Florian Wirtz is essentially just going to take over a starting 11 position, because I think there were times last year where Dominic Soboslai was damn near the first name on the team sheet. And we talked about how we notice when McAllister's not in there. I would make the argument that it's almost more noticeable when Dom's not in there, because I think Dominic does so much of the running that threads that midfield to the front line. I would make the argument that when he's not in, I think there's almost more of a noticeable drop off in that midfield. So
By the way, they just literally hit the lights on at the bar to kick everybody
Yeah,
out.
we've,
over there,
we've
but
made it to
joke
last
is on
call.
them. Yeah.
Made it to
Last
last
call,
call.
folks, which means that they are like all bars in America should operate. The clock is 15 minutes faster than it actually is in real life, and they're 30 minutes away from freedom.
Then the last time that I spent 24 hours in the bar was unintentional, and it was 2001 in Panama City. So what
All
could
right,
go wrong?
so in a few minutes, when we need something to talk about, we circle back to, you know, the last time we had a bad experience or in a bit, you know, some off experience in a bar, because I probably got to hear about that in Panama
Well, there
City.
you go. You'll have like
But-
3 hours of Galley's bar stories.
No, I don't have 3 hours actually. I have a couple like Bickler, but they're older, so that's, or I just have.
Mr. Barrett
I don't
says-
remember as
Thank
much in my
God we
older
didn't have
age.
cell phones back then.
It's a good
Gally,
thing.
You know what I mean?
It's a good thing
Yeah,
there
no
weren't
shit.
cameras.
People like me and Gally wouldn't have jobs.
No.
The
I got no
internet's
chance.
forever.
And we do have to be fair. We promised Anon some Sobo talk, so I mean, he keeps paying for it. So I feel like we
Mr.
probably
Barrett
have to
says
jump
he's
back
going to
there
have an
too.
immense season this season. I do agree, as long as, especially when he's with Wirtz, and he has been able to, because kind of like McAllister has been leading the other gang over there. So here's the issue, right? We talked about how big. Yeah, by the way, sorry about that. That's because you pressed 100 twice, I think. Which
No,
you
I
know,
don't-
we'll
I
take
don't-
the 200.
he
bucks.
meant
No,
it,
I don't think
but
he did.
he-
I don't think he did, because if you look at it as his top contributor, so once just noting.
Oh,
that
right.
Once noting that he's the top
Ah,
contributor.
there you
And
go.
the other thing is, it's because he made all the 5-2-2s.
Yeah.
He just put like 5 in a minute and a half, and they were like, all right, someone's got this guy's credit card. Either that or his wife got a text message, woke up in the middle of the night and hit C. Like, you know, that's the other
Oh,
thing.
great. He just did another one.
Yeah,
So
like-
now they're definitely thinking you're going to hack.
He's using Venmo
They're
now.
gonna be like, nobody can be this obsessed with Soboslai. But I mean, so
I'll show
who's
you.
the odd one out then? Because we talked about how valuable McAllister is. We talked about now how valuable Soboslai is. We talked about Gravenberg before. So it's just a matter of finding ways to have all 4 on the pitch at the same time, or what?
I think in an ideal world, there are scenarios where the manager talks himself or figures himself out a plan to allow him to have all 4 on the pitch at once. Maybe not to start matches, but at some point as a match goes on. And I do think there is a world where, to Paul's point, Soboslai, Gravenberch, and McAllister start to kind of become a 3-man weave. And every once in a while, Florian Wirtz is given the day off, or you know, the match to start off, maybe on rotation basis. Maybe you play Wirtz more in Europe. It won't make people happy to hear this, and he plays the key matches that you need him from the start in the league. But you know, they have to manage minutes, they have to get people playing, and I do think we're going to see some Gravenberch at center back. I mentioned it earlier, but more like when a sub comes on to kind of mix things up. Maybe
You're one of those, instead of throwing more attackers over there when you're chasing a goal, you're just actually throwing more midfielders. And because I think, you know, Mr. Barrett was saying, I think he's right. Like when you have Wirtz out there, it really opens up so much space, it felt like, for Soboslai. And I know his final pass is not always as good, but you know he can take that shot from, he has that threat. By the way, you are Klopp's younger brother.
yeah, you have
taken my hat
officially
out.
become Jurgen Klopp. And I think the only thing is really the glasses. So I love how they've decided you're his younger brother because it's younger Jurgen that had glasses that we used to see. That and your facial hair is kind of disheveled. And at times when Jurgen would grow that stuff on his face, he looked kind of disheveled as well with it. So it's pretty much like, yeah, it is a little, I kind of see the resemblance now that people are calling it out.
Listen, this is probably going to shock a lot of you, but I've been called worse. So
No.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I think I've called you worse, so I
Yeah, you believe me.
It's actually happened tonight.
And you were not in the room. 60 30 70 20 says Barrett. Okay, if that's the case, Soboslai, is that Wirtz is just like constantly rotating Bickler? The other, like when you do the 70-20, for example, is he doing the 70-20 with Wirtz? Is he doing the 70-20 with McAllister? Because I think
No,
we've seen
I
he can
think-
do the defensive one too.
I think the rotation is between Dominic, Soboslai, and McAllister.
Okay.
But I think, you know, to what we keep talking about, we can't continue to run the legs off Gravenberch, and you don't want
Yeah.
us to do the same thing with Florian Wirtz.
and that's why
So-
I think he gets minutes all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like he's going to end up being like a 7 3/4 because he plays some time at the 6 and he plays some time at the 8 and he plays a little bit of time at the 10. And then when you mix it all up, Dominic Soboslai, I just think he's going to be like the average. I think he's going to play all 3 midfield positions. I think what we're seeing this summer is you can still get the running, the pressing, and the ball recoveries and the work rate out of him and have him deeper on the pitch to start from. And he helps spring attacks better than maybe he got credit for, because I think at times we just wanted him to be more of a true number 10 or like an attacking, scoring, offensive weapon. Like I think we assumed he was when we were getting him from Leipzig, because that's how he plays for Hungary. So I just think that's the biggest difference, in my opinion. Like he's going to play all over the place. But the manager, one thing is clear: when he needs him, he's going to rely on him. Because I think, to Paul's point, I think he's literally the 4th name on the team sheet after Ali, Mo, and Virgil every single week. And that's high praise when you have Gravenberch, who started almost every match.
Anan says, this is why I miss him on Fridays. Come December, we're going to see Florian play on the wing while Mo's at AFCON, and Sobo basically go back to last year's midfield. Before that, it's a rotation. The only thing is, I don't agree with this, is I don't think tomorrow is going to tell us much, because I don't think McAllister starts tomorrow, mainly due to us managing his minutes. I think if you don't see McAllister starting tomorrow, you're going to automatically assume that he's not going to start against Bournemouth. Or do you guys think whatever we see coming out tomorrow is very much like what we're going to see coming out against Bournemouth in 5 days?
I think that depends on how fit Connor Bradley is right now. Like literally, how fit is Connor Bradley? Is he ready to play, 60 to 70 minutes from the start? If he is, I still think he gets to start in the first match. And then you use Frimpong off the bench in some manner. You decide as the match goes on how you want to use him. On the side of McAllister, I think the manager alluded to the fact that he felt he was able to start a match at this point. And to me, that was almost more telling to Curtis Jones to probably be like, your dream scenario of getting first match of the year at home against Bournemouth probably isn't coming to fruition, because McAllister will be able to give us 60 minutes and you got to be ready to come in because we have no Gravenberch, and you're number 4 today instead of number 5 on the depth chart. And so those are the 2 big keys for me. If we see Curtis Jones tomorrow in the starting lineup, right, I think you can tell and that they don't believe that McAllister can start against Bournemouth, because in that case you have to start Jones and Soboslai, and you want him to get some reps with him out on the pitch. And that's the only reason
I would think it was just, hey, we're going to save him for Bournemouth.
It could be because the game is on Friday.
Yeah, I think that's like the biggest thing too. I wonder about that for tomorrow. I mean, I know there's, it played on the line and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know if substitutions are made and, bearing in mind that we have a league game that's actually, I'll say, but a lot more important, because it's a league game in 5 days. And if you have a guy like McAllister, maybe, you only have him tomorrow for 30, so you can have him start the game against Bournemouth. And I know, we'll do those predictions, I'm sure, for those games over there, but
ka-ching it up.
Interesting to see. Ka-ching it up. Here we go.
This is, and earlier tonight when we were like, man, we're off, our pace is off a little from last year. We completely underestimated what happened when the suit guy showed up, and
Anan and his suit,
and the oils and the fragrances. When that money came rolling through. So ultimately, we're starting to catch up to last year's pace. And we appreciate you, Anan. Thank you so much. And we appreciate everyone who's done a super chat or a sticker, as well as all the donations that have come through so far for the GoFundMe. So keep it going. Keep it up. The more ka-chings, the more quick jolts to the brain I get.
Yeah, we're at 685 for the GoFundMe over there, and obviously all these super chats are adding up, which is like kind of like awesome to see over there. But let's see. I was gonna get to a comment. I know we're trying to get. I hope I did not miss the boat over there because she has been waiting to come on air for a while. Adriana was going to join. She was going to join in person, but obviously I did not know timing wise, and obviously the bar is closing, so I can't join in person. We're gonna see if we can do it on camera. So we'll see. I just sent the invites and we can get her on over here. But is that enough Soboslai for Anan? Never gonna be enough. The Jones, yeah, you missed the Jones conversation, man. The Jones agenda is coming back. Yes, because he's very anti-Jones. But that's mainly because he's pro Soboslai, though, not necessarily because he's anti-Jones.
He didn't want to hear anything. Well, if there was an opportunity not to play Soboslai, his argument was like, then put Harvey Elliott in. You know, that was always the call.
Yeah.
So as long as Harvey's here, he'll still have that hill to die on. He'll probably be standing on the top of it alone. But, you know, I think once Elliott makes his move and it looks like, you know, he could end up at Leipzig, could end up there. There was talk that the Spurs thing, and then they kind of balked at the price, I think, and they've moved on. There's still the interest from West Ham. I think Palace was intrigued. And, of course, Newcastle.
I'm sure there'll be more as we get. I think he does stay in the Premier League and goes to. And do you guys think there'll be a buyback? Which I'm hoping there will be.
I think there'll be a sell-on clause, to be honest, more likely than a buyback, because I think they already have to. There's already like a condition where because they got him through tribunal and a price got set, they have to give a percentage of this sale to Fulham for the player, and I think they get a percentage of this. It's not huge, but it's one of those like he came through our academy and now you're selling him after stealing him from us. And you know, we talked about that earlier. Rio, Neone, this kid before
the new kid,
right before it, the new kid from Salford before it, Kyle Gordon, and players that had big promise but then injuries and other things have kind of derailed their careers. But you know, they are genius at this. So to me, I think you sell him for the best price you can get to the best place you can go for him. Like, I think he gets a lot of say in this deal as long as it's a fair price.
Yeah, to me, like a buyback doesn't make sense unless you don't think Arne Slot's going to be here long term. And I think we're already talking extension with him, so I don't think that's the case, right? Like, I don't see a world where you think, oh, he's going to come back in a couple of years and it's going to make more sense tactically, right? Because that's the issue. So, yeah, I think he does get moved. I'd love to see him at a side like West Ham. Like, I think that's what I kept. I think it makes a lot of sense.
People ridiculed me because it was, you know, under his level.
No.
And my argument was it was like, for now, it might be perfect because stepping down a level allows a manager to build the attack around him and his skill sets and what he brings, almost like what we saw at the Euros, the under 21s, where the whole thing was built to facilitate him making players around him better. And he absolutely did. And then when they needed match winners, he won matches. And I think at West Ham, you give him Jarrett Bowen, you give him Somerville, you start to build, you know, they attack through the middle and make him the number 10 and replace Paqueta. I think he genuinely might save Graham Potter's job, because I think they keep going the way they are with the kind of the stale midfield they have.
They're gonna need him, yeah.
I don't think it works. So West Ham to me would be a perfect opportunity, and I think the way you pitch it to him, if you're his agent, his dad, whatever, or you know, you're Graham Potter, you say, listen, kid, you were great at Liverpool, but you were a fringe squad player at the end, and you want to go to like an equal club to Liverpool, and there's going to be so much pressure on you. You come to West Ham, we make you a 2.5 to 3 year legend. You're now 25 years old. Maybe Liverpool wants you back. Maybe you get City if you want to stay in England or go somewhere big club. And maybe if you go to the next level, you get a move to Bayern. You get a move to Madrid. Like, he's so young.
He is so young.
He's 23 years old.
He's been around for so long.
That's the thing. He's 23 years old. So for me, I go for it.
But another one, because Anan over there, I can tell, you know, we missed Anan, and Anan has missed us. And Anan has definitely missed out on a lot of the news as well.
He's just doing this because he wants to dictate the conversation. He wants to dictate the conversation. So here we go.
He probably needs he might need our tabs to close out.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we
I mean, you can just put a
just close it.
30%
Yeah.
tip on it. We can't let Tim do the tip. But
we can't let a European do the tipping.
I saw it. It's not good. We're big season for Bajcetic. Sorry, I haven't been following. I think, unfortunately for Bajcetic, I would say his career is over at Liverpool. I genuinely think he was curtailed with injuries. I think we saw a lot of promise, but I think we have to remind ourselves we only saw a handful of games, and we were stretched and poised at that time to be required to put him in. And I think that also made us enjoy what we saw a little bit more and kind of see it through rose red glasses. I do think there was a ton of talent there, and Jurgen loved them. The loans, they haven't been terrible, but neither of them have been hits. And I'll steal a line from Kazi, Anand's partner on Fridays. When a Liverpool player goes out on loan, he has to be the best player in his side at his club, or at least look like the best player in his side at his club.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's been able to do that in either of his loan moves. So for me, it's an age thing. I think he's moved past the prospect stage, and he's almost moved to suspect. And I suspect he will find himself another club. It might be a loan, but I don't think we'll ever see him play a meaningful part in a Reds uniform again. Paul, you?
I mean, I feel like I got a little bit of heat about this when this first happened, but when he went down, like I said, like you almost have to consider him, like you almost have to write him off, as cold as that sounds, because like that abductor injury is such a bad one for a player. Like A, you don't know how they're going to come back from it, and B, the reoccurrence rate on it is so high that it's almost it's ended a lot of careers. And so like I think a lot of people just casually kind of wrote this off as like, oh, he's going to be back in 12 months max, and I just never bought into that. Like I thought this could be real bad for him, and I think unfortunately that's playing out in a way where like he just never came back that way that we wanted to see him. So what are we doing? What are we paying tabs? What are we?
Yeah, I just put the whole thing. Apparently, you had a tab.
We both did, I think. I got to go grab my card because mine's up there too.
Oh, yes.
So I'll just go do that right now. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, absolutely. As soon as they called you over, I'm like, I said to Paul, I go, that's probably the wrong one because I'm the one that should probably go up there and close out my bill.
Offended that they thought I was you.
No, I would be offended. But at least you could tell someone that someone in person, I was thought to be the guy that looks like Jurgen Klopp's little brother. Like basically they confused you with Jurgen Klopp's little brother, which is kind of a pretty cool trait to have, or at least one person.
More like Santa Claus's little brother at this point, unfortunately. But,
Santa Claus. That's a good joke, actually. We're on Bajcetic because of another wonderful conversation. So we were talking about it. I shared my opinion on where I think his career has gone and what happened. Paul admitted that he kind of had these opinions when he first came out and got shit on in Discord, and now feels kind of vindicated. Where are you on Bajatic's chances of having a Liverpool career moving forward, and what should the club and him do?
I think we were talking about it way back when he got that injury.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about that with Bickler, and we said, that's not a good one to have at that age.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, it could be one of those cases where he was very promising. I think Mr. Postbox faces like he looked. I mean, he did. Like he looked like, and the sad part is, he really looked like not as much as a Klopp midfield guy.
Yeah,
he actually looks really like a slot midfield guy.
Yeah,
I mean, in terms of like the ball control, the way that he can turn around, move the ball, and like do all a bunch. He can be a 6, he can be an 8, and the things he could do. It looked like he would be like a great fit, and so it's just a shame that his the injury is probably not going to enable him to kind of like at least be a little. I honestly though hoping like he'll probably have one of those careers where like he'll be on for like a little bit and then he'll come back kind of a deal and have like a semi decent career in La Liga at like a mid-table team and stuff like that. So he'll have a career in football. But I don't think he's gonna ever be healthy enough to get seen enough to be able to kind of like play at the top
Yeah, no,
level at
agreed.
the end. And that's unfortunate because, like I say, I mean, I agree with myself. I think that was one of those guys that we were like, oh, what do we have over here? But I remember we talked about it together with you. The moment it happened on the pod, we were like, ugh, that is not a good one to have.
Yeah.
So that is a shame. Mail Sport is reporting, not that we trust Mail Sport as much, but back in the gay thing, I honestly think tomorrow's game is going to be probably like where the page flips for the whole gay story.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think it was going to be right to do it. So we kind of like talking about how we're seeing like the Newcastle Isak ordeal, like we expected like Newcastle to kind of drag it on. I don't think Palace is necessarily dragging on, but I think it's almost like, yeah, we'll just get the game out of the way and then we'll get to, I hope so at least, because like we talked about earlier, I would, as much as like, you know, getting a young promising kid and stuff like that. I know, man, like with center backs, I would rather have the experience than the potential. It's not a position that I'm like, oh, the potential is going to be great, because it's kind of a risky spot. And I know being next to Van Dijk is a huge plus when it comes to that. But man, I'd rather go with the experience. If there's a position where I want experience, it's the goalie, it's the center back, like it's the spine. I'd rather have the experience. I'll take the potential on the wing and stuff like that. But okay, so we had Adriana waiting for approximately 85 hours.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring her on. She's been waiting literally since Saturday. So like literally, I'm not even exaggerating. So she is with us. Yes, you are finally on. Thanks for waiting for us forever. So I had to ask you right after. So I was talking to Michael, and I asked, like, I didn't know if, like, like he's the one. He said, hey, Adriana wants to come on, and he said, like, you are Colombian.
Yeah, Colombia.
So how depressing is the Diaz thing for you? Because I was talking about my buddy who's a Colombian. He mainly became a Liverpool fan because Lucho came over here. Where are you at?
So we're gonna start like that.
Yeah.
First of
all, we do shows with him every single week, sometimes
it's the
daily.
hard-hitting questions.
It's not the hard-hitting questions. It's the fact that he doesn't have a tactical bone when it comes to tact in his body. He's just like, hey, I have one track mind, and the thing I want to know about is this. So instead of small talk pleasantries, where you're from, how you like Liverpool,
we're gonna get to that.
It's like how's your depression going? Like, do you want to kill yourself or not?
Yes, on a scale of 1 to not that. What is it? And please don't make it be not that, right? Because like
it's kind of a shame. Unbelievable. It's kind of a shame that like Timucin like went into this thing before. Like Timucin would be amazing on dating apps.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Back in the day, because you would absolutely just destroy people on day one. Question one, they sent a message to be like, you spelled there wrong. I'm out.
Yeah.
Hey man, honestly, if honesty bites, I don't know what to tell you.
I have to use this now. I wasn't ready for this.
Well, I wasn't sure that we were ready for you at 3:40 in the morning, starting by doing
Me neither.
But we are excited to have you. I'm excited to have you. So I guess answer
let's get
the
to the
man's
question over here.
I guess you got to answer it. How are you doing
around
on
the
Diaz?
bush over here? Yes.
Well, thank you very much for joining me. First of all, I gotta be honest. I cried a lot. It was painful. It was terrible. It was really painful. I was having like, I knew it was gonna happen, but you're just waiting till the last minute. You're just holding with faith until the fucking last minute. I was like, no, I'm sure they're gonna just like, how are they gonna lose him? Like, it's not possible. Like, I understand it's Slot, Gakpo, whatever, but like, it's Luis. Like, they cannot do that. Well, the shit happened, and I was pissed off. I was sad. I cried. Yeah, I don't know. But at some point, I was like, damn, I'm a real red. Like, this is not about Lucho anymore, This is about the team. Like, I'm really looking into myself and realizing how much I love the team, even with Lucho, and now without Darwin in it, you know. But I think it was
Your
unfair.
down.
What?
Now that I brought your enthusiasm down with my depressing question, which I
Yeah,
guess
I
makes
know. I was ready. I was like, yeah, let's go, guys. Oof. But I
is
like
that
that,
became a
open book. Just-
is that why you became a Liverpool fan initially, or
Yeah,
were you like was Lucho
yeah,
acting on?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Like, I have been making content on social media like for 10 years or so. I was covering mainly Colombia because I'm Colombian, Champions League. And, I was just like chasing the Colombian players all around the world. I remember watching the Premier League for Davinson Sanchez. He used to play at Tottenham. But nothing crazy about Liverpool, Of course, my attention got into the Reds for Lucho. And when I moved to New York City, I remember, so I went to a couple of bars just covering some Liverpool, no, wait, Champions League's games. Um, and I remember the final in two, it was 2023 against Real Madrid, right?
Mhm.
That we lost. I was like, wow, this is super interesting. Like, the vibe and the energy of these people. And I got the opportunity to interview a lot of fans, and they were different. Like, Liverpool fans were absolutely different from Man City. I got the opportunity to talk to Man City fans, to Real Madrid fans, to a lot of people. So I was curious. So I just started to read, watch documentaries, watch more games, watch more Premier League games, and I fall deeply in love with Liverpool. Deeply, deeply in love. It was
So
it was insane. I'm a Millonarios fan from Colombia, from Bogota, and I never felt this way for the club of my own city. It's crazy. I don't know how to explain.
so what's
Awesome
the
story.
biggest difference you see, by the way, like when you interview like from different clubs, like what is the biggest difference you notice as an outsider?
I think this is like, the Liverpool fan is genuine, you know? Like, the connection with with the club is not only about football, but something more meaningful. Like, the history. They always need to bring, or we need always need to bring something related with the political route, or with I don't know, even Hillsborough, or the social cause, or I don't know. There's always something different in the chat that you have with a Liverpool fan than a Real Madrid fan or a Man City fan. It's just, and the passion and the histories. When I'm hearing like histories of Liverpool fans, it's just, they are crazy, and the things that they do for the team, it's also like mind blown. I don't know. It's spectacular. It's really nice. It's really, really nice. It's different. It's energetic. I don't know how to explain.
Yeah, that was
It's
great.
amazing.
Thank you for sharing that. I really loved it. You mentioned that and it says in your title there, in your tagline, that you're a content creator, and you talked about the coverage that you do. Where can people find you? How would people like and subscribe and or follow you? What are you?
Yeah. I mainly work with Instagram. So
Okay.
my Instagram is Adri en la Jugada. You can find me like that in there. I used to use TikTok like 2 years ago, but they closed my account, and I honestly, I'm not so into that um thing. I don't even know how to use it. I don't know. Like, I look younger, but I'm not that young. And YouTube, I also make some content there, but mainly Instagram, actually. There, for sure.
All right. Well, we definitely know we have contact with you, so we'll have to get that handle so we can get it out
Yeah.
and share it at some point later in the chat, because I'm sure folks would want to. The comments coming through, you are all very much enjoying this as we are. So, can you give the like for the content creator that's nice enough to join us? Like, show some love here, guys, because everyone in the chat is showing the love with the passion, and I think we're feeling it over here as well. So, I just have to say to you, you've gone through a emotional period here, and you're at one level of grief. I'm not sure which one of where you are in the process of going through things and processing Lucho leaving. Do you feel any, now that you've gone through that, and then we have Darwin today, so like, you know, as Timucin would, we're going to double down and ask you deeper questions on it. What do you see the path of all that passion and what you just talked about and the connection with Liverpool? Do you feel any less connected with those two key players that you cared so much about and the connection to the club? Do you feel any different today going forward with your confidence in the club and their decision making and what's next for you as a Liverpool supporter on your journey?
Yeah, I feel different. I'm not gonna lie. I feel different, and I felt super angry with the club, as mainly for Lucho's situation. Like Darwin, well, we know everyone loves a Darwin, you know, everyone. But come on,
Yeah.
he really tried, man. But
It was, but you only get so far trying when you're playing for the best in the world.
Thank
Trying
you.
doesn't make. And honestly,
yeah, but
so we didn't hear his rant again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really like Adriana a lot with that Nunez thing.
I love him. I love him. You don't know how I love him. I watched him in the Copa America when we played the semifinal against Uruguay, and I wanted to go there because he was crying because they lost, because he failed a lot of shots. Oh my god! And yeah, he did. He did in the semifinal. Actually, he was one of the main responsibles for that. For that. Well, whatever.
Yourself.
Let's pass to Lucho. So and.
Yeah. Lucho, back to Lucho. Keep it
But back
positive.
to Lucho. Back to Lucho when Klopp left, Gakpo came, Slot starts making some changes. Well, Lucho's situation wasn't looking the best for sure, but he was so humble. He just like, as a actual real Liverpool player, he sacrificed himself. He just is like, just shut the fuck up and do what you gotta do. If I'm putting you on the left or as a nine, or just like, he was just doing what they were telling to him to do, you know. And he did it great, but nothing happened. And the money that he was like, he was having less money than Chiesa. That's, I'm sorry, but that's crazy. He's getting paid 3 times more than he was paying in Liverpool. So I have to say that I'm pissed. Like, they left him. He didn't want to go. He didn't want to go. He didn't. Um. So I feel different, but I know that I'm not going anywhere, and I just want to wait until the season starts. And even I want to wait for the game tomorrow or in a couple of hours. Because as I told you, like, I have a lot of like similar way of thinking. Like, I like the way I think life should be. Um, I feel is like the same way Liverpool fans, Liverpool players in general, everything around Liverpool things should be too. Like, I'm coming from um working class family. I I'm like an unprivileged person here. I'm a Latino woman. Um, I don't want to say more things because I don't know if Ice is watching this, but like, you know,
Listen,
like,
we have a good following. I like to believe we're followed by good people. And
Yeah.
I'm sure there's like a person there that's forced to do a job, like most jobs that are like better than the people of the work that they do. But ultimately, I have a sneaky suspicion that if ICE was listening, they would have tried to already get Timucin out of the country, and they would have at least attempted to figure out a way to make me and Bickler come across like we weren't born here, because they know deep down inside both of us would rather live in another country at this moment. We both had, actually, on our 5-mile walk yesterday, we basically talked about in an ideal world at about 52, we both end up in Costa Rica, but we're going to live on opposite sides of the island. So it's only like once or twice a year we actually see each other, because we probably don't make it to 60 if we're both like living in the same little fishing town
from Costa Rica pretty soon.
Yeah, well, listen, the other real problem with this.
Why Costa Rica? Why not Colombia?
No, it was honestly, it was just an idea because he was going to Costa Rica soon with his son, and I'd never been. Actually, the place that I work at, or my former employer, they opened an office in Colombia, and there was an opportunity to like go and train people, and I did offer because I'm always open to going to other places, but I realized like people have a hard time understanding me with the way I talk here.
No.
So like doing it with a translator would have probably been really, really difficult. And as I said yesterday, I do not know enough of any language, including English, to properly communicate to people that don't like kind of understand. So like it is. I mean, body language works too, but sometimes my body language, being Italian, just confuses people. They're like, why is this guy doing sign language and acting like he has Tourette's? And then I'm not making fun of people with Tourette's, but ultimately I'm kind of like a person like on Adderall with Tourette's when I start talking with my hands. So it becomes a troubling factor. So
I could be talked into Colombia though, easily.
Yeah.
And I think the real problem here is that we're all extremely kidnappable from a size standpoint.
It is true because we all fit in the trunk.
It's a real problem.
Okay, so let's get to Jen joining us from an undisclosed location over here. But so let me ask this: what is your like? I mean, obviously, I hate to stereotype, but I'm Turkish. It's the same way. It's these sports, right? If you're from that country, you're following it one way or the freaking other. But what is your like main connection to the sports? I mean, you kind of told us how you got connected eventually with Liverpool, but you said you were following like Colombian players. Like, what is your like initial connection to the sport?
My mom used to play futsal in college, and my family, for sure, of course, they're like huge fans of the sport, like huge fan. I used to be like a professional swimmer, and in my club, we used to have a small football team. So when I was a teenager, I used to go there just to watch the guys all the time, blah, 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 whatever. But in Colombia, like every day, there's football on the TV, like every single day. So it's just impossible to, not to watch. But in the World Cup, the Brazil won, I think that was the time of when I just, wanted to make actually content about like football. When my team was just like glowing and everything was just going great with them, I was like, I think I like this. I really like it. I think I love to win. I'm super competitive. um and I understand the game a lot, and I want to study it better. And I don't know, I'm a political scientist and a journalist, so I wanted, and I don't do anything of that. I'm a bartender here, and social media, like this is New Year, that's what happens all the time with people that come here to like following their dreams, and we ended up doing something different, but whatever.
Yeah.
um
With these bros, so exactly. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Worked. He got a degree. He went to college. He played soccer. He had dreams, hopes, and then ended up with us.
Yeah, exactly.
Like 24 hours with us in a bar sounds like somebody nobody ever wanted to do ever.
Yeah, that dream didn't work out.
No, nightmare.
Look at me, 3:53 in the morning, and I'm just like, it's like, what? I'm gonna tell my mom this tomorrow. She's gonna be like, what?
What?
You were doing what with who?
You talked to 3 idiots in a bar you never met before at 3 o'clock in the morning on your
Yeah.
phone? And wait, the bar closed then and they stayed after all night? Like this, you thought this was a good idea. And then
Yeah.
until I did think it was a great idea until I got the first question.
Yeah, it was a good idea, but we started off all right. So, okay, so now, I mean, obviously, like because it happened recently, I can kind of
Yeah.
like this, obviously disappointment in there. Probably it'll go over time, but
Yeah.
can you look outside and say, oh, I know why it makes sense business, and more important, like, are you happy for Lucho himself?
Oh yeah. Yes. Well, yes or not, because I don't well, I think he's in certain way he's grieving too, you know? Like if you feel this way for a team, I'm like, I haven't been at Anfield, I haven't been in Liverpool, I don't know the players. How do you feel like playing for that team with a stadium like full of people chanting your name? We call him Lucho. He came from Porto. How do you feel? It's just you cannot like leaving the team cannot be the most like happiest moment of your life. Kidding me, he's going to Bayern. How like he was struggling with English guys, like of
Yeah.
course. How is he had Maka, Darwin, like how is he gonna do? It's gonna be I'm sure he's also scared and whatever. But yeah, I'm happy for him. He's making more money, and football, especially nowadays, is about money, and it's just business, you know.
And
And
I for him, like he won on the way out. I think I would feel worse if he got close, never won, and had to go. And he went to a good club. He didn't just to make the money. He didn't go to the Saudi league or something like that. He's still playing in a top club. He's going to compete for trophies.
He won
yeah,
3. I think he won 3 trophies or 4 in his
Yeah.
time. Played. I mean, he really played in big matches. He
he
had
did.
big
He did.
moments. He became a fan favorite. There were times where he got criticism. I think sometimes rightly when he would go off the boil for long periods after the injury, really, and that's
After the
unfair.
injury, yeah.
Supporters are that way, right? They were the same supporters who raved about him from the first month he got there when he single-handedly basically dragged us over the line after all the injuries, and Mane had to move to the middle and Diaz showed up and finally bedded in. There was that excitement and energy that he brought, and the injury was just devastating because we were all worried, like, does that change the output and outlook of his career? And it's a testament to him that it didn't, and that he's become such a key contributor to a title-winning team. He was a key contributor
Oh yes.
to an up-and-coming Colombia team where you can almost see him express himself even more with the flair and like the way some of the touches and the audacious things he knows he has the liberty to do, because within that setup and at that club, that's his role. I wish him all the best at Bayern, but I made the comments right away. I wasn't sure that was the perfect place for him. I thought there were better landing spots, because in Germany, when you aren't German, you are always the first one blamed if things don't go well.
Yeah.
And he went to the biggest club. He didn't even go to like Dortmund and it doesn't go well. And there's
Yeah.
4 other non-Germans to blame. There's like 3 non-Germans at Bayern Munich, and 2 of them are literally like getting their passports ready for the next club and country that they're going to move to, because they're about to ship them out, including Harry Kane, who I think is like scored 100+ goals in 2 seasons and won a cup and made 2 finals. So I do worry about the media there making him a scapegoat if things don't go well from the rip. Do you have those similar fears that he'll be singled out because he's not German, because he doesn't speak the language? And when that happens at clubs like that, sometimes we saw it with Mane, we've seen it with others, it's hard to come back from quickly.
Probably. Yeah. That could happen. And I was just talking about like the language barrier is gonna be tough. And just thinking about that, at some point I was like, well, maybe Barcelona it's a better option for him, just for that. Like, I don't know, like the adaptation situation. But now that you're talking about that, I don't remember, but I watched an interview last week and they were asking to a legend, like a Liverpool legend, like, who are you impressed with, like the capacity of like how do you say that, adaptability to the team? And he pointed at Lucho. He was like, he understood everything so fast. And like it was really fast. Like he understands the speed, the form of the team. He got to just like socialize with everyone like great. So, and it was in English though. It was like Darwin and Mac, I'm sure they make the difference. And I'm just worried because at Bayern he has nobody like that speaks Spanish actually. But I think if he made it once, he's gonna make it twice, you know? So he made it great for the past 2 games. We're Colombians, we're always happy and we are always just like, like whatever. And he, I think the resilience is gonna be key for him. And he has that. He's really humble. Like Slot, he didn't treat him the greatest way, and he was there for the team, which that's what actually matters. So I think crossing fingers. I'm worried, yeah, but I trust him, and I think look, he's a monster. So I think he's gonna make it. I want to see him shine.
I don't know. This is working as a great therapy for you, but
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no one ever told you that you should go to therapy with guys who should be in therapy. Like in all seriousness.
I mean, speak for yourselves. I've long been in therapy. This is a well-known
yeah,
thing.
we say Bickler, but
I
that's
didn't
about
mean,
it.
like, you should go to therapy. My point was like we need to be in therapy, probably a group therapy session, probably for making decisions like staying up 24 hours.
I think it's just too late for me. But
You guys are crazy for doing that. You guys, can I ask you something? Like you guys had like this situation ever? Like a player leaving from a team and you were just like super attached to them and you suffered.
It was
Not
Bobby
because I need
Firmino.
advice of how to like, get over this, but
No, Paul just said it was Bobby Firmino for him. That's a really good shout because he did mean so much to us. I feel like the only thing that made Bobby's departure easier was it felt like he was in control of it, and if he really wanted to stay and was willing to take the role that they had for him, he would have stayed. And to your point, it's like wishing a player who deserved to go on and do better. For me, there's two. I guess there's the Fernando Torres that came up earlier. I think that one was a really painful one because of the ugliness of it. And I've talked about it, how the club almost forced him to look like the bad guy, but he was being a bad guy. But he was trying to do it behind the scenes. But the club was like, we got to save some face here because we have to do this. And it probably was a right decision on both sides Torres to get out, pick the wrong club, and Liverpool to sell because they got a lot of money for a guy that if he fell off.
And then pick the wrong guy.
To replace him. But it's the other guy they brought in that window. And for me, I have to give it a caveat. It's Luis Suarez, but it's not when he left, because when he left, I knew he had to go. The biting incident, he forced his way out. It was when I thought we were going to lose him to Arsenal. It genuinely was like hitting me on a daily basis when I thought I'm going to have to watch a guy who I believe is the best player I've seen play for this team in 20 years. Talent, just pure talent. And when he was going to go to Arsenal and I thought it was like a done deal and I heard about the release clause, I said to myself, that's going to be painful. I'm not going to be able to handle this. And then, the miraculous turnaround, and then he sat out the preseason tour, and then he decided to play, and then he had the single greatest season I've ever watched a player play for Liverpool. And that's crazy for me to say out loud because I watched Mo Salah's first year at Liverpool and I watched last year by Mo Salah. And that's how good I think Luis Suarez was during that, was it 13-14 season when he just dominated the world. And I genuinely believe, outside of all the crazy incidents, he was the best player in the world. So for me, it's like it's Torres, and then it was Luis Suarez. And he had that flair, and he kind of scared me because he looked like a vampire that was going to eat me. Truth. It's the truth.
I'm going to let that dangle out there for a little bit before I go in. I don't know, man. It's got... Anand, I thought Anand's Thiago would be on top of the list, but Owen is on top. Owen was a tough one. I remember that. For some reason, not as Liverpool. Bobby, leaving.
No,
like
not
maybe
Kabak.
Not Kabak. Ozan.
Oh
Ozan.
no.
Emre Can.
No.
Not Darwin.
No, it's definitely not Darwin.
Hell no. That one is hell no. No. Trent. No, I'm kidding.
Fox. I'm just gonna name every player that left. Jordan Ibe. Like we're just gonna go down the list. We're gonna name every single player
Honestly,
that left.
probably in the recent history, like Bobby leaving was tough, but I think when you're an old fart like me, like you can kind of like take it out and look at the business end or be a bit more pragmatic and see that okay, they're aging and stuff like that. But I think Henderson in that sense was kind of like tough how it's ended and where it's
That's
went.
a great
I
point.
was talking about it earlier, like one of the items we have on auction is a Henderson and Millie autographed jersey. And I mean, I would have paid anything for that because I felt like that was the greatest captain duo ever. And I felt like that whole Saudi move kind of like devalued that for me. But overall, I feel
that's
like
a really
at
good
this
shout,
age,
actually.
I kind of like you kind of like see it. I know it's hard for you like to see the photo like about the Lucho thing, but when you look at the business end of things, you're like, yeah, I guess I get it and stuff like that. But I felt like the handle thing could have been avoided by him if nothing else, and that's probably why.
I think the other thing is I just thought of it because I was trying to go through players that have actually left because I named just about everyone that left in the last 10 years. But a player that left, but he didn't leave for a fee, so it didn't make it as painful. I think when they leave for a fee, there's that thing where the club had to decide to make this move, and that makes it even more difficult to deal with it if you're not in agreement with it. And I agreed with this player moving on at the time for both the player and for the club. But there was just this part of me that honestly believed technically the best attacking player I watched at Liverpool when fully healthy and playing was Daniel Sturridge. And I thought when he was on his game, it was like poetry in motion. He was so smooth. He could run. He could tackle. He could make, the flair play. He could make a great pass. He brought players into play. He made players around him better when the club wasn't that good. And I just felt like it never fully worked for him. And I thought if he ever regained that full fitness, like he had the big moves to City. He had the move, after he left Villa, he had the move to City. He had the move to Chelsea. They didn't work out. When he went to Liverpool, they kind of clowned us for the January purchase. He goes on to play, with Suarez and just really dominate. And they were just such a good partnership. And then he just kicked on after. And even when he was there for Jurgen, at times he'd get minutes and he'd like that goal he scored in the Europa League final. And you're like, we might win this game because we have Daniel Sturridge. We have a winner, like a match winner. But he just couldn't stay fit and the muscle injuries just got to him. But for me, maybe it was the nostalgia of the wasted promise and so much talent that I saw in the guy and wanting it to be even better. And he had a really good Liverpool career where he won a Champions League and a league.
Yeah, I mean, despite all that stuff, he had a good career. But I think, I go back to like Sturridge, one of the very few guys that Klopp has ever called out, because I think it was one of those guys. If he was 95%, he was not playing. He had to be 100% kind of a deal. Whereas, you ask any professional player, they're never 100%. They are always playing through something. I mean, I know Bobby Bickler. I mean, that was at the time when I always got that sense, but when Klopp came out and said that, it almost like made it official.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for me to wrap my head around because I'm never at 100% at anything. So, like, the fact that, like, you would want to be 100% every week to play football is wild to me.
Yeah.
Like, and I think as a manager, that has to drive you crazy.
Yeah, I think that's we've used the old line, the best ability sometimes is availability. And sometimes availability is knowing your body and also willing to push your body. And there's been great athletes in all different sports in the history of sports that when fully fit, they are dominant at their game or their craft, but they have to be fully fit. And most professional athletes in any sport will tell you the only day you're fully fit is the day you show up to camp if things worked out well in preseason training. Because after a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a match, 2 matches, you're not fully fit again. You've broken a toenail.
It's
you've
like
hurt
us
a
in the
foot.
15th hour of a
Yeah, it's
podcast.
pretty much us in the 15th hour. And I was proud of myself. I allowed it to go 8 extra minutes before I announced that we made another bleeping hour.
Stop counting.
No, it's not even. You just said 50. This is what I'm dealing with, Adriana.
He's counting it. By the way, I did finally figure out how to share Jenna's account on the live chat. So I am putting to the Instagram account over there. So
please, everyone, give that a follow. Go check it out. Follow her work. Help her push her stuff through the algorithms and help her content reach more people, like you can help us by hitting the like button before Adriana leaves tonight. Everyone should be liking it. Probably been the best 45 minutes we've had.
Yes, are you gonna come join us at regular hours as well in the future, and not from an still an undisclosed location, but normal hours?
Normal hours, amazing. Yeah, no, I had an amazing time. I'm just
Tired.
yeah, I'm educating myself and yeah, I want to say bye. I'm just kidding. I'm just educating myself a lot because I love the team. It's a lifestyle for sure. And it's just I don't know. I made a video the other day saying like the soul of the club grabbed me. So that's something that you cannot explain, and I'm just excited for the future. I wanna, yeah, like I'm also curious about myself and how I'm gonna feel about the team without Lucho, without Darwin, without all this like Latino spice and energy, you know. But I'm happy. I'm proud to call myself a Red fan, and now I have a lot of friends from thanks to Cargers actually because I go there a lot to watch the games. Um, and yes, I just want to learn more. I got my first big contract as a content creator with Adidas thanks to Liverpool for the releasing of these jerseys. So I'm just
Congratulations.
grateful. I
Awesome.
know. Thank you. Yeah, I know. That was huge. That was big, and I was like, well, hey, Klopp, thank you so much. Like I just wake up super early, like for the past seasons to watch you. You made me cry. You broke my heart. You kicked Luchito to the fucking German people. So just give me something in exchange.
Uh,
This needs to be no one-sided.
what a
So
way! What a way to go out right there.
Yeah.
Just kick Lucho to those German people. I absolutely love your passion, your energy. Please stay in touch. We would love to do stuff with you. We'll follow your successes, and who knows? You get your first big deal. You get the worst booking in the history of bookings at 4:15 in the freaking morning. You get signed off on with these three jamokes. But honestly, we're gonna be able to say we interviewed you right after you got your first big contract from Adidas, and we knew you before you became big, and you had millions of followers, and you're just taking over, undisclosed areas of the world.
yes. Yes, thank you very much for doing this, guys. This is why I love the club. Like for people like you guys are heroes. This is amazing. You guys are crazy.
Crazy, yes.
You said three things that were semi-factual and one that was absolutely spot on, and it was the last thing. Great night.
Thank you so much. Hang in there. You're doing amazing.
Thank you.
Never been so jealous ever in my life about someone who could literally do this, throw the headset, the phone, just go complete like snow angel backwards and just go to sleep.
Probably.
Like if I did that right now, I'd break through this wall like I was the Kool-Aid guy. And like,
credit to her. I mean, she literally, I think she messaged me, and then obviously we've had like kind of like a backlog. So like we were trying to get everybody on as much as possible. I know there's a bunch of guys, our contributors like Mecca and Brian and Gordo and stuff like that. Hopefully we'll be able to find time to get him on air before like the game as well.
But Mecca was saying he might be around 6 a.m.
Yes. So hopefully he'll
jump in with us.
I know like Brian, I mean, obviously they're going to be getting up for the game and stuff, but hopefully we can get him on before it gets probably like really crazy out there. But to do a quick update, we're at 685 on the GoFundMe. So use that Q code. I know because we started the second part of the stream, the second 12 hours, make sure you guys hit that like button so that more people can kind of like get the channel, get the stream, see what we're doing. see that it's going to the foundation and hopefully donate away over there. Is the cleaning crew over here or is scaring us?
No. We're good. We're good. It's just funny stuff. It's the stuff you see only if you're in a bar at 4:15 in the morning. Because I'll tell you, we were on those crazy bar stories, and maybe now's the time for a quick crazy bar story. Because at 4:15 in the morning, if I'm in a bar, it's normally closed around 1:32. And the logic behind that is someone was dumb enough to invite me to stay for after hours. And if I stay for those said after hours, there were usually things being done after hours that you probably shouldn't do, but would probably keep you up later and later in the evening. And at times in my 20s, I think I did walk out of bars where like I went in when it was light out and I left when it was light out. And I just realized I'm about to do that at 47 years old.
Yeah.
And
it feels significantly different.
yeah, and it was a lot less. This is taking a lot more out of me. That was a lot worse for me. But in some ways, I'm wondering if this might be worse off for me.
Yeah, well, it just feels worse off because you can actually feel it. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, we're good.
Kevin joins us from New Zealand, and Kevin's like, yeah, you guys all good? Just poured my first burb. Kevin's pouring bourbons. I'm thinking about pouring it out for my homie Paul when he passes out. But they will end the game. We will end this game, and we will end with the game. We'll have a couple hours there, and that always makes it easier. It's a lot we can talk about. We'll get back to football at some point. We'll definitely talk some more footy probably when Timucin gets back. We'll maybe even talk about a few of the competitive teams, the guys they've signed, what we think from them. I think we have covered a lot of
random question time.
We probably
like
are. We do feel like we're back to random question, but I gave my kind of crazy bar story. So why don't you tell us about Panama City? And then from there, we can get into one of the listeners' questions.
Panama City in 2001 for me was just absolute mayhem because back then, Panama City, it's different now. Thanks a lot, Girls Gone Wild. But like essentially pre-Girls Gone Wild, it was essentially what Girls Gone Wild had gotten on. It is just a big party place. And if you're from the Midwest and you have a spring break, you go someplace warm. As far away as your parents will let you go. I don't know why my parents let me go to Panama City, but anyway, long story short, it was just mayhem. It involved tear gas. It involved a huge bar fight. It involved, lots of underage drinking. And it resulted in me essentially waking up in a bar in the morning, well after it had closed, with a laceration over my eye. I still have a scar for it. I'm pretty sure it probably needed stitches, but like one of those things where you just slap an ice pack on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you have a incident where you wake up in a bar with a laceration that requires medical treatment in a foreign country, the best thing to do is not get said medical treatment because they start asking questions. You can't speak the language, and all of a sudden things go from really bad to confusing, murky to really, really worse.
Yeah. So it's that's my story. That was the last time that I voluntarily stayed in a bar for in the wee hours.
Anon jumps in, says PCB spring break. That's where I went when I was at Michigan State.
Yep.
Nothing but respect, Bickler. And, it is good when the folks from the Midwest make sure that they all understand. We have a question. 3 cocktails to represent 3 current Liverpool players. Oof.
Oh, man, dude, that's such
a great question, but it's good that you're asking the guys that actually drink cocktails because Timucin would probably be like, Heineken, because Wirtz is German. He just found out why I was laughing and having a good time there. We won't comment on that one. But we're just talking. We were filling in bar stories, spring break. We got a little bit of craziness.
I'll come back in a little bit then, I guess.
No, we're done.
What was your spring break story? And tell it in black and white.
Yeah, actually, can you tell us what it was like to go on a trip with friends
Were there Model Ts
before spring break ever existed?
I like how you guys make it sound like you guys are so much younger than me.
I mean, it's how young you act, not how young you really are.
Honestly, that's like a kind of a trait. I've always, unfortunately,
been the old man
like this. Yeah,
and the joke really is that spring break didn't exist until MTV did. And I know MTV wasn't really a big thing when you were going to college. Like a really big thing. I mean, we had music videos, but they just showed music videos. Like they hadn't actually brought.
That's when MTV was actually better.
No, it was great. It was like ESPN. It was like ESPN when they just showed sports. And now they're like, we don't really need to show sports.
Yeah.
We'll just buy the fake stuff. We'll buy the fights, and we'll have fake stuff, fights, and real fights. But
Anon is asking the 1914, not so hot. 1915. That's another podcast by itself, kids. But yeah, these guys make it look like I'm so much older than them. But I'll be honest with you, though, I don't have a lot of like. Most of my bar stories from probably are gonna be like through like college years and stuff like that. You know, you guys know I'm not like a huge drinker. Definitely not a huge like bar person drinker as well, because somebody's gonna drive us home, and God knows. I'm assuming Angie's sleeping, hopefully. Angie's definitely not going to drive us home. So it doesn't take a whole lot for Angie. She doesn't have a lot of facts. Yeah, exactly. So you guys I'm amazed she wasn't drunk last night with like one wine. So there's that. When are you guys coming to Anfield? Oh, we have a host. We have a host. I'm actually hoping for next year. That's kind of like our plan. We're actually planning on like almost like a big Europe trip where we do come for a game and actually afterwards go to Turkey. Too, guys, the girls have never been to Istanbul or Turkey and stuff like that. So we're kind of like planning to do like a Europe thing and like make it like a 2-3 week episode, kind of an ordeal if and when it happens. Do you have a planned print to Anfield anytime soon? Dude, we have hosts now.
Listen, I have a couple of trips. Like, I think my big challenge is like, so for my boys, instead of just getting them gifts every year for their birthday, I take them on trips on their big birthdays.
That's actually awesome.
Yeah. So like Ari turns 16 this year, so we're going to Costa Rica. Next year, it's a double.
Who came up with that, by the way?
I came up with it.
I kind of figured. I mean, I kind of figured out destination-wise, like, you know.
Oh, destination-wise?
Yeah, like where you guys go.
Yo, I let him pick.
Oh, okay. So he picked Costa Rica.
He picked Costa Rica.
Do you know why? Or
yeah, I do. He wants to go see the he wants to go see the all the animals essentially. He wants to go to the cloud forest.
Oh, okay.
Right. So like that's what he picked. He's already got his 18th birthday thing picked out.
Which is
graduation. He wants to go to the Greek islands. So,
but not Turkey. What's up with that?
Listen, I mean, I let him pick. I told you that. Like,
let me talk to him.
I'll be like, listen, I got this, buddy. Are you sure you don't want to go to Turkey? Yeah. So, no, but my point is next year I get a double whammy where the two youngest have milestone birthdays, 10 and 13. So, I'm budgeting for those two trips. So it probably won't be for another couple of years.
Do you ever think about adopting 47-year-olds who have a milestone birthday coming in 3 years? Because I got to tell you, man. I wish my dad could do this. And I'm not even joking about this because I know you told me a long time ago you'd rather have memories over material. So you're like investing in these trips and moments, and the shoe trip with Ari for, to Chicago.
The trick is balance transfer credit cards.
I do love your honesty, but I'm serious when I say it. I think it's
I'm sure the credit card companies do too. But
it's amazing. But for a kid whose family traveled like 2 states and would literally go to like, an amusement park near Lake George and like act like you made it because you didn't go to Hampton Beach and get the same I went to Hampton Beach t-shirt as you did last year on the boardwalk. Like, because that was what our family vacations were. Like, we were the Griswolds. We got in a car and we drove somewhere and we stayed in rooms and we really didn't like each other by the end of it because we spent the whole damn thing together. And the whole goal was to not spend much time together at that point. But like, that's how we vacationed. We didn't get on planes. We never went on cruises. And my parents, they spent every dollar on giving us, the club soccer teams and the travel sports and the stuff that we wanted. And that was the money they had. So they didn't have that type of, cash flow. So I think it's awesome that you're taking them all these places. But man, if I could have had a milestone birthday at 10, 13, 16, and graduation from high school, that is 4 milestones in like an 8-year period. That to me feels like, sir, you might be getting fleeced.
Well, I absolutely am getting fleeced, right?
Well, that's very clear.
Yeah, it's I know that, right? But like I said,
I love it.
When I look at when I look back at my childhood, I feel like there's a couple of things. There's a couple of gifts that I can remember were special, but I don't remember anything like I remember the trips that I took with my mom and my dad, right? So for me, it's and then with them they have they're very blessed that their grandparents on their mom's side are very well off, so they just get dumped on all
I
year.
was wondering what was going with the camp, and when you
Oh.
described that camp, it basically sounded something like out of a movie,
Yeah.
and the type of movie that I couldn't even afford to see as a kid because my parents were afraid I'd know how other kids lived
Yeah.
on the planet.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it. It's kind of disgusting, some of
Yeah.
the stuff they get, right? But like, but at the same time, it's like,
It's also good because you know that,
right.
God forbid something happens someday to those people.
Yep.
Your children will be taken care of in a
They're
way
taken care
that
of.
you won't have to. So
Yep.
you can die with that quarter in your pocket that you're planning to have, which is why they have a milestone birthday every 72 months.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Anand says, glad my wife is not watching. She has the travel and trips are core memories. And honestly, they are, though. I mean, I grew up, I think, like guys in Europe can probably, it's a lot easier in some ways to travel in Europe because you can go from country to country a lot easier. And actually, I mean, like,
It's
no
nicer.
pun intended, but you are going to a different country. It's totally different. Whereas, if you're like in Chicago or Illinois, I mean, you can go a couple of states, but, it's the same. It feels like the same mall area, same time. And it's very like, we travel as much as possible with Angie, like do these trips and stuff like that. And there's only a couple of locations we've been to. We felt like, oh, we're somewhere totally different. Like when we went to New Orleans, we were like, oh, this is totally different than everywhere else. California was, oh, this
That's
is
a good
different
point.
than everybody else. Whereas in Europe, you can go from one country to another. At least when I was growing up, and it's like a totally different world, totally different food, totally different culture and stuff like that. I mean, when I was growing up, we drove through Europe. I mean, I obviously clearly I still remember that. So Anand, don't be cheap. Sell a couple more mattresses and take the kids around the world or something like that, because those are core memories, especially like as they get, like Bickler's kids, boys age. I think that's like perfect where they do remember the stuff and like those memories there.
Did you take the girls to Disney at some point when they were younger?
A bunch of times.
Oh,
yeah.
a bunch of times.
Yes.
So not just
They were
once.
Disney girls. Yeah.
They were
we've been
Disney
to a bunch
girls.
And
So
honestly,
you-
that's when Disney
you're-
was not so ridiculously expensive to go
You were a
to.
Disney dad, is what you're saying, because you can't not be a Disney dad if you
Shirts?
have two
No.
Disney girls. Oh, I know you didn't wear a Disney dad shirt. I'll be surprised if
The
you.
ears.
I bet you were the dad that literally was like everyone else in the family, like Angie bought him like matching
Matching.
outfits with her
No.
too, just so in case you got. And I always understood after, I was like, man, this is weird when these big tour company and the big tour groups come and there were like 40 of them and they're wearing the same shirt. And then one day someone told me, they're like, remember when you were a kid and your dad was like, hey, if we get lost, just go to the big hot dog stand or whatever the meeting spot was at like the amusement park. And it was always like, if you get lost, like, don't talk to an adult. Don't go see a cop. Like, just come find me at the cotton candy stand.
Tim was
Because if your
definitely-
mother finds out, I'm in trouble. But I feel like those people were smarter than my parents because they were basically like, we're all wearing the same kooky shirt. So it'll be easy to find
Yeah.
somebody in the kooky shirt if you get lost. And then I really figured it out as I got older. My parents were just trying to lose me as a child. That's why they put in 0 stopgaps around protection orders. Like, they were basically like, yeah, your name's Chris. There'll be somebody else. They probably already have a Chris. They'll take them in. It'd be like, I'll be found by like a pack of wolves. And they weren't wolves. They were just like people from like Chicopee.
This is interesting, actually. So you guys are Americans, so you guys should probably be answering this because I honestly don't know the answer. Is there a place like Liverpool that is like, he says like New Jersey? I mean, I don't know. I don't like New Jersey. New York is a thing and stuff.
I don't
like
want to
that, but-
offend a state because I feel like we don't have enough followers out there for me to pick a region and offend it. But New Jersey might be it. I mean, if you get the nickname the armpit of America, there is a good reason why you may not like feel American.
I mean, there are certain states
I
that
was gonna go. I mean, I think the trade is different, but I was gonna go Seattle because it's a port city
Mm.
that has a lot of dock stuff and it has a strong Nordic influence.
But in terms of like,
That's
he's
another- that's-
referring to where like people hate on them. I think when he says hates them, I think he means like people are like hating on them.
Yeah, I think
as
hating
a
on them
song.
and
'Cause
also
I wouldn't put Seattle there though, right? I mean, I don't see anybody like, I hate Seattle.
It's funny.
dude.
People don't hate Seattle. Seattle hates everybody.
yeah, I
else.
was gonna say where to me, you know how the whole Scout's not English,
Yeah.
and that stems from there is this thing in England where Liverpoolians believe, right? The Scouts believe that the people outside of their region and area and the non-Scouts folks look at them differently than other English people. because at times it's because they've challenged the system, the politics, and
it's more political.
They've called it that. I think in Seattle, where it's similar is I think to Paul's point is the people have the issue with the people from the outside. And I think if you polled enough people from Seattle and they could vote, they would secede and be part of British Columbia in a heartbeat. I think like they would be part of British Columbia the same way. I pretty much think everything from about Portland, Maine would voluntarily move into Canada tomorrow.
You got some parallels with Boston too. You got the very, very distinct regional accent.
They don't even like each other.
Boston's definitely got more casual racism, but
it's not a good thing anymore. It's better than it used to be. It's much better than it used to be, but it used to be encouraged, supported as like an honorary badge. Now it's just
thanks a lot, Irish Catholics.
It's basically thanks a lot, Irish Catholics, and you know, an influx of Italians to fight with. It made it good because you know what? They're all racist. They're like, hey, and to be honest, I came out to be a very, very liberal person. And I think part of it's like my sister's background and what I witnessed and being like her younger brother and what she went through at the time. But I consider myself liberal on just about every social issue. But by all accounts, like a 50-50 Irish Italian kid from Springfield, Massachusetts, in a neighborhood that eventually completely migrated away from that and all the churches closed and all the people that looked like me moved out of it, would be normally the bitter, angry, racist person. And I'm like the opposite. I actually really just genuinely hate everyone that's a bigot. No, I hate everyone that even has those basic tendencies. And I know it's 4:30 in the morning and nobody wants to hear the things that Gally hates, but I got a fucking microphone and you don't. I do think there is no place for that anymore in this world. And I think the club, you know, to bring it back to Liverpool, I think the club on every instance it can gets on the right side of a lot of these social issues. And I think it tries its best to align itself with what it believes in, but also what it believes the core of its supporters base believes in. And we've been talking a lot in this day about what makes Liverpool different or why we love Liverpool. And I think that's one of the reasons, you know, that I really fell in love with this club too, is that it didn't make me deviate in many ways from any core value or belief that I have and always have had. So I almost felt like I found Liverpool, but it was like kind of built for me. And I think that's what so many people I talk to, how their story connects. And that might be the best I've ever put it. And it's only because I'm sleep deprived. And I'll guarantee I could never probably.
Yeah, you won't remember this.
Yeah, I couldn't pull that out again tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll
you'll
probably
say
just
this
be
in a
swearing
month
at
and be
people.
just as proud. You were like, I never said this.
That's a great point. But if I do, don't remind, because there might be new listeners at that time on.
Yeah,
man,
probably
he's profound.
30 minutes ago, and you just don't even know it yet.
I mean, I don't know. That would be.
It was a great question,
California. That's I actually kind of.
I don't get the California thing.
The only part that I get about California is that they made overtures about like changing the laws there that would go against federal law, because in the United States of America, we built a really good constitution. We also built something that basically was like, hey, we're not going to call them countries, but we're going to let them all operate under their own set of rules, but then have this big guy in charge and this other monarch of people in charge. So basically, we're going to call it a completely different democracy. And then we're going to build it.
The ass backward system over here.
And
But
we're
I
gonna
do feel
build
like
it like
California is slightly different to
colonialism.
everywhere else. Because I think like they have I think Anand has something going there, because to me as an outsider, and you know, like coming here, like looking at it from outside, to me it does look like has a constant. I know there's like red state, blue state, and stuff like that over here, but you know, like has like a constant political view that is well known in the entire country.
I see the thing about California though is like I think people think that California is fairly progressive and liberal, but if you move out there, it's not.
It depends on
it's
where
the
you
voting
are.
base.
I think,
The voting bases and
not.
the majorities vote in certain areas that are highly populated, and they vote in a certain way. And a lot of times, those things are oftentimes also influenced by the high volume of expensive lobbyists that do it in a targeted market now, and it's easy to go through trusted things like unions and churches. And I think when you get that type of endorsement. It makes it an easier swing.
It's been
Paul's right.
It's been old school Republican for a very long time. There's a lot of old money
That's where
there.
the money is.
It's where the unfortunately it's where the headquarters of the white supremacist is in Long Beach, California,
Yeah.
which is south of LA. And then if you get into Northern California, you know, obviously you think San Francisco Bay Area is very liberal and progressive, but outside of that, it's primarily agricultural, which swings very, very Republican. So I just think there's too many dynamics with California, because California is so, people forget that California is so big.
Huge.
It's its own economy, which is another thing.
Yeah,
that's
it's
very
like
different
somebody
from
was just saying,
Liverpool.
like, it's the fifth. I mean, I don't know, like, I'm obviously from like Chicago, but if you compare Chicago to the rest of Illinois, I mean, like, Anand can tell you too, it's like very, very different. It's very, I mean, I see like a lot of places actually in the US that are like that. Like, obviously, the main cities are different. I think it's similar. This is a good question right here, actually. Do we see, I think we are probably in a different world over here. We see more because the whole point of starting this website was to connect with more. And as the channel grows, I feel like as our reach grows, yeah, automatically, I don't know if it's increasing. I'm sure it's increasing as well, because I think the popularity of the sport and the popularity of the Premier League is increasing. But I think our exposure to it and the connection is increasing. So,
100%.
you know, that's like a big part of it.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Paul.
I agree. No, I agree with all that. I think it's probably hard for us to really gauge that, but I think it has to be the case, just because like the access to the games and stuff is so much better than it's ever been.
Yeah.
And then with the sustained run of success of this club, I think that's just brought a lot of people in, because, you know, we're also shopping in the caliber of players that we're bringing in, you know, like, you know, we're getting these international players, and we just talked about how we're going to get an influx of German fans, like with Florian coming in. And I think those types of things are just continuing to snowball with Liverpool. So, I mean, I would think that it's continuing to grow. We talk about that this sport as being one of the fastest growing sports. I think it was the fastest from a television revenue standpoint in the US last year. Like from a growth standpoint, you know, we're not beating the NFL, but like from a growth standpoint, I think it's.
I think the biggest thing is, I know, like, you know, I'm assuming like somebody from Liverpool, and you guys can tell me, I know like a lot of the thing is like the bandwagon fans and stuff like that. But I mean, it's natural that success makes it seem a lot more likable, a lot more easy to follow. I mean, we were talking about NFL earlier, and you were asking me like, you know, the 49ers, you know, at the same time, at that time, yeah, it was the closest thing to me to something I'm used to. People passing to each other in one format or whatever, it was a bit easier to watch. But if they were getting pummeled every week, I don't know if I would have become a 49ers fan. You're like, they're doing this and they're winning. It's a fun team to watch and they're winning. And then eventually you get connected. I don't know. Like, I get a lot of like negative vibes sometimes from people who say like all the recent successes bringing all these bandwagon fans. Everybody has to fucking start somewhere. And if that's how you started, that's how you started. It's what happens after, you know, we were just talking to Adriana, for example, like, you know, she is a fan now. She only came over because of Lucho. And that's why I asked her that, you know, she only came over because of Lucho. That's my buddy Ace. He's a Liverpool fan now, because once you come in, everybody has a reason. We've been talking all night to different people about like how they started and stuff like that.
With Dominic Silverslide, you know?
Right. Exactly. He'll have to
changing his hair with every signing.
It was hard enough when Thiago left. Then Darwin broke his heart, but he still has Dom.
Like shaving his head,
and to be fair, I mean, that is one fine head of hair. That is a handsome man with a fine head of hair. I mean,
Anand?
No, Soberslide. Anand just has a fine head of hair. Just kidding, Anand. We love you, buddy. You're handsome in your own
Anand
way.
has better suits than Soboslai.
He does have better suits than Soboslai, but I have a feeling if Soboslai put on Anand suits, he would look better in them.
Damn.
So, like, I gotta be
that's cold. I'm not
fair.
going
I mean, it's just Anand would say the same thing, because it would mean Anand could take off his clothes. I'm gonna stop there.
Yeah,
But I'm forgetting that Anon was the last donation contribution.
Yes, a few. I think he was actually the last 7. While we're at it. So I think to answer that question though, I don't think it's as much new fans. I think you see them more, just like you're seeing them more in Liverpool as well. And I think that's the thing. I think when you're winning, it just breeds people wearing your gear out. It breeds people just wanting to celebrate it together. I absolutely, in the last 3 years, and maybe 2, it's because I'm a little bit more cognizant of it with what we do now, but I see more now And like, it doesn't matter if I'm driving in the car and I'll see someone with a decal on their bumper sticker, or I'll see someone with the license plate cover, or I'll see someone with "You'll Never Walk Alone" mixed into their, vanity license plate. I pick up on these things. Maybe they were always there, but it does feel like the sport has grown. It does feel like the sport has grown. And hey, you know what? I saw a lot of United shit at the end of Ferguson's run, and I've seen a good amount of city shit at times in the United States in pocketed areas where there's young people, because people like a winner. And part of being a winner is you get some bandwagon fans. But I will say this, it's also becomes a derogatory stigma that isn't fair. Because if you're a bandwagon fan because you're new to a club, or, you got pulled into something because you fell for it, that's when you get the snobby elitist, you're not from Liverpool, don't give me your comment, or you don't have an ingrained right to come and see matches. It's because you tourists come here that the atmosphere is poor at Anfield. And listen, is there some truth to it? Is there some change when 10% don't know the songs? Absolutely. You know how they learn the songs? You're not a pretentious prick, and you teach them when they're in the stadium. That's how you help them. You tell them what app to download on their phone so they can learn the songs next time they come.
And honestly, a lot of that comes in. I mean, we were talking with Michael last night too. A lot of that comes in with the just overall bitterness of not being able to get. But I mean, obviously, every club is doing this now. There's some the hospitality stuff and all that. I think some of that comes with people know. And hey, I mean, there are certain games where the atmosphere is done clearly because it's not valued as much by local fans, not because there's those games have so many more tourists now. But I think some of that bias comes from not being able to, I guess, access those tickets, or the prices not being there.
And that's fair too, by the way. But the club also, they also want to sign the Florian Wirtzes of the world. And
I understand that, but for a local, I think it's becomes a lot harder to kind of separate that. I mean, I see this now even freaking with Fenerbahce and stuff. People are pissed off because of the skyboxes and stuff like that, taking away seats. Oh, it's this corporate money coming in. Yeah, but then you want them to sign guys from PSG and stuff like that. But I think
chicken and
fans,
the egg, right?
Yeah, fans can kind of sometimes can differentiate that. And I get that, but you got to be able to take yourself out. But it's hard. It's
a great question, though. I really appreciate the question, because it came from someone who's not in the United States asking us a question about what we're seeing here. And
I think also the way you see with that, I want to go back to kind of the bandwagon thing where we just see a lot of kids wearing city jerseys when they're winning and stuff. And I think what happens is when you're a team and you're winning, right? Most of the time those teams have stars, right? And I think with the younger demographic, more so than ever, they don't follow teams.
They follow players.
They follow players.
They watch YouTube highlights.
Yeah.
I mean, they're YouTube highlights, not matches. They take the Bickler approach of preparing for a Premier League show on a Monday night, just getting out of work an hour and a half before and watching each and every extended set of highlights in 2x speed so he can get through 10 matches.
Work smarter, not harder.
I mean, I when he showed up prepared, I was always like, man, thank God Peacock lets you watch all of those one day after the match ends.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, right? I mean, over here, it's definitely still, I don't want to call it a niche sport. It's not, I think it's growing, but there's a lot less people in terms of the amount of people watching the sport over here compared to Asia, where it's automatically the number one sport, for example. The staff.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
This is when the staff parties.
If that is what the cleaning crew is like up in this bitch, I want to see
there are
them
a few
clean.
things that are going to take this pod down. That might be one of them.
That's the volume they play music. That was pretty awesome right there. That made me laugh. I think the bartender quickly reminded them that there is a podcast going on, because he is actually one of our biggest supporters and fans. And he is definitely my biggest fan here, or I'm his biggest fan, because he was the one when I went up to the bar said, you just let me know what flavor those wings you want. And Mike bailed it off, and we appreciate Mike for everything he's done and getting us that order of food when we so needed it. And the vat of coffee was probably more important. But the executive order to get our wing choice was delivered by the bartender.
Oh, really?
To Mike, to tell him that he had promised me wings to make sure that we were fed. Because I told him we were definitely getting food. So do not call last call on food without giving us a flag down, because we needed one more meal, clearly, because you needed seconds. And we got through it. And we still got a couple left. So they're going to turn into an early breakfast. But the crazy part is at 8 a.m., these guys are going to come back to start tomorrow's shift and prepare to open at 9. and some of them were here when we got here today.
I
So
know, a couple of
just
them were like, "So
unbelievable
you're staying?"
stuff right now.
The best part was like when Michael was asking Angie if she was staying, and she was like, "Hell no, like not staying overnight." Well, that's how divided is the USA in sports?
It's interesting, right? Like I don't know that we have anything that rivals like a Celtic Rangers.
We don't.
Where
I would say there's no time where you worry about the safety of going home, except for if the Eagles lose a really bad game in a really bad spot. But that also
unless you
changed.
go to any Eagles game and you're not an Eagles fan.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, well, if you're stupid enough to wear non-Eagles gear to an Eagles game,
Yeah.
like you're just asking for it. And I don't mean like, people should be stoned, but there's a reason that every single professional sports facility that was built in Philadelphia in the 70s had a active working jail underneath it. And that's not a lie. Like they were prepared to arrest people, and they have worked a lot of that culture out. It's still there because they wear it like a badge of honor. But the old Raiders, like they wanted to scare you with costumes, but it was like one section in the Oakland Coliseum, and everyone else was just a normal person at a football
I'll tell you
game.
what, I think the closest thing you get to like the
College.
rivalry
That's what I
that you
was
get
thinking.
over in the UK, I think is like Ohio State, Michigan, college football.
That type of
Like
maybe
there's a genuine hatred there.
Auburn, Alabama.
Yep.
Like kids grow up their whole lives
Texas,
dreaming to
Oklahoma.
play for one
Yeah.
school, and not only play for one school, they really grow up planning to beat the other school one time in their 4 years. Like kid goes to Michigan, he's got to win one at least, and it should be for it really to matter. It's at Ohio State, and then you go out there and you plant the flag in the middle of that ugly O.
situations where like people will be Ohio State fans and try to date somebody who's a Michigan fan, and it
And it's
causes
over.
issues in the family.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably
That's the closest, I
Having
think.
seen like both of them, like in the US, that's probably
I
the
can't
closest. And
think of
even
anything
then, it's nowhere close, obviously. And I think that's because over here,
We don't have 400
sports
years of-
is very capitalized. It's seasonal. People move on from one sport
Well-
to the other very fast.
We have so many sports that they root for so many different things. A lot of times they cross. Like you have someone like me who spends football season hanging out with my best friend since childhood, rooting for the Giants with them, and like dying and just laughing at our team or being terrible and rooting for the number one pick together. But then 3 months later, the Red Sox and the Yankees are playing a game, and we're at each other's throats in a bar screaming at each other because we're on different sides on that. Because they
But
grew
that's
up
what I'm
Yankee
saying,
fans. That's
like,
what I mean.
over
It's not
here,
consistent.
You move from sport
Right.
to sport, like
Yeah.
it's seasonal. So it's not like, I mean, it goes back to the like quote, like it's not life and death is so much more important than that kind of a deal, because it is like, when the entire life revolves around when I was talking to Mark earlier, before he went on air, when you guys were like talking over here, I was talking to Mark before we went on air, we were kind of comparing it because he's from like England, and it's never the same because your whole life revolves around the sports. Like over there, the whole life revolves around.
If you're a footy
soccer.
person, you're a footy person.
You are a footy person. I don't think you have a lot of choice. I mean, I think, like in Europe, you are a footy person. In Turkey, you are a footy person. It's very rare that somebody's like, and they're doing it just to do it. It's almost like being vegan. No offense to vegans, but I mean, like they wear it as a badge of honor. Like, I don't follow football kind of a thing. It's like, okay, weirdo, because you're like 1%. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like back home, it's the sport. Yeah, there is basketball and all that kind of other stuff, but it's the sport. It's 90% of your life. And when it's 90% of your life, it's a lot easier to develop those animosities or whatever, like we were talking with Edip earlier. It doesn't make sense, but it's there because your whole life revolves around it. You start, I mean, it's like life in Liverpool. You start talking about, sorry, I meant as like, don't get people started over here. Don't turn people on me. It's too late at night to turn people on me. Over here.
4:47 in the morning.
Yeah.
We're going after the vegans.
Correct. Let me tell you, that's not a good play because the vegans are the ones that are already up. Not the ones that are still up. They are already up. They're thinking about what like $72 will cost them for breakfast this morning when they go out to breakfast because they can get charged anything because they put a little V on the menu. I want to just go into restaurants, write the V, and then put like make every 5 and 8 because you can basically just charge like a $3 premium because you say it's vegan.
But I think it's like, that's the deal. Like, you do the game on Monday, you start about the other week, and then you get to the game. It just kind of keeps circles. And then you have the transfer season where you talk about that for like 2 months straight with rumors and stuff like that. So the whole life revolves around this. So I think nothing else compares over here because it's a lot easier. People check out a lot faster. So like you're saying, like, yeah, you go into Giants game, but you might miss a game, right? You might be like, I don't care. Like we're going over here and stuff like that. People check out and they say, oh, basketball is starting or whatever is starting. It almost feels like you can't check out over there. There's nothing to check out to because the whole life revolves around soccer. But in terms of like rivalry, animosity, college, especially college football is probably like the closest thing I can think of over here where you can sense like hatred and you can see it impacting players too. That's another thing. Sometimes there's animosity with different fans, but I find that very odd over here. Like they always talk about, like after the game and stuff over there, like, the animosity. You're not going to have a lot of Fenerbahce outside games where they're like high-fiving and stuff like that afterwards because they probably like a bunch of fights during the game anyway. So it's not going to be whistle is done and stuff. There is actually the animosity of the fans kind of like goes on to the players. And if that player is not sharing the fans' animosity, they're not going to be there for long.
I think that's a big key when you talk about the history of a rivalry like you're talking about in Turkey between the two big clubs. I do think we're starting to see it dissipate a bit with player power and player movement and the money. We've talked a few times tonight about the money these guys are making and kind of the difference in their attitudes because there is more camaraderie amongst rivals than there used to be. There are more friends. There are more.
Is that because like these guys like next week are in camp together for the same national team?
I think it is, but I also think but they were in camp for the same national team in 2004. But there's no way a Man United midfielder was going to be playing grab ass with a Liverpool midfielder at the end of a match. And I remember seeing Gini Wijnaldum and Pogba, who weren't national teammates, basically have a cuddle on the pitch after one match. And I think it was one of the matches where Pogba had like absolutely cleared someone out. Now, maybe it was a conversation like, hey, mofo, you do that again, we'll come back through you type thing. We'll come through you twice as hard. But it didn't look that way, You just see it more. I mean, there was that time, I forget who it was we were playing, maybe Arsenal or something, and Mo swapped shirts with someone.
Yeah.
And someone was like, what are you doing? And after the match, Mo was like, I've known him for 20 years. 20 years. We were kids. It was either like one of the academies he played in, like they played in the same. Maybe the guy was at Basel at one time when Mo was there. He's like, I've known him for like 20 years. We've been.
If you notice, a lot of Mo players now though are doing the meet me in the locker room.
Yeah, you can almost see
him.
You can see him be like,
yeah, not
because it's like, yeah, I'll give you the jersey, but not everyone's gonna know that you got this jersey, and unless it's Jack Grealish and you just don't want to do it. Because if you trade jerseys with him, he's probably going straight to like an authenticator and selling it.
Just thought Jack Grealish was walking around asking people.
Yeah, he's like, can I get your jersey? They're like, I don't want your warm up bib. You didn't get in the goddamn match. I don't want that jersey.
That's even better, man. No sweat stains, nothing.
No, but the club is the one asking for that jersey back. They're like, we don't have to reprint one of these.
We don't have to bend it like Beckham headband.
Unbelievable. So here we are, 4:51, boys.
Jeez,
getting louder behind us.
Is it?
A little bit, yeah. They're just having a good time. It's just what happens when you stay this late after everything closes. Where we go from here? We go back to the list of questions.
Let's hit that real quick. Do you think missed Liverpool, Barcelona? I don't know. I remember getting chewed up for even like mocking the. We had like spent like 10-15 minutes on a Monday night podcast.
Oh yeah, that's like.
Got scolded for talking about it that much. I mean, I don't think
when mocking it.
Yeah,
we were scolded while mocking it.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, we weren't even trying to give it the time of day. That was the whole point of the discussion, and even then was that deemed too much. So okay, let me get to a couple of questions over here. Let's find a good one out of the several. Maybe that's not here. Let me find the question.
I went looking. I couldn't remember what channel it was dropped in because Jamie comments in all of them.
It's in the podcast one.
Okay.
That said like podcast, so I think they put it on there.
So we are 8 minutes away from being 2/3.
Here we
go. I feel like we're sitting.
Give it a little. You got to give it the Ric Flair. Come on, everybody. This is a good one. That got us all the way through 2/3.
I feel like we're in a
Sounds great.
I feel like I'm in a much better spot than I was.
You keep
last
saying that. I just feel like it's gonna.
You are
really bad
basically,
for
you know, you basically are talking. You're just talking yourself into
I
it.
know, right?
You're like, it is 4:52, and I'm so much better
I
off
feel
than I was
great.
last year. Like last year, because honestly, last year I could have fell over and just fell on my floor, and that wouldn't have been that bad. But I would have just been off camera. If you fall on the floor here, I mean, you have to fall on this
Might get
floor.
carried away.
You might have to fall on this floor. Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys that when you told me Disney. Favorite Disney character of all the Disney characters?
Fightful Goes West. I can see him being a
Oh.
big Fightful Goes West guy.
This is gonna get ugly. Best character. See, I'm biased. It'll probably be Genie.
Oh,
From Aladdin?
Yeah,
that's
but I'm biased. Jasmine is Jasmine because of
Aladdin. Oh wow,
Ah,
that makes a lot
okay.
of sense
All right.
actually.
This makes zero sense in this sense because
Is that like
while we were in the flirting stage, it was with Ange. I don't know why, but we were in, I think it was like Shelly Nelson's room. Shout out to Shelly, by the way. I know she does
Hey,
occasionally
Shelley.
watch it. But we watch Aladdin together. I mean, we're just like, you know,
hanging out.
I hadn't made the moves yet, you know what I mean? But yeah, we watched
Shocking.
Aladdin, and then years later,
I can't imagine. You're like, imagine? No, we can't imagine.
you don't want to imagine.
I got a
trust me.
better chance of imagining dragons. Okay, like seriously.
But I mean, honestly, like the funny thing is, you know, when we were going to have a kid and we were trying to like come up with names and stuff like that, we could never agree on a boy's name, mind you. So we're lucky.
good
that
thing
we
you
didn't
had
have
two
kids.
girls.
Yes. But when we said, you know, we were trying to pick like a girl's name and a boy's name, and we're trying to decide when it was a girl's name, it was like Jasmine, done. Next, so what are we gonna do if it's a
Genie.
boy kind of a thing? Yeah, probably it could be Genie. We could not. I was going
Aladdin,
for. You know what the funny thing is? I was going for
Genie.
Dominic.
Aladdin,
Aladdin.
Eurus,
See, and I was just thinking Eugenie.
Eugene.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. No, we couldn't find one.
Eurus.
I had
Eugenie
picked-
Eurus.
I wanted Dominic,
You.
and that didn't work. She wanted Seth. I was like, "There's no way in hell that's happening.
Seth.
I'm not calling my kid after the devil." I don't know. It just sounded like Seth. Just sounded like an evil name to me. I don't know why. Sorry for all the Seths out there. It just
Seth's
sounds
listening
like
out there. You can just hit delete on that super chatter sticker you're about to
Yeah,
submit.
and I said Dominic, and Angel said, "I'm not naming my kid after a grocery store because Dominic's was like a grocery chain."
Okay.
So yeah, we could
Okay.
never pick. But Jasmine, and that's why I like to answer that question. Genie is like an easy one for me. 'Cause
That's a good
it
one.
Goes for that.
Bickler, how about you? What's your favorite Disney character?
Favorite Disney character? Oh man. I should have thought
You're
about
the one
that
who
while you
asked the
guys were
question,
discussing
didn't
it.
you?
No, I asked it.
Oh, I'm
No.
sorry. I was like,
But I
did you
had
ask
plenty
it?
of time to think about this.
I
but
did.
think
I
we're
gave.
still-
We threw it to the guy who had an answer like this, which makes me also think you might be a little bit more of a Disney dad than he let on to earlier.
Yeah, this is
Some bullshit.
I'm not going more into more details, but yeah.
Oh man, Disney. I'm trying to go through the classics. I think. Oh man, I can't think of one off the top of my head. I'll go with, you know what? I'll go with the Michael J. Fox's voice as Chance in Homeward Bound.
It's a pretty good one right there.
Okay.
You're going with a voice, which I
Yeah.
think is probably like
No,
cheating.
I'm
This
going-
is what
that's-
Bickler does. I asked one simple goddamn question. He could have said Donald Duck. He could have said
okay.
Daffy Duck. Not Daffy Duck, because that wasn't. And that would be my favorite if we talk Looney Tunes. But when
Well,
we,
if I say Chance from Homeward Bound, I
Well,
don't think
at
that's
least
really
that's-
fair.
I mean, you say a character at least. Like
That's a
it's
character, but it's
It's just like Michael J. Fox's voice. That's like, hey, can I ask 8
It's not
questions to
character,
break
though.
trivia? I'll give it to you. Favorite for me is probably you know who it's not. It's not Mickey or Minnie, because I'm not really down with either of them right now. But I would say,
What do you mean
it's-
right now?
Yeah,
Like, you
yeah,
had a
just
breakup,
I'm
or
not a big fan of
you had
Mickey
a
and
big
Minnie.
fallout with
Not a
them, or-
fan of mice, actually. It's just not my thing. I'm gonna say for a character, probably either Donald Duck, because you just could make the noise and you didn't have to like actually do anything, and he was allowed to just basically show up to every party without pants on. He had like a sailor's outfit and no
It's like
pants.
Gelly's
He's
dream
just like,
scenario.
this is the greatest thing ever, and it's accepted, and everyone loved him. But my favorite probably, where the spinoff was probably like you know, the whole like DuckTales cast, to be honest. Like if you gave me like a show, like characters, like when I was a kid, the 3 little DuckTales ducks and all their little adventures, like I always liked that, maybe because I like Scrooge. I like the craziness around that show. And I really liked the Nintendo video game because it was actually like sneaky hard and actually kind of fun to play. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the DuckTales duck guys. And I can't remember their names, but I really liked them.
Oh, here we go. This is an easy one for me, but I'll ask you guys.
That's
'Cause
exactly
you guys
why you're
will have to
asking
pick
it.
one. Yeah, because gives me a rest. My answer is gonna be easy, but any sports teams besides Liverpool that you support with the same level of passion. I have to pick one. So we can't do the
Same-
seasonal American sport thing over here. Just
You
saying.
have to pick
Because
one.
I know you were gonna. You have to pick one.
The same level of passion with Liverpool. Probably nothing. I would say closest for me would be Michigan football.
Oh, really? Over Lions?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm a much more. I enjoy so I follow American football fairly closely, but I'm deeply interested in the high school recruiting process, to college, to draft. Like I'm a big NFL draft guy. I watch a lot of college football. I watch enough NFL football, but the process of a prospect from 15 all the way through where they go to school, where they transfer.
Has
to,
it
all that
lost
stuff.
this thing for you with the portal and stuff?
Yes. I think it just is. It lessens the impact and the relevance and the drama of a commit, because you know that a player can commit as a junior in high school and he's probably going to change his mind 4 times.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's that change to me, and tribally just living, because it is, a very regionalized sport when you're growing up. Even though I watched it because I watched all sports growing up, there isn't really a team in the Northeast that really has a massive rivalry. Like as a Catholic kid, you can maybe try to make BC and Notre Dame a rivalry when they used to play every single year, and occasionally BC would have the big upset or have a big player. When they had Matt Ryan, when they had Doug Flutie, those type of things. But those are like generational. It's 20 years apart. You can't make that something that has the same love. So I guess for me, it would probably be, pre me getting into like daily following of Liverpool. And the closest I ever was like to a maniacal fan of anything was probably the Red Sox, and like the height of them never winning. Growing up in that region, my grandfather's, still playing the game at the time. The game was on every day. I went to a college in a place where I could basically go to 4 or 5 games a week at a time when, the Red Sox arguably had the best draw in all of baseball and Pedro Martinez. And I'd go watch him pitch every 5 days, and I'd buy the ticket the night before online and pick it up at will call. And then I'd walk up and sit like 4 rows behind home plate for like a bleacher seat.
It's incredible.
And it was like, and you'd watch magic. Like it was literally watching Michael Jordan in his prime. And I know it's a sport that you don't like love, but watching someone pitch the way he pitched at 45 pounds less than like literally watching one of the greats of all time, it'd be like going to see Ali and then someone being like, I don't like fights. And it's like, you didn't go to see a fight. You went to see a showman put on a show. And like, there was that way. Like I always equate it to, I went to Yankee Stadium once to see the Red Sox Yankees play. And it was in like the height of Manny Ramirez and Pedro Martinez playing for the Red Sox. And at Yankee Stadiums in a playoff run, the entire right field section was just swinging Dominican flags. And they were just like, they were there to root for the Red Sox at the Yankee game. And they were like loud and proud. And some of them were wearing Yankee gear, and that transcended that craziness of that period. So maybe that's the biggest for me, because like we had the chants in the crowd that literally had to be blocked out on TV because they broke FCC rules. Like it was that type of actual like animosity, fights between players, coaches. It was just a different vibe, and it all ended once the Red Sox won. And that just proved to me, to your point, that was kind of the like, they just got them there and they were like, all right, we won. And then they've won more World Series since that moment than any other team in all of baseball. But they still kind of act like it's not a big deal because they're like, we'll move on to the Celtics.
Yeah.
They'll have a chance this year. Oh, the Bruins are good. The Patriots have Tom Brady. They win. Don't worry, we'll be good.
It's like in Chicago, suddenly, like
same thing.
Suddenly, everybody became a Cubs fan, and then they forgot it all over again. Hey, there's a Chicago guy coming on over here. My answer is obviously
a Chicago
easy.
guy.
My
in
answer
Texas.
was. So let's bring this guy on, a Chicago dude, in. Let's see if I can freaking muster this over here.
Hey,
And,
you guys hear
there
me?
you are. I'm trying to put you on. Yeah, we can hear you. We just can't see you.
We can see him.
Oh, I can't see him.
You're
okay,
just a little
I'm
behind us
frozen.
at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Which
What's
probably
going on,
means-
man? How was Texas treating you?
Oh man, it's been over 100 degrees for 5 days in a row, so it's been awesome.
Sure, the audience. There we go.
There we go.
We didn't get how the Texas was treating you, but you're wearing a hat with a big old Texas right on it. So I think Texas has already grabbed us and said, "Son, if you're gonna stay here, this is how it's gonna be."
Yeehaw. Yeah, we it's been 100 degrees for 5 days straight, so it's been baking me basically.
Is that the biggest adjustment, dude? Like going from like Illinois, I mean Chicago, really, like we're Illinois, but we're like Chicago, Illinois. So is that like the biggest adjustment going to Texas?
I think the biggest thing is we're so far west and still in the central zone that like it doesn't get dark here until about 9:30, and I'm having arguments every night with my son about, Dad, it's still daytime. It's like it's 9 o'clock. You're supposed to be in bed at 7:30. We're having this argument at 9 o'clock every night. So that's been the biggest adjustment.
So how have you been, man? Where are you at with this team over here? I mean, we talked last year. We did the homer picks and stuff. Let's Kelly know, and let's Sam know. Unfortunately, no dogs, so we're gonna have to get the donations without the dogs. But yeah, where are you at with the team? Like this time last year, we were just hopeful, but where are you at now?
Man, I've been supporting this club for better or for worse. I actually, of course, as you guys know, I had no choice in who I had to support growing up. But 30 from what I can remember, probably 29 years. I don't think I've ever seen a transfer window like this in my lifetime. It's exciting, but we've had you guys on all day. I'm sure that comes as no surprise. You guys were on literally from the start of the day. We had you guys on while we're laying in bed, and I've heard this come up.
Sleep too.
Yeah, just the soothing sounds of you guys. No, but I've heard it come up several times. It's the Chelsea fear, right? We've seen this so many times where a team loads it in. The one that stands out to me the most was, and I can't even remember the exact year. I was probably in 06, 07, maybe 2008. It was Spurs. Was when they brought in all those guys, and it looked like they were going to have a great season, and like nothing clicked. Nothing clicked for 3-4 seasons, and then obviously Poch leaves. He brings them right to the precipice of greatness, and they kind of dump him. That's what I'm most worried about. But having seen what Slot has done last year with the team that wasn't his, and how he made them click, you're just hoping that he's got the right guys behind him in the office. He knows exactly what he wants, and he's going to get these guys to perform in a setting that he's comfortable with, and that's what I'm keep my fingers crossed for. But if it doesn't click right away, I don't think I'm going to be too worried about it. I think there's a plan in place. Obviously, we've got some really good signings, and just hoping that it works off field, and we can watch some magic on field.
So what's right away for you? Like, when would you worry? I guess let me rephrase that way. Like, what would you be like, when is this going to happen?
I mean, he's basically asking. That is basically Timucin saying, Gordo, let me ask you, how early is too early to start worrying? Asking for a friend.
Well, I'm cut from the same cloth as Timucin. I worry for a living. Like Timucin and I could be in the 85th minute, we'd be up 3-0 and be like, "Oh, there's always a chance that we blow this."
If they score when the momentum might change,
Yes.
right? I mean,
yeah. So I'm gonna say second half today. No, I'm just kidding. I'd probably say like if it's obvious that we are not clicking, the way that we thought we would in like coming just before that winter break, that's when I'd start to be the most worried.
That's fair, because that gives you through that really tough first 11 matches, and also gives you a few more after it, because you figure that winter break, if you're talking about either like basically right around either when the fixture schedules get tough or when we get into like the new year, that means that we've gotten basically through half the season almost, and we've navigated those first 11 really tricky fixtures. And I think judging the team once they've gotten the chance to play half the teams in the top half and half the teams in the bottom half is probably an easier way to really look at this side. And, you know, I think that's a fair assessment. I think, let's be real, if they don't have 7 points at the final whistle of the Arsenal match, there will be people that will start questioning things automatically. Like if they have 5 points there, or God forbid they don't have 5 points, which means they lost one of those matches, especially if it's at home to Arsenal, I do think then the conversation changes. I don't want to go there. That wasn't meant to be negative, but I think it all depends on how quickly in the year the panic button gets struck to how much the overreaction will be. And I think as long as they start relatively well, picking up points and staying within touching distance of whoever gets out the blocks flying, hopefully it's us. But if they stay in touching distance, I think it will take a lot for Red supporters after what they witnessed last year to go into full-blown panic mode, because I think this side has shown that they will get better, and you have to expect there's a period of adjustment when you bet in this many new players.
I mean, that's the biggest thing, Gordo. There was no panic button timing last year because there was no, real big expectations. With bigger expectations, the button comes a lot closer.
I don't know. I don't know if you could say that, because
really
we got really okay. So there's no panic button early in the season. I think we all were in agreement that top 4 was basically what we wanted. That was what we'd settle for in that transitional year. We didn't know what to expect. We didn't buy anybody in the transfer window, and I think everyone was expecting it to be kind of a tough season. And then you get to January, and you've got a real shot still at 4 trophies. And I think there were some people that were getting a little annoyed, that we lose. We're out of tournaments, that we get knocked out earlier than we thought. I think there were people that were starting to panic. They saw, oh no, this is a repeat of the season before. The wheels are starting to fall off right at the death. And there was a little bit of a panic. I think, when you bookend the season, there was no panic button. We didn't expect to do anything. We just wanted top 4, and we end up winning the league, and we won it handily. And so you look at it and go, wow, that was an easy cakewalk season. We did more than we thought. But if you remember back to January, beginning of February, there were people starting to panic a little, seeing the same trends, seeing the same, overuse of the team. I remember there was a Discord argument, a very aggressive Discord argument about the team rotation, and starting to see some legs go. So I think that I don't think you could say there wasn't a panic button last year. I think it's just in our nature too, as Liverpool fans. If you've supported Liverpool for 15 years or more, there's always that inkling that everything's just going to implode at the last moment. It's just in our nature.
There was that period there in January. I think it was January. We have the home match with Southampton, and we just play absolute garbage, and we get lucky to get out of it with the victory. We have the West Ham match where Virgil has to have the captain's performance after kicking a ball right off Robertson and then yelling at him for an own goal that he created. It was so Virgil. I loved every second of it. Ravo wasn't great and didn't cover himself in glory to put Virgil in that position, but all Virgil had to do was just kick the ball out for a corner, and decided to take a karate kick swivel and then just kicked it off Robertson's chest. Robertson's never hit a ball so crisp into the net in his career. And then he goes up and does what a captain does, right? I think Mo ties it up, or Gakpo might tie it up, and then Virgil gets the header in stoppage time, and you get the win against West Ham. You have the big swing game. Obviously, dropping points at Goodison felt like more than 2 points dropped, even though normally we'd be like, yeah, you're playing the last match at Goodison. It's probably going to be something. Good morning to you. It's frisky to call guys who have been talking for this long, gentlemen, but we appreciate you chiming in. we should say we did cross the hour without reminding people what we're here for. We are here to raise money for the 23 Foundation. We are doing a great job. We have raised quite a bit so far. And the actual donations, what are we up to, Tim?
We're at 685 right now.
We're at
on
685,
the
and that
GoFundMe.
does not count the super chats, which
Yes.
Anon stuffed the way Manchester City would stuff illegal contracts and endorsing into the books to make things balance. And we appreciate every second of it from Anon. Thank you for that. But Clive, Mr. Bat Red, obviously everyone in this stream right now, if you could just hit the like button, it goes a lot longer and a further way than you know. And of course, if you aren't subscribed to the channel, give the channel a subscription, because then you'll get all the updates in the next week or so about the silent auction and other ways that you can continue to donate to this great cause that we're raising money for. So Gordo, for the guy who worries for a living, we are not going to talk about Darwin Nunez anymore because we had a love affair hour that honestly, if you were sleeping, it is the reason you woke up, and it wasn't to go to this podcast. It was because you were so sick to your stomach, you were afraid you weren't going to make it to the toilet. So I ask you nothing about Darwin. I hope you understand why.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Coming in. Ekatike and Florian Wirtz will stay off the fullbacks for a minute because I know you're going to want to talk center backs before you get out of here. So we'll let you have that moment. But Ekatike, Wirtz, your excitement levels and also your concerns around the depth at attack, because I know your concerns outweigh your excitement.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the new signings. I mean, this is I think it's one of
the guy on Wednesday with. That's what it sounds like. Well, everybody wonders why they get along so well. We saw today with John why they get along so well, because right up to the moment Tim said it's probably time to end. It's probably time to go. Like everything was basically on Tim's terms, from when he first in, when he jumped on, when he jumped in, when he walked around the place and asked people for donations. It was full dictatorship at its finest. The prince would have been proud. Sorry, Gordon. You can go back to my long-winded question that I asked about 3 minutes ago.
You're fine. You're fine. No, I think Wirtz is a statement that we haven't made in quite some time. You know, this isn't just somebody that our backroom staff put the stats together for someone that we've never heard of. This is a player that's currently in his prime, clearly one of the best players in the Bundesliga last year. And it's on the back of us winning a title. And so I think that is not only exciting to bring in a player like that, but I think it's exciting that the team has decided to back this manager and go, you know what? You did maybe the impossible, or what everyone thought was impossible last year without your players. Who the hell do you want? We'll give you anybody you want. And he just, picked a name out of the hat. So it was exciting to see the name. It's exciting to understand the quality of play that we're going to see from him. But I think overall, as a Liverpool fan, it's exciting that the staff is the back room, the guys that cut the checks are willing to go out and sign somebody like this on the back of a Premier League winning season. So super excited about that. Ekatike is, we'll have to see. I'm not sold on him just yet. I think I'll have to see him in our system. He traditionally plays on a side that I think Gakpo played super well last year. So he's definitely going to have to battle his way in. But the interesting thing about Wirtz is he gives you the ability to change your formation. He's good enough, and now he's got players behind him good enough that you could put 11 names on a sheet and not even know where they're all going to play until the game starts going. He gives you that ability to maybe play as a false nine. He gives you the ability to play in more of like a traditional Steven Gerrard, middle of the pitch roamer, destroyer. So it'll be interesting to see how he's utilized. And then once you move those pieces, Ekatike could fall somewhere else and cover the system. In terms of attacking options, this is one of the ones I normally would be worried about the depth, but just the level of quality in the midfield, which is not something that we've always had, right? It's not something that we've we've always been blessed with. Maybe one or two pieces, but now we have like a lot of depth in the midfield. And I think that you can get away with not having so many attacking options when you have so many playmakers in the middle of the field. And so I'm not super worried about that. I would like to go out and get one extra player. I'm not going to bring up Isak because I think that's probably been played to death over the last 15.
We've done a decent job, actually.
Yeah,
we haven't gone too far into it, and I'm actually really happy about it. It's really been our guests that have wanted to give their kind of opinion on how it would end.
Yeah.
We said if it happens, it'll happen on the last day of the window or right around there.
Mhm.
And that just makes sense, but that's nerve-wracking. Like, that's where I get nervous, and I'm not normally a person that gets nervous about the business because I think there is still business to be done, as I've said a few times. And I agree with you. I think we need another attacker. We're probably a little short.
Yeah. So, and that's the other thing is like, I guess I'd be okay with a bit player, hanging on to the last minute for someone that's going to cost us an arm and a leg, that might not finish the season healthy is worrying for me. If we do feel like we are behind in attacking options, I would much rather do like a typical Liverpool buy and jump in and find somebody that's 21, 22, who's capable, that we may never have heard of, and then all of a sudden see YouTube videos of where he just like every touch is magic. Those guys where you're like, I've never heard this guy, but
I bet you Gally has somebody.
Oh, I do. I almost asked Adriana when she was here. I was going to ask her if there was any chance she would have any interest in a young Frenchman who she might convince herself was from South America to bring in Malik Fofana. But I wasn't sure if you could pick up on the humor because I wasn't sure how much of the first 11 hours she had watched at that point to realize how much I had talked about him so far.
All freaking day.
And we haven't actually talked about him a lot. But I've made sure to insert. I've made sure to insert him into each conversation just to remind people, in case anyone that has power is listening. And by power, I mean pull, to just convince the powerful people that he would be a good option. Because at 25 million, like they're talking, and the fact he's waiting for a quote unquote waiting for a Champions League club after he was in negotiations with Everton, West Ham, and another Premier League team. I think it might have been Brighton. But he is like determined to go to a Champions League club. Just gives me that like warm, giddy feeling that like he's already like basically every deal I want to happen is because they made another transfer and there was enough time during the phone conversations. There was enough time during the Wirtz negotiation to close the Kwanzaa deal. I'm just hoping that there was enough time during the Tyler Morton conversation. There was time to pre-close the Malik Fofana deal. But I also feel like if you take that much time to sell Tyler Morton, they may be so pissed off at you, they are not giving you Malik Fofana. They're like, you just gave us Tyler Morton, and we had to apologize to the French media for it. Like, come on.
Is that enough for you, Gordo? Somebody like that is enough if Isak deal doesn't get across the line?
I personally, at this stage, I'd rather that because Fofana that's a Liverpool signing that I think we'd all be happy with. It's one of those that like the numbers are there, the age is there, the price is probably there. He'd be a good player. We don't need him to be Mo Salah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
And it's also one of those that I think is more comfortable for all of us, which is weird to say. It's just like you bring in somebody like him, a young player is not bedded in the Premier League just yet. It's a Champions League side that he's coming into. Big expectations. You're allowed to give this player some time to bed into this team, which is going to be difficult because it's essentially a new team. There's a lot of new faces in training. There's probably a new approach tactically from the manager, so everybody's on a new playing field. But you bring in somebody like Isak, if he doesn't hit the ground running in the Premier League, you're just going, 120 million for this guy who's already a proven Premier League player. Like, what is going on? It smacks of, like an Andy Carroll situation. If it doesn't hit the ground running, it's just like, we've seen this guy score goals here before. What is going on? We've given him all the pieces that he needs. How is he not scoring? And I think we've seen it with so many other players. The pressure of the price tag can sometimes crush certain players, and so I'd be more comfortable with like a Fofana coming in instead of Isak.
Yeah, I think I'd be comfortable with both of them coming in, to be honest. But but I have a little bit more faith, I think, than you do in Ekitike. I think I've seen enough from playing the second half of last season through the middle after Marmoush was sold. At that moment, he was forced to be the frontline striker. And granted, it's half a season. And, I got to call myself out if I'm going to talk about it, because I was talking about how Liverpool would have trouble signing the Leone kid with only 40 professional caps. And they just gave a guy, almost 90 million euros for a guy who I think has 88 career appearances and had that period at PSG. I give him a pass at PSG the same way I've given some players passes for short periods at United and other like places, when you realize he made a move from a club he couldn't turn down. He was at a boyhood club. They got a huge money offer from PSG, and he wanted to take his shot and play with the best players in the world. And then he got there and was probably not mature enough for it. And at the same time, he's playing with Mbappe, Messi, and Neymar. So no one was going to flourish in that, because there was no one to take him under his wing and help him. I think the Bundesliga the loan did him an immense service, because it allowed a fan base to fall in love with him, so much so that they gave him a 4-year contract and thought they were going to build around him. He was just so good. And I always say, if you want to judge, and I know we'll have like sycophants, we interviewed one tonight that will be posting, waxing lyrically about Darwin, but there'll be just as many people, Liverpool supporters, putting together clips of his misses and posting those on social media to say thank you to the club for getting rid of him. I think when a player leaves a club, especially a young player with so much promise, when you read the tributes from like the club and the tributes from the players that played with him, and you hear about how they talk about him, or the supporters, and some of the ones I read about Hugo Ekitike were like, take care of this lad. He has done everything for us. He will do everything for you. You are getting there is a chance in 2.5 years, he's 25 years old and he's everything we want Isak to be right now and better, with more years of future ahead of him. Like, he has the abilities, all the skill sets to be a great player. And I just wonder, people talked about Marmoush made him so much better. No offense, if Marmoush makes a guy better, what does Mo Salah on the right and Florian Wirtz and Cody Gakpo on the left make him do, let alone Dominic Szoboszlai and all the other great players and Frimpong? I just think that you're already seeing some of it. And I think he has the raw tools. And there's part of me that really wants the Isak thing to just fall through until at least January. Maybe we revisit it. Because I think if you go like hog wild the first half of the season, I think you get to January and you might say, I don't know if we need to make this move. And if we don't make that move right now, we have our striker and we've just saved 150 million that they were ready to spend. And, it'll be classic. That's when the FSG out people will show back up and they'll remind everyone we weren't going to spend that money anyways. And this is Caicedo all over again. But we love to reiterate narratives all over the place. But to me, I think Ekitike has a chance to be really, really special. But Kevin is mentioning quiz time. Can you guess what Gahey's middle name is? I don't know what Mark Gahey's middle name is.
Like if we get it, like I sign him, or what's the reward?
I have no clue.
He's going to donate $20.
We go Hugo here.
I mean, I can't imagine that it's Hugo, but if it is like Mark Hugo Gahey, that would actually make him a little cooler.
It's Wahlberg.
But it's what?
Wahlberg.
We like that. His parents were big.
It's going to be
New
my
Kids
next
fans.
guess.
His parents were big New Kids fans. Timucin named his daughter after a cartoon that he watched in college in a dorm room. And this guy named Mark Gay. Mark Gay, he's got a middle name from a boy band from the 80s in America that was kind of overrated. That is some outstanding stuff. But on the Mark Gay talk, I know, Gordo, you made a lot of comments in the Discord channel that you were more concerned about a center back, and that if it came down to it, you would take the center back first before even pursuing Isak, and Isak was a distraction. So scale of 1 to Gordo, where is the anxiety level about the central defense?
Oh, man. It's one of those things, and I even was saying this last year when we weren't sure if Verge was going to sign. Clubs get into this awful situation where you've got a world-class center back that nobody is going to take off the starting 11, especially because he's captain now. So you can't attract the big center backs, but what you can attract is an up-and-coming talent. And what I thought we had in Kwanzaa before the start of last season, obviously, as a young player, he took a big knock early on confidence-wise, and it didn't seem like he was, A, given the chance to redeem that, and B, felt that he could with his own confidence levels. So that was disappointing to see. When Konate's on the game, he's the guy that you want next to Virgil van Dijk. The problem is his consistency so far has been great. Again, a young player, he has a chance to turn that around. But your window significantly closes on when you can attract these big players. So you have to bring in somebody who has the talent to fill the shoes one day that might not be there. And so it's a tricky situation, but also one that I feel like you need to get somebody in soon so that they have the ability to play with Virg. Because what ends up happening is if Konate does not reach the heights of Virgil van Dijk, and you don't have somebody coming up that has the possibility of being even half the player that Virg is, then you've lost a great opportunity. And so we're in this. I just feel like you need to sign somebody there who has potential to play under Virg for 2 years, and then could learn what he can, and then could take the role on. And then Konate can be Konate and maybe be the number one center back choice for a year or two, and give this other player more time to bed into the team, to become more mature, to learn the craft. And then when Konate moves on, which inevitably, I don't think he's not going to be a Virgil van Dijk type. We'll probably end up moving him on, within the next 5 years for a fee. I don't think he's a long-term solution. But with that stepping stone, you've given a player the ability to come in and take the shoes and take the reins of a Virg. So I just feel like it's a window. It's a tough window, but it's a very narrow window, and I feel like we have to capitalize on it, which is the only reason that I say that we should put it in there. Now, if it was up to me, I'd find a cure for whatever ails Joe Gomez's legs and put that in there and just, sign him for another 25 years, but that's just not going to happen.
And he'd still end his career with 0 goals. Timucin, as the center back on this panel, what are you looking for in Liverpool's next center back? And it could be a player, it could be an option, it could be a profile, but what does the club need both for the now and the future? Because if we've seen anything right now, it's the business is being done for now and for business for the future.
And that's why, we were talking about it like, I don't know, maybe like 8 hours ago, 10 hours ago, whenever.
Yeah, it all just blends together at this point.
For me, like the center back, the goalie, there's like a couple of spots like in that spine where I want experience. I don't want a project. And I think, like I like Gordo's scenario. The problem is I think like the game has changed. No dude who's very promising is no longer wants to be like, oh yeah, I'll play him under him for 2 years. They want to play.
That's why we didn't get Houston.
Go somewhere. Yeah, I think that's what happens now. In the past, I think you could do that, Gordo. Like you could bring a guy and then you could sell him on the concept that, hey, this older dude is gonna eventually move on. He's the best. Learn from him. But these guys now, you see like young center backs 18, 19 already starting for like top teams. So he's like, well, I'll learn on the job as opposed to I'll learn on the training pitch kind of thing. And I think that's why that's an area where you don't roll the dice on. That's why Gahey thing sounds so good to me. And I do hope it happens because I feel like if I see a lineup coming out for the Bournemouth game or against Newcastle or whatever, and I see Gahey in the lineup, I don't have a concern in terms of like, oh, is he going to be able to handle this game or anything like that? Whereas if you do get like, that Italian kid and stuff we were talking about earlier in the day, I am going to worry if he's going to be able to handle that. When Kwanzaa started, for example, compared to when Konate started, right? We were always like, what is Kwanzaa? It was always a question mark, what you were going to get out of that. I think you just don't get that question mark with Gahey. And maybe I'm like overstating his like experience and how good he is and stuff like that, but at least I would not worry like what is he gonna do. I mean, I'll find something to worry about, but it wouldn't be the center back spot. It would be like probably like something else more than anything else.
He just offers so much versatility. Again, we keep using that word all summer, but he can play right and he can play left. So he gives you limited cover for Virgil when he needs the rare day off.
Yep.
And he's still an organized, recognized captain of a club who just helped lift the trophy for the first time in a long time. And at the same time, he can shift right out and give you cover and competition for Konate. I mean, at times over the last 3 years, Mark Gahey has had stretches where his play would have pushed Konate to potentially taking his spot at times with the way form and injury has happened. So I think it offers competition that Konate never had last year, and that's credit to Konate to have as good of a year as he had without really having any dedicated competition at any time from Kwanzaa or Gomez that were really pushing him for his number one spot, except for the first match of the year, which lasted for 45 minutes. Because like Gordo, Arne Slot said, I don't know about this project. But to my point, Tim, to your point, and I wanted to agree with, if we were willing to have a center back project, Kwanzaa would still be here.
Probably. I mean, I know, I think you were saying it, Gordo. I thought he would be around for longer. I almost get the feeling that it's not us that didn't want the project. I think partially Kwanzaa didn't want the project. And let's face it, with like Bayer Leverkusen and stuff like that, it kind of worked out where you guys give Veers, why don't we give you guys like a promising center back kind of thing? Because I think, I think you're right, Gordo, in terms of because I did like when Kwanzaa, after being benched at halftime, he would come into a game or he would start a game and you got the regular Kwanzaa. You didn't get a guy who was like shaking, afraid to make another mistake at halftime or anything like that. But I think at the same time, he's the one who wanted a regular spots. It goes back to what I'm saying. Like he was like, I learn on the job as opposed to, watch Konate take my spot and like learn from Van Dijk. I mean, would you be, for example, more comfortable with Kwanzaa over like Gahey? I'm assuming no, right?
Yeah, no. And that's the other thing is like, it's a safe bet. What I worry about and the reason that I'm like suggesting a center back pairing is like, we've been spoiled. We have a generational center back right now that like most teams don't have. And not only that, but he was the linchpin that turned this team from like a prospect to a for sure powerhouse.
Yeah.
And once he's gone, you've lost that. And I just have that fear behind me that if you don't replace him with somebody that's not just capable of going, 45 starts and not having a total collapse, but you lose the ability to go for titles and to go through multiple tournaments with that kind of solitude at the back. So while Gahey is a great safe choice, I'd fear that he's just a safe choice. I don't see him because he's already 25 as well. So he's not a long-term situation either.
They'd be giving him a 5-year contract, man. That's pretty long-term. And I don't know. Where I disagree with you, Gordo, is I think you'd be hard-pressed to name 5 better center backs in the Premier League if you cut out the 2 that already play for Liverpool. So if you tell me for 40 million I can get England's captain and someone who played in a Euro final and was the best player, in one of the best players in the Euro, he made the team of the tournament. I thought that was his coming out party. And I think in a lot of ways, last season was almost like the cherry on top. And we talk about like leaving in a moment. And I think winning that trophy and picking it up at Wembley, for me, I feel like Gahey isn't just the safest pick. I think it's the right pick. Because if you tell me Leone or Gahey, I'm saying Gahey. If you tell me Gahey or the Collins kid from Brentford, I'm still saying Gahey. Like, it's very difficult to think of a gettable center back that I would prefer over Gahey. And maybe that's because I think the center back market is weak. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm so nervous that they may not stretch for that player.
But my only thought is, and I agree with you, it's hard to find in this day and age, it's hard to find somebody that you're confident and consistent with that can start the 40 odd games a year, at center back that you're comfortable with. It's also, it's positive that he's an England international, which helps. And he's got the experience that you can bring in. But where's everybody else? I think really, if you look at the newspapers, and you can only take that with a grain of salt, but it looks like only Liverpool and Newcastle are really interested in Mark Gay.
That sounds awful because Mark Gay, he's made it kind of clear to everyone. I really want Newcastle. I mean, I really don't want Newcastle. I really want Liverpool. And if I have to, I'll wait a year and I'll go there on a free. He's kind of playing the same chicken that Isak's playing, except for he's willing to start tomorrow to show the team that he wants to go to, the type of player that they have out there. In my opinion, I think Gay's handling this the perfect way to get a move. And Liverpool's just playing chicken with Palace, just staring them down, seeing if they'll come down. And I think at the end of the day, they'll probably sign off on the deal at like 42.5 million, which is right in the middle of where they both want to spend. What do you think, Tim, as far as the price? How high would you go with a guy with 1 year left on his contract that you need?
Like 40, 45 is what I'm guessing. And honestly, once the game is over tomorrow, I think that stuff will speed up. Mind you, I mean, it's only the 10th right now. I think we just entered the 10th. Yes. So it is only the 10th right now. But I think, this deal will be done once this game is over. They just did not want to do it before. I mean, it goes back to what we talk about Isak with Newcastle and stuff. Do you just not see him as... I mean, because 25 for a center back is not old, even if it's like with the 5-year contract, it's not old. Do you just not see him as being Van Dijk's replacement, as the one that you can pair up with anybody?
Yeah. I just and don't get me wrong. Like if we sign him, I'll be over the moon. He's a fantastic player. He's a good piece. He's a player that I feel like could make most of the 20 teams better, if not all the 20 teams better in the lineup. And I do feel like he's handling this whole transfer saga, professionally, because you don't see anything in the news about it. And like Gally said, he's going to start today, for Palace. We
don't believe it's today either, Gordo, because still yesterday to us. So don't worry. You can continue to call it. You can continue to say that tomorrow. The match is tomorrow because I haven't gone to fucking sleep.
Right.
But 2 hours ago, you were like
calling me out and shit and telling me I couldn't make it. I was fading fast.
You okay?
Just because I stepped out for a minute?
No, we're just fucking with you. We're just having fun. I do think Kevin makes a great point though, and it speaks to the Isak comment as well, right? And he would leave if he leaves. That was the comment after, and he would leave with the blessing of all Palace fans. And this is spoken by a guy whose avatar picture is a Crystal Palace, logo. So I think the way he's handled himself has been admirable, and I think it's been professional. I think it's how you manage a transfer when you have 1 year left because you have all the power. I also think the way Glasner's handled it, I think Glasner actually said Gahey will make the decision whether he gets transferred because whether he accepts the deal that they accept as a club, but they're trying to find a replacement. And I don't know if you guys saw, but Malik Tao, I think Ta, that's how they pronounce it. Ta. He went to Newcastle today. Here we go. So he has been signed by Newcastle from AC Milan. I think they spent 30 to 50 million. He is their new third, extra center back. So that may really open up, to your point, Tim, the Mark Gahey to Liverpool kind of on an expedite. And I think the slowness of the Newcastle move for Isak and then the additional discussion here, I think that is probably a good sign for Liverpool and for supporters who are at least open to the idea of bringing Mark Gahey in, which I know has divided some supporters on different topics for all different reasons. But for me,
which Ta are we talking about? Which Ta are we talking about? The Ta that used to be at Leverkusen Ta, or is this a different guy?
Yeah, the guy that went to Milan. Newcastle signed Malik Ta from Milan.
Okay, this is Malik Ta. Okay, I was thinking of Jonathan Ta, and I was like, isn't
he's
he old?
He's the okay. This is the one that spelled Thiaw. He was a real big up and coming center back prospect, and then he went to AC Milan. And like everyone that goes to AC Milan, they realize you cannot make money in Italy. You can just eat really well and dress even better. So now he's going to Newcastle, where you can't do either.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
Sorry, Jamie.
I thought it was like the Ta guy. I was like, wait, man, didn't he just go to Bayern? And he's like, I mean, he's 24. That Ta was about, and I guess that opens us up. Like I say, I think it's just a matter of time.
Yeah,
that this is happening. Is that the perfect window, Gordo, you get Gay in, and you get Isak or another attacker in.
Don't say another. Give the name.
Another app named Fofana.
God damn it.
Yeah, I mean,
Everything.
look, this is like when you play FIFA in manager mode, right? Like that would be the perfect transfer window. But we also have to put it in the context of like comparatively over the last 10 years, this has already been the perfect transfer window in terms of what we've spent, who we've brought in on the back of a title winning season. It's already realistically, it's already a great transfer window. In order to be perfect, in order to be FIFA fantasy, then yes, a center back with Premier League quality in his prime for 40 million and an extra striker would be phenomenal. I mean, who like the FSG out people, they're still going to be out there, but they should just shut their mouths for the entire season if those two get over the line. Whether or not these guys perform this year, whether or not we get a trophy at the end of the season, it's just, what more could you ask for? That would be literally the perfect transfer window.
Yeah, I mean, even the biggest FIFA manager playing kid, I don't think could come up with a lot more names we could have signed to improve the squad, really. I mean, I know there was some like attackers out there and stuff like that, but especially, I mean, even if the Isak deal does not go through, like you said, would be like a ridiculous window. Is that based on just as a window overall? Because it ends up being like a Chelsea-like window, if you will, where you just signed a bunch of like big names, or is it just basically because we're not used to this many signings all at once?
Yeah, especially after we win something. You know, it's that we usually don't strengthen. It's like, hey, we got a great squad. We could do this again. And so we've signed so many players that, like, I think when the team lineup comes out today, people will be like, oh yeah, that's right, we signed Kirkes like day one of the transfer window. You know, like, people are going to forget who we signed, and we made some really good moves. I mean, you get Gahey, you get another striker. You basically put a marker down. You definitely have. I mean, the target is already on our back for the amount that we've spent. I've seen so many people crying about it. You know, the same people that were laughing at us that we didn't spend anything last year, the same people that are saying that we spent too much this year. It's ridiculous. Where are they getting all this money from? It doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, we haven't bought anybody in 2 years, basically. You know, very seldomly do we spend any money in January. And so I think it's a combination of we've signed so many players, so it does feel like Christmas a little bit. Like every day, you know, for a little bit there in July, every time I opened up my phone, we were signing somebody else. So I was like, this is exciting. And I just think the level of players that we brought in, and it seems like we finally brought in players in positions that we were like, hey, we need somebody here. And the club's like, oh yeah, like finally they're like, yes, Kirkes will, you know, Robertson needs replacing. Costas Timucin, for as much as John loves him, I don't think we could support John's love for Costas anymore. We got to bring somebody else in, you know, and then so
we need 6 left backs.
Yeah.
Somebody has to make coffee for Mo.
That's what you guys were talking about earlier when John was on here. When you made the comment about Mo leaving, and you gave Costas like that funny voice, and you're just like, where are we going next? Arabia or whatever. And I was like, that's so funny. He's like the weird Pomeranian that the old lady brings on the airlines with him, you know. It's like anywhere Mo goes, Costas has to go from now on.
Where are we going, Mo? But by the way, Trevor comes through. Hey, man, I really appreciate it. $100 to the GoFundMe. Woo! So we are at 785, which is 56% of the goal. But we have like some big hours coming up over here, because I do feel like, you know, with the game, people waking up, because I'm assuming a lot of people are sleeping. But you know, as people wake up and get ready for the game, I'm hoping as more people hop on, there's gonna be a lot more coming our way too. So if you have not done so, please do scan that code, get in on the action. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you can do it through the super chat and everything like that as well, because all those add up. Having said all we said about the window, what is Godo's expectation? What should be the bare minimum for the season?
Well, you got to get out of the, I was going to say group stage. It's still not used to it. You got to get out of the table stage, I guess is what you call it, of Champions League for sure. I think you have to win one domestic trophy, and then I'd be fine with being in like the last four of another domestic trophy. So I'm thinking, either in one of the finals, in a semifinal of either the FA Cup or the League Cup, and then you win the other. And then you got to finish top four. So in my opinion, one trophy, Champions League secured next year, and then you make a run at the Champions League late. I think that is easily achievable with this team. That would be bare minimum. At the end of the year, I'm sure nobody would be happy. I'm sure there'd be a lot of people that would not be happy with that. But at the end of the season, I think if you don't achieve that with this squad, with what we did last year, I think we have the right to be a little annoyed about it. It's a realistic goal in my opinion. And it should be the most realistic. Now I'd love to, be battling for a quad deep into March. But I still think one trophy, the knockout phase of the Champions League, and last four of another competition.
So I'm sensing out of that, based on your answer, we were talking about this earlier. I can't remember who was on, but we were kind of saying Champions League, or I think when John was here, we're talking about like if we win and chase one of the big trophies, would you rather have number 21, the Premier League, or the Champions League? Because he was Champions League, we were like Premier League, but John is young and foolish. Where are you at? Are you picking the champ? Because it sounds more like you're leaning towards Champions League as well. But then again, you are a lot younger than me as well. So let's go with that.
We all are. So is time.
Not that much.
Us young guys,
we only got so many things to talk about, and right now, your age is making time fly.
It does.
We like a little diversity, right? So we won the league last year. Let's get a different trophy and hold something else. It's the old
TikTok dance with it. Yeah.
I think the fact, and we didn't mention this before, I think the other fact is I think when you win a league, you don't always get to do it like we did it last year, but like when you get the trifecta of winning the league, winning it at home in front of your crowd, and then winning it with a couple matches to go, and having to force these other sides give you guards of honor, and then have a day as easy as the final day of the year where you just go in like just excited about the fact that all you really want is the final whistle so you can have that celebration again. You've already had 2 or 3 of those. Like, I think there's just something about winning it. And 99.9% of the time when you win a Champions League final, you win it on the road in a random city, sharing half the crowd or sharing a quarter of the crowd with your fans, a quarter of the crowd with their fans, and half of the crowd with the corporate sponsors' fans. And nobody is fans of the corporate sponsors. So it's and you have to watch a halftime show. So like these are all things that probably deteriorate for me a little bit of the joy of like winning the league. And just I think it was so much fun to celebrate it over and over last year. The only wish I have for this year is that we have more matches to win it, so they have more time to take the piss and come back even fresher. Because I feel like part of the reason they look so good in preseason and Dom looks like in full fiddle and like ready to go is because he didn't have to really run or do anything for the last month. And so their preseason started before everybody else's. They got a month off. And it was awesome.
Nothing else like a mental break.
Yeah,
right?
that's a great point.
Like apart from like the day, like the grind of winning it is like easily winning it, the mental break. I mean, most of these guys. I mean, I think in like most Premier League teams, but especially like the better teams, all your guys go to international breaks all the time. They're in tournaments and stuff like that. So this is like when we were talking about the Club World Cup. I mean, yeah, it would be fun to watch Liverpool in June and stuff, I guess. But part of me was like, man, this is great. Let them freaking rest, because I think it will pay off in the long run over there. But I don't know, like with the title winning, I think the 21 would feel good for one. But But I know what you're saying, because you could even tell with the boys, Gordo, that after the Tottenham celebration, the Palace celebration was not as much. They almost
Hell
like
yeah.
had the party at the Tottenham game. This is great too, but we had kind of celebrated kind of a deal. So do you think the back-to-back would kind of like take that away compared to the Champions League, or you just want to do a TikTok dance with John? Like, which way are you going?
No, and I think like to Gally's point a little earlier about the Champions League, it is a lot of the flavor, and this just straight comes from having this beat down on me by my father for so many years, is the Cup Winners' Cup. When it was just the league winners and it was straight knockouts, and those were the days. And like now it really is, especially last year when we watched like PSG just basically trip through the league stage of the Champions League and then absolutely go on a tear and win the whole thing. Clearly one of the best teams in Europe. It's become such a commercialized trophy now. It doesn't feel like it has like the same taste that it used to, and it would be really nice to get 21. Just back to back is phenomenal. I don't think it takes away from it. I actually think the celebrations would be harder if we won back to back with this team. And the easy thing to do, to settle all this would just be to win them both this year, and then we don't have to argue about it.
We could just say like, well, why only settle for one? We're not asking them what makes it a good season. We're not saying, we're not, delusional old school Barcelona, Real Madrid fans. Like if you don't win the double, including the Champions League and the league, the year was a failure. And that was really just an excuse to fire Jose Mourinho wherever he was. It was like, well, you didn't win them both, buddy. And then in classic Mourinho fashion, every once in a while, he'd be like, go fuck off. I did. And then he'd have to stay for a couple more years. But no, I thought that was a good point there. By the way, the Champions League final is
in Hungary, Budapest.
In Hungary, which means it would be played in the country of Szoboszlai and Kürkez. And it's funny when we talk about lineups, that's one thing I don't have to even question. If we got to a Champions League final, I don't care where he's playing. He might play at center back if he had to. Arne Slot's going to make sure that Szoboszlai's name's on that team sheet to start. It has nothing to do with the fact of matches in Hungary, but that's what we were talking about earlier. The big game. I think Szoboszlai goes right in before you worry about formation, and then you fit it around your best players. And I think in those big games, he'd be in that. But Gordo, good stuff, man. Always good to have you on. Just a good time to catch up. And thank you for helping us through another hour.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate it, man, as always. And when are you coming back, man? We need you in the mornings.
I said, if you guys got that opening slot this Wednesday, I'll jump in and I'm not sure if you're just going to be, coasting this week, just kind of sleeping at the microphone all week, just catching up on some Z's. So I'll be there this Wednesday.
That we'll see you this Wednesday, man. Hey, thanks a lot, Gordo, as always. Take care, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Great job.
Hey, Cunha is here. You should practice with United, man. But he says Isak is not coming, but I'm sure you have an insider out on that.
I mean, listen, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I don't know if you can call us deluded or whatever. When the reporters in Newcastle are taking the piss out of their own reporter for his ridiculous reporting and flip-flopping in the same exact day on that said Isak transfer update where he wasn't leaving, and then 3 hours later, he basically said Liverpool are just waiting for them to sign replacements before coming back in for another offer, and that Newcastle Isak doesn't believe he's part of the plans. Look, whether he comes or not, it will be a divisive thing for how he went about this transfer, but let's not kid ourselves. Calling Liverpool fans deluded at this point is genuinely like a comical idea because, of course, they're deluded. They're a little bit delusional. One, because 3 of them haven't gone to sleep all night, and 2, because they're excited about strengthening their squad and they're not looking at it through the eyes of a Newcastle supporter. I don't like what he's doing. I really don't. It does leave a bad taste in my mouth. But if you didn't sign players that acted like this, you wouldn't have gotten Virgil van Dijk. And that turned out pretty well. And he turned out to be a pretty damn good guy once he got here. And I'm confident Isak will as well. If I'm wrong, and he turns out to be a dink, I'm also pretty confident that Michael Edwards will make him be a dink somewhere else.
18 hours into a 24-hour Podathon, we're allowed a little delusion. Says I don't even take it from as delusion. I mean, this is like you're saying, it's kind of like reality. And I don't know. No offense, man. Welcome to the pod, and I hope you do donate to the cause, whether you're a United fan or not. But
And thanks for the comment.
Yeah,
We appreciate the comments.
As a fan base,
I also
it's probably
don't know
like
that-
the last group to call it. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I also don't know that Cunha is like the model example of.
Yeah, I don't think that would be, if I was coming on talking about like quality of person, I wouldn't be taking the guy who attacked the own physio at his club and then had to get suspended by his own club longer than the Premier League was willing to for a violent conduct charge. They were like, you're suspended for 6 matches. And then Wolves were like, and we're going to make it 8 because you also assaulted one of our staff.
I mean, we just had like Edip on, who's a United fan, talking about, you know, kind of like the entire like team base needing like an overhaul because of like the character of the players, and he's a United.
It's not a
fan
donation
saying it,
to Liverpool fans. We're not taking $1 out of any donation, but it's okay. Keep those dollars, send them to a cause in Manchester because they have just as many good causes there for programs that are helping
just
kids.
donate somewhere.
Just donate
Make yourself
somewhere
useful.
on behalf of yourself and behalf of your great takes. We appreciate you stopping by. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and I just don't think I have it in me to get in it with a troll.
Honestly, I don't really appreciate him stop by either. So
Yeah, if I roll with a troll right now, it's getting real dirty. Like I'm going and I'm gonna get low. I'm gonna say things I probably mean explicitly at 6 o'clock in the morning and won't mean by like noon tomorrow when I've slept hopefully for 10 hours.
Okay, let's go back to the scoreboard over here.
Yeah.
We're at like 785 right now out of the 1,400 goals. So 56% now, getting really close. So yeah, every little bit helps over there. Cunha is not going to freaking do it. So let's pick up the slack and somebody donate instead. Head over to that. You can use the Q code. You can scan that over there and head on. And you can also use it, like I say, for the shirts and the silent auction. The silent auction will be going on for another week, and we will probably work a lot on that throughout the week. Mr. In charge of socials over here will probably be posting a lot about some of the items we've been talking about all night. We have 2 of them right here, the McAllister and Diaz jerseys, but there's a ton of stuff on there. So I'm hoping like throughout the week we'll be able to promote that more and get it out there. But definitely the GoFundMe and the shirts right now are kind of like that. And obviously the live chats and all that kind of stuff. So how are you holding up, Bickler? You okay, man? I'm getting worried about you. You're really quiet. Right?
Well, you two fucking knuckleheads don't shut up. So I don't know why.
Talk about Cali, man. But we did talk Gally. He has to talk at these 14 hours, to be fair.
And
So,
I haven't even come close because I've taken at least.
you're pretty close.
That's bullshit, man. You have, just so we're clear, we had a good 2.5 hours where not one of the 3 of us talked tonight. So like
Michael saves the day.
I don't even know. It's just Mike. Was it Mark? Was that the gentleman that you interviewed?
Oh,
While
yes,
between the 2 of them, they took up and they had some great things to say. But to be honest, we had a big break, and we also had a fill in from John, where John had the most to say of any time he's ever been with us.
Really
So,
helped. This is probably why Victor was talking about a lot easier than last year.
Yeah.
I think it has like really helped being live, having guests hop on.
Probably
and
helps
stuff
that we
like that.
sound better too. I think just having good microphones and not like just rambling, talking. Like at one point last year, we all started to talk like we were just like talking into like a can. Because like we were like half above
So
board.
I'm glad those didn't get recorded by YouTube.
Yeah.
then,
It's probably a good idea that they didn't have the clippable moments from those. So yeah.
What is for breakfast? Okay, well,
that's a good one.
What is normally for breakfast? Because I'm not a breakfast guy.
Yeah, I don't usually eat breakfast either.
Same.
Are we talking like if I eat breakfast, it's really only like on a weekend and I've like woke up and I'm just hungry and I'm going out. Like I got to go to the grocery store. I got to do something. I stop and get breakfast, going to some diner. And I'm gonna go to some diner or little dive bar type place.
And get what?
I'm gonna get it's staple. I get 2 eggs over easy. I get crispy bacon. I get wheat toast. If I really need the home fries, I'll roll with it. I'm not getting things like pancakes.
You need the home fries?
No, I love
but the home. Like,
I love the home fries, but honestly, I just don't need that much more. And I got a system. I roll through the eggs. I break the yolks. I eat them with the toast, and I fire down the bacon, and I get a coffee with it, and I'm in perfect shape. You are grimacing because you don't like eggs?
I'm not a big egg fan. I can only consume eggs in specific formats. Wish Angel was here to complain about this, but like I can do omelets. I can have it like scrambled, like
so you're foo-foo
in a skillet or something.
It just takes
like
extra
that.
work.
you can't do scrambled, but you can do an omelet. It's the same fucking thing.
No, he likes
No, I
scrambled.
said I can do omelets.
He can
I
do scrambled.
I can
He
do
just
omelets.
likes extra work. He wants multiple steps and everything.
All right.
No, I just don't want it all slimy and
It's a
wobbly
texture
that's
and
fine.
for you.
jello-y
It's
and
a
stuff.
texture thing.
But I'm not like I said, I'm not a breakfast person. If I'm like at home actually doing breakfast, it would just be like a bagel or
I'll
something.
tell you
like
what.
a bagel and cream cheese.
The way that
I'll tell you an underrated way to make eggs that is hard to find when you're out is poached eggs.
Yeah, Kelly gets it all the time.
I
When
love poached
we're at
eggs.
a really good restaurant, Kelly will always get a poached egg.
Yeah.
And she just loves it. You know, the one drop on toast, and it's just like
Amazing.
to her, that's basically heaven. Like she'll go all in some days. She'll be like, "Yeah, I'm really hungry," and she'll get like the half order of biscuits and gravy. And I'm like, "Damn, girl, go for it." Then she went on that diet and she didn't eat anything for like she literally ate like a bird for about 6 months. But to be honest, that bird is feeling good about herself, super healthy, and physically in the best shape she's been in since she was probably a teenager. So more credit to my wife for putting up with me during all that time and finding a way not to drink for 4 months, because that's ultimately what helped her lose all
I think
the weight.
living with you is a reason probably by itself.
Yeah,
but-
it's absolutely a reason. But she's the one who voluntarily did this, just to be fair.
We have now officially been doing this so long that we're getting a second round of Jamie.
That's a morning. I was wondering when the wheat lass was going to wake up. I genuinely was, because I knew that was the moment we were going to get Jamie back. Right when we started talking breakfast.
Yes.
Thank God none of us went down that road. Jamie, good morning.
Yes, let's please not. Let's please not. And you know, in no time, Sergi will show up, put like gyro meat on eggs or some shit.
It'll be
like that, and
3:30 in the
omelets.
morning. It'll be 3:30 in the morning. He'll wake up and be like, "I don't know why my wife doesn't like me. I woke up to go to the bathroom and then just turned on your show on my phone."
You guys ever try pineapple on eggs?
Yeah, pineapple.
Look at that. The wee lass isn't even up yet. Jamie just wanted to have 10 minutes to himself and then spent it with us.
Hold on.
We
There
love you,
must be
Jamie.
some kind of like an Irish time clock or something like that.
Okay,
my
you speak about Jamie and Maka shows up.
That's because you're speaking about eggs and I showed up.
Yeah, that's true. Someone asked what for breakfast, and Maka was like, "Me,
It's like,
motherfuckers."
who's making breakfast? By the way,
me, motherfuckers.
BJ
Good morning,
is
BJ.
in the house. Eggs, Benedict, and Guinness.
Oh, that's not bad.
Breakfast of champions.
At some point, I'm absolutely having a Guinness for breakfast. This is the most Guinness I've drank like consistently over a period in the last probably 5-10 years. Just got away.
I thought you were going to
No.
say 5-10 hours.
Well, what absolutely is, to be fair, because I went the 10 hours before where I slept. But I do think the Guinness here, actually, people told me the Guinness here was a good pour, and it is a good pour. They got good stuff here. They got the good gas. That's what it all comes down to. The mix is right.
So
in that keg.
Mecca, what is the Mecca ultimate breakfast?
I'm not a breakfast person either. So I should be a lot lighter than I am. But I am a home fries guy. I never had home fries till I moved to this country, and they are the bomb. And especially if they're fried in butter, which a few diners up in Connecticut way have done. They are just like inject that into my veins. Eggs after that, and I don't care the rest. Just potatoes, toast, and eggs. You can't get in. See, you guys may be 18 hours into a Podathon, but I've just realised the squirrels in my wood stove. So I think I'm in a better shape here for a crisis than you guys are. But yeah, that's it. Home fries. Never even had the idea of it before, despite coming from the land of the spud.
That is a good call. You are from the land of the potato, and home fries aren't made there. But you know, Americans don't know how to make any food. What about
I second that motion.
what about you, Tim? Like, you don't eat the breakfast, so is there something you eat like late morning if you're hungry? Like, or do you just go right into lunch? Or are you that guy that at 10:45 is like, I woke up at 7:30. I can eat lunch right now if I'm really that hungry.
I'll be honest, Angie's a breakfast person.
Okay.
So she's usually going to be like, here.
So what is
I made
Angie bringing
this.
us for breakfast?
Bringing you Jack for breakfast. She's probably like strangle us with the cord that she bought
That's
at Best Buy
absolutely
for
clear.
breakfast.
You had
But
to out us, you son
if
of a...
I'm doing it, I'm just having like a bagel or something like that at best. But Mecca, man, you are the tactician, the coach. So what do you see when you look at the squad now compared to last year?
I thought you were going to ask me what way do we arrange the plate for more effective eating. That'd be the more tactical then. I have no idea, because it all depends now on what you get with Isak, doesn't it? Because somebody put a depth chart on X or somewhere like that, or Facebook, and we look suddenly very light in the attacking department. So I really hope we get Isak now. Otherwise, we just have Ekitike as the number 9.
Yeah, we were talking about that. So that's a I mean, this guy has signed Fofana like 16 times over the entire once an hour he's signing it, so it's like 18 times now. But I mean, we talk about obviously center back and the attacking options, but all these people that we brought in, like, how do you see it being different now? What we play, obviously, we saw some of it, but I'm sure we didn't see all of it in the preseason.
Well, what I will say is, because we did on Thursday at least did a huge chat with Cozzy about Cozzy's idea that we signed 2 wing backs or right. I don't know, were they right backs or wing backs? I don't know. And then Gravenberg dropping back to make a transitional back 3 when we have the ball, but we haven't seen that in the preseasons at all. We haven't seen that kind of a movement from the back when we had the ball. So I don't think that's actually going to be the case. I think it's still going to be a back 4. And it's going to be a holder, because he always plays with a holder. And then after that, it's probably going to change week to week, depending on who we're playing. You know, that which I love. I love the fact that we have a manager who switch it up, not just week to week, but half to half, maybe even every 15 minutes or something like that. So I don't know. It's exciting. That's all I'll say. I really want to see it come together. The problem is how quickly we'll come together, because that's a lot of intellectual demands on football players.
Yeah, I mean, Gally was talking about in terms of, you know, like knowing like how many times we're going to change the tactics and all that kind of stuff. I mean, do you prefer that? As like, I mean, like I always go to like ask you like a lot of coaching questions because of your background, but were you the kind of
I
guy?
lost every game, just so you know. I lost every game.
Yeah, well, you didn't have to tell everybody that. But I mean, like, are you the guy that, you know, like, are you more about this is how we play if we do it well? Kind of like, I mean, I obviously there were some tweaks, but I always thought, you know, of Klopp as somebody like that. You know, this is the plan. If we do our plan well, doesn't matter what the other team does. Whereas Slot looks like you said, we changed multiple times, even like within a match and stuff, which is like your preference when you're coaching, I guess, let's say.
Well, I like, you know, tactics are interesting. So, you know, when you start like reading books about them, like even just as a hobby or something like that, you get to see all the different varieties and variations of things. So I was a tinkerer, and the great thing about it was that when I came over here and coached and started coaching high school soccer, I didn't realize how sophisticated going from a 4-3-3 to a 4-4-2 was for all the other coaches, and they couldn't work out with standard change that you'd make in the other side of the pond, just like changing from a 4-4-2 to a 4-4-3-3, and you had coach going, "What were you doing? That was amazing." You're like, I just moved one player back. Like, it's not that difficult. So I do like that with like coaches who change things up, because you can plan all week as much as you want. You don't know what you're going to face on the day from the opposition. You know, they could get an injury that changes their plan, or they could have a secret plan that they want to do, Frank Lampard, for a particular game that'll fall apart in like 5 minutes. So I like them. I like the idea that you have such confidence that you just play the same way all the time, but that's sensitive to the players you have. And we saw that with Klopp, because he had to keep playing the same players all the time, and they burned out eventually. Whereas switching it up can keep players fresh, and you don't get as many injuries. But sometimes it can confuse the players if you go too far with it. What's his name? Claudio Ranieri. You know, that was the big deal with him when he was at Chelsea. So if you can get the balance right, it's got to be fantastic.
And that's why I appreciate Scott Parker so much. It doesn't matter what type of players he has. He just fucking loses and plays terribly. And it's just an entertaining watch for anyone who's not rooting for him. And I think that's everyone in the world that isn't related to Scott Parker, and probably half the people that are related to him that don't really want to deal with him or his finely dressed attire. So
you mean England's brave Scotty Parker?
Yes, exactly. He was player of the year one year for, I think it was West Ham. And he literally did absolutely nothing at the club all year long. And then at the end of the year, he forced his way out. And then they gave him the Player of the Year award after, because they couldn't think of a good thing to say about anyone else on that team that they had. It was a classic Scotty Parker maneuver. They hated him even when they were awarding him and giving him tributes. Where are we at? Are we moving anywhere in the needle? How much we got donated? So
we're
far?
still at the 785 over here. So if you are following, if you're watching right now, definitely hit the like button, because I know, like I say, since we had to switch to a new stream overnight, the number of likes kind of like went down to 0 when we started over. But to be able to record the show, that's something like we had to do. And yeah, the Q code is right there to be able to go to the GoFundMe. I will actually throw this on here as well shortly, the direct link again in this chat, because I think it was on the last stream over there. Bickler, what you got for Mecca? I'm sure you have some. This way I could keep you awake,
Yeah, this is like, I hate when you do this shit just out of nowhere. Like,
You are hitting that point, though. You are hitting that point where you're the first one to just sit back. You're like, and I'm going to use this chair and this wall to be a backstop. We can swap the. I mean, we can. I mean, we're getting close to when they're going to reopen. They might need their stools back. But I bet if we take them now, they probably wouldn't. They'd probably just be like, well, they took them hostage. If we really need them. I mean, if you guys think you want me to do it?
No. I'm good.
So
Bickler just stands up. He's like, hell yes, we're doing it.
can I ask Mike a question?
Sorry,
I mean,
go
you
ahead.
guys are bitching about me asking him a question, and now you're
trying to keep
fucking
you
around with
awake, man.
chairs.
Trying to keep you on your toes.
Mako, when you look at what's been done this summer, what's your perfect end of this window?
Getting Isak, just to I think having more goal scorers is always a good thing. But also we need that centre back. If we're left with Joe Gomez as the replacement for Kanate, we're stuck because it's 2 injury-prone players. And as much as we wanted Van Dijk to sign the contract, and it's so good that he did, we lose his leadership if anything happens to him. We don't have somebody who's consistent there in leadership. So, like, if we get a proper ready-to-go centre-back rather than one of the 18-year-old prospects or whatever that we've been seeing mentioned, that would be fantastic, because I don't trust Kanate to play 38 games of a league season, or 38 games of the entire season, not even just the league on its own. And I don't trust Gomez to get out of the first half of the Charity Shield if he played in it, because the guy just keeps getting injured. So centre-back and Isak, and then I think we're set then after that. I don't think... I think the flexibility of Wirtz... kind of covers for the loss of Diaz on the left side if we need to put somebody on the left side. So those 2 things, if you got those, or a surprise, like, Isak was a smoke screen. Here's an obscure Afghanistan 22-year-old player that nobody knew about, but Michael Edwards did, and he's got to be great.
Okay, first of all, me being alive was the given. We're all shocked that Victor's.
I mean, he's fading. And I mean, listen,
he's
I'm
saying that to make himself feel better.
Oh, absolutely. I'm absolutely in the exact same boat. Like, I'm basically at the point now where I'm standing with 2 elbows on the table, and before you know it, it's gonna be like when Mike was here, just ending his shift, and the table was literally at a 45-degree angle. I thought any minute it was just tipping over onto the pool table. The thing was like a perpendicular V. By that point, he was still talking straight into the mic here, and he was standing over here looking at it. He brought the table. He brought it with him, and I loved every second of it.
We were pushing.
That was the end of his shift too. So to be fair, there's that.
We're pushing 18 hours of standing up. It's okay to
I think so.
Absolutely.
It has helped. I do keep switching because after a while your feet hurt and stuff. But I'll ask you this, Mecca, because we talked earlier about your namesake Mecca's importance and how we notice when he's not there. We also talked about Szoboszlai and how we miss him when he's not there. It's different aspects. And obviously there's Gravenberg over there and there's Wirtz. So obviously there'll be some rotation and stuff like that. But what is your ideal trio out of that midfield right there?
We have to go with Gravenberg. He's not the most technically important midfielder, but he's the one that does the sitting job better than the others. So I'd say be Gravenberg, McAllister, and Wirtz. If we have a number 9, if we don't have a number 9, I've said before, just watching Feyenoord, that Slot was quite happy to play with a false 9, sort of false 9. And if that's the case, then we get the classic Slot midfield 3 of Szoboszlai, McAllister and Gravenberch then. So I think it's probably going to depend on the forward situation, and then whether we're going to play with a forward, like a straight number 9 from the start against the team. What I think that was going to happen is Szoboszlai is going to be the sacrificial lamb every time. If he starts and there's a change to be made, he's the midfielder coming out.
So Szoboszlai should be the one praying for Isak move to not happen. Then, were we?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think because he's right. I think that Forest game is like it's buried into Slot's brain, so he's looking for ways to bunker or beat the teams that bunker down, and that's where having managers guessing what ways it's going to go each week is going to be good in his mind. Szoboszlai does great for the long distance shots, but when they're all packed in, you can't get those shots off. He's kind of wasted sometimes. The other team aren't ambitious to get the ball into our half at all. He doesn't always be effective, and then in that case, you probably need Wirtz and McAllister for their kind of subtle, nuanced skills. Szoboszlai is just a very good battering ram, very good looking, battering ram sometimes. But then Salah might get you've done your job, son. You've taken over Nunez's mantle and missed 27 chances. Szoboszlai is going out there, or something like that. I don't know. Although the African Nations Cup is this year, isn't it? This in the middle of this season.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's probably. Is that are we not losing Salah for a portion of
like
January?
mid-December to like what I think it was 18th. Ozan was giving us, if they go all the way, I think January 18th was the date, if I remember, for the final. So like you do lose them for a month. From what I remember, it was 6 games, but I think we figured it was like 6 Premier League games.
6 Premier League games, and then if you advance, you'd have the semifinals of the League Cup, both legs, and probably at least 1 third-round cup of the FA Cup, and potentially one of the Champions League final last 2 that you play in January now. So it's a considerable amount of meaningful football matches. It's just adding more stress and leg time. So it kind of comes to like we've been asking people about what makes a good season, but the truth of that is sometimes you have to take those cup runs into effect of how they impact your season, because they really change the amount of fixtures you have at one of the busiest times of the year, especially in England, where they're the only people in the world who think to themselves, it's a great idea to play more football matches when every other country allows their players to focus on like the things of that season, like the family stuff.
Yeah, but just keep playing. Frimpong, are you comfortable with Frimpong filling in during that time as a right winger, Mecca, or would you rather use a different solution for that? Well,
I think you'd be fine. I think, but Frimpong may be at the mercy of whether Bradley can stay healthy as well. Because if he's injured, Frimpong's going to be the right back, and then I think Szoboszlai goes out on the right in that sense, in that situation. That's what I like about what the moves are, and apart from the fact that I now have to begrudgingly give Michael Edwards some credit, which pains me greatly. Although to be fair, a lot of it goes to the very, very swarthy, good-looking, blinds all the other transfer committees with his good looks, Richard Hughes.
It's no question, man.
He just walks in and goes, "Hi, I'm here. Let's make a deal." And his teeth gleams as soon as he goes, "Let's make a deal." Ding.
He does look like that salesman that walks in and like there's like a man and a woman at the table that are both mesmerized by how well his hair is put together and how well that salt and pepper look is, and it looks so good. They're figuring out like how much time were you in a hairdresser's chair for them to actually put those highlights in to give you that salt and pepper look, because people don't get that salt and pepper look naturally. Like he does look like he could be cast to be the next Bond.
I get big Richard Gere, Pretty Woman vibes.
Yes, like early young Richard Gere, where like women would talk about like, well, I love my husband more than anything in the world, except for an opportunity to meet Richard Gere. And like that was like one of those things. I feel like that's kind of, one of those segue topics that we can probably jump off of, like what moment of your life was it that you realized how good looking Richard Gere was? But it's like the Michael Douglas thing. Like they became huge things in this country
tonight.
No,
Yeah, I just now, I guess.
Well,
I did not realize.
you clearly didn't have an older sister who watched like Revenge of the
Yes,
Nile or one
no,
of those
yeah.
movies when they were younger, where the dude was just like never wearing clothes and just on a boat and talking about himself.
And little
looking good.
Gally's sitting there.
Little
like,
Gally,
"Yes, hot."
no, I never said that, but he listened to his sisters, and obviously he
So
knew
Gally
what
became
was
a man.
important to them. I'm telling you right now, Gally didn't get to watch anything he wanted until he was about 13 years old when his two sisters ended up in a college dorm room, and then he got control of a TV remote for the first time ever in his life.
Hold on, we're hanging on, but what are we hanging on for? It better be like a huge donation. Or
I think
something like
we're
that is
hanging
what I'm
on like
waiting
they're
on.
asking us to hang on to the table because they're afraid Bickler's going to
Yeah.
fall through the wall.
Victor's doing fine, but Victor's getting offended. That
I
like
have to be honest though,
Big
you guys are doing fantastic for men who were drinking Guinness so much, and you're still awake.
I think we had
I'm not
I've been-
confident. I'm not confident about how hygienic your toilet bowls are going to be later on. Once you wake up from your sleep.
I'm not apologizing to the people that are in the train car with me on the ride home. I'm not apologizing to those people going back to Springfield on that train. I might actually go like do that thing you do at work when you really you know it's going to be bad. So you like go to the opposite floor of where your cubicle and office is when you're in an office. You're like, I'm going to floor 2 for this one. Like I might go down to like the coach class car and just use their restroom.
Always go to accounting. That's
Yeah, exactly.
for accounting guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck those nerds.
Said by the asshole who does payroll for a living. Yeah.
Okay, we're waiting. What are we? We're hanging on, man.
I think we're just hanging on for like dear life.
I think he's just saying like hang on for another fight. Maybe he means hang in there. more
Yeah,
than
pretty
hang
much.
on.
We can do it. Hang on, guys.
Oh, Shelton is up as well.
This must be meat to smoke.
So it's time to turn over the
Sunday and all.
So Wesley has looked great in the right flank, even deeper is in some games so far. I mean, honestly, we were talking about this earlier, Mecca, because you mentioned it when Szoboszlai was first signed, and when we did not know. Sorry,
People are catching strays at 6 o'clock in the morning. They got up at 6 to follow us or listen to us. Yeah,
he's like, that's why the bathrooms suck. But no,
unbelievable.
going back to
Jamie's shitting on my town. Fucking, I'm shitting on trains, and fucking deluded Steve's having his fucking career choices shit on by 3 fucking guys who decided to stay up
just
all
the
night.
bathrooms, the career is fine. But going back to Szoboszlai, when
Let's
we
go back
signed
to
him
Sobo.
initially, that's when like most contract was up in the air and stuff, and we were talking about,
it's happening.
hey, he might be like the future one in the right wing and stuff. You mentioned it as an alternative to Frimpong. Do you see him in like when you're trying to get maybe all 4 of those guys? I made you pick 3 out of on the same pitch at the same time. Do you see him playing there at all, or is it just AFCON? Because we were talking about like last year, like even if we resign Mo and Van Dijk, you don't want to play him as much as you did, in their late 20s as you want to do in their early 30s or almost mid 30s.
I think, for me, you kind of think back to how players used to be, and at like this age they're starting to fall apart. But like Mo takes care of himself to probably better than Conor McGregor does. I probably look after myself better than Conor McGregor does at this point. But I think what I think is we get one more good year out of Mo Salah fitness wise before the pace starts to go. I think that the smartness of the 2-year contract is he gives us a year to figure it all out, and then a year, maybe he goes at the end of the season and we get a price for him now. And he ends on a good note. Like Frimpong, there's some players that need distance to get up to their best speed. There's some players that are like Michael Owen was quick from the blocks. When he played, he was literally one of the fastest players I've ever seen from like 0 to 60 in half a second. And then there's some players they just need, like Andy Carroll. I just always hated watching Andy Carroll play because he had to drop into midfield to get 60 yards to hit his top speed. The problem was, by the time he was up there, we've already lost the ball again, so it was a complete waste of time.
Or he was absolutely running in the wrong direction. He was so deep to make the space. He couldn't even. There wasn't enough pitch left, so he ended up almost in the cop because he just ran past the byline, just like a train.
He was like Forrest Gump. Like they were chasing him out of the stadium, going, "Stop! Come back!" And then also the fatal flaw on the plan was that Charlie Adam would eventually get the ball, and then that would be the end of that passing move. But Frimpong might be one of those. He might be one that needs a bit of distance to get up to speed. So he might end up playing as a right back or a right wing back if you're Cozzy, if he's the right outside attacker. So that's only Mike. I need to see Frimpong a lot more. Is what I'm saying before I'd be comfortable with that. So I would think Szoboszlai would be the player, or Rio. If they're going to keep him on and have him throw some bit parts around, because that kid looks. I know this was a discussion earlier on in the whole podcast, but that kid looks ready. His age is not an issue. George Best was getting kicked around the field at 17. So was Pele. Actually, he was getting kicked off the field.
I guess more than physically, do you think he's mentally ready to make the switch? I mean, when we were talking about even before these preseasons and stuff, like I've been watching him, it was like, is he going to be able to switch from his youth game habits to playing with the big boys where, you know what, you're going to have to drop the ball sometimes to your left back because you are not the main focus now. You're kind of like part of the overall deal because we got a guy on the other side who is the overall focus. You think he's ready to make that adjustment mentally?
I don't know. I don't know enough about him to know, like character-wise. What I do know is that he seems cocky enough to feel that he belongs there already, and he reminds me of Gerrard, like that. Like Gerrard walked onto the pitch the very first time, and he looked like he, what have we been waiting for, guys? I was ready for this when I was 13. You should have played me when I was 13. Roy Keane had that. Like people forget Roy Keane when he started, when he played for Forest with the big bushy head of hair that he doesn't have anymore. But he looked like it didn't matter to him who he was playing against. Actually, when he played in Cork for Cove Ramblers, he looked ready in the League of Ireland, which got a mention earlier on this evening from Mark. Yes, there you go. We're getting global here at American Scouser. We're recognizing part-time leagues and everything. USL 2 people. But I don't know enough about Rio to know whether he could make that adjustment, but I do see from his attitude on the field that he thinks he's ready for it. And I think that's the only issue then is whether the senior players will be able to, give him a clip around the ear now and again if he gets too cocky, like Sterling used to. But, that's a good problem to have.
You know what I'm ready for? I'm ready for trivia to be 100% on the back-to-back matches that we played against Athletic Bilbao. Because over this 24-hour period, I think I have watched those two matches 4 times in their entirety. And actually seen all the highlights of both of those matches.
Yes, it's been nonstop.
It's probably I appreciate LFC TV, but I also appreciate places that have diversity of some content. Because I've seen that and I've read the subtitles to the Allison documentary to the point where I actually don't think I have to watch the Allison documentary anymore because I feel like I've actually learned it. Because it's just
to be fair, they're not expecting you to watch it 24 hours.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what I mean. That was kind of the whole gist of the whole thing. That is something we haven't talked about the entire podcast. The whole Allison thing. And I think he's back with the team training at this point. I don't know if he's going to play tomorrow after the emergency that he had to leave. But either of you and Maka, do you have any concerns? Not regarding Ali being ready for Bournemouth if he's here and mentally ready, but his wife clearly went through an emergency procedure. He was literally all the way across the world in Japan at the time, felt he had to leave the tour to go be by her side. And then the club granted him an extended family leave while she kind of recovered from whatever surgery. My brain always goes to the emergency ones, like appendix and things that just happen out of the blue. But whatever it was, I really hope she's doing better at this point. But any concerns with the fact that we haven't seen much of Ali so far in this preseason? And I guess that's one question. And then maybe if you don't answer that one, what have your opinions been of the other keeper options we've seen? Because what have we seen? 3 so far between short term for the Pesci kid. We've seen Woodman twice. And of course, we've had a lot of the big man.
Were you asking me or were you asking
anybody?
Yeah,
We're having a conversation. It's it's
I think,
6
like
o'clock in the
I'll,
morning. I
I'll
can't even make
answer
eye
the
contact.
Ali part and like throw it at you because I don't think Ali will be playing obviously tomorrow. I think even the Bournemouth thing kind of like is
Questionable?
imbalanced on that today. Sorry,
Yeah, it's today. Come on, Timucin.
in like 4 hours or
3.5
whatever it is.
hours.
But I guess like that brings me to the second part of his ordeal, which like Mamardashvili, how confident are you from what you've seen so far? Apart from being humongous, what do you expect? Like, do you like, because the biggest concern, like, because I have been personally, maybe because the expectation was too low, like how good with his feet and stuff like that. When we signed him, we were like, why did we sign this guy? He's not great, because he didn't look like that when he was in the Euros. But I've been pleasantly surprised during the preseason how accurate he is and how he plays the ball out of the back and stuff. But I'll let you kind of like take it away from there and like let us know like what you think of him so far from what you saw.
I mean, I've been surprised. This shot stopping is good. There's that part of it I don't think is an issue. I think he's very basic with playing the ball out the back. One of the headaches for Alisson is that he'll try something and you'll sit there and you go, "What are you doing?" Oh, okay, it worked. Okay, that's okay. Don't do it again though. And then he does it again anyway. And then me and Suzy have to take our heart medications instantly after it. But it's a different thing doing it against Yokohama than it is against Manchester City or against Bournemouth or someone like that. So that's the test. And also the aggression with which Alisson comes off his line and the purpose that he does, because what's his name? Mignolet was a good shot stopper, but he if you told Simon Mignolet to stand on his line for 95 minutes, he'd be go, "Yeah, that's great." If you told him to come off his line and save something, you could see the sweats happening instantly just before the game even kicked off, because he was glued to that area. So that's what I want to see. I want to see what he's like when there's not a through ball near the edge of the penalty area. I want to see a through ball from the halfway line, that like a Saka kind of running at him with a nice deft pass. I don't want to see that pass happen, but I want to see how he reacts when that does occur. So in terms of the defensive side, the main part of the goalkeeper's job, I think he's okay. I think he's maybe, again, like Keller, just maybe not Alisson Becker quality, but good enough. But
that's almost unfair to ask though, right? Like, because you're comparing like to automatically number one. I mean, if I bring Keller here now, we're gonna go like a total different road. But we used to do the same thing with Keller. You are comparing it to the number one, so automatically there is gonna be some kind of a drop off. I guess the issue is how big of a drop off.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kelleher's like the known quantity. I know this was a debate on Discord, which everybody should be signed up to, who are watching right now, about the fact that like people like myself and Jamie saw a lot more of Kelleher than everybody else did, because we've been following him since in the Ireland U17s, because we don't have much to smile about in Ireland other than Guinness, the rain, and the fact that the cars are Irish. Not the Guy car, the other three. So we've looked at, we watch the national youth teams because they're always our great hope. The way some clubs are always looking at their academies, like West Ham. Our academy is fantastic, and it was at one point. Well, we're not winning any trophies, but look at all the great players we're producing. So we kind of have an affinity for Kelleher like that. But he was still up against Alisson Becker. There's no two ways about it, and that's the thing. Mamardashvili he's going to have to be better than Alisson, than Alisson to get a sniff. Otherwise, he's going to be another Steve Ogrizovic. He's going to be gone in a few years, and he'll be in Liverpool's number 2 for his entire time.
I just want to clear the air with Diluted Steve. I clearly knew, seeing that I set up the webcam that is filming all of us, that you'd see me on my phone. I was just trying to figure out if I was right that player you threw out was Brazilian. That was the only thing. Yeah, I was making sure I remembered that he was Brazilian. There was no chance I would remember what year he won a World Cup, because at that 86? Time I didn't even look it up. I'm telling you, I looked up that he was Brazilian. And the truth is, it did take about 2.5 minutes after the question happened because I struggled for a moment to remember the 4-digit password on my phone that I put on yesterday. Because
and the 4-digit password is 1111.
and I'm telling you, it's not that easy, but it's easy. And I genuinely set it up yesterday because Bickler and I took the train, and he's like, you should set up Google Pay, and then the train is so much easier. You don't have to use cash, and you don't have to buy a card, but you got to use Google Pay. So I did that, and then it made me set up a password, and then it made me verify it 5 times with my credit card company and twice with my bank. And at the end of it, I realized Bickler could have just freaking tapped his phone twice and paid $2.90 for the one way I took on a train. And instead, I have a password on my phone that eventually is going to make me auto force reset the entire thing when I get on the train this afternoon on my way home, and I can't remember it. But I appreciate you, brother. It'll only make for this story to be even better. And you gave us 3.5 more minutes of shit to talk about.
Is it 1986 or 1990 now? Now, like
Taffarel, was it not 94?
Deleted.
Is that 94?
Diluted Steve. Talk to me, Goose.
Yeah, but I think he won. Didn't they win the one in Mexico? No, that was Argentina.
No, that was Argentina.
They won in 94, didn't they? Because they won the World Cup in the States.
Yeah, 94. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I thought it was like 86 or 90.
They won the World Cup, and we all won after we got to see who was it that took the penalty? Diana Ross.
Diana Ross
took the worst penalty in the history of penalties at that World Cup, and everyone that watched footy won almost as much as that time when Carl Lewis threw out the first pitch at that Arizona Diamondbacks game. And like, there aren't better things than when a professional athlete tries to do something in another professional sport and absolutely looks like it's me or you doing it. Like, that is always my favorite thing in the world. Like,
the best thing about it was, though, the goal was supposed to explode when she hit the back of the net, and she missed it, and it was just like a very flimsily put together goal falls down. You're like, well, that's what the level of technical expertise is here at the World Cup in USA. The goals are going to fall down. Is that what you're saying, people?
I mean, to be fair, she did hit the corner flag.
And a young Darwin Nunez was watching that very moment.
And he fell in love with two things. Missing open nets and Diana Ross. And today he only remembers missing open nets.
Oh, the fine smell of bleach is filling the pub, by the way. I'd rather have Diana Ross take 20
smelling salts a little bit.
Sing the national
It was outstanding. It is fine that they are mopping the floors, because now I know that the floors are going to be cleaner, and I am going to have something to keep me up for the next hour and a half until the staff comes in. And they're actually going to be here in an hour and 21 minutes. One of the bartenders told me she'll be here at 8.
Yeah.
And she's like, if you're still up and not sleeping on one of those big, comfortable cushions that looks like it has like a backdrop of like a big king size bed in a hotel. Because I told you, I saw it a couple times when I was sitting over there, and I was like, this is actually kind of comfortable. And if I just shift it right now and put my head down, I might fall asleep. Like,
there'll be none of that.
There will not be any of that. But I tell you, it's even harder when there actually is a sleeping surface. Like, I wouldn't sleep on most places here, but I might sleep on one of those booths right there. And it's in eyesight. It's almost like it's just staring at me.
Dart?
Yes, they're giving us the flicker. Like,
yeah, they're like,
guys,
are you guys going to leave or what? Darwin the GOAT. Hey, Jess, am I the only one who can move on from Darwin? I can answer for myself. Yes. I had moved on like 6 months ago or so, probably. We talked a lot about it. I think I pretty much know where you are with that. I mean, I thought we got like a really good fee for him, first of all, but would we miss him if we didn't sign anybody else? Let me ask you that way, Mecca, because I think I know what your answer is going to be in terms of like, should we have kept him another year and all that stuff? But if we do not sign anybody else, would you find yourself saying in 3 months, man, it wouldn't be too bad to throw in Darwin right now in the 65th minute or something?
No, not under any slot. Under Jurgen Klopp, I definitely say, because like his chaos fits with what Jurgen Klopp wanted to do pressing wise, but Slots is a lot more patient and it requires a little bit more thinking. And I just don't think Nunez figured that part out. And I don't think he's going to figure out Hilal either. He might score a lot more goals, but I don't think he's going to be there for long. That's a terrible move for him professionally. I think that's an absolutely dreadful move.
Felt like
but-
an escape plan. Felt like an escape plan. Like it felt like an option to get him
I mean,
out
with those wages, it's
and
not a
get the wages.
horrible plan.
But you spend a year and a half there. They seem to give up on the players they sign pretty quickly, even if they do well. Like, I think they like the splash to say we signed a player from Liverpool. We got a number 9 from Liverpool. He's young. He wanted to come here. They can use that in their marketing campaigns in Uruguay and their FIFA international marketing campaigns. But then next year they find a way to sell him to a club that maybe they're invested 40 to 50% in that they own, and they make money on it on both sides of the transaction.
Or they just send him to the Turkish league. I mean, Duran is already playing for Fenerbahce.
That's a great point. Like they send him to a club.
You know what I mean? Like they loan him out.
And it's a Galatasaray with Osimhen. And eventually, if you convince them that the project is fun and living in the cities are great and they like the competitiveness of the league and the money is competitive, now he's back in Europe with a chance to play Champions League football and maybe in a club that at a level that makes it more direct and I know you don't want him at Fenerbahce. That's not what we're trying to do to you, though. No. I mean, if there was like a double, here we
Nunez?
go,
Yeah,
Nunez and Simicast to Fenerbahce. If someone could make that happen, I would literally pay to have a live stream on Timucin's face, because if they sign those players, they would be coming in to be starters at the club.
Oh yeah,
not just brought in to make coffee for the favorite for Darwin. We got
unless Costas is bringing more with him or something like that, because he comes with the package. Unless that's the case, I feel like the same thing is happening with Darwin. Fabinho, I didn't want to leave. I don't want to leave the club and go to another club in Europe before the season started. Alita made an offer for me, and the Liverpool director said it was very good. I mean, at the end of the day, Macca, just as it was in Fabinho's scenario, it's good business, especially like you said, if it's not fitting your system, what's the point? Especially when you get a good offer like we did for Nunez.
Yeah, but Fabinho did fit Klopp's system, didn't he?
Well, his legs weren't fitting anymore.
Yeah, his legs weren't fitting anymore. That's because they were too long. What they should have done is just lop 2 inches off his legs mid-season and then give him a bit of recovery time and he'd come back like 5'10". But great, but I mean it's a nice clickbaity quote, but players are unreliable narrators when it comes to their careers. There's always, as I think Harry Redknapp said once in an interview, I thought it was like very eye-opening, because Harry Redknapp generally doesn't tend to spill the tea. But he was like, players will blame everybody else before they blame somebody else for their own downfall. Every single time, it's somebody else's fault. So I think there might be a bit of that. There's probably a large dose of truth in it, that he didn't want to leave. But if he looks at it, it probably was the most sensible move at the time. And Nunez going is the most sensible move here as well, because we've got receipts that could show this on the Thursday night podcast. We loved his effort, but you have to put the ball in the back of the net if you're a Liverpool number 9 with consistency. You can't be 6 yards off the line and then missing and hitting the corner flag with a ball. You can't do that at Liverpool. You could do that at Bournemouth. You could do that at Crystal Palace. You can't do that at Liverpool.
I mean, if you wanted that,
you could do that at United if you're Marwan Fellaini.
Lucho Magic is in the house. Hey, he says he hit the like button and we're up to 40. Yes, please do, because like I say, we did change at midnight. And Lucho, I did turn off the ads because it felt like when people came back, it was kind of taking time to adjust and all that, maybe because of our connection or whatever. And I was like, hey, let's make the stream a lot smoother so we get the likes, we get more people watching, and hopefully more people donating. So the Q code is right there. We are at, for the GoFundMe portion of it, we're at $7.85. We had a ton of super chats and the stickers, so those are totaling up as well. I won't be able to total that probably at the end of the shebang over here, but we are at $7.85 for the GoFundMe, which is 56%. Maybe I don't know if my eyesight is getting worse overnight or the eyes are getting tired, but I have to like really zoom in on that one to be able to see that. But yes, so go ahead and donate as much as you can to the GoFundMe or the super chat over here so that we do reach the goal. I mean, we have 6 hours left, if my math is right? Is that right, Bickler? 6 hours or so. And obviously 2 hours is going to be the game by itself. So I got to get these numbers. I'm sure it's going to be hopping over here in a little bit over here. But Mecca will be negatively impacted now that it's taken. No, yeah, he'll be.
I don't even speak Spanish.
I don't know. Honestly, like, I'll ask you, Mecca. Like, all these new players, there's always a concern, obviously, the adjustment, like you were saying earlier. But it feels like it's almost like every one of them has like a weird connection that will help them ease a lot better. For example, like Veer says Frimpong, who obviously, like was at City and stuff, is a very familiar. Turkish has Dominic Szoboszlai. Does that kind of like help the process, you think, or make it faster?
No, I think it makes it faster because you don't have to, find your way into the dressing room culture, like the locker room culture. There's somebody there to tell you, we do this, we don't do that. Maybe in their previous club, they could just drop the towels after the post-game showers and somebody comes in and picks them up. But at Liverpool, now you got to do that yourself. We keep this locker room clean so the clean people have less to do. And then you're not doing the wrong thing and then setting people off instantly, plus if you're having a bad time now, you have somebody to talk to that why am I not fitting in, or does the boss not like me or something like that. There's a lot of benefit to knowing somebody at the club already. And I think if we do get Isak, it'll probably be a case of like he's a Premier League player. He's not coming in from another league, so he knows a lot of the culture already. So that will help too. And he's played at Anfield. He's seen what the crowds are like, and he's seen how crowds deal with their own players when they're having a bad time. And I want to say Newcastle are the same, but I don't think they are. Like the Liverpool have that reputation. Like there's loads of YouTube videos about players and managers saying like nobody gets behind a player when they're down, except for Paul Konchesky. Then Liverpool fans do. Liverpool supporters at Anfield. So there'll be a lot of that kind of familiarity from Isak. Well, I'm sure he probably knows Richard Hughes. Richard Hughes was probably at his house sweeping up for his mother because now his mother loves Richard Hughes. And she thinks he was in a movie or something like that. And he walked in the door with a Timucin. Ding. This is Isak. I'm here to talk to your son. And did this with his hair and all that kind of stuff. We're dealing with that level of fantasticness now.
See, a team player when the guy only sleeps 5 instead of 7. That's a team player right there. The Polish Prince coming in strong. We appreciate it, man. Thanks. We would kill for 5 hours probably, right?
How many of his butlers do you think had to work for the last hour so that the palatial estate that they moved into recently was prepared for when the prince woke up this morning?
Just in case
like
he
the
wakes
slippers,
up early.
because they knew he stayed up late and they knew he might get up for this stream. So they were like, we got to have the slippers out. We got to have, we got to have his breakfast ready. And then in an hour or two, we have to have Michelle's breakfast ready, which he's going to try to take credit for, of course, because it's produced. Absolutely. But we're happy to have the prince back. And as always, thank you for getting in here. That's one, Jim. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for good Dave Chappelle calls this early in the morning. Like, we are literally in so much pain, Jamie, because for the last hour, you didn't remind us to stretch, that we're each sitting and standing in about 3-minute rolls.
Yeah, I keep like moving. It's just like I think like the feet are tired now. That's why. Yeah. So because the standing feels good, but not like
pretty soon we're just gonna look like whack-a-mole.
Yeah, absolutely. It is getting tight. The staff's gonna show back up and they're gonna be like, can you guys get the hand truck? Because someone's gonna have to help them get out of here later. There's no way they're making it up this.
Basically, the crowd gets going over here.
No, the energy will come back for sure.
I mean, based on what Michael tells us, it could be based on the reservations they already have and stuff like that. So it might be time for those espresso shots. Honestly, like when it's kickoff, 10 o'clock, right? So like until we get to the kickoff, and obviously the lineup will be out. And what do you expect for the lineup, Macca? Like, I guess let me ask you this: does that lineup? How much does that lineup tell you about the Bournemouth lineup?
I don't know. I think what we saw in the second game against Bilbao will be more or less it. apart from the ones that were in the first game that should be starting. And then the question is the goalkeeper situation. It really depends on what the emergency was. I hate to be a realist, but it could have been something, gynecologically related as well. It could be something that impacts Allison as well. We might not see him for a little bit if there's a mental component to that. So I'd imagine Mamardashvili in goal, Kanate, Van Dijk, Robertson on the left, and then Frimpong on the right. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Gakpo up front, and then Wirtz and Salah, and then the usual midfield. That's the way I think it might go. But
I don't know. I think he's going to start Ekatike from the beginning to get him more minutes.
Oh yeah. Right. I think
one of those three sits, and I think it comes down to Maka's fitness. And if Maka is fit to start this match to get more minutes in his legs, I could see them starting him and Soboslai deep and giving Gravenberch a rest from the beginning for two reasons. One, it allows you to bring him in and sub him in for a guy later in the match, and he's not playing against Bournemouth. And two, it allows you to bring him in as a center back, seeing that you don't have another Fitz one to take Virgil and you probably get a second half. You finish that match probably with Ryan Gravenberch and Wataru Endo at center back, because the alternate option is Tsimikas, and we can't have that because we've just done 20 plus hours together at that point, and I don't know that Tim has it in him. I don't think he has it in him. I think by then the entire crowd will start chanting Tsimikas just to goat us in here.
I agree actually with Jamie. I think because of this fitness thing, he'd probably be on the last 30. I mean, I guess the biggest thing is it helps that there's no overtime or whatever to worry about. But how much of these substitutions and stuff would be based on the fact that we're going to play in 5 days as opposed to there's a plate to win?
I think it really depends how much Arne Slot wants to win the Charity Shield or Community Shield, whatever they're calling it these days. I think I wouldn't shock me if he wants to win it, just to say he's done it, and then maybe we're lucky at Champions League at the end of this season, and we can go, I've got the full set, David Moyes, I've got the full set, so I wouldn't shock me if he wants to win it, but also wouldn't shock me if he wants to win it just to show the new players that you don't take days off at Liverpool Football Club. It might be a friendly, but we have to win it. You might be the Community Shield, but we have to win it. Although, don't they take the Super Cups seriously on the continent? Like the German Super Cup, the Spanish Super Cup, they're like serious game. Well, to be fair, the Spanish one is usually Real Madrid, Barcelona, so you can't get away from that anyway. But a lot
more serious. There's more weight to those.
Yeah.
But that's because I think goes back to what you're saying. Usually those games end up being two of the
big rival,
Bayern, Dortmund, or something. It ends up being one of their big games anyway. Whereas this feels like, I guess usually this ends up being something like that with Chelsea or something like that. But it's a different scenario this time, and I don't know how that impacts it. To be honest,
I was actually going to ask you what your thoughts on that were, and I'll ask you, Bickler, on this one. How, when you look at playing, by all accounts, this is the last preseason match, right? That's what it is. It's not a regular season match. It is preseason. So when you're thinking about this match, would you have preferred it to be City, right? Where they're going to come to play, but just like the last time we played them in that Charity Shield, it means it really becomes an exhibition match. It's a match where neither side's going to go too hard at it. They're going to put out strong lineups, but they're probably going to still tinker and try. I think it almost changes when you get a team that's going to play their style of football with their starting 11, because for the Palace fans to go out to Wembley, they expect them to give every effort to win a trophy, because to Palace fans, this is another day to celebrate a trophy at Wembley, and they haven't had too many of those in their history. So do you think the level of opponent or the type of opponent, the size of the club, impacts the way they go at the game, and that somehow impacts the way Arne Slot has to go at the game, even just from an intensity standpoint, not a lineups, because I think he's comfortable bringing in all the guys, but does the opponent change us in any way in this matchup?
So I think the size of the club absolutely dictates how they approach the game. I personally, I don't see it changing much for Liverpool. I just I think that Arne Slot's a little bit sociopathic, and just like I think that he has decisions that are rooted on his fundamental core beliefs on something that have nothing to do with how he thinks anyone else feels about it. So I think it's probably a deeply personal decision on whether he cares. But I kind of agree with like Macca's idea that like I think he probably wants to set down a benchmark to all these new players that like you just don't take time off at Liverpool, and like every game's a final,
right?
Like it sounds like it's a big cliche, but I think I see him as approaching it that way.
Mr. Bad Red says Palace will give us a tougher match. Would have given us a tougher match than City. Jamie jumped in and says Arne hasn't tasted the champagne in Wembley yet, and the eternal optimist that is Jamie Mulholland had to get up extra early because he knew he had to get every chore at the house done in time so he could get down and he's got to be the first person.
To ask if Curtis Jones was
he is the
first.
Yeah, that is true. He's fully convinced he is. He is going to be the first person at the duck and dive, right? Like he gets there early. Is he the one you hang I'm assuming he's the one hanging the flags, putting up the new scarves, putting out any of the gear for them
Usually
to sell.
in charge of like waving the TV wand at the Wi-Fi.
Yep.
And getting
begging it to work.
To connect. Yes. Yeah.
Beautiful. I have to make it down there at some point to see it because just for the glory. Anytime that a place is described as like the classy dive bar of the city, and especially a city like Wilmington, to be its dive bar means you are really something special.
You can hear yourself walk in it.
And I'm genuine when I say like that is my kind of home. Like that's the place I make my place, not the place that's like been ripped down, redone, rebranded, and prepared to make a lot of money with hipster kids. Like if there's a hipster in there, like he better have like just kind of like waddled in and done something randomly wrong. And then like the regulars realized how cool he was and like, hey, hipster, you can stay, but your friends, they got to fucking go.
No, it's a proper dive.
It's a proper dive and it's a proper good time. Jamie says all accurate, which I love because anything else from Jamie wouldn't have been unfair. Can't wait to hear and see some of the love rolling in from there. Hopefully with Jamie there, we find a couple donations, maybe a t-shirt or two purchased, and definitely some people checking out the silent auction because there are prizes on there that any Red supporter would want to secure for limited funds. And who knows, you may win it for the lowest bid. My gut says you won't because I normally go in and bid up 2 or 3 items every single time.
We shill bid them.
Yeah, we basically shill bid them back and forth. And then at the end, we just pray to hell and high water that somebody drops in and drops a bid in, or I got to explain to Kelly how we've donated another $350 to this thing. And she reminds me that we also donated it to the 4 Point Sheridan, to Oshaval, and clearly to the train station for the $2.90 they charged me to ride the one subway that I ran. So, Maka, any other insights on today's match before we flip the hour here? And are you off, or do you have to go do the duties as are normally required on a Sunday and make sure that the good people of Southern and Western Connecticut find their path to God?
Not till a little bit later, but I do have to do that later on. I believe Brian might be on after me for the 7 o'clock shift, but I'd like to start with a win. I'd like to. It's a nothing trophy plate. It's a nothing plate. It's a nice plate to put some poached eggs, toast, and a big, huge heap of home fries on. But that's
that was a wonderful transition to the guy who's going to make me so freaking hungry and have to remind me that we don't actually get food brought back in here for another good hour and a half, I think, because I think the kitchen opens at 9 when they can actually get people back into the pub here. And they will be, from what I hear, they will be lined up outside waiting to enter the building because that's how it goes here. They get here early, they get in line so they can make sure they get the bar seats. Because I will say, for a big, huge place, it does not have a ton of bar seats in this primary space, which is nice sometimes. Sometimes the bar takes up so much room at a pub. But Maka, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for helping. And we appreciate your time.
No, we appreciate what you three lads are doing. It'll go down in history, and they'll talk about it the way they talk about the moon landings.
Right, no, actually,
the fact that all three of you survived it.
They'll talk about the fact that it didn't really happen, that we probably used some type of artificial intelligence to make it happen.
It's all a dream. It's all a dream.
Take care, bud.
Have a good one, boys. Enjoy the day.
Well, from one Thursday night guy to the other Thursday night guy is Brian. What's happening, man?
What's up, guys? You guys are holding in pretty good.
Yeah.
Vickler, do you know where you're at? Do you know who you are? Do you know what you're doing?
He's fucked at this point. It was looking good until 7 and had 71 to 701.
I fucking hate you guys.
Around 5 o'clock, he was like, wait, I'm doing so good. And then like 5:30, he's like, ghost next to me over here. No, you're still hanging in there. You know where you're at.
Yeah.
That's the biggest part.
I'm
of
in
this
much
whole
better
thing.
shape than I was last year.
100%. But
last year was a lot.
we hope. Part of it is he doesn't have COVID. We hope, because we've been sitting awfully fucking close, and I've been sharing a microphone. Is my throat sore later? Well, it probably will be, because we just did fucking 24 hours on goddamn air. But it's very good, Brian. Thank you for joining us. How have you been? What's on the menu? What are we up to on this fine Sunday?
What are we smoking today?
I'm actually probably nothing today right there. Yesterday was Halloween shopping, because if you don't know, that's the next thing that we did go into. So most of our day was spent yesterday getting stuff ready to start going there and putting stuff up soon.
That is true. He has shared his Halloween setups, and his Halloween setups are kind of like the Christmas setups that Bickler was telling us about for that business associate he had, where he went out and they had like trees and you go room to room and it was like you were in a Christmas paradise. I envision that that's what it is out where Brian lives, except for they put up all those decorations and no one lives.
I was gonna say, aside from your neighbor Unabomber, who's singing?
It's basically just for the two of them, and I swear it's just because they want to like scare each other, because they live in that land and they're scared all year long. So they're like, we might as well feel good for the month here that we're scared, because I know I'd be scared. I'd just be scared by the internet alone.
So my wife was driving across and like empty spots. She said, "Well, this looks like a good place to dump a body." I'm just like, "Oh, where are we at with this relationship now?"
Wow, that's what I'm talking about, man. You found a keeper, or one that is going to keep going after you are dead. You have got one or the other. Yeah, well done. Well played. Good on you.
So basically, the inside of our house is basically Halloween, but year round. It's all vintage Halloween stuff and all that. So that's like her, her niche right there. So like stuff with like Joanna Parker and all that. So we used to go through like hunts and finding all these like ceramic collectibles and all that, just to keep the house coming there and like in that same kind of type of spirit. Now, my part's the outdoor part with the lights and stuff like that. So I bought more lights yesterday to try to go out there and to basically get the trees a different look than I had last year. So it's just like trying to tweak off of what I did last year.
How does this work, Brian? Like, you guys have separated duties here where you're outside and she's inside. If you do anything inside, does she let you know about, like, you
Yes.
got to seek proper authorization before you made a modification?
You did not clear that. You did not clear this oversized pumpkin with me. That is not scary enough. And if you want to buy this shit, it should be 7 times this size and put it out in your damn yard somewhere on those acres and acres of property.
So I literally come through, I'll put something with her, she'll go behind me and move it and put it somewhere else. So it's typical stuff like that happens, all that. You guys understand that. I mean, this is like what happens.
She just puts it wherever she wants it, and then she yells at me when she can't find it, and I don't know where it is because she moved it. And she's like, "Where did you put this?" And I'm like, "Well, I put it away where we had it last year." She's like, "I know, but I moved it because that was a stupid place to put it." I was like, "You thought it was a good place last year." She's like, "No, you put it somewhere else last year, and I put it there." I was like, "But you thought it was a good place." She's like, "But not now." And where is it? I don't know. Where is it?
The decorating went away, I think, with the kids. I have to say, Angel still does some stuff, but I only participated for the sake of the kids. So with the kids all grown and left, I have resigned from these responsibilities as well. Do the boys decorate?
Dude, my boys decorate?
I know, it was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm lucky if they're not setting something on fire or actively destroying the place. No, I do. They're big Halloween guys, but I put up the bear enough to like say Dad put something up, and then I'm like, we go to a cool neighborhood, right? Like, so we rely on people like the Sheltons essentially.
Let's go see what the Sheltons are up to this year.
Yeah, let's go. And the scarier the better. Like, especially the young one is like a little bit. Like, I'm just like, why are you walking around with a knife that looks very real? Like,
dude, I mean, based on what we've seen, because you have posted pictures before, Shelton, the people have to be. I mean, I don't want to say like all over the land, but there has to be I'm assuming you're one of those houses that people have to hit just to see what you did.
I mean, our friends basically, because we moved about an hour from where I used to live at, and so like we still have like the people who will make that pilgrimage is basically to come down and watch and see our Halloween decorations. But for the most part, man, it's usually for us. And the funny point right there of this is I can't stand horror movies. I don't watch horror movies, don't watch slasher movies, anything like that. And that's all her thing right there. But I can make some gory ass decorations. But I don't watch movies.
Yeah, watch them.
I watch any of them.
Jump scares or the gore part? Like or do you just not enjoy them? Like you can watch them. You just don't feel like.
I don't even watch them right there. Don't enjoy them. Don't like them. Anything like that. But I can do the decorations.
The wife?
Oh, she watches all that stuff like that. I mean, serial killer stuff, podcasts. I mean, the whole thing.
All right,
So
Brian.
The inside is going to look terrifying, like a crime scene during Halloween, and then the outside is going to look like a Thomas Kincaid fall painting where it's
Shelton has the
peaceful and
skeletons
shit.
holding flowers.
They're calming. They're actually there to protect him, because the fact that you came on saying that your wife starts asking you if this area of town looks like it's good to bury a body, and then you tell me that she's into like true crime and serial killer podcasts and stories about killing innocent people and getting away with it, and you live in the middle of the woods where like you literally have to send up flares for someone to know, because if that monkey on the roof isn't spinning the antenna, you don't have internet access that connects you to a Wi-Fi plug. Like at times tonight, we've had better access and we've really lagged and struggled. So you are doing better. So whatever they installed, what is it? Starlink you have? You got?
Oh no,
satellite?
I'm done. I'm fiber now. So they actually put fiber down here, and so I got rid of Starlink. Came through and sent that up to my sister and her family and all that, because they live more isolated than I do. So yeah, but fiber's great down here.
How much did you have to pay and grease your local politicians to get fiber in so that 911 could respond quicker when you finally figured out your wife turned on you?
Yeah. So I mean, so I guess it was part of that whole like the Green New Deal part right there, where they were providing like internet basically to rural America and all that. So I didn't pay for anything for the installation and stuff like that. So actually, I'm about a good like a half a mile off of my road, and they came through and dug the trench and put everything in too. So it's been good so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a ton of issues in the past and stuff. But let's get to the boys. Where are you at with this season?
Okay, I basically came through and said I don't think that the EZAC thing is that much of a bother to me. I think that I think that we should have came there and had Sesko. In my opinion, I've been talking about Sesko for like probably about the past 9 months right there. That's somebody who can sign. But I do think that we're versatile enough right there that we don't need to have that type of lineup. I do think there's a formation change, and I think Gally kind of talked about that some like that over on Monday nights and all that. And I do think that the need for having wide forwards has gone away, which means why Diaz was sold, why that wasn't that much of an issue. And I think that Gapco is able to go and play a little bit more inside, and I think Mo's going to play more inside this year. So I think it's going to be a pretty good year, and I think that we're looking at more of a Dutch type side.
Do you say that in a good way? Or?
In a good way. I think it's a good way. I think that Wirtz is going to be on a free role in this formation, and I think that's what we've been looking for right there, and having that type of playmaker to and I think it's going to open up Mo a lot more in this process.
AR is asking, talked about obviously like a lot over the last 18 hours or so, but I will ask you, because we've kind of like basically asked people come on what the
19. Don't cut me short.
Perfect win. Is it 19?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's pretty
19.
close.
But
Yeah,
who's
don't cut me.
counting?
It's everyone.
Like, what the ideal window, the perfect window for them would be. Sesko is gone, so you can take that out of the equation. But like, how would you want the window finish where you're like, that was freaking perfect? Because I do agree with AR in terms of like depth, and we talked about all night, which it looks like it's lacking in some areas.
I don't think that there are. I think that there's a falseness right there going on about the whole deal with the whole PSG thing. I don't think that's kind of a smokescreen for what Slot's looking for. I eventually think that where Isak's going to happen. I mean, because you can't keep a player on your side right there on your side that one doesn't want to be there and two is refusing to play. I mean, so that's automatically right there. He's basically forcing the issue on there. So ideally, I think that if we bring in a number 9, which is probably going to be Isak, I think we basically had an ideal thing, except for a center back. I mean, I think that we still need to come for one center back short, and I think that would be a good deal. I was hoping that we could win in for Hato as a young player, and then get a more senior center back in there, but. Because I don't think that Nalo was ready, and I don't think that Stevenson was ready to make that jump either right there. So I think that you have to have something. And I get scared about Gomez's fitness. I mean, it frightens me right there because, I mean, over the past couple of years, I mean, we've basically had only a bit part play with him. So, I mean, if we can get a center back and a number 9, I think we have solved a lot of our problems.
When you said when you were talking about Isak, you said it was not maybe like a big necessity and stuff. But so any number 9, like if you got, I'm just throwing a name out there, Fofana or somebody, for example, the left wing, would you be okay?
He can play through the center. He can
that?
absolutely play through the center or on the right. He's versatile. Just ask him.
I think if you could bring a Fofana in right there, I think it opens up more to a false 9. I mean, in a situation like that, because you're not going to really have a natural number 9. And again, I also think that, we do have Jaden Dance, but I don't think Dance is ready for that jump either. I think to be a full starting player all the time. So yeah, I mean, I think depth-wise on these players right behind number 9, we're pretty stacked at the moment right there. As far as even with Diaz leaving, I think that we're still in a good spot.
Wake up, Bickler.
Had a couple. How about we had a couple panel questions. I know you asked that one there about the squad and the depth and things, but this other one here, this one's kind of interesting. From a question from AR, like to the panel and the chat, how would you have done this transfer strategy in your opinion? So I guess because I've witnessed how FSG and Michael Edwards have done other transfer strategies, like I really enjoyed this one and like the way they went about it. They targeted big time players, made sure that they communicated clearly what their needs were and what they could bring to the player, and more importantly, how the player was going to fit in with them. And I think the players were signed on the emotional side of things. And if we're learning anything in this transfer window, as we're hearing more and more of these players announced, it's they bought into a project. And, we had your brother on, right? And we talked a little bit about United. And now there's reports this morning, I was just showing Paul, that United have come to full terms, on personal terms, with Baliba from Brighton, and he is asked to leave. He's making $15,000 a week. They're offering him over 150.
Yeah.
And Brighton's not going to raise that funds. And Brighton will get their 70 or 80 million for the player as long as he plays ball. And I think we're learning now the players have the power as long as the club allows them to talk to those other clubs once they prepare it. And I think that's what we did. We secured contracts. My only fear is it's getting a little sloppy at the end, but this is what happens, I think, when you already have succeeded at something, and then you get kind of not greedy, but you get almost over your skis. And it feels to me like they're pushing the Isak thing. They're pushing the Gahey thing. It's a little late in the window for me, but I don't think I'd do anything different. Would it maybe sell players earlier? Like, could that be the only criticisms? Maybe they could have got some outgoings earlier, which might have helped in some ways, but it's hard to criticize because they're getting decent deals for these players.
I know. I feel like it's kind of like goes in steps. The big boys go, then the next tier goes, and the next tier goes usually.
Right.
Because, the team that's selling their top guy now has to fill that spot. So they come for Elliott, for example, and they go. And then, so that I think goes in tiers. And honestly, it does look, when you just look at it like that, like going back to AR's question, yeah, there's like that issue and that issue and that. But in both cases, I mean, I really do think this gay thing gets done the moment this game is over today. I mean, not the moment, but you know what I mean. And then same thing with Isak. We feel like it's pretty much done. Michael gave us this controversy, the whole theory yesterday in terms of like, you know, like what's happening behind the scenes. So it feels like those are probably done. So to us, since they're not official Bickler, it looks like it's like running late. But I don't know, maybe it's like optimism on my part on being naive or whatever, but based on their track record, I feel like they already know what's happening. It's done.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that these are the two players that are outstanding that have the two needs that we need, right? I think these were, when we looked at this window, it was almost perfect the way we rolled it out. I think that these guys were always going to be, we are always going to play Palace at this juncture. We're always going to have Newcastle on the 25th. And I think you're never going to get those deals done before those matches. So I just think it's the way it kind of unfolded with the two needs we had and the timing of these matches. But yeah, it's been nearly a flawless window. And I think, you know, we said, like, if you were going to tell us before the window opened that we were going to get Florian Wirtz, right, I think we would all have just fallen out of our chair. And then if you say you're also going to get a starting caliber center back, and oh, by the way, you'll probably get one of the best goal scorers in all of Europe in Isak, like, I think none of us would believe that. So, like, if they're able to pull that off, we're talking about like a historically great window.
And I mean, we talked about this before, right? Like the Wirtz thing. I remember it being asked on a morning show. I remember, like, you know, us talking on like a Monday night and stuff like that. And, you know, we did not see it happening. And it's the best is like, no one can tell me, yeah, I can't. I know there are some people like, oh, I knew it. I don't know. Like, it was a German player Bayern was interested in. It felt like that's the end of that story, kind of a deal. And it didn't happen. Do you think when that happens, FSG went almost all in? I mean, mind you, like the Kirkes and Frimpong things were already happening, but maybe when it comes to Gay and Isak and stuff like that, when they, you know, push the chips in, they were like, might as well throw everything in there and go all in and take advantage of the market while they can.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think with the you have to look at the financial side of this right there. We haven't spent money in literally big money in about 3 seasons now. So, and you're also in a point right there where you have to do a rebuild. What perfect time to come through doing a 3-year rolling window to go through actually do your rebuild. So, yeah, I think that I like what FSG was direct. They were direct about this, and to me, I think the Frimpong and Wirtz transfer right there were the ones that made the most sense right there through in this process. Especially with Frimpong being adaptable right there to play either on the right as a right back or as a right wing, which achieves the whole goal right there. Mo goes away for AFCON. Now we're not losing we've got a player who can go step in that position. So, I mean, I've enjoyed this window. I think this is something that, you know, I know last year we were basically like, okay, where's Hughes at? Is he on the beach, or is he on vacation, or is he doing anything? But I mean, it sounds like he was kind of doing like a lot more background work and all that. And I think this has been a great window. I mean, I still think that we're still going to have outgoings. I think I definitely see Chiesa come there and probably get moved on. And I think that probably Harvey's probably going to get moved on probably, especially with Spurs because they're losing Madison right there. I think that may be a pretty big thing that they need to have that type of player. So I really anticipate that Spurs are probably going to come in probably for Harvey.
Yeah, and honestly, Brighton was good, and you know now you can see them. Well, they're gonna have money to come in there too if they're gonna move. I know they're totally different types of players and stuff, but when it comes to finances and stuff, that is a possibility that he might go there. Do you think? I mean, the same question that Gally was asking me, Brian. Like they did leave the. What is your take on the outgoings? Kind of a lot slower than incomings.
Well, I think you still have to assess where you're at right there. Because, I mean, if you look at preseason, basically you're just basically plugging a piece in a hole right there to bring to where you anticipate players are going to go at right there. So, I mean, you have fitness issues and things like that. So I think a lot of the outgoings, I mean, I would have liked to see them a little bit sooner right there, but I think that they actually did what they were supposed to do as far as looking at where these players who've already been in slot system, where they're plug them in and actually have the players come there, observe and put them in and about where this is going to go. But I think really your biggest outgoings right there, I mean, I think that the Nunez and Diaz were like your biggest outgoings that I thought were going to happen. And I think that was and they were timely. They were timely, in my opinion. I mean, I think that they happened in the right moments. I think now you need to start looking at kids. We're to start moving kids as far as the loan movements. I think that players like Lucas Stevenson need to go through and have minutes right there to go through. I think you still need to go through and have. I think that Nalo needs to go on loan right there, just in like the championship or down into like Division 1 to get minutes and stuff like that, to get him and prepared to go into that spot. Only other move I can see right there is your favorite player, Simicast, right there. I mean, you know that he's best. They need to do something with the left, because you can't have three people on the left at the moment right now and still keep that continuity. So I think that you're probably going to wind up having them. I was thinking at first that Robertson was going to go, but then the whole Celtic thing kind of like happened with Tierney, and I think that kind of like ended that whole movement. So I think that, but again, having Robbo on the side right there as a senior player right there actually helps us out some. So in the long run, I think that probably that Simicast is going to be the player that's going to get moved.
That's why you're my favorite. But let me ask you this. For today's game, before we let you go, what kind of a game are you expecting? What's going to happen today? Not only lineup wise, but do you think? Is there an eye on Friday's game? I mean, Mecca was talking about it too. Like, really depends on like how bad Slot wants to win this. And there's we talked about it earlier. There's a thing about like starting with a winning game. So where are you at with that?
I don't rate the Charity Shield. I never have right there. I mean, I know that Arsenal supporters do right there as being silverware. I mean, but to me right there, it doesn't do anything for me right there. I just want fitness still. I still need to think that Friday's coming fast. So my big concern right there is to start looking at what type of formation that we want to run with and getting players fit. That's the biggest thing right there that I'm concerned about out there. I mean, I think looking forward to Friday. I mean, so if the match is, I like to see silverware, but if you are to also win every match, or even preseason matches, but it's the ultimate goal right there is to get the players ready for the next grueling 9 months that we have ahead of us.
It's a good point there. I mean, I actually agree with everything that you just said, partially because I heard one out of every 3 words because I was trying to keep up, but I had to read something at the same time. And then I just lost my way on both. Like, I think what I did was I combined what Shelton was just saying, every 3 words and every 3 words of what I read. And all it did was
somehow made sense.
Yeah, it made enough sense to say great comment. And this was a bad idea.
Just placed a 8-leg parlay.
I probably just put an 8-leg parlay. The problem is I picked Darwin Nunez for the first goal, and it's not coming off. No, Brian, we'll get you out of here with the same question we've asked everybody else of our contributors, of other contributors. What institutes the minimum for you to be a successful season, and then follow that up with what you expect this side to achieve this season, and then we'll decide whether or not it was a success. Just barely or really good.
So my minimum right now, I think, is to finish second and actually go into and have a Champions League final. That's like my minimum right there for us to be success for it to be a fairly decent season, because I think we're going to really focus on Europe. Go ahead, Callie.
A trophyless season. You are okay if they
No. I do think that we're going to wind up going. I think that we built a squad right there for a European competition, and I think that there's a lot of it's going to be built on coming there and going toward that. I do think that we are probably the favorites to win the league at the moment. And I mean, I really think that there's, especially with City losing Rodri now until at least the middle of October, I think that's going to greatly affect them, and I don't think they're going to gel. I think that Arsenal right there, even though I don't rate Giorgis, I don't think that was a great move for them. I think he's seen England before, and I just don't think that's going to happen. But I think that we're at least going to at least get either the league or our Champions League or the Champions League title. I don't care about the Carabao Cup. I mean, it's a good thing to win. But and the FA Cup, I think the FA Cup right there is is more nostalgia for a lot of players. I think for a lot of people. So yeah, so I think 2 trophies right there would be my max right there on what I'd say is a superior season.
And who starts on the left wing?
I think Cody right now, and I think that at the moment I think in the conversation went about Rio earlier during your podcast. I'm not going to pressure Rio. I don't think we need to pressure. I think we kind of did that same thing with Sterling. I think we pressured him and we got him into the thing and we moved him into like a little spot right there where he thought he was what he was. I mean, so I'd rather let's come there be gentle with Rio, come there and bring him in 15 minutes here, 5 minutes here. But I mean, I still think that I kind of disagree with one of the comments earlier during the pod right there. I think he still needs to have a big part played in the academy side. I think that he has to have that. He's 16 years old. I mean, I'm sorry. He still needs to come out there and have that to go run through that gauntlet of the academy.
He does turn 17 later this month.
29th, baby. Mark your calendars.
The only thing I say about that is we do look at these things and remember when they purchased Harvey Elliott and he got that start at the beginning of the season and broke his ankle. I think he was 17 going on 18, and Klopp basically said, he's starting on opening day or the second match of the season because he's earned the right to start at Liverpool Football Club. And I do think if Rio gets the minutes we expect him to get by the end of the season, he might be a viable option to compete for a job next season. But that still takes a whole year of playing cup matches. But Brian, thank you so much for helping us. Thanks for being involved. And thanks for all the stuff you do to help us out with the site. It is greatly appreciated. Yes, and you've been one of the consistent people when we ask for help. You're one of the first people that raise your hand, even if that help is coming on air and saving us for a good 30 minutes. And,
you're welcome. Hey guys, it's a pleasure right there to do everything with you guys. And congratulations on doing this right there for the 23 Foundation. I hope everybody who's watching has took the time out to go and contribute to the cause.
Thanks a lot, Brian.
All right. Take care, guys.
Enjoy the friendly.
The friendly. Yes, if you are watching right now, even if it's $1, $2, even if you do it through the super chat, please try to contribute what you can to the fundraiser. We are at $785 right now at the GoFundMe still. So the last one has been, let me update this real quick.
Trevor?
Over here. Was Trevor about like an hour ago or so. So we do need to get this refreshed and updated over here. And we haven't had a super chat in a while too. So any of the super chats,
someone wake Anon up. Someone wake Anon up.
Yes, go get somebody get Anon or tell the Anon's wifey to wake him up or whatever. But
she has to actually respond to that text message that Amex sent her, or he has no or they're not getting groceries at this point.
We're going to have the Polish Prince join us in a little bit over here. But yes, I do want to emphasize that the Q code right there will take you to the GoFundMe. Will also take you to the page where you can buy the shirts that are on your left-hand side. And it will also take you to the silent auction right there. So if you're just joining us now, we are... How many hours in? I don't know. A lot of hours in. It's like 18 hours in, 19 hours.
Yeah, it's not as many as I thought when I started to do the math. It's actually not. I think it's 18 and a half.
Oh, okay. See, I'm too lazy to do the math. I think it's somewhere around there. Yeah, because
we got 5.5 left.
Hours in. So do us a favor. Like I say, go to the GoFundMe or the super chat right here. Try kind of drop in. Even if it's $1, it does go a long way. Trust me, those dollars do add up. I remember I always go back to this when we did we were talking about it when Michael was on too, in terms of the fundraisers. The biggest the obstacle is everybody thinks a small amount doesn't help. So they, bother doing it because they're like, what is that going to do? If I do that, that's all I'm going to be able to do. And what does it do? And expect somebody else will do it anyway, kind of a deal. So those two things really slow all fundraisers down and kind of limit what you can do. So, I mean, you can hear it from me, every dollar really helps. And if it's a $2 super chat and stuff like that, those all accumulates. I mean, we did a lot today throughout the last 18, 19 hours. I'm another 5, 6 to go, especially with the live watch along. So, and if you're just joining the broadcast, do hit that thumbs up too. So hopefully we'll get more people over here, especially as we do the watch along and stuff like that. But let's do some royalty stuff over here. and bring the prince. What's happening? What's part of the castle are you joining?
My favorite part is we see a different section of the castle every time he appears now on a show. And I honestly believe it's because whatever room Michelle is in at that time, doing something to make the house more beautiful and efficient, is the room that he's not allowed to sit in. And I can tell by the quick shaking of the head, I'm not that far off from why we're getting a different room each and every single time he is on a live stream with us.
Do you notice that he's white?
Oh, yeah. We had a large conversation last night about how you might be the only person, even though I own that jersey, but I'm pretty sure it has a stain on it, that you're one of the only people in the American Scouser family that we would trust with a white kit. Because you would be prim and proper enough to make sure, even with that fine $18 to $35 cocktail you have, craft it for you at whatever event you're like donning with your gala with your beautiful wife, that you would be able to be the one who doesn't spill it on himself, where Paul thought he would genuinely give himself anxiety about making it dirty to the point where he would either just sweat through it or just pour something on himself the moment he stood up. Just get it over with.
Well, it's cream. It's not white.
So he could wear it after Labor Day. That's my favorite part.
Don't mess with the fashion guy when it comes to color. I've learned my lesson.
I believe it's actually called ecru.
Yeah. The colorblind kid has no clue what ecru is, and that is not because he's colorblind. That's because he's not smart enough to know what color that is. But when you had like 4 crayons that you could figure out of the whole box, and they were black, brown, white, and gray,
we're finding out a lot about every piece of the puzzle comes together every time he says this. But Mr. Barrett comes in. Thank you, sir, with the $10 one. Yes, like I say, every single one is a huge help, man. I really appreciate it, man. And not only that, but kind of like keep us company throughout the nights. You might have done a 24-hour shit yourself, actually. But Matush, man, talk to me.
Just talk to us about anything at this point. Can you just talk for as long as you're going to be on?
Yeah, I have an idea. Just start counting the staff, all the butlers and stuff.
Yeah.
It'll take us all the way to the game.
I want to see if you know their last names.
Can we just turn this into cribs?
That's really rude. That's so rude. I can't believe you would put me on the spot like that, Kelly. That's ridiculous. I'm so offended right now. And so is whatever the fuck his name is.
And entries. He's listening because he's actually cleaning the screen as Matu speaks right now. He's like, "Can you make me look better? Look at that camera. What's wrong with you?" He's doing the Carmelo Soprano to the friggin' lady over at the party, just calling her over with one hand. It's brilliant.
I was gonna say, this is like Gally was saying, this is the last spot in the house that I'm surprised I can even put anything up on the wall, as you can see behind me. So this is what you normal people call a basement, I guess. And so this is where
it's where Michelle has agreed to allow you to put your stuff, because I know I too have a basement and the only things in it are like stadiums, and then I had to get them nicely framed when the basement got redone. Like I used to have just like pennants and old sports shit and just like memorabilia of players tipping caps, and all of a sudden I realized like I can't have any of these things unless they're in like a matted $75 to $150 frame, because it doesn't go with the rest of the motif. But I do remember when I had a basement and it was basically like, but it's your space. And I was like, it's actually the space you will allow my things. It really wasn't my space. It was where my things.
So is this
go.
your space ultimately? Is this where we're moving over here?
A couple weeks.
Honestly, no, my office is my space, but Michelle's sleeping right now. So if I were to wake her up to do this, I don't think I'd have a good community shield watch. So I'm going to just relegate myself down here for now and allow that to happen on its own.
Smart move. Secrets to a long marriage, or a healthy marriage where you don't get beaten up regularly. But so where are you at with this team?
You know what? I'm excited. I do think there's still some business that's left to be done. I think if people have touched on it, I think we still need a center back. I don't necessarily. I won't be gutted if Isak doesn't come. I think we do still need another attacker somewhere if it's not Isak, though. And I know you're going to ask me what my ideal window is. I'm not going to answer that question already. I'm telling you now, I'm not going to answer that question because I don't have an answer for it. But I think another attacker.
Your answer is ready to go. Bit of both.
Yeah. I like the fact that he not only slept for 5 hours, he bragged to us that he slept for 5 hours and then came on and was like, I'm not going to answer it because I don't have an answer for you.
But
I
let me ask
wasn't
you-
bragging. Gally, I wasn't bragging. I was trying to share the pain that I went through losing 2 hours of sleep for you guys.
Oh, we truly appreciate that. Would you have slept in for 2 more hours, or would you have gone to bed 2 hours earlier? Or both and just got 4 more hours?
No, I would have woken up a couple hours later. I don't usually go to sleep that early.
Got it. So we're not going to ask you what your ideal window is because you're not going to give us an answer, and we really need you to take up time at this point. So
what can you tell
we
us?
might have to go back to fashion because we know you got a lot to say about it.
So back in 1992. Okay, no. Okay, so ideal window. I think I do like the Fofana kid on the left side. I think that would be a good buy. And the only problem with that is I don't know if you can bring on if he's looking to be part of a rotation or if he's really looking to have full-time minutes every week in and week out, because this goes back to conversation Timucin and I have all the time about what can you offer a player in terms of playing time versus in terms of what he wants to get out of playing. And if you can't convince someone to come in because they're going to be a rotational player, then it doesn't matter if they're 20 years old, 28 years old, whatever the case might be. If they want to play, they want to play. They'll find a place that they want to play. And so I think that's the most difficult part with Fofana is that I don't know if he's going to be part of, he can be happy with being a rotational kind of piece. But aside from that, I think the midfield's pretty great, as we've alluded to. I don't know if there's much depth needed there unless Harvey leaves. I feel like there could be a replacement there. And it doesn't have to be a big replacement, just depth replacement. I think Endo's staying. So I don't think there's too much to worry about there. We also need him for center back depth at this point. And then a center back. So in a perfect world, I guess Guéhi Fofana is fine for me. Guéhi Isak is great, I think, for everyone. So that's where my head is at for those two positions, really. But I think that's it outside of everything else.
When you say like it doesn't really hinge on Isak, like I mean we talked about it before. Like, is it just like the injury? Is it the price? What part of it that you're like, yeah, if it happens, it happens. If it's not, I'm not gonna cry over it.
I think it's a bit both, to be honest. A bit of the injury history and a bit of the price. So there you go. I got
you. Think you're up for 18 hours? That's waffling and sitting on that fence, man. We're bringing on Jamie. Can you not set us up for 50-50s? I gotta have something in me.
I do think it's quite an expensive signing to have. On a player that does have a little bit of injury concern. I think he is the second best striker in the league. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he wouldn't add so much to this team, but one of those things could also be, hey, let's see how Ekitike pans out. Maybe we don't need to splash an extra 120, 130, 140 million if it means that Ekitike can have 25, 30 goal contributions in the Premier League. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is just understanding if Slot is more of a two-striker kind of guy, if in the future, maybe in the next couple of years, then I could see that working. I just don't see the fit with Hugo and Isak, even though Ekitike did say he likes playing off another striker in one of his interviews. I feel like that's potentially a lot of mouths to feed. And I know that's an analogy that we typically use in something like basketball, but I think there is something to be said about getting enough touches for players and players being frustrated with limited amount of touches. And if you have a player that you spend big on, like Isak, and you have a player that you spent big on, like Ekitike, the player who you spent big on, like Wirtz, there's only so much of the ball that can go around. I feel like it's a different sport, but I feel like there's still enough there where players could get frustrated if they don't feel like they're important enough to get more touches.
So, I mean, I can understand where he comes from in the situation because I think the touches are important. I do think, and maybe it's just me trying to wish this thing to happen, but I do think there are players, and I'm not even going to talk specific about Fofana, but players in that profile, 20 plus years old, trying to make that next step, has played some meaningful European football, but never played in a side that he was going to compete at, wasn't starting at Lyon, so I don't think you can assume that you are given a starting spot at Liverpool if they spend 20, 25 million on you. So
if he wants that next step, he sees an opportunity. He backs himself to maybe unseat Cody Gakpo, or maybe he thinks within a year or two, Cody Gakpo is 27, 28 years old. And we do the same thing to Gakpo that we just did to Luis Diaz. And we say, yeah, you've been a great soldier. You got 2 years left on your deal. You're getting a little older. We're going to move in a different direction. And now we have Fofana and this young Rio kid, and Mo's moved on, and Fofana maybe moves over to the right-hand side. Like, I could see a kid like Fofana or a player of that age profile and experience level considering this as the next step more than, say, I could see that Leone kid from Parma doing it, because AC Milan and Inter Milan will probably swoop and make him a starter in his country, which helps him start in the World Cup next year. So to me, I think it's all about the smartness of these spends and like how it happens next. As more, that opportunity part, I think sometimes is very valid, but also can be overrated at times. When we think about, sometimes the best opportunity is not going to Everton and starting and then having it stunt your career, when really a next step forward maybe helps you improve your career. Like, is that the type of profile player you're talking about, Matush, instead of going for a guy like Isak? Someone's accepting of the role.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing for, I think, team chemistry overall and finding the right pieces. And I think what Slot is interested in more than positional versatility is, maybe this might sound weird, but emotional versatility, like having guys who are willing to do what needs to be done for the team. And I don't know if I'm looking at a guy like Isak, who understandably probably has his frustrations with whatever's been promised to him. I understand that part of it exists, and we don't know the full scope of that. But I compare that to a situation like Lucho, who also wanted to leave, who maybe was promised some stuff as well, but also still acted in a way and helped and carried himself in such a professional manner all the way up to the end, playing in every game, putting out all the effort in training, going with the team to take photos here, there, everywhere during the tour, and being part of that. And I compare that to Isak, who is, maybe lack for a better word, but just like kind of pouting right on the side, waiting for something to happen. And while there are two sides to every story and then another side in the middle, there is something to be said about how professionally you go about something like that. And I think that's the only thing. That's one of I mentioned two things earlier. That's maybe a third thing that's a little worrying, is that maybe if he does make this jump to this club, that kind of thing isn't to worry about. But that the way that you carry yourself professionally in certain situations, I think, is telling. And I don't know if that's necessarily a character all the way through that would work at the club. But for his profile and for what he can do, he might be one of those players where, well, you just make it work. Right. And I think that's the difficult part there.
That's the thing. I'm kind of torn on that, because I agree, right? It doesn't look good. It only looks good for the team that the guy is trying to get to, right? But I put myself in the player's shoes. I think the Lucho deal was... I totally agree with Lucho, because we talked about this in the morning in terms of how he's carried himself and like what he's done and stuff. But he's kind of like waiting for a deal to happen and stuff. Whereas I feel like Isak knows there's an offer, there's money coming for him, but they're just not letting him go. They're basically like blocking him. And, what can a player like Isak do then? I know everybody's going to be like, they make millions, they should honor their contract, they should get a better agent. That's not how life works. So, like, what would you expect a guy like Isak to do so that, we say, that was well done, that was professionally done?
I think it's a tough situation, because I think it depends largely on the context of what's happened. If the reports are true that like he's had this conversation that he was absolutely not going to be here next summer, and there was any sort of feedback from Newcastle that they would be open to facilitating that move, and he left with that impression, then you could see why he'd be incredibly upset right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we'll ever know that, right? I think Reddy was talking, the one was broke that sort of, she kind of like hinted at that, but we don't know what that conversation looked like. So I don't know what you do, because technically you're still under contract, you have time left, right? So the club's within their right to do what's best for the club. The players also own their right to do what they need to do to try to push for a move if they need to. I think where it becomes like this ethical gray area has to do with how the conversation between the club and the player has been.
That's fair. We don't know. Obviously, his camp is going to try to get the word out, whether it's true or not. We don't know, so that he does look better, right? Like all these stories coming out does relatively make him look better because we're like, and I can see it being true where Newcastle is like, hey, if we sell you for 150, the guy that was 70 is now 85 because they know we have the money sitting there, kind of a deal. So I get that. Like, why don't you wait? We'll get the replacements. I mean, part of it is they could not get anybody across the line that they went after. And maybe if they did, this would not be the scenario after all. I mean, I'll ask you that because you're the one complaining. No, I'm just kidding. You're the one who brought it up. I mean, what would you want Isak to do that would ease that worry that you have? A bit of both?
I don't know if there's a bit of both at this point. I think there's one or the other. I think the hard thing at this point now is that because Eddie Howe seems like he's really playing hardball and making Isak earn his place just to be around the team again, that I think if Isak is brought back to the first team, then he probably did everything that Howe had asked him to do. I think at that point you can respect that he did what he needed. He groveled his way back. He did everything that was asked of him, and he was able to come back to the team. I don't know if it's going to be more so of a, hey, well, the season is starting, you got to just come back now, or if it actually is a, hey, you've actually earned your spot back with the team, and the teammates have said, hey, let's bring him back and let's go for it. So I don't know if there's a great answer to that, only because we don't know the extent of where that relationship is now. And I do agree that, yeah, Newcastle is a mess this summer, especially because of what they haven't been able to get done and being declined from nearly every player that has been asked to go there. So yeah, it's a difficult one to answer because, like I said, it's tough to know the conversations going on behind the closed doors. So at this rate, I guess what I'm leaning on is Eddie Howe bringing him back and maybe saying some positive stuff in his interviews, because right now Howe isn't saying much to the public positively. It's a bunch of negatives. So once that changes, I think then we can look at it a bit differently. Or by that time he might be at Anfield. So who knows?
True. I mean, that's the part I don't get. Like he has to earn his right to be back with the team. You're basically forcing him to say something that's probably not true.
I felt like he's talking to the other 23 players in the setup right there. He's actually backing the other players because I think there are people that are angry. There are some Dan Burns out there that are like, we'd be mad if Isak left, but we don't like how he's handling this. Bruno Fernandes was a little bit sterner. He's my mate. He's my friend. But right now, he's not part of it.
That to look good to the other guys.
To basically
but
say, you don't do this.
And while they might not like it, and this happens in like NFL and stuff like that all the time, players try to kind of stay out of it because they might be in the same situation the year after. But at the same time, there's a bunch of guys over there saying, it's not a time for pride. Get this guy over here because we start the season next week.
And I think, but they know how dysfunctional this is. And someone made it in the comments. I think how dysfunctional Newcastle is being underreported. And it's the main story. Like, they've had 3 technical directors in 18 months. They've had a CEO step down, albeit for health reasons, and it's very terrible. They had a guy get fired. They had a guy voluntarily leave to go to Man United and then get fired in less than 30 days. And if the reports are true, and they haven't disputed, like, this is the one thing. Newcastle has done a lot of denials in this. They have never denied that is it Melissa Stavely, that they had a contract on the table and a promise to Isak that when the last guy came in, he looked at it and said, we're not doing this. You think I'm going to rip up 140K over 3 years while we have spending issues to give this guy 195 and take a year off his deal so he can walk? And basically, if that happened, then I kind of understand the distrust. Then you have that coupled with the fallout, and then them saying, we won't even entertain it. You don't trust it. They won't offer a new contract. I get how it got here, because when all Newcastle's done is just basically bury their feet in it and kind of shift the narrative around. And I'm sure we played a part in it. We've unsettled the player. No questions asked. But I don't know Liverpool Football Club to make bids that they weren't somewhat encouraged to make either by the players camp or by Newcastle themselves. So we're either getting played by the agents or we're playing a game with the agents. And in that manner, I don't like it. It doesn't feel great because it might happen to us, but it has happened to us. And this is part of the business. And if Newcastle, if you don't want to get here, you don't let him get to this point and you sell him the way we did Diaz. And I think that was the point someone made in the chat too. Diaz was confident that if the right offer came and he worked to get Bayern to get the right offer, they would let him go, because I think he knew what that number was when they were going to say yes. And I think Isak has been told a couple different times, different stories. So he no longer believes anything they're saying. And the only one talking is Eddie Howe. And to me, it sounds like Eddie Howe's talking for himself, to the Newcastle supporters, and to the players that are going to be in that dressing room on September 1st.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically ultimately doing damage control.
Right.
But I mean, my thing is, you know, so another difference with Lucho is if Lucho is staying, let's say Lucho is told, hey, if a good offer comes in, we're going to let you go, right? And if it doesn't come in, the situation he's staying in, although I'm sure he would want the wages to be higher, but he's staying on a team, you know, who just won the title, now going for more with like, you know, like additions and improvements and stuff like that, as opposed to you compare that to Isak's situation. He's staying at a team who looked like they were on the way up and they would take the next step, but they can't sign anybody. So it's almost like where you're staying, the situation you're staying in is totally different as well.
Yeah, there is that part to it, but you could also argue and say that the players at Newcastle also want to compete for every trophy possible, and they're going to play as best and as hard as they can to get to those heights that they got last year, if not higher. Right? They want a trophy. They want to keep going over that. So I think there is a level to it where he could have stayed and they could have looked around and gone, all right, well, we did what we did last year. Let's build on that. And even though we haven't been able to get anyone in, we feel good enough in our ability to be able to compete at this next level for whatever it is, whether it was a Champions League, whether it was making the Premier League race tighter, or maybe going for a domestic double, right, to build on the League Cup win. I think there was the opportunity there, but at this point, it just feels like like Gally was saying, and you guys have been saying, is that there are cracks in that organization all around that are they're very difficult to cover at this point. And the quicker they're going to crack, the quicker that club's going to fall apart, sort of like what we saw with United over the last 10 years, right? We saw little bits and pieces here and there, and then all of a sudden one day we wake up and they are in the worst position that they may have ever been. So yeah, I don't know where else to go from here for this question, but that is my answer there.
It's nothing they can't fix with a couple of chainsaws. All those cracks and stuff will be gone just like that. But
we know how they work in tight quarters with chainsaws. It usually leads with an international leaving without his head, not a new contract.
But so let's get back to us. I mean, regardless of what happens with the Isak situation, we're kind of asking the question. I don't know if this was one of the questions you're going to refuse to answer, but what is the success? What do you consider a bare minimum? What do you consider a successful season? Because we've been kind of talking about the Premier League number 21 versus Champions League number 7 deal.
Yeah, look, I mean, perfect ideal world. So we win all 4, right? We're the first club to ever do it, and just do it, right? Why? It's not that hard. It's not that hard. No one's done it. Just do it once. I think a successful season for me is top 2 finish with at least 1 trophy and a deep Champions League run. I think there should be at least between the FA Cup and the League Cup. If the Premier League or the Champions League is not won, there has to be a trophy. If neither of the domestic cups are won, there has to be the Premier League or the Champions League, which we would all prefer anyway. So I'm not going to sit here and think that we're going to do a huge double with both the Premier League and the Champions League, but a deep Champions League run, top 2 finish, domestic cup. I think that is my idea of a successful season for this year. I know you guys talked about a lot, but the pressures of this season are different than last season. And so it's going to be interesting to see how we go about that and how Slot goes about that. Because as much as there are veteran players here who have won every trophy for Liverpool, there are a lot of new players who have not won nearly enough to be satisfied. And when you have competitors like Mo, who is just a psychopath, he's going to want to win everything anyway. You got guys like Verge, who doesn't like to take a game off, really. You're going to have those guys still compete day in and day out. So I think it's a good success overall for not being complacent, which I think is one thing that maybe some people are worried about. When you have an influx of new talent plus a bunch of veteran good leadership as well, I don't think there is room for complacency. And I think that's what's going to make this year exciting.
Yeah, so this, because you said like complacency. I mean, I guess like the main difference to me is like, let's talk about a guy like Mo, a guy like Van Dijk. And yeah, there's no questioning that they would still want to win more and like keep adding and stuff. This is the first time, though, they are starting a season as favorites. How do you think that impacts them? And they're obviously the leaders of the team, so that's going to translate onto the team as well.
I think they should come out mentally as favorites anyway. So I don't think it's going to hurt them mentally, because I think if you are on the back of winning the Premier League and you both sign these contracts, these big contracts that, you know, guarantee the next couple of years of your future here, you see all the business that's being done around you, which is guarantee of, hey, we are sticking to building this team up and being able to provide you guys with any extra pieces that we think you need to make this work. I think that mentally they should be going in as favorites anyway. So I don't think it's going to change how they feel about it. I think that's just how they expect to go into it. I think the past 7-8 years, I think Mo and Verge have gone into the year thinking they're favorites anyway. I think this team, the guys on this team, they've thought that they are the best team every year going into it, because why not? And so I don't think it's different this year.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good point, actually. And especially those guys, I think, and hopefully it will translate to the rest. Well, Prince, thanks a lot for hopping on, man. And taking the risk of getting beat up by Michelle and everything. I mean, those are huge risks that you're taking over there. So
I would like to say real quick, one little annoyance. I don't know if he's watching this stream. Kyle, whoever you are, because I set up the Better World, I can see who keeps outbidding me on every single item. I am going to find you. And I'm going to ask you to just leave me one item. That's all I want, and that's all I want.
My favorite part is, if he actually could trace the IP address, he'd realize Kyle made all those bids from within the mansion. He's one of the staff that doesn't know the name, and he is using Michelle's phone right now to pay with Apple Card.
He's like, you know me now, don't you?
He's like, you're going to know my last name by the end of next Friday. I was going to ask you what would institute a positive Sunday for the staff in the mansion, but I know now it's winning that silent auction item and maybe you learning their last name, but there's zero chance.
Yeah, we find out it's tied to a nonce card.
Yeah, it's tied to a nonce card.
Kyle is doing a clean sweep right now on the
crazy.
bids.
It's actually
it
crazy.
Is great. Where all these bids are, by the way.
Kyle, I love you. And the reason I love you is me and Bickler made jokes that we were just going to pepper bids and hope that neither of us got stuck with an item that we either didn't want or our, either credit scores and or balances on our cards weren't going to want and need. And in my case, what my wife would kill me about. But we were going to do that just to bring the prices up. But if Kyle is already doing that for everyone bidding, Kyle, you were doing the people's work right here.
Kyle
man.
has also donated $100.
Yeah.
So Kyle,
he's out there doing the Lord's work.
At some point, you should join Discord, and at least that way, people can hate on you.
And you can rub it into
Personally,
material.
you can wear the jerseys. You can bring stuff on. You can get it framed and just have it be your profile picture. So when you make comments and he argues with you, because I'll tell you right now, he'll take receipts. So
yes,
I do need you to follow through and keep watching though, because we may at some point rip through our Premier League predictions if we have time. And we need you to keep the receipts, because at this point, I don't know if I remember my last name, let alone my middle name.
I did not remember, and I forgot to write it on Discord.
I did my predictions on the plane this year.
That's amazing. Did you write them down?
Yeah, they're on my phone.
Wow, that's some multitasking right there from Bickler. He just remembers not knowing what state he was in.
Being proactive.
Like, and I don't mean state as in physical state, like I was in North Carolina. He doesn't remember the state he was in when we did our predictions.
Bickler just remembered he was on a plane. He was like, I was on a plane yesterday, guys. Well, Bickler, thanks a lot again, man. And yeah, go get Kyle, will you?
Thanks, my man. Good luck on
And thank
Kyle.
you guys for everything you do. Appreciate you.
Thanks, boss.
Thank you, man. Yeah, actually, shout out to Matush because he does help me every year in terms of like setting up the silent auction, entering all the items, and then kind of like monitoring the whole action and stuff like that. And yeah, that is like, yeah, Kyle is like literally cleaning house over there. So that is really, really impressive to see. But more impressive to see is this guy over here in the house. What's going on, gentlemen?
What's going on, lads?
We're hanging in there. Jamie.
Thanks, Jamie. We love you, brother. You know that.
Oh, wait.
Alive and well, I see.
The butlers have sent some money and saying
they basically each took it. They took all the change that they had to roll from the last 3 days after they did Matush's laundry. And in that laundry was about 72 outfits he wore in the last 3 days because he changed his clothes like Ferris Bueller. Just in the Chicago area alone, Ferris Bueller was the only person Matush would beat. So, but we got to welcome in our what might be is this our last guest of the day?
It is our last.
We saved the best for last. So,
exactly.
Jamie and the good folks from the OLSC Wilmington, why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us a bit about the OLSC and what's happening down in Wilmington?
Yeah, we got.
You're happy
Chicago
here in New York.
Today. Yeah, I represent Chicago. I moved here from Chicago as well. So
awesome! Thank you for joining.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah.
So yeah, lads, this is it. You guys are absolutely killing it. What the hell? How are we feeling?
Jamie, I got to tell you, your reminders to keep stretching has actually helped me today. I've just a little while ago, I was doing knee lifts across the back of this pool table, walking like I was getting ready for a match. I'm pretty tight. The hammies are not feeling great, but we have almost stood for the whole 24 hours, all three of us.
Get some squats going, squats and jumping jacks.
You genuinely can't tell. We've been hydrating. Been hydrating. The problem is it's been 50% coffee, 50% Guinness, and this much water.
Well, Guinness does have water in it, so you're good to go on that end.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate Jamie calling people out for going up to the bar and not coming back with a beer for me. Pickler.
I mean, that's common courtesy, though, right?
Paul had his hands full, to be fair. You know, it's a busy job.
He was, and he was bringing it back for the host.
The orders that I got were 2 coffees, 2 Guinnesses.
It's a fact.
I was just I had to get my coffee for the record, so thanks, buddy.
Yeah, that bartender job is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, they had a good night on us. They've had a good time. We've had a really fun time here. It's just been great to actually be in Kara's. I know you've been up here, James, and visited in the past. You were mentioning earlier in the chats, but what's happening down there? What kind of turnout do you expect today? What is the first song you're going to make the crowd sing, Jamie?
Oh, well, I mean, When the Reds, right? Obviously, and then
all right.
You'll never walk alone. But have you been to Carragher's?
No, I've never been. No, I won't want to go. I've been to New York a few times, but I've never been to Carragher's at all. I mean, most of the time I go there, there's never a match going on. But I guess I can just go there with nothing but no match, I guess, because it's pretty cool. From what pictures and videos I've seen. So,
yeah, I just happened to walk in one day. Me and my wife were in a rainy New York day. My wife's a New Yorker, so we were up there visiting family, and we were like in the city, so we just popped in and got to hold the replica big ears and sit down and started talking to a Scouser, and the Scouser turned out to be Jimmy Carragher's dad, just having a bite to eat, and we had to run and catch our train back to not Springfield, but
New Haven, or wherever you're going back to in that area.
Yeah.
You weren't talking about Jamie.
Oh yeah. The wife's family all were New Yorkers.
Okay.
Queens, and then moved out to Connecticut, and she went to school in Springfield, Mass.
What was the Turkish connection? What part of the family had the Turkish connection?
Oh, my auntie married a Turk, so they lived in Guksun, Bodrum. So I spent a good bit of time out in Turkey.
Bodrum is a nice place to go.
I want to go so bad. It's on
Yeah,
my list.
so I'll tell the boys. So next time, whenever
Yeah,
in 3
please.
months, whatever anniversary shows that comes up, they'll ask to go to Bodrum, Turkey for
I'll
you.
know when Orion's 10th birthday wants to go to Turkey for a very specific city.
Yeah, he'll be like, wait, what's happening? He wants to go to Bodrum. And by
Bodrum's the place with the hot water springs, right? Or no?
No, that's like Pamukkale. That's like Deniz. The Bodrum is basically like the southwest corner. Actually, like my mom actually like lives there like year round now. It's like the southwest corner of the country, so it's like perfect weather. It's all like nice beaches and stuff like that, and ridiculous like touristy. And I think it's mostly like actually like British tourists, because like you know how it is like over there. Every different area has certain countries coming over there. So like if you go to Adana, it's gonna be like a must of like Russian tourists. If you go over here, it's a bunch of German tourists. Bodrum is like mostly a lot of like British. So it's you'll have fun. You'll have fun over there.
You know the Brits and the Irish. We travel like a fart in an elevator, man. We're on every level.
Yeah, it's nuts to me when I hear people like who live in like UK or whatever and never travel. You guys can go anywhere within like a 2-hour train ride. Totally different cultures. Like here in the US, it's like totally different. Like, oh, I'm going to 2 hours. What are you going to get in 2 hours? You're still in North Carolina in 2 hours. Yeah. It's the same culture, It's nuts to me. Oh my god.
But wait a second though. You're like a countryman now, aren't you? Or almost there, Jamie?
Almost. My citizenship swearing in day is, what is it, next Friday? I think.
Oh, nice.
So I gotta get up at the crack of dawn again and travel to Raleigh. Big 2-hour hike up to.
You'll be swearing, but
this could be
it won't be the right thing.
So be the second guest we have to have in hiding.
Yeah, so you have done all the prereqs. You've had your interview now, James. You did the test. You passed the test. You passed the test that I could never pass, whether I was studying.
Hey, how hard is this test, man? Because
so it's 10 questions out of a possible 100 at random, all oral. So like, I'll give you an example of one. How many or how long do we vote for a senator? How long does a senator stay in power? Okay. Like name me a war that the U.S. was involved in the 1900s or something like that.
Most Americans can't even answer. Most Americans can't even answer that. So he's already got a leg up already.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Part of it might be the sleep deprivation after 19 hours. But I'm pretty confident if I didn't study for like a good period of time and like they hit the randomizer button and I got like 8 of the tough ones, right? I'd have zero chance. I'd get like a 2. They'd be like, we're gonna deport you, Gally. You're out. And I'd probably be like, if you send me anywhere but Canada, I'm in a good nick. Because if I go up to Canada, they're gonna understand everything that I have to say. And I've said way too many bad things about Canada over the years. And
you just have to get 6 right. Out of 10, you just have to get 6 right. So, yeah. So I got all 6 right out the gate, and he just was like, "You're passed. You're done." So after all the studying, I didn't get to hear the other 4 questions. I wanted to hear the other 4 questions.
You should have required them to ask the questions and told them to fuck off each time.
Already passed. Yeah, exactly. You gave me a lot of hope because I really was too lazy.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at the poster on the screen.
Yeah.
So seriously, Brian doesn't need to go to Carragher's because his fucking room right in here is just as big as Carragher's collection right now. You should see it. It's a fucking gold mine in here. There's Liverpool memorabilia, shirts out the fucking arse. Unreal.
I'm a big kit head. What can I say? I think I'm maybe 40, about 40 Liverpool kits, 40, 45, still adding. So that's my obsession, like shoes, hats, and Liverpool kits in general. So that's where all my money goes to. And booze, unfortunately, but
we're gonna become fast friends, buddy. You can absolutely check out the items on the silent auction and give Kyle a run for his money because we got some kits, we got some autograph stuff. We also have some American Scouser swag that we've basically donated. So
It's basically the cost that we would sell it for off of most of our sites. So if there's some American Scouser stuff into that auction as well.
Scouser shirts on there, and Matoush is kind of like in there.
And then we got our shirts there. And we got our shirts that we have live here that we're selling today. And Brian told me last night that I'm sorry, Mike told me last night right before he left that they don't have any shirts right now. So we really need a little sign that says like t-shirts for sale, $25, all proceeds go. So next year we got to remember to not only print out the little thing for the box, we got to print out the actual piece of paper that tells people how much shit costs.
I think they want to get people over here.
Oh yeah, but yeah.
We're trying to raise that money and keep it going. So
look, there's the selection of shirts right there. I mean, he can choose from anyone. And he's picked the white Adidas kit for today.
It's gonna turn into
a
like
nice
a Liverpool QVC.
Yeah, you could run a Liverpool QVC out of there. If you smash that thing on TikTok, you'd have like 1 million in 3 hours. You'd literally just start doing quick changes in there, and people would just like and watch you all day long. Wow.
This is our official shirt right here. We have the back of it. We have the battleship, which
was it USS North Carolina or something? Or what is it called?
I forgot.
I think it is USS North Carolina.
That was not in the test.
Man pass.
Get him out of here. He's failed.
I failed. Oh, your food's shite, and I'm out. Jamie, we love you.
All right.
Oh, there it's even on the scarf.
You guys will appreciate this one.
Oh, nice.
What obsession with Klopp? What are you talking about?
Do you want to put a picture of his younger brother on the back of it? What about on the inside so you could like turn it inside out and you could just have a picture?
That's what I do personally. That's what I do on my free time. Okay.
I love it, man. I love it.
We should have had Paul bring up one of the OLSC Wilmington scarves and drop it off in Carriers, do a little swap with one of their scarves.
That would have been good.
Sorry, and I didn't even think to bring one of mine because I have some scarves from our local club too. Maybe that was because I was so nervous that I was forgetting something and then realized I forgot the hangers that were supposed to hang the shirts after I got mad that they forgot a sheet to tell people how much the said shirts cost. But we did pretty well actually for all the things we bought from 3 different sections of the country. We really did get just about everything except for the 5 things we sent Angie back and forth to Best Buy to get today, where she was taking the train in New York City by herself to get us cables, then just to find out we didn't need said cable. But it is good to know that she was, she still woke up in the middle of the night, rolled over, said, Ash, let's see if my husband's alive or on the floor in a fetal position. And then she was like, shit, he's alive.
She'll be here actually shortly, I think. She was going to be here for the game over here. I don't know if John might make it actually for the game.
We'll see if he wakes up.
Yeah, if he wakes up after last time.
Should I make up something that we need from Best Buy?
If you want to get your ass,
she's just going to be like, I don't know if they're open. They're probably not open on Sunday, but it would be fun to send her there either way.
How many hours you guys have left on the Podcast-A-Thon?
We have 5. 4 hours and 4 hours and 46 minutes actually.
Yeah, this is the last. I mean, you got to figure 2 hours is going to be watching the game. It's going to be like watching. So that should go very smooth over here, especially if things go well. It should be like an easy way.
Angie's weighed in. She has an answer to Paul's question. Don't.
Oh boy.
It wasn't. Is it okay? Should I do this?
Angie for any points are maxed out. The receipts are kept and in check.
I imagine it's going to be packed there today as well, right?
Oh, cool.
Just a good time, having a lot of fun. The other owner, Brian, has just walked in, so he's kind of joined the ruckus, coming in and sliding by. They're probably preparing for their first of many big mornings here at Carragher's. I got to imagine it will be busy today.
Nice.
Jamie, I
love a good Brian supremacy, so it's good. We're taking over one at a time.
Nothing
like
wrong
4 or
with
5 Brians in our group, and it's difficult to keep tabs.
Yeah, just call me Lot. Just call me Lot going forward. It's easy. Remind me of my army times.
Jamie, did you ask what channel this was streaming on today?
just to be a prick. Yeah. You know.
Right. What time is the match? What channel is it streaming on? All the 55 questions that everybody asks, and all they'd have to do is a quick Google search. But instead of asking or instead of Googling it, they'd rather type it in. I love when we used to get those all the time in the Discord channel, and we still only get like one or two. It's like, has anyone seen if this has gone forward? And it took more to type that in than it would have been to be like, hey, Google, has this gone forward? But it's always good and it's always engaging. So how many people do you think you'll have over at the good old Duck and Dive today for a preseason friendly with a plate on display?
Anticipation's high. I mean, probably, I would say 40, 50 easy.
Yeah.
You know, it's not an official season opener. It's just a warm up again, but always good opportunity to see everyone get back into the swing of things. And
we can count on 2 at least. So
Two.
sorry, 3, including my fiance. So
2 at least.
3.
3 at
least.
least.
No, 4 bartenders. Well, Cali. So there you go. 4 minimum. So
that's an outright way to start a discussion around how many supporters will be there. You just start counting out the 2 your wife and the bartender. And you're like, and if we're really, really lonely, like we'll go out and see if we can't find a guy just walking around randomly, see if he wants to come.
You're laughing, but I do that. We bring you guys all the time to matches. I was meeting people last night with I had a Virgil shirt on, and I met a couple people. Say, hey, come down to the Duck. We're gonna be at the Duck on this, and I'm always advertising anytime I'm out and about. And I have my Liverpool stuff on. Someone comes up to me, oh, you're Liverpool, blah blah blah. But yeah, and I engage them, and guess what? We gained 2 or 3 more new members. So
always be recruiting, baby.
Oh yeah, that's right. So
we got some questions coming in, and they're my favorite type of questions. They're the ones where they're asking you to do show and tell or tell us what your favorite kit is out of some of those kits behind you. Are there any specific ones? Like, give us your top 3. If someone said top 3 kits, and that could just be how you emotionally feel right now.
Okay. All right, that's easy. Well, my favorite kit, I'll grab it, is the Ecru, and I will show you that one.
That's one of my favorite too. I've got one. You guys were talking about the white kit earlier on. The off-white lends itself to some Guinness stains. So
yeah, I got a feeling most of your off-white kits over the years have become off another color by the time. Then eventually they're off the rotation because your wife is like, Jamie, you can wear that thing, but you're not wearing it out of the house. It has 4 Guinness stains.
Look at that. That's a pretty one.
Long sleeve. Oh my God. Oh, thank you, Adidas, for bringing back long sleeves. By the way, I know this is
fan of the long sleeve. I love it.
Yeah. So that's my second. Hold on, give me a second. Let me think about it.
Coincidentally, as you're talking, that shirt that Brian's currently wearing is one that my wife ruined by washing, and the green Carlsberg stuck and printed all over each other. So it eventually. But since I was a kid, I've been a big kit fan as well. So I used to save up and work my summer jobs and buy myself my kits. But when I moved to America, I gave them all to a family member.
There you go. The Matoush kit.
His favorite kit is the one we had just before.
Yep.
So while Matoush jumps in and says long sleeve fans unite, clearly he also is confident on what he wears at any time of the year.
I had a long sleeve white Reebok Didi Hamann shirt. I used to have a long sleeve Gerard 17 Reebok red. Oh man, I had some beautiful kits that I gave away. I used to have both of the Adidas goalkeeper tops, the ones that are like $600 on eBay right now.
Well, I love this one right here.
I used to love a good goalkeeper kit, man.
And what did you do with them? You said, Jimmy?
Give them to a family member, yeah.
Gotcha.
I love the one because you got the little.
This was the first kit. This was the first kit I bought myself.
I love this. Is actually I should have thrown that in the
rotation. It's an itchy motherfucker.
It does look like it could be an itchy one, especially if you're trying to go back to Wilmington.
It's got the pads, right?
Yeah.
It's got the pads for
it's got the elbow pads.
Yeah, it's unfortunately it doesn't get too cold in Wilmington. Unfortunately, I can't really maybe once or twice during the year, but
it also doesn't help when you got a layer of carpet under there for the Velcro effect.
I knew it was coming at some point. Like,
Timucin, why are you hanging your head? Why are you hanging your head in shame? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me, baby.
No, he's hanging his head in shame. One, because he's disappointed that your shirt hasn't come off yet during this interview. And two, he's disappointed because he's the one person on this panel that knows for a fact you have that chest of hair, because at least 5 times in the last 5 years, your whole top has during a Liverpool match, either inside or outside the duck, at some point of it, because I know how you celebrate, and you celebrate the way all Reds should celebrate. Loud and proud, Jamie.
Well, I'm not sure the giant serving dish warrants the shirt off today, but you never know.
I was going to ask you that. Does
Complete
that,
fair
how much is that going to be celebrated?
exactly. How much money?
for a good cause like the 23 Foundation, you never know. I've done stupider things
For less.
and will again.
I remember
we love
at
you,
a
James.
certain Irish bar for St. Baldrick's. It's a cancer charity. I shaved the head off, and it was live on the radio, and they auctioned off. They were just like shaving my beard off, shaving my eyebrows off. My eyebrows are pretty thick, so everything came off. Everything except the chest hair. Everything except the chest hair. They would have been there all day.
A lot more.
They actually said to themselves, they looked at your chest and they were like, "Yeah, no, we'll just add another $100 to the donation.
You can keep that.
you keep that. We're afraid that this is going to clog up the Clippers. We got 4 more people to shave here, and
It would be a fire hazard.
Time.
It'd be a fire hazard.
Jamie, nobody pokes fun at themselves more than you, James. And we
I gotta be quick with
absolutely
it.
love it.
Otherwise, I'm just opening the door for all of you. You got to be self-deprecating as an Irishman.
100. I basically make fun of everyone else because I'm making fun of myself the entire time. So I know that feeling, James. It's in our blood as much as, a good pint of Guinness or helping someone that needs help and that you care about. And you've always been there to support us on this channel any way you can, by sharing our stuff, bringing people involved, getting your OLC involved. So it meant a lot to us. I think you were the first or second person from our Discord community to secure like a completed commitment to sponsoring this hour and helping us out and helping the cause. So just really appreciate you and all you've done over the years.
Well, listen, that's all part and parcel of it, right? The Liverpool family, and it sounds contrite and contrary and all the rest and all these bullshit things, but it's very much an Irish thing. It's very much a Liverpool thing. I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't take the time to give condolences again. We've had a difficult month in the OLSC Wilmington group. Literally the father of our supporters group, Tom Williams, one of our good friends, Theo, emigrated back to Ireland, and unfortunately his father passed away on the 5th of July. So Tom and Theo were very kind to me. Before I even moved here, I was messaging Theo online because I knew I was moving here and I was looking for A, an Irish bar, and B, somewhere to watch the games. And it just so happened that they had their little group of unofficial Liverpool supporters group at the Irish bar called the Dubliner, and they all sold up and moved back home. And like I said, unfortunately, Tom passed away on the 5th of July. So massive condolences to them, because if it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't be here. And that's the Irish way, right? You land into a country armed with a sleeping bag and a phone number, and next thing you know, there's 40 Irish people there, and all the rest of it. But honestly, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the kindness of those guys. So it's all just about paying it forward, and that's the Liverpool way. Like it was very hard to deal with, and I mean, obviously the loss of a family member hits the family members much more, but it's just it's very easy to say things like "you'll never walk alone" and all that, and that it almost seemed not enough at the time, but at the end, it is much more than just the words. You know, it is a family entity, and it's, you know, you can hear that when you listen to all your guests talking about the similar things, and Michael and Travis and all these other people, and L'Oreal as well. Like, everybody has these stories of how you got to where you are right now. And it's, you know, even Brian was asking me, like, how did I get involved with American Scouts? And you know, all these things happen organically, and like I tell everyone, like, you know, Brian and I were just talking before we got on how he became a Liverpool fan. And I'm a big proponent of saying, you know, you don't choose the club chooses you. And it's just one of those things. It's a gravitational, it's an organic thing. It's the devil knows his own kind, as we say back home in Ireland. You know, we all were made for this, and Liverpool was made for us. So like I said, it's been a difficult few months. I know Nicole Wheelock lost her family members as well recently. Nicole's one of the fantastic people in our group who was a massive key figure in getting us official status. Look, I'm already beginning to sound like a Yank, you know what I mean?
I know. Welcome aboard.
You're American now. You're American.
I tell you what, Bubba, this American accent's looking pretty good right about now.
Oh man, you literally are like a pack of Winstons and a freaking Bud Heavy away from just smashing things. Yeah, I'm not messing around.
That's the only thing you three are missing. Like Paul in the background smoking a cigarette, and like Timucin with his Turkish tea, Gally with a half-drank crusty pint of Guinness that's been sitting there for the past 4 hours.
If there was one, I'd probably be drinking it. I kept looking over there because we left all of our trash and leftover food on this little table right over here. And I kept looking, going like, is that a Guinness? Is that a Guinness? And then I realized, no, this is an X-pitcher of Coke. And I was not going to do it. So I was not going for it. But
that's funny, like you mentioned.
Never know until you try it out. So go ahead and try it out just to make sure, you know. Do it for the vibes. Do it for the vibes.
Have they got the Guinness Heroes on draft there? No.
That was a sudden. Honestly, like though, Jamie, when you were talking about it earlier, the whole organic connection over there, because it happens all the time where, you know, like, I mean, we're on Discord, Facebook, wherever, and people say like, how do we get together again? And like, I don't remember most of them, but somehow like we've known each other forever. It feels like it was just like, who messaged who first, or did we comment on each other's comments and stuff? But it's weird because people are from all over the place, all over the country, and from different countries and stuff. But somehow you find, you know, you had that common bond, and it's just kind of like, you know, it's like you know each other forever.
Absolutely, man. Because you know, I just messaged you. It was one of those posts, you know, like, oh, who wants to be a contributor, and I just jumped in, and then, you know, it all kind of happened since then. That was back in the Zoom days, you know, and all that sort of shit.
Oh, not Zoom now.
And then, you know, just so happens, you know, small world, Bickler happens to be in Wilmington, and Cam Stewart, he came down to the Duck and Dive one time, and you know, Cam's in the Discord, and then at the South Carolina game, we're all sitting there behind the goal, and I see this 6-foot goddess Polish prince walk past me, going up the stairs.
And you couldn't miss him because he looked like he was going to a ball, but he was at a football match just dressed in Liverpool shit, but he looked better than everybody else, and his hair was perfect.
So I was sitting there shouting at him. He didn't bat an eyelid at me. He just kept walking by me. I was like, fuck this. I'm going to confront this motherfucker right now.
This Great Gatsby character.
Yeah, exactly. He's straight off the Great Gatsby set, and he's not listening because he's used to not listening to his help.
He's up in the upper echelons. I'm down there in the thick of it, behind the goal. So I walk up, I'm like, yo, what's up? And, you know, we just had a casual little chat at halftime, and I went back to my seat and eventually lost my voice.
Oh, it was a great time.
Amazing as always, Jamie. Just positive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, like I say, thanks a lot. I mean, you basically were able to like kind of like we got sponsored by like the Sporters Club through you because you were able to pass the word. I see on the like social media as well. So like really do appreciate that. But before we let you guys go, we're asking everybody who's kind of like joining us where they're at and what they're expecting out of the season. I know you guys were in the comments earlier as well, but what do you want out of the season? Like, what are you going to be content with? Let's go with that.
I mean, I think after, in my opinion, after the investments we're doing, hopefully bringing in Isaac as well. I think that's going to happen. If I was betting man, I would say yes. But I think two pieces of silverware at minimum. I think that is the reasonable expectation. Because we tightened up places that we're kind of like short at. Left diagonal Robbo was losing his legs. Just let's be honest. Kirkez is a madman. I already love him already. He's like heading balls on the ground. Like I don't care, whatever. And Frimpong is, he's a right back, right winger, and he's pacey. And I don't know. And obviously Vert and Ekitike was. I mean, he has a little touch of Bobby in him as well. He's like an all French Bobby because he'll drop back, and get the ball and hold up and wait for little runners going left or right, and I think we've been missing that. That's why Nunez didn't really thrive with slot, because he doesn't value that type of 9. So that's why I have really good feelings. We walked the league last year with no changes, and which is crazy if you think about it. I mean, but now we're actually spending like we're one of the big boys. I'm two pieces of silverware, the Prem, and like say FA Cup or Carabao or Champions League. And FA Cup Carabao. That's my minimum. Otherwise, in my opinion, I think it'd be a failure of a season. I mean, just saying, 2 pieces at least. I know it's hard, but we were in 2 finals. We were in the final Carabao. We could have won 2 pieces last year with a team that we had last year. So we'll see.
Feels weird, right? Feels weird to be the bullish one, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like, different to be the hunted, isn't it, than the hunter?
It really is, and I mean it. But you know what? That's what being a fan is all about, getting carried away. So let's, if we are acting, we pulled on the big boy pants, the quad, right? Let's be that. Let's be that team that goes out and does it all. But I just want to make sure everybody has a good time.
That is true. And that is true. And I'll tell you this right now. I've never gotten to meet Jamie in person, but I've done enough shows with him. I've chatted with him. I've talked to him about things. I've seen his compassion and how he handles things. And I can say without meeting him, Jamie is a goddamn good time. And if you met Jamie, you would know it. And you would know immediately the next day, because you would be reminded of that good time with the same type of headache I have right now. And it's not from drinking this time. This time it's because I've been up for, well, let's be honest. If me and Jamie met, I probably would have been up for almost 24 hours anyways, because you put a couple Irishmen like us together for the first time, and it's going to be a good time, and it's probably going to last a long time. I hope you have an awesome.
My first time meeting right now, so I've never met him till now. So.
Boy, hydrate now.
Yeah, get yourself ready, brother.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long day for you, man.
Hydrate, and make sure your wife has the car keys. That would be my 2 recommendations before you get into the dive.
Well, good thing we can walk down. We can walk to the dock. 20-minute walk.
Even better. I forgot all you people live within a place where you can walk to a pub. Someone asked earlier, what's the closest city to Liverpool? And honestly, because I now know 3 guys who can walk to a match and probably pick up other supporters on the way, it probably means it's Wilmington.
Well, it's happenstance because Wilmington used to be called New Liverpool. So I'm just saying.
It's a pretty good, that's a pretty good segue and a good way out. Just thank you over and over. Thank you so much. Thanks for doing your stuff, Jamie. And thanks for many times being the moral compass that we need on a daily basis, or the contrarian to argue too negative of a point is just too negative of a point to be arguing over
have
stupid
to
Discord.
do a private session where we kind of talk about Irish food or just that,
Different
like
time.
next 24
Can
hours.
We have been up for almost a day. Can we not have that one today? Because I got to eat breakfast and they serve them both here, and I don't want to be judged.
No, lads, all the kudos goes to you. Tip of the old hat to you, lads. Like I said, you could go on and on about the organic nature and what it is to be Liverpool fans, but it's things like this that just speak to the wider audience. You know, it's all, and I know you guys are being very complimentary, but for me, it's all about the group, right? And it's a big Liverpool family, and like I wouldn't be the way I am without people like Brian, people all throughout the Wilmington group, and you know, I'm just one part of the crazy life we call being a fanatic. And you know, my wife would probably testament to that as well. It's hard living with me because, like we all, Angie the same, you know, we're all fanatics, and we do this sort of stuff because it means so much to us. So you know, what you guys are doing is fantastic, and just want to thank you, because honestly, you know, 24 hours, it probably seems like nothing today. Like, you guys have breathed through it. You've done excellent, fantastic, and
Vickler knows where he's at.
Let's hope we reach them goals, and we'll be sharing the good American Scouser word as much as we can.
Yeah, you guys done the hard yards, so just trust me. I've done 24-hour shifts many times, so and not interacting with people, so it's like you're just sitting there. I'm like eating like coffee beans to stay awake. Like, oh God, you know. I was like, oh,
I knew we were doing something wrong.
I'm good for 5 minutes after eating coffee beans. You just back down again. Like, oh my God, that did not work. So
you want a wee song to sing us out here, or what's going on?
Yeah, we
take it away.
There's only one way you leave
probably
a
should.
show. Sing us out, Jamie.
The Reds have got no money, but we'll still win the league. The Reds have got no money, but we'll still win the league. The Reds ain't got no money, we spent it in Germany. The Reds have got no money.
Always leave it to Jamie to come up with a new verse and a new lyric to an already classic stellar song. Jamie, thank you for being you, and thanks for all you do. We'll see you later today in Discord,
Nice meeting you, Brian.
or at least next week. Brian, nice to meet you. Can't wait to make it down there.
We've spoken before, Timucin as well. Facebook.
Oh,
yeah, that's me. Yeah.
You just moved there. Yes,
Yeah,
you left us.
yeah.
Man.
If I'm rocking the Chicago scarf today.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
See what I mean? Small world.
Yeah.
It is small world.
All right, guys, have an awesome one. Enjoy your time at the pub.
Take care, boys.
Never walk alone.
You never walk
You
alone.
know
guys.
it. Oh, that was fun. That was fun. That was a good one. That was a good way to end that half hour, 45 minutes, whatever it was. We really pushed that one through, and you know, it was good with the kits. It was a nice little breakup too. Didn't get all the transfer talk and things. You never get that with Jamie because he doesn't have it in him. He just doesn't have it in him to tell you that we're going to get rid of a player. He doesn't have it in him. It's just hilarious, and I love it. And I love every part of it.
Similar to like Mark earlier, like, you know, like hard to let go, and I get that. I do get that. It's just I'm an old fart, so I think you just like look at it differently.
I think Jamie's like the only person I've ever met that, like, during transfer season, like in the middle of transfer season, when that's all anyone wants to talk about, Jamie will willingly and go out of his way to talk about the academy. Like,
it is true. He ultimately wants to talk about any player that might not be on the block, and then when there'll be like concrete links, he'll still be like, I don't see anything out there, and it's like being reported by Romano, Joyce, Ornstein. Like, the club has said we are in active talks, and Jamie's still like, nah, you guys don't know the whole story. We don't know what they're really talking about. I don't trust the media people. But we appreciate it.
Let me do a real quick update over here.
Yeah, please.
Let's not forget what we're here for, as we have only 4 hours left, right? 4 something. whatever.
4:20.
So a lot of hours in, a
time.
few hours left. So we really need to crank things up over here. We are at 785 right now at the GoFundMe. The goal was 1400, so I am hoping, especially with the folks about to be here and you guys online, will get there doing the live watch along and everything as well. The Q code takes you direct to either the GoFundMe, the silent auction that I see Matush kind of trying to gain ground over there, hoping Kyle does not wake up. But once Kyle wakes up for the match, I think that's going to go downhill over there. But we're already almost up to $1,000 in the silent auction, which is awesome. And obviously we've had a lot, and I'm sure we will have more super chats and stickers and all that kind of stuff like that too. So yeah, we are doing extremely well, but really gotta finish strong over here to be able to beat last year. But just wait, because we're gonna set Gally loose on the crowd over here in a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll come back, but either way, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens if he comes back in one piece.
I envision it's gonna happen in one of two ways. I'm either going to make some friends, probably buy some drinks, because that's how I usually make friends. And then I'm going to ask them for money and basically be like, I'll buy your Guinness if you buy this t-shirt. And then when they find out the t-shirt's $25 and that Guinness is only like $4.50 or $5.20, that's going to be awesome. But then I'll end up buying 5 of them.
It's a good trade because I'll tell you what, we already sent Angie around if she has to pack the shirts back and stuff like that. She's not going to be a happy camper.
Yeah,
so we got to move these over.
That
before we
second,
go.
the second option is that's option A. And option B is I just crowd surf my way back because I've passed out and they feel bad for me because they're just stepping on me. So they pick me up and realize how light it is. And they just literally
Yes, as long as you bring him back here.
just bring me back. You know,
Frankly, this was the part I was looking forward to the most.
This was the part. Yeah, everybody's looking forward to it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes, to Gordo's point, please donate, people. We want to hear the cha-ching sound a few more times. We should say welcome to Sir Round 5 Around because he found us. And Chris was instrumental in us not sounding like we didn't know how to play instruments called microphones for the first hour.
And we still managed to mess it up the first hour, mind you. But
an hour of this 24-hour podcast, but I'm most disappointed that we got it all set. Then we decided to troubleshoot it. We fixed it 3 times, changed all our settings, and realized it was just that we didn't mute the goddamn freaking PC in front of us. Like, that might have been the most epic bit of just shut it down and restart it and not look at the settings over again.
I think honestly that's what happened when we were wrestling with the Wi-Fi. It restarted we never muted it. And it just went downhill and we had echo.
Listen,
but
we're
hey,
learning.
at the end of the day, thanks a lot, Chris. That was a huge help, really.
Yeah, we really needed
I
you.
mean, this equipment is basically kind of like thanks to this guy over here, put together over here for this event and hopefully future events. But if you guys look at this thing, it looks pretty and all with all these colors, but way too many. It's like a freaking plane. There's just way too many freaking buttons.
What's this button do? I don't think we should hit that one.
And clearly they didn't allow the colorblind kid to sit next to it because that would have been some shit. It's why they won't let me fly a plane.
No,
it's why
direct
they won't
damage.
let me like I got things now. Now I know I can't operate an aircraft. I can't get a pilot's license. I can't join the Navy, and I sure as hell can't run a roadcaster on site at Carragher's. Shucks, I'll
Chris
just drink
says,
some
welcome
more.
to my world. The difference is you know what you're doing. We don't.
Yes.
That's like the biggest difference there. But yeah, I mean, I already hear outside, and actually Brian was here. Owner, like we were talking about last night. So met Brian. So he's here. I already see some crowd coming to the reserve tables and stuff like that. So once we set Galley loose on him, I think we're gonna go all the way over here. 785, 1400 is the goal. So help us get there. And the lineup should be out. I'm assuming in is it like in 2 minutes or is it in 15 minutes?
I never know with the preseason friendly.
This is so-
Sometimes
wait,
they
this
come
is so
out
impressive.
early.
Dude, I'm locked in. Feeling great.
The lineup is not out yet. It is still a predicted lineup. So I don't know if we want to touch on some other stuff. If we wanted to go through some of the chats and stuff we have,
Well,
we're gonna
give me
save
your starting 11 forecast game.
I'm gonna say the big Georgian in goal because it is way too late to pronounce words I know I can't. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that you said it. You should put that up on one of them
I know
unlit
that should be a
buttons.
sound.
Like that should be up there with like
properly saying Rio's name, properly saying Soboslai's
Yeah, we
name.
have 8 presets we could just use for names we can't pronounce.
So
Correct?
it would have been unbelievable. So I'm gonna go back to front. Big Georgian. Gonna go with Frimpong because I don't think Bradley is ready. Gonna go with Kanate and Virgil because you have to get that partnership some minutes on the pitch together because they haven't played together, I don't believe, for like 15 to 20 minutes total the entire preseason. I am gonna go with the shout that Robertson gets the start. No, I'm going to scratch that. I'm going to go with it's Kirkez, and I don't think that definitely means he starts, but I think he needs more minutes playing with Cody Gakpo, more minutes playing with, whoever's going to be that left-sided midfielder. And then in the midfield, I think is where all the questions happen. I'm going to say, you know what, just to make Jamie happy and piss off Anon, I'm going to go with Curtis Jones and Soboslai with the assumption that McAllister isn't fit. And Gravenberg can't play on Friday, and I think you need to get some minutes of the pair and the partnership that are going to play, because I don't think Bournemouth's going to play that much different than how Crystal Palace plays after how poorly, because I think they're going to have to sit back with all the changes in defense for them. So, and then going up top, I think that's very easy. It's Verts, Ekatike, Mo, and Cody Gakpo.
How about you?
That's going to be my lineup today.
What's the
So we
three wrong.
We leave out Flo.
I left. No, I have Flo in there. I left out McAllister. I left out Gravenberch, and I left out Andy Robertson.
Got you. Okay.
I had one eye on Bournemouth and one eye on guys who need minutes. So
Yeah,
I don't know if I like it or not.
I agree with the back line. I agree with the keeper, obviously. I think Jones is a good shout. I could see that.
This is Timucin's breaking news. He's just got alarm bells are ringing.
What, is AMG around or something?
No, Kostas Tsimikas is seemingly not with the squad. Is not with the squad at Wembley. He's understood to be considering his options following summer signings of Milo Kirkez with 3 senior left backs. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to the fact that you sent a text message
I'm
to
not
me.
smiling.
You
You're
are the
smiling.
source. like I just saw you typing for a few minutes, and I'm pretty sure you sent Mr. Batred like a message and said, "Can you cut and copy this and paste it,
Yeah,
please?"
it explains all his burner phones.
Yeah, exactly. But that was breaking news. I felt we had to go to.
Yes, and
when good news happens.
I'll do another good news, one after another over here, and do the cha-ching over here. Patrick Lipari donates. Now we're up to 805. So still trying to get to that 1400. Thanks a lot, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick.
Keep those coming. Like I say, or you can use the super chat if it's easier. Either or, they both all go. Gordo is extremely upset as well. Aren't we all? I know I am. Yes, Mr. Barrett is on the way. Hey, Ozan is awake. Ozan, what do you think about Kostas leaving us? Well, I mean, like I say, we were talking about it maybe too much, but we did talk about it quite some time that it just did not make sense to have 3 left backs in the squad who can only play left back. So I think it only makes sense. And if it's not going to be Robertson, and my choice had always been Robertson over Kostas. I don't know what the market for him would be. What would the market for him be?
I think you can get 10 to 15, maybe 10 with add-ons, and those add-ons are something like you sell them to Leeds United, and it's basically if you stay up, it makes it 15, because he probably goes to Leeds and then starts playing. I wish him the best because he's been a good soldier for the time he's at the club. He's never caused a riff. He's never caused a problem. He's never begged to play. It's also kind of the reason I'm okay with selling him, because he's never caused a reason to play. Like, he's never earned a chance to play over that 8-week period under Klopp, that final season where he kind of looked like he was challenging. But at that point, it was more like Robertson was just off the boil and needed a rest because, well, the manager had run him into the ground.
I mean, as long as they like coffee at Leeds, I don't see why it would be a problem. So.
I mean, as long as he doesn't end up at Burnley, because I want to root for the guy, and I sure as hell don't want to root for Scott Parker. So as long as he ends up, at Leeds or Sunderland or even like a West Ham, I think he could do a job as a backup there, maybe. Maybe even Wolves, except for he's just not the right Portuguese. He doesn't have enough Portuguese. He's not the right, ethnicity of Portuguese.
Yeah.
125. Maybe he's going to Newcastle. It's just an even up trade with Isak.
I mean,
in case they need a left back or
straight
something.
swap.
Straight swap.
I mean, at this point, they both put in about the same amount of work in training in the last week.
Did you ever finish your starting 11? Because we got stuck with
No, we
Costa.
didn't. I'll tell you. I guess I said. I guess I
Same
said
back
that
four.
I said same back four, and I actually that's probably. I think that Robbo starts here because I think I'd rather bring Kirkez on to finish a match than I would Robbo. Right now.
That's fair.
Right now. So I'll go Robbo starting left back. I do think that Jones is going to get the start here. I do think Mac's probably out, so I could see this being Soboslai, Flo, Gakpo, Ekiteki, Salah.
I'm actually going with Gravenberg. I know, and I feel like, you bring Jones the last 30 maybe, knowing Gravenberg can't play Friday. So you get the most minutes out of Gravenberg legs because he can't play Friday. So why not get him out there, get the more minutes?
Not a bad
And I
shout.
don't think Mac is ready, or you do 60 Gravenberg and you bring like Mac. And I think it's going to be Gravenberg, Soboslai, and Wirtz starting in midfield, which is pretty ambitious and attacking probably, but we saw it work well, and we were talking about how much Soboslai is better because he gets so much more space. Because you watch Wirtz, and I think in a lot of us when we watch the game today, like you're gonna have the spotlight on like one player, which I'm gonna ask you guys who that spotlight is on. But I mean, Wirtz for me is a natural thing, but I like when you watch him in the preseason, the spaces he takes opens up other spaces for people like Soboslai and stuff like that. So if you're watching one player, Gally, who are you watching?
As much as I am excited to watch Ekitike, I'm watching. I mean, as much as I'm excited to watch Florian Wirtz, I think Ekitike is my kind of primary person today that I'm going to be paying attention to and focusing on. And the real reason for that is I think they aren't question marks because I'm not doubting his talent and what he's going to do next. But I do believe that Ekitike has the most growth within the side. I think we know what Florian Wirtz is. He's a two-time Bundesliga Player of the Year. He led a Bundesliga side, not Bayern Munich, to a title. So as much as I think it's easy to say Wirtz, I think it's Ekitike, and I think it has primarily to do with where the status of the Isak thing is and the volatility of it. And I think how he beds in and how he looks is a massive storyline for the rest of this summer and probably through January in a lot of ways, regardless of what happens with Isak. So it's the big guy up top.
It's getting pretty darn busy out there.
That's what I'm talking about, Bruce.
They're gonna be carrying you back here really fast.
Can't wait. Or it just gives me more time to make friends.
We're gonna be buying a lot of beer.
Yeah,
Let's
it
go
just
that
makes
way.
time
There's
with
a
Guinness.
lot of people
Me
out there
and
already.
the Guinness.
And we got to figure we're like over an hour away from kickoff, and it's already getting pretty hectic out there. So it's nice. It's going to be like a great atmosphere over here. I mean, Michael has been talking about it, and we're 57% of the goal right now as 805. So continue to chip in. Like I said, you can do the super chat. Speaking of the devil, there you go. You can do this. Do what Ozan does. Only in these, I rarely say this, but do what Ozan does in this scenario, and do the chats. Small contributions for Gally to have some black pudding, and that is a deadly combo over there.
What was
and
it?
we were already
Black
complaining
pudding.
about what he's gonna do to the train and the bathroom.
Yeah.
I don't think this is gonna help.
Unless we are genuinely talking about black pudding as in me eating and drinking Guinness as much as humanly possible. I don't know if that's happening today, but yeah, this is a exciting time. Really excited seeing the supporters come in. Folks are stopping by already. It's really cool, and we just want to shout out to folks and say thank you for everything, and how this works. We do have Apple Pay.
Yeah, we're running. So
we're running multi-channel.
Tim's over here being Turkish,
and I'm over here trying to sell stuff while on a pod.
Yeah,
we do have Apple Pay. I'm announcing.
So I think it.
Well, I'm just joking. That's how we got the last guy to pay for the thing.
I think it's interesting. Like we were talking about, like what you're watching in today's game, like what player, right? And I think like it's an interesting point you make about Hugo and the long-term ramifications of what's going to happen with him on the side. I think it's also interesting that like it's not very often that as a club you have a record transfer signing, and he's like maybe the third or fourth most interesting story that's happening in the window for your team. Like, because for me, when I look at it, we talked all year about like, well, we don't really know. Like, I don't think we've seen what Slot wants to do with the back line. And I don't think we've seen like Slot needs fullbacks, right? So like for me, I'm very interested in how he's going to handle and how he's going to play Frimpong, because like Frimpong is the one sort of X factor that we think like, oh, he may back up Mo, or obviously we have concerns about Bradley's like endurance, stamina, and how he can hold up. And so like he's going to be called on to have minutes. So I'll be very interested to see how we play Frimpong.
Man, we really need Angie to show up. Yeah. Like I'm fully convinced we need Angie more than ever, because I saw him trying to tap the front of that thing. You got to tap the back of it to make that Apple Pay thing work. That's what I learned the last time. But he's working the cards. We're gonna have that payment.
Angie is clearly on strike.
Yeah, that or she's at Best Buy. just looking to think of what she's gonna send Timucin to Best Buy for when this thing ends.
She's preemptively gone there. Just gonna, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what he does, and I'm really excited to see the lineup come out. I want to see how wrong I am. I'm usually 2 to 3 players off, but it feels like it's normally like one of the 2 scenarios I give, and then I pick the opposite one, and it doesn't come true. So most likely it's Gravenberch and McAllister in the midfield to rest Jones and Soboslai for Friday.
Right.
But
totally,
the complete opposite, and they're playing Kirkhead because Robertson's going to get the first start, and all the things go up in shit. But yeah, it's a really exciting time. The bar is starting to fill in, so I think you will learn a couple things in the next hour. You'll probably learn that we have to get a little louder than the actual temperament we have, and that our voices are going to start to break as we talk over the crowd.
Yeah.
Because they are going quickly. We did not get any tea with honey. We didn't do any of the things the radio people would do. We were like, nah, Guinness will help with this losing my voice at 5:36, 9 in the morning.
Ozan wants us to recap the starting 11 really quickly. Okay, so we've got.
Well, we got to get Tim's starting 11.
No, we don't need Tim's starting 11. Tim, what's your starting 11?
I just gave it to you. You're not even listening. No, I put basically Gravenberg in
that was
there.
Right. That's
instead,
true. That's
so.
true. That was really, but it was pretty much the same back 5. Is it Robertson or Kirkhead for you?
I'm going Robertson.
Okay.
For the reasons he said.
I love
what he
it.
said.
I love it. I love
we
it.
have two for Robertson, you for Kirkhez. Verge, Kanate, Frimpong. Midfield, we have an interesting one. Okay, so Dimitri thinks Gravenberch is going to be there. You think it's going to be Jones?
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm thinking.
And then Soboslai, I'm in agreement with Soboslai. What did Tim say? Did he say Soboslai as well?
Yep, he was Soboslai and Gravenberch.
Okay, so here it is.
Here it is.
We have Kirkes, Van Dijk, Kanate, Frimpong, Jones, Gravenberch, Verts, Gakpo, Ekiteke, and Salah. So we were very close.
Really, really close. So I got Gravenberch and Soboslai wrong. You flipped Robertson, and there it is. We were pretty close. Curtis Jones is starting.
Damn.
Soboslai is not, which guarantees he knows he needs to play 90 full minutes on Friday afternoon.
Anan is not going to be a happy man.
No. The male model is not excited about seeing this new kit and not seeing the male model in it. But he will get his chance. And you know the nice thing? It also means he'll probably get an opportunity to watch him just warm up like 2 or 3 times on camera. So that'll probably excite him and make him very happy as well.
Matush is asking for a link for the auction.
Link to the auction, sure.
Should we do the flow? Should we do the flow or the regular link? Do you think?
I'll do the link right here. It's like the easier one. If you guys want to hop out the gentleman right there.
Yeah, I'll go
up. I'm amazed he wants the. There we go. Where the Cersei was eating stuff with like pineapples on it. That's where he's been. But yeah, there should be the auction link right there. Otherwise, the Q code. If you scan the Q code, I know it goes the auctions, the shirts, as well as the GoFundMe over there too. So we are at 8:05 now, but Galley's on.
Yes,
Galley's
we got him where he needs to be.
Galley's out there. We released the hound.
I know. I kind of have to pee, but I don't want to walk over there because I don't want to get sucked in. You know what I mean? Like the vortex. I'm curious as to how these mics are holding up because it is loud in here. So I'm curious as to hear.
Yeah, you guys tell us.
Let
I
us
mean,
know if
the
you guys are
bars
hearing a
don't
ton
look
of background
ridiculous in terms of the
very
background
loud.
noise because there's a lot of like background noise over there. So if you are not hearing it, it's a special thanks to Chris again for helping us set that up over there because that was pretty much the biggest challenge initially when we were like setting this up over here. So Germany's Footballer of the Year 2025. Yeah, man, like we were talking about it over. Just talk louder. Yeah, is it okay? Maybe
we can just move you up, Tim.
Put ourselves a bit more higher over here, so that's like the biggest thing. Yeah, it is definitely getting like pretty busy.
And you
out
are
there,
closer
so.
to the action.
Mateusz says, Ryan says we sound lovely, so you know he's lying. That is not true, but hey, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot for like being on the stream. As always, give a thumbs up so maybe we'll get a few others on there. We're basically going to be doing the watch along over here, so I'm going to change part of the title over here so that people do know we're doing the watch along for the Crystal Palace game, and hopefully they'll hop on as well. So so you're okay. Why were you guys so insistent on Jones? I guess I know you guys both were insistent on Jones. So.
Well, I think we were just looking ahead to Bournemouth, thinking McAllister's going to sit, and I think we thought that. I guess I just figured that we're going to go in with resting some Gravenberch, but it does make sense he's there because he's not going to be available for Bournemouth. What's this bench look like? Let's see. We got. Do we have a bench name? I don't even see it.
Gelly's supposed to be selling stuff over there, getting donations. He's like scouting breakfast.
All right, so we've got
I know what you got to do, what you did with the Facebook thing again, but do your thing. Oh no, the Facebook thing expired again because it's been another 8 hours, I think.
I didn't realize is that Allison's a goal.
Really? We didn't even pay attention to that because we assumed.
Yeah. So kind of wild.
That just means that the reports were absolute shite, like they usually are.
Yeah.
About whether or not he was, back playing. And I think that's what we do. Sometimes you just buy the stuff and you take it hook, line, and sinker. And those are mostly aggregator accounts that repost all this bullshit that you don't know what it really is. And in this case, he was here training and he was just being private about it. Probably didn't want to answer questions about what happened and why he wasn't here. And he's ready to go, and it's a great sign because
that is a good sign. I mean, that's a great sign for like Friday. I mean, that's definitely because I figured whoever starts today would probably start Friday just because of like practice time and stuff like that. So it's good to see him.
So your bench is Robbo, McAllister, Elliott, Yoni, Endo, Doak, Chiesa, Rio. Who's your first sub?
Give me the subs again.
Robbo, McAllister, Elliott, Neone, Endo, Doak, Chiesa, not Chiesa, Rio.
McAllister.
McAllister?
Yep. I think 55 or 60, you see McAllister in there.
Give him 30.
Because you gotta keep building his minutes. And he's been very careful with them. And we were worried when we didn't see him like practicing for the longest time. We were kind of like worried something was a lot more serious than they were like kind of making it seem, and so it's good to see. Whoa! I did not realize that was going to get that low with the TV over there. So this is when we're going to really talk into the mics, as Chris has instructed us. So.
And ultimately, we kind of thought, I always kind of thought this would happen after we heard how it was Friday night. When we heard the noise in here Friday night when it was really busy, I thought to myself, if we do it like this, they're most likely going to get it even louder when it's a football match and the whole place is filled with Liverpool supporters. So it's kind of what I anticipated. But there might be a way, but my gut is it's just feeding out, and it is also right there. So we decided to put our mics directly under the speaker.
Yeah.
Just go up there and put your hat on it.
No, then people will see us there. So before we kind of lose some of this, and literally I lose my voice trying to just talk to you so Bickler can hear me, let alone the microphone and the people next to me.
Yeah, if you're gonna tell me something, just tell Bickler to tell me, and then we'll go about it that way.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, this is a great atmosphere for us, especially to be able to kind of get the most out of this, because we kind of like figured this is the biggest advantage of being on location. Aside from being it like really cool for us and a great experience overall, like the entire trip and how these guys have treated us, we're really hoping it kind of like adds to our fundraising efforts too, so we can beat last year as well. So hoping for that as we like start working the crowd over here in a little bit as we head over towards the kickoff. And I mean, during the watch along, it's going to be probably more reactionary than anything else, because you guys can tell it's going to get really loud in the background as well. So but I don't know, what do you guys think about it? I mean, what does the chat think about the lineup over there? Shocked, happy, don't care because it's preseason? I don't know, where are you guys at with the lineup over there? Away kits is what we're using too, so that's nice.
What should we do? Should we do preseason predictions? Does that make sense?
I kind of figured, since we're not going to be able to squeeze them in probably accurately, we probably will do so that we can get all the contributors in there. I know a bunch of the guys hopped on and off during the broadcast, but I think maybe like midweek when we got on some sleep, we can get all the gang together Wednesday or Thursday, maybe with the Thursday night podcast, we can just like hop on and give everybody their predictions.
You didn't like that I was proactive this year. Wrote it down ahead of time.
Yeah, he didn't do his yet.
Yeah,
and therefore
that's exactly what it is.
Basically, like, I feel like I'm at like Guantanamo right now, and I'm being like waterboarded. So I'm not going to try to remember things because I'm going to answer them like Bickler did. I'm going to be saying things like, yeah, I think Blackpool's going to get relegated.
The team that hasn't touched the league.
Not getting out of first divisions. Yeah,
I think last year we did it after the game, right? We did it after the game for like a full hour with the entire gang.
We did, but remember last year was a random. It was the pre-match game. Last year was a preseason friendly.
It was the last preseason,
it was
yeah.
like 8 a.m. So we got that thing early. It took us to about 10, and we still had 3 hours to kill. And last year we had enough Wi-Fi to bring 10 people on the screen at once.
That's another issue.
I don't know that we, to be honest, I'm not sure with all these TVs, every one of them streaming, that we might see a little change in some of this stuff, and we'll have to see how we go there. The other thing is we have to be careful because, yes, the reactions are great, but if we're not on mute, everyone that's listening right now is also getting the echo of this game that they're also watching on television with the same broadcast.
I don't think people are hearing much of anything. I think we got... Because I think we have our mix down and we have our gate crasher up.
Like it says it sounds great. I mean, we're getting a sounds great.
Or we have to do constant commentary over it so that it's kind of like dwarves the other sound, which is not going to happen at this time of the day. Yeah,
that's not going to help. No, don't think that's a possibility at all.
So he says, does Bickler know where he is? Bickler actually,
I'm in great shape.
He must have been practicing or something.
Yes.
Because this is, have you been practicing?
Yeah, I pull a 24-hour once a month just to get ready. Like training for a marathon. Yeah. I got to tell you, 20 hours in with this amount of noise, though, I am feeling very overstimulated.
Yes, it helps, actually. It does help. I mean, I kind of knew once we got to the game, it'd be smooth sailing over there. But especially like if we go out into the crowd and a little bit take turns over here, I think it will be even better because get some movements going as well. But so you did hear the TV chatter. Yeah, I think that's going to be, and I think, we don't want it to interfere with your guys' watching experience either, so we'll probably just have to like mute our mics as we go about it that way. But ultimately, to be honest with you, I'm sure like most of the people are going to be watching the game more than listening to us anyway. But it'll be good to get some interaction in terms of like what you guys don't think happening at the same time. So thanks, man. Thanks. You're trying to make up for all the insults earlier, so that's all good. That's all good. I'll let Ozan get away with it with all the super chats and stuff like that, but I know my soothing news. Hold on, we got break. Don't be teasing stuff, dude.
Yeah.
Mr. Barrett, if that is not correct.
Don't encourage that behavior, Tim.
I have faith in him, man. could have some faith.
I mean, he wasn't exactly wrong with that report. I'm pretty sure Isak didn't travel with the Liverpool squad to the Wembley.
Yeah, you never know. He might be stowed away underneath the.
Genuinely a fact. I mean, there are reports that literally Isak's agents told Newcastle they have tickets to the match at Wembley and are going, and the Liverpool people were like, "We did not invite them because they don't want like a fucking pissing match." But that makes me laugh so hard because like I the fact they're taking the piss out is tough. The fact that it's entertaining me so much is also tough because I am torn on how it's going, but I'm not torn on a good dramatic entertainment factor, especially if it means that Liverpool has a way to close the door and finish the job. And that's probably the most exciting thing for me. Jamie says, lads, I'm not sure what's coming next. It always scares me when Jamie gives you one word.
It's just a comment from beneath the bucket hat, It's just a. So, what are we? We got 50 minutes till kickoff.
We have 50 minutes till kickoff. I had made the comment before, while we're on a time check, we have entered the 20th hour, folks. We're on the home stretch.
Still counting. See how he is?
Well, I kind of felt like this one might be. This one was kind of an important one, right? Like we went the whole night. We didn't talk about Jota and the Forever 21. I don't want to bring down the mood here, but I think we can't have a moment of silence because then they'll have to listen to too much of this other background noise that's happening. So we have to keep talking through it. But I do think when 20 minutes comes on the clock, when you see James Milner later this year playing at Liverpool wearing number 20 in honor of Diego Jota, when we play Wolves at home and away, like I think it will be a constant reminder for this side, but I genuinely believe it's something that they will together use to heal, but more importantly, they will use to strengthen the side because they just seem like a resilient group. They're not going to, let's do this one for the Gipper. Like it's not going to be that cheesy, we talked favorite sports movies earlier. I don't think it'll have that dramatic appeal, but I do think it is going to be something that galvanizes this side and continues to give them maybe that driving force when times do get tough or the schedule gets really hectic or guys pick up a few knocks or you're out your talisman. I think you do lean on experiences like what they dealt with from July 3rd forward and what they did together. And I think they use that to their advantage, not in a that's why we won way, but in a that was just one more level of inspiration that made us kick on and go that extra notch, that extra step. Because by all accounts, it seems like that's what he would have done if he was in their shoes in that spot. So, do you guys think it's going to be a lot of these? Do you think they'll slow down as the season goes on? Like, I feel like every away team's going to want to do some small tribute to honor him just to show kind of how football comes together. And is that more pressure on Liverpool when they already have a lot, or is it just a way to honor the guy?
I'll let you go first, Bickler.
I don't know. I think to me, it's like, obviously it's tragic and this is very unusual circumstances for a club to have to go through. In a lot of ways, it reminds me of what happens in American sports where a very, very beloved athlete does a farewell tour, only he's not here with us. You know what I mean? Which makes it even harder. So
it's a great analogy.
I think that I think we are going to get this throughout the year. I think this is the type of thing that brings a side like this together. And I think it can go multiple ways depending on the side. But I really think that in a lot of ways, this side becomes the sum of its parts when you go through something like this. And I really think that this could be something that this team really rallies around. I think in a lot of ways, this is almost unfair to the new guys coming in to have to deal with something of this nature and to navigate this throughout the first year. But I do think it's like, in a lot of ways, it could be a common thread for these new players to kind of get behind with this side. And I don't know, Gally, can you? I'm gonna put you on technical duty. Do we need to fix something with that? We get the little Facebook pop up on mine.
I think it's just because it wasn't
refreshed. Was on here and it didn't refresh.
Showing that it's live, but maybe
all right.
it is. I'll go do it.
I don't know.
It's worth trying.
Yeah.
Hold on one sec. Let me give it a whirl.
So Tim, I'll ask you. Out of all the players that didn't make the bench, who's your most favorite and why is it cost us?
Who is my favorite?
And why is it cost us?
Man,
we're 20 hours in, man. All right.
No, I want to like touch up on that, like the Jota thing first. Honestly, my biggest thing is like that away game was tough, man. That was like really, really tough. We watched with Angel. Actually, the girls were there, I think, too, and that was really, really freaking tough. I'll tell you what, that was like like very hard to hold back and stuff. But I learned that last game, it's not gonna be any easier on any of the other games, and I would think. Look, I mean, we talk about like other teams doing stuff and all that. It's not going to get any easier for these guys, but I don't think it will affect them as much because I think the impact is already there. So, something that the away team does, and I don't know how different it can be and stuff like that. I thought Preston did like an unbelievable job. I thought, it was like over. I mean, I thought it was like really. That's why, like after that, I'm like after going through that emotions, I think I'm done. It's out of the system, and then you get the next game. I'm like, this is gonna be every freaking because I don't know, like we're like it's ultimately a kid. For somebody our age, it's not only like one of our players and stuff like that. You kind of look at the life, you look at like kids, and we talked about this before. Angie's first response is, the wife, Sir Z's wife's first response is the poor mom and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's kind of like touches you in like multiple ways. It's just freaking like ridiculously unfortunate ordeal.
I mean, when you become a parent, it hits different when stuff like this happens too.
Yes.
I think because like that's the first thing I think about is like if I was in the situation where I ever lost one of mine before I went, it's not a natural thing to have happen, and to have it if all of them went together, I mean, it's just like an almost unspeakable tragedy to even think about. So heavy.
Yeah, I mean I think that's the thing. I mean, I talked about it like when it first happened. As somebody who's lost their dad, I think of the kids who just lost their dad a lot younger than I did. I was in college, so you think about that. Then you think about, the wife who now has, like the kids who lost a partner. I mean, I know they just got married, but obviously they were together for quite a long time and stuff like that. You think of the parents, like you said, who lost. Yeah, you want to be I always tell Angie, she doesn't even get to be the first one to go. I'm going. You guys worry about that afterwards, So, and like we said, it's just not natural. Yeah. And I can't imagine. I mean, that has to be the worst thing ever. I cannot imagine. Like people say, like, I feel your pain and stuff. No, you don't, man. Yeah. No, you don't. I mean, it's just like, and it's impossible because it is so like over the top, and it's just. Yeah, and I think every time it happens, I think it's not only like, I mean, I'm speaking at least for myself, but we're not only like thinking about like Jota and stuff like that. I think for me, at least, you're kind of thinking the whole thing, the kids, the dad, the parents and stuff like that. So I don't think it's going to get easier, but at the same time, I think in terms of the impact, I think they will find a way, and obviously these guys have like team psychologists and stuff like that. They will find a way to be able to channel that in a certain way every single time, as opposed to they really did a good job with like the presentation or something like that. They will have like found ways to like take that, hey, what do you do with that emotion? This is what you do with that emotion, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it becomes a rallying cry almost. But yeah, I mean,
it's always special to play that, even for the boys to play lower than so I hope they enjoy it. Nice to be on the score.
Okay, two of them?
Yeah, always nice to score goals and happy with that. And obviously we set our attention to the community shield now. It's obviously
we're deep in it now. We got Timucin running shirts. We got Galley processing payments.
All I really need is Angie to show up. I said to him, the brains will be here soon.
Yeah.
The brains will be here soon, and she will get us all set with the payments. Sorry to the folks that are on Facebook. They may just be like, we are just having issues because you guys have been online for just too goddamn long. We just need you to stop, please. Just stop. What is it about this that they won't do? So normally we're able to make this work without a problem. Oh, I see what it is. I forgot. First, you got to remove it. Those on Facebook, we will be back soon. I promise. All two of you that have been watching for 24 hours.
Yes.
But then again, if Kazi joins, he's going to join through Facebook, so we got to get him up. Probably should have sent him a link. Then again, he's probably so deep on the ale by now at Wembley. It's just an absolute crike.
Yeah, Kazi's probably talking through his third eye right now.
Yeah, 100%. He's probably telling people things that they don't really want to hear. I love it. This guy just went straight.
Yep.
This guy just literally went straight. I'm wearing this right now. That is a guy that
Pulled
out of my
a
heart.
Jamie and just took the shirt right off.
Now she does it. This is going to be award winning.
Yes.
Right now. She's literally doing it. I fucking love these people. You can't make this shit up. Like, that's a skill. That is, I don't want to look because that's creepy. I want to look because I'm a creep. But that is absolutely epic when there's like a ladies' room right around the corner.
Yes.
But then again, after being in that men's room and thinking about changing my clothes at one point today, I thought, dude,
I think we need to fully describe this to the people that
I'm so
have.
impressed. Like,
Yeah.
we just sold a husband and wife of matching red shirts, and they genuinely made the change.
Yeah.
I need to tell you, you just absolutely.
That was one of the most impressive
5 or
things I've
6
ever
most
seen.
Impressive things
Yeah.
I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love the fact that you just did it, and that my exact commentary was, this man just went bare chest to get our shirt on. It's like wearing the shirt to the band. I love it. Can't say. And then I look at Paul and I said, I'm telling you, if his wife pulls this off, she goes a whole nother level ahead. I was kind of kidding, and then you started the act, and I thought to myself, and then I wanted to watch so I could commentate on it, but then I was like, if husband looks up and doesn't know why he's doing this, but catches creepy podcast guy, he might knock out my friend. So, no, thank you so much for your donations. Thank you for getting engaged. And now we need you to do us a super solid and tell everyone how soft and comfortable and wonderful those shirts are, and that they should all come and buy one and donate to the thing today. I can't wait till Angie gets here and gets to see people wearing the shirts she made. And Tim might say he made them, but I'm still giving Angie credit because she packed them and she drove them here. And if it wasn't for her, we would have put them in terrible piles.
To be fair, it's a huge, by the way, I should mention, I did already mention it earlier in the day, but huge thanks to Brandon Chase, who's out of Chicagoland as well, in the Chicago group, because he's the guy behind the designs and the creative mind behind the designs. So we will do some post during the week, and I will share his information. Seriously, I know he did the first one, the red one that you guys see over there, and I was like, man, can we do something like cool and original as well? And he was like, yeah, I'll get back to you. And then he comes up with that gem, and I was like, holy cow, man, that's impressive. So if you need a shirt done, he is your man.
Awesome. I hope that I have gotten us live back on Facebook here. I forgot you have to delete the stream when you restart it. Because why would just ending something that they end on your behalf have to be deleted from the archives of history, even though it's still in the archive of history in Facebook to not restart one? So, but Facebook is back up and running. So, you know, if my mom is here, if my mom is online and watching, or anyone my mother's age that still uses Facebook, it is back up and running. So my mom and Kazi can get into the comments. Do we think Kazi actually made it to Wembley? And if he made it to Wembley, do we think he actually made it inside the stadium?
I'm sure he made it inside the stadium. I'm sure he's in no shape or form to be able to kind of like talk and say anything right now. So it'd be nice to actually have him like join us live and give us some of the, maybe if we win,
Kazi strikes me as the guy you find on the roof. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like the guy who's just gotta like hang out up top. Like,
I was really hoping he would be able to like pull up the phone and stuff, but you're right. I don't think he's that kind of like guy over there. So, Steve says he just shared the link. I appreciate it. Like I say, spreading the word right now is like the key. We're in the last stretch over here. Dude,
I gotta say,
I'm
so glad Galley's doing this right now, though. I'm so glad that he's out there preaching, because like
I'm trying to get Galley to the room, not only to get rid of him, but also this is his thing, man. Sales is his thing.
It's got to be his thing. My social battery is running low right now, and
really? I don't see. Well, I
think it's because like I've been stuck with you assholes, and then like because of all the noise in general, I'm feeling very overstimulated. We're gonna get through this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good point by Brian. He says, "Are you ready for Kazi in your current state of sleep deprivation?" Honestly, I'll be honest. This happened last year too. Well, not to you.
I mean, I think that
but
helps.
it happened last year to me. Like it came to me like we can go probably for another 5-6 hours easy, right?
Yeah. I mean, the thing that helps Causey is that this is absolute chaos right now.
Yes.
So like, it's just going to be more of that.
If anything, you're probably right. You were talking about it earlier. It is a little over stimulation going on over. Because I mean, we are in the corner over here, which we kind of wanted because it does help with the sound and stuff like that as well. But I mean, it's packed outside, so there's constantly people walking in, looking at the stuff, looking at the signs.
What I keep thinking is, so for those of you that don't know, Carragher's is on John Street down in the financial district in Lower Manhattan, set between just multiple high-rise buildings, 30 plus stories high. I keep thinking about, we've been in this dungeon now for almost 24 hours. We're going to walk out of here probably close to 30 hours being here. When we go out, it's going to be like one of those moments when you open the bomb shelter and the light streaks in and you're just like, I'm like melt like a vampire, or it's going to take me 5 minutes for my eyes to adjust and I'm just going to sit there and everything's going to sound like white noise. Like, there's got to be some sort of decompression chamber we go to get out of this thing.
I don't know what it is. It has helped. It's kind of like hard to explain, but because there's so much activity going on and like we're kind of like interacting with people as they come up over here. As we speak, you guys think Gally talks your head off. Gally's actually talking this guy's head off right now.
Yeah. I think he might have found his match, though.
What?
I think he might have found his match. I mean, they're really...
I know, it is going. It is going. Let's see who wins this one. But my money is on Gally. We've done enough podcasts with
this guy will tap for sure.
The guy doesn't know that he's no match for Gally's talking.
Yeah. But I mean, when you see somebody like willingly engage with Gally, it feels good.
Oh, they got like hands in pocket, full conversation mode.
That's what I mean.
So this can go on to like halftime. At the earliest over here, but yeah, man. I mean, honestly, I know like we'll see if he still says this once it's all said and done. But Michael was talking about like coming back here next year, and I think I mean, based on this experience alone, we'd love to. We have learned a few things, so we will do those better.
We have learned
and maybe
a few
by the time we
things.
come back, he will have already converted to them, so our job will be easier.
I think we'll be able to get a full 24 hours with no technical issues.
We might.
At least 23 and a half.
It's your thing, dude. Do your thing. Everybody is loving the shirts. That is shocking to me because I think the white is so cool.
Yeah, I think Ryan, you're absolutely right. I think it is going to be like that scene in Varsity Blues.
How's it going?
I'm running this thing solo. I've been. Tim's doing business. Gally's doing business. This is absolute mayhem over here. And the funniest thing is the TV that's right next to us is going to go idle and we're going to lose it. Gally.
Oh, the joy of this.
Hit the TV.
I mean,
is there a button we need to hit on that? I wonder if there's something on the TV we need to hit for it to.
My first thing we were talking about earlier.
Well, it says idle. We have to touch it or the TV's going to go off.
My best buddy was from Liverpool. I was already following and liking it, but nothing crazy like we are now.
You know what's hilarious about this? We've been here for 20 hours and it's now just on. Yeah, now going on.
Yeah, exactly.
And Angie's in the house, ladies and gentlemen. The MVP of the team, really. Thank God, Angie. I was afraid you went on strike. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
There is no button. I can't find no goddamn button.
So, Timucin, we've been doing this podcast for 20 plus hours. No issue with the TV. We've seen the same.
And that motherfucker's gonna shut off.
Yeah.
If I can't find a hysterical.
Yes.
Oh, what? I don't know. Remote or something.
Yeah.
Like a fail-safe, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
super button, but there is no super button. So we'll have to grab these guys. And there it goes.
I would unplug the HDMI, plug it back in.
That's a good call.
said it was idle. It was on for so long. It said idle TV. Hit a button. We didn't know. Let's find the button.
And the update inside to behind the scenes of all the events here today at Wembley. That will be on Facebook and YouTube tomorrow.
One button on also. It should have been right on the side. That was smart. Thank you, Ryan. Sorry, Mike.
I'm out of. No, I knew. I can't even get my head right.
You're gonna have to watch. You're gonna have to watch that to the Dodgers stream.
There we go.
Yeah,
we're all
fine
right.
with that.
I'm telling you, man, we gotta probably just, if you really want
Yeah.
to work with that room, just go up and we just let
Yeah.
the thing just record this backdrop. Everybody talk to people and try to funnel people to these two.
Yeah.
Get some food, drink, and then we do an hour and wrap up. I don't think we're gonna be able to do
No,
while this is
yeah.
on.
I got it. No worries. The guy that's never hosted, you guys do your thing.
Well, I mean, your PC is now validated to run this shit, so you really have no more excuse why you can't host, because we actually got it now where you can log into StreamYard and start a show.
You know, that was the first thought that crossed my mind when you did that to my computer.
I know, you were like, oh no. This is like when you admit you know how to do laundry.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm going to end up doing laundry again.
Yeah,
aren't
this
I?
is the year I accidentally became important at work too, so it feels like it's like I don't need both of those. Like,
So I want to say thank you to all the people here that are coming up. Liverpool supporters never seem to doubt or never cease to amaze me. They were here for less than 20 minutes. We had 4 shirts sold.
Yep.
We sold another one late last night to someone who was telling us they were coming back today and they were going to wear it. So hopefully we'll see quite a few of these work in the crowd. And it was nice to see Brian. It was nice to see Mike wearing one. I'm at that point where I don't know your guys' name, so I surely don't know someone I met yesterday.
Never been so happy to see my wife, though. I'll tell you that.
I get up every time someone comes up. I get up and sell it to them, and then they tell me they want it, and I go, "Oh, I got to do the payment." Last night I went back and forth. The guy's like, "Tap." The guy's trying to tap. He couldn't get it to work. He couldn't scan the card. I'm just completely out of my wits and off the deep end. But we ended up making it happen.
Hold on, Ozan. Do you know something we don't? That Costas is going to Forest, which is an odd one, but
well, I mean,
guess
they do like to acquire us.
Yeah, they like a miscellaneous buy.
They are a fan of a fullback, and I will say, if you are a side like Forrest that sits back deep but pushes and bombs on your wing backs and fullbacks at times and pushes them up the pitch to give you width, might be a nice little. That's a nice move for him, and more than anything, it's a nice move for me and Bickler. Because we do not need the negativity anymore on Monday nights about how much you hate a Liverpool player. I mean, it got to the point where
we covered this whole freaking night.
Yeah, but now
were
we
you
know
sleeping?
Listen,
now
there are
we
very
know
few
he's
pods that go this in depth on Costas. All right, we're gonna hang our hat on this year.
If we were naming this thing, it would be 21. It would be 21 for 23 on 24. You know, because that's basically what we did here.
So do we know the price, Ozan? Dude, if you're gonna be a reporter, you're gonna
Ozan could just be stirring the pot.
Yeah,
he could just be complete.
Absolutely could be breaking news the same way we had
If
earlier.
it's not breaking news, I'm gonna be quite upset. I can tell you that. But you know what? Let's not be upset. Let's ring this bell again. How long do we have before kickoff? We have a lot of time before kickoff over here. So we should be able to get to. We are at 8:05 right now, which is 57%.
You sure you don't want to do just my season predictions?
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Okay,
I'm
for
kidding.
once, you're prepared. He wants to get his stuff out because he's prepared. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry for being prepared for the thing we do every year.
He did homework on the plane.
Yeah.
So now he wants
we
to
do
share.
this segment
He
every
wants to
year,
share it with
and
the
now
class.
he doesn't want to do it.
Well, it is. I mean, it is like doing it like.
He's the
literally-
kid that came from summer vacation and wants to tell the entire class about
No.
it. Go ahead, Bickler.
He's like the kid that did like you were asked to read 5 books. No kid read a book. Bickler read 1 book, and he's like, "Did everybody read this book? Let's talk about it."
You guys suck at analogies.
Mine was a lot better, wasn't
Except
it?
for wasn't that wrong?
Mine was better.
No, the analogy is that I fucking didn't make the team last year, and I tried extra hard this summer, and now you're moving tryouts to another date.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
That's
a
not
better-
bad.
That's a better analogy.
That's not bad,
Yeah.
but 22 hours and that
Yeah.
was too much work to come up with
That's right. I
that.
have a liberal arts degree, and that's the value it still has. That's it. Everything else is Galley's Chat GPT.
Kelly's Chat GPT. Okay. Yeah, we're at 8:05. That's 57%, like I said. The super chat is on there, and obviously, like we're getting like crowded over here, both on the YouTube side and the Facebook side of things. So do hit the thumbs up as that. You know what? That's what we need. We need an ex-girlfriend's or some kind of a college analogy from Gordo. Go to make it happen so that you can help over here. So Gravenberg had a kid yesterday.
Yes.
That's why he's out.
Yeah, I just saw that someone was
Congratulations to him.
congratulations.
Go up, go
Paul's best friend has made the show. When is Paul going to mention that Jackson Dart looks better than JJ McCarthy?
I think I'll mention it when it happens.
Oh, gotta love Giant versus Lions fights.
But not lying, the Vikings. It's a Michigan football knock because here's the thing about Chris. He grows up in Bucks County with a bunch of Penn State fans, but doesn't have the balls to come out and say he just doesn't like Michigan because he went to Syracuse. So like he plays this like neutral, I'm a neutral third party when he's not really a neutral third party.
Yeah,
He's just a wind-up merchant. You know what I mean?
See how that works. Yeah. And I just want you to know, Chris, I am for it. As long as you are, what you are in on is winding up Bickler after 20 and a half hours and a sleep-deprived Bickler getting wound up. I am all for the wind-up merchants as long as like there's no Chris on Chris crime. Because just so you know, Gally is really Chris on the other.
It was also far more comfortable before. Like Syracuse has actually gotten kind of good at football, like quietly over the last 2 years, and so like it's getting worse.
We lots of quotes or lots of comments coming in here. It's great to see folks who are with us overnight. Some folks that are with us feels like for the first time, like Victory Dominic. Welcome. Hello to you too, wherever you are watching us from. If you are, don't forget to go ahead and like the video and click on the links that are in the description so that you can get to the flow pages and hopefully we
Gordo has the challenge accepted. Gordo, you can give any situation to Gordo. He will convert it to it's like a conversion chart. He can convert it to an ex-girlfriend or a college analogy. So wait, he reminds him too much of himself. It's like being attached to a woman, but you can't convince yourself you can't sleep with her because she reminds you too much of mom. That's too deep even for you.
That is a lot. That is deep, and I'm normally all for those type of insults too, especially when they're geared at you. But no, I can't roll with that one actually. You had to go back to the
audience, the chat likes it, so that's all it takes.
That is true, but I'd go back to the drawing board on that one because I've heard you do better than that in the past.
He's running out rapidly, so there's that. See, Cersei's reporting the forest thing too, so that's interesting. So at least the 40 minutes we spent talking to Costas didn't go to waste.
Yeah, I mean,
we can clip it and be like, we called it.
Bickler and I basically said 5 minutes of neutral conversations, and then we wound you up and let you have 30 minutes of hate. And at the end of that 30 minutes of hate, we came up with, you really hate Costas. And I actually think it does have something to do with the fact that he's Greek.
100%. We already covered this.
No, it's 100%.
We already covered this.
Manliness you have.
Next.
I can't let you skate away with this.
If you are on my side on this, as you should be, go to GoFundMe right now and throw something in there.
You should
so
be
I can
mad about it. You
disrupt
guys
them
eat the
with
same
the
kind of food,
cha-ching
right?
sound.
And if you're on my side about this, go ahead and click on the super chat button.
Damn it,
throw
you know
some
that's
money
easier
into
to
there.
do.
Of course it's easier, which is why I went that route. That's why I'm in sales. I found it a lot easier than actually working 60 hours a week. You just act like I do with you assholes, and then somebody pays me for it.
We're still waiting for you to work the crowd over there. The crowd is waiting for you.
I'm getting there, but you got to let them settle. They're ordering their breakfast. They're filling in.
You are breakfast.
Yeah, Gally's like, you got to wait.
No, because if I get too close to their food, I'm going to start like eyeballing it. Like
Gally's all like, you got to wait till they're good and vulnerable.
Give him the coasters, grab a fry from the other side.
What was really cool is 2 or 3 of the people that have already come over bought the shirts. We sold a pair of shirts to a couple. Craziest thing that's ever happened. The man took his shirt right off in front of me and just changed. And I was like, wow, that's ballsy with no undershirt. The woman and wife then started the process. And I was like, Bickler, she's not going to do this. And she figured out how to make the entire full change. And I swear she was wearing like an Irish knit, like an Irish quilt sweater. And she got that thing off and over her head without even.
My girls do that. I have no idea.
Craziest thing I've ever seen.
I know you can do it, but doing it, I've seen girls do it in like the back seat or the front seat and not worry. But
Boy, we don't want to
doing
know
it in a
about this
public
back
bar,
seat, front seat shit.
It was impressive.
It's a family show.
It was impressive for what I saw, but like I said, I was a little nervous because he's a pretty big dude. And I looked up and I was like, I want to watch because I got to see how we do this. But if he looks up, doesn't realize she's doing this, and is like, what is this dude enamored with? He's like, oh, it's my wife taking her top off. Probably like he might reject, like just immediately cancel the Venmo or the payment option.
Hey, I'm going to get ChatGPT on this because this is an image begging to be done. Me doing this is Sparta and kicking Costas in the back. I think I will have ChatGPT.
Unbelievable the things that we do for our own entertainment.
Hey, we have a whole shirt over here, so
When
I'm amazed
so,
nobody has bought that
Shane,
shirt.
when does the auction end? 7 days from now?
The auction ends next weekend, actually. Yes.
At the end of the
Actually,
weekend,
Friday.
We're gonna do it at the end of the match.
Yes,
or
at
that
the match
night?
day. We're gonna do it in the evening because I know a lot of people are gonna be in the pub and stuff like that. So Matush can't sneak in and outbid everybody on everything and do it that way.
Kyle is not going to allow that shit to happen.
No, Kyle's
I
not
have
gonna let that
full
shit go
faith in
down.
Kyle. We don't know who Kyle is, but he donated $100, and at one moment this morning, he was the high bidder on every single thing in the entire.
Oh,
we thought he might
wait,
be gaslighting us, but the truth was, I think he is one of Matush's butlers, and he's angry that he doesn't know his name. So he's spending Michelle's money to buy things from.
We have Colleen Chandler now in the mix too. So Matush can kiss these auctions goodbye, but we're over $1,000 in the silent auction right now. Thanks a lot to everybody, and I'm sure it's gonna get. I mean, it is some really cool stuff. We have two of them over here, the McAllister one as well as the Diaz one. But that, I mean, I'm telling you, I have looked at this thing. Angie we had like unpacked it, make sure it got transferred. Thanks to Joanne Healy again and the Edmondson group. And the glove that's framed is just freaking amazing from Ali. It is right now at. Oh man, that's the one to.
I also promised Colleen that she was very upset with me last year because I bid on everything she bid. So I promised her I wouldn't bid on stuff that she was.
There you go. See, Gally is once again has found a new victim. So now they have to listen to Gally. You guys are off the hook over here. Hey, Bill. Thank you, sir. And honestly, like I do love these. Thanks a lot, Bill. I mean, every single one helps and adds up. So YouTube restrictions. YouTube say you'll have only be streaming for 8 hours. No, actually, we had to. Yeah, you're the one who took a nap, dude. While you were taking a nap, we had to change streams midway because YouTube thinks we're nuts, and it doesn't actually stream out as well. That's not recorded after like 10 hours, 12 hours. So we had to change streams, but not go from one stream to the other. So that hopefully we can clip it around. Like last year when we did this, we didn't know. At the end, when we had Archie actually was the one I think who was going to clip it for us, and he was like, "Hey, I only have 10 hours. Where's the other 14?" And I was like, I have no idea. It's gone because you can't download it after.
That's funny. That's how I remembered it too. I couldn't remember 14 hours of it either.
Well, dude, you knowing where you're at compared to last year is a huge ordeal by itself. Yeah. So, but thanks a lot for the super chats or sticker. I don't even know what the difference is, to be honest with you. But all of them, at the end of the day, go to the foundation, and every single dollar helps. I talked about earlier about what makes fundraising difficult, and that's what it is really. People think like, oh, what was it going to make a difference? It makes a huge difference if everybody does it. I know it's like cliche, but if everybody does it, it does add up at the end of the day. So, I mean, I'm telling you, like this.
Gally over there had the time of his life.
Now, do we take this as like he couldn't make it happen, or what are we doing here? Or did he sell it? Did he sell the shirt, you think, or he didn't?
I think the jury's still out. The jury's still out on if we close this sale or not. We should get a full report on what Gally's doing.
He's still excited and waving and yelling, so I can't tell if he's happy or the guy just walking away right now, but it's too hard to nap right after you were asking about my scar.
Gally gets dramatically more Italian with less sleep. You know what I mean? He starts talking a lot more with his arms.
Yeah.
You know?
He does, yes. It comes out.
More animated.
The Mecca shirt, we had one last year as well. I have to pull it up, but it was close to $300 last year as well. So it was, and yeah, like there's like a lot of cool jerseys over there. I'm telling you that Milner and I don't know what it's at right now. I didn't look, but the Milner and Hendo one I think is like a really really cool one by itself as well. So a lot of good stuff over there. I see one of the Americans that hey, actually it's Ryan has a bid on the Fund 23 Foundation shirt as well. So appreciate that. Mitush trying to get that Diaz jersey, but once Ace and stuff come in over there, he's gonna be out of luck. But he's having probably the
to be fair, Vladimir, I just met him. He basically let me know there's zero chance that he's getting the Diaz jersey. He was very much a fan of the Diaz jersey, and he felt like he was going to wait right till the end and see the price and then decide whether or not it was worth it for his collection. He's also involved in a huge international group with a ton of people over in the Ukraine that follow Liverpool, and he's interested in like maybe collabing, sending us a message.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, he actually already tagged us on a post he was going to do. I saw him starting it up, and he was taking pictures, which mistakenly he took a picture of me like holding the microphone like this. So there's going to be some.
While we were watching that poor girl switch the shirt, actually,
that's what they should have got me.
When I was like talking to him earlier, I'm trying to ring him up because Angie was not here, so I had to do all the technical work of it, and he was telling her that we were on air for like 20 hours, and she was like, "Wait, what?" And I was like, "Yes, it is true." But now it's been 21 hours. 15 minutes to kick off. We're just cruising. Might as well go like 30
Should we do
hours
another
or
day?
something like that.
Should we do another day?
Could you do another day?
Oh yeah.
Dude, don't, because we're already staying here. Gally's gonna catch the
I'm
train.
gonna do it just because
This
you
is gonna
guys
be
have been
me
giving
and
me
you.
shit all day. Literally this entire time you've been, hey Bickler, you doing all right?
I honestly believe there's got to be an expiration on those pants. There has to be. There just has to be.
No, well, we'll find out tomorrow.
If you had brought another pair of underwear and pants, I might be for the
expiration date is like the end of the transfer window. He's like, hey, until Isak shows up,
Listen,
I'm on a pants strike.
I have multiple socks. I have multiple underwears. I have one shirt and one. No, I have two shirts now because Carragher's was.
They gave you one.
Carragher's like, dude, you can't look home.
They didn't want you to wear the one you were wearing yesterday.
Yeah, they're like, you can't look homeless in here.
Chris says, Gally, bringing peace to the region. You know what? If we rely on Gally to bring peace to the region, we're SOL.
No, I bring peace to strangers. It's those that know me and love me that I, bring angst and anger.
I know.
Just ask Kelly.
We kind of felt it over there. You had the full cut pressure, waving the hands and doing the whole thing over
Tim
there.
and I are in agreement that on less sleep, you get more Italian. You get more animated. You start talking with your hands a lot more.
That's what you have to do when the fucking person can't understand you.
That's true.
One, we had a little bit of a language barrier. Two, we had a lot of an audio barrier. And I'm not sure without a microphone anyone can hear me at this point because my voice is just flat out going.
It only got louder. How is the sound, by the way? Just the chats. I mean, it looks fine over here. It looks like you guys are not picking up a lot of like background noise, except when that TV is full blasting by like Galley over there. But hopefully, it's not too disruptive or anything like that. You know what, dude? I don't know what it is. Yeah, we're doing it another day. Bickler's gonna buy some pants and we're gonna get going. All right, sound is good. Okay, well,
I'm not buying
you guys
pants.
It's your guys' stuff.
If anything, Bickler is buying something other than pants and he's changing into them the way that woman
It's
did,
like-
without leaving the public space.
I feel like Paul Giamatti in Sideways when he says he's not drinking Merlot.
There he is, our agent at the game over there. Dude, what's going on? Where are you at? You should get on video. I'm sure it can't be any louder than here. So,
Hello, guy. Apartments.com. The place.
Cersei says there is something wrong with the other sound because he heard she wants another day. Dude, he's actually.
What?
I'm impressed.
Bright eyed and bushy tail.
I'm impressed. Let's face it, though, and I think the audience who's been with us can tell. What was that, like 7, 8 a.m.? We got to quiet Bickler. But that was just you building energy.
It's just
for the last
recharging, like a Tesla. Need to get plugged in for a minute.
He's plugged in, all right. Deborah says we're still looking good.
Yeah.
I don't know. At one point we'd look good, but hey, thanks a lot. We're almost there. Really, 3 more
Deborah,
hours.
I wish I was with you at this point because it meant that I would night for at least 5 or 6 hours. So Deborah is my mother-in-law who tunes in constantly for us, as we've talked about in the past on the show. She catches the first 15 minutes so she can find out what the weather is like in Chicago, what stupid shit I'm going to say, and what the weather is like in Raleigh, North Carolina. And then we start talking about football, and she says, I love my son-in-law. Well, I like to believe she loves her son-in-law, and that is just enough time.
I think
so
she
then
wants
we
to
move
make
on.
sure you're away. Just once she confirms that you're nowhere close, she hangs up and goes about her
He's
business.
going to be occupied for the next
At
hour.
least I
and
don't
a
have to
half.
deal with this
Right,
dude
fair.
today. Like,
Right. And 100% fair, but we definitely appreciate the comments, and I appreciate all that they did to get Kelly out of town with Smokey for the weekend. And I apologize that my wife scheduled it on the same exact weekend that we had already had this scheduled, because she runs the schedule without asking.
I was
me
going to say,
things.
Angie is not going to thank them for arranging it this weekend.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, trust me, Kelly.
was it good?
What was it you went to see?
Stranger Things. She went to the
Oh,
Broadway show.
dude.
Stranger Things.
I'm glad I didn't know. I would have left.
You know, the girls, okay. I
Kelly
get
finds out when Kelly finds out that you guys went to Stranger Things, she is going to be so irritated and so pissed off, and most of that anger is going to be directed at me. With like, why didn't you tell me we were going to Broadway? Like, if you told me we were going to Broadway, I might have rescheduled that thing, or we would have worked this better.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
If I had known, I
these are the
would've-
gifts that Angie gets. She got a gift for her birthday because it was her birthday last week.
Just to make sure we know, she does love her son-in-law, so I wasn't just making that up, or she just doesn't want me to be clowned in front of a bunch of people.
It's okay, Deborah. We lie on the show.
It's not
too,
even
so
fair.
it's nothing new on this show to bullshit people. But no, and she got tickets to a Notre Dame game.
What?
Yeah.
I hope they lose.
Which, I mean, I'm glad I'm not going, but I'm just saying. It's still
But
Notre Dame.
I'm glad I didn't know about that, because I might have left you guys for Broadway. Like for Stranger
honestly-
Things.
It's not like she went with 4 tickets, by the way. You guys think like she had the whole row to herself or something?
No,
like,
but she would have bought more tickets if she knew there were people to go with.
I thought she had at least
Especially
3 so
if
she could
knew-
lay.
If she knew she could go and not take you, she definitely would have bought at least a second ticket.
Okay, so Z says, my wife's first reaction to finding out about this concerns your health. She wants to make sure, well, if she knew our normal lifestyle, this would be the least concern, staying away for 24 hours.
I also call bullshit on that, because I remember last year Sir Z DM'd us in the chat to go over the health concerns he had about our blood, our blood circulation. Make sure you guys are getting up every 45 minutes and walking around.
Yes, I remember this.
I do actually remember that, and I remember not listening, and I remember what the fallout was.
I
Actually,
remember it because it was the first time I got a little concerned. I was like, should we be doing this? Like,
there's a moment of silence for we're getting.
No, I think he's maybe asking us now. They
I'm
might
assuming whenever they do it
I
over
think they're
there.
watching. They're watching on ESPN Plus. We're watching on LFC TV.
Yeah. But you would think they would show that, wouldn't they?
Very
Unless
much.
there's a delay. I would hope
Unless
so,
there's
at
a
least,
delay.
but-
I mean, it is ESPN. They are the channel that like breaks away and decides like you don't need to see this magical moment because we need to show you
Maybe
an ad.
let's get a couple of ads in
Yeah,
here.
we gotta get a couple ads in here.
we're getting all the Jurgen tribute, or all the Jota tribute walls and stuff, which is very cool.
It's one of the reasons we've incorporated it into the design. Because, yeah, it'll always be the number 20 for us.
Yeah, this is never going to get easy like we were
No.
talking
Yeah.
earlier. It's just not going to get any easier over here. So, Sir Z is the American Scouser TV saint looking out for all of us. And they're out there. I think now we get to see it.
Very sad backdrop that today's FA Community Shield is going to be played out. With plenty of visual evidence of the support and the feeling for Diogo Jota and his family.
I was going to say, oh, great. This guy's a commentary, but I don't even know if I like anybody in commentary anymore. So we're going to have to roll with what we got. Before the game kicks off over here, where we're almost there, we are at 8:05 at the GoFundMe side of things. And like I say, we are over $1,000 now on the silent auction out of things. Angie's busy over there collecting all kinds of stuff. Hopefully cash. And like I said, we kind of knew like once this got going over here and once you guys joined, especially like the morning ones, everybody waking up from their 5-hour, 6-hour naps. So glad to have you guys with us. And now we'll get the game going I hope the sound is still okay, so it's not intruding with you guys.
I think it's sounding
game
better now.
experience.
Actually, it feels like it's a little better now. I think it's going to get loud again, especially when the crowd starts and the announcers start talking over the crowd. But I think we just push through here with pauses and watch the match best we can.
Probably.
If it's too loud, we just mute, and then we jump in when there's something to talk about our commentary. Because what I don't want is them to have echoes at home listening to us watching it on TV.
Yeah, and not to mention, we usually when we do the watch-alongs, because we're streaming and stuff like that, we don't want to, somebody's always ahead, so we kind of follow the comments a bit late so that nobody spoils the experience. Because if somebody tells me a goal is coming, obviously it takes away from the moment and stuff like that too. Ryan says, legit thinking on mute to broadcast and just listen to you all. Yeah, as long as we don't break. I mean, I try to, we try to, I should say, when we do these live watch-alongs, not to give news of what's happening. We try not to do as much play-by-play, but just comment on what we're seeing so that, like I say, if our stream is ahead of you guys, we don't mess it up. But, yep, there come the boys. The boys are coming out right now, so.
So these two sides stride out to start this season just as they strode out at Anfield to finish the last.
I know we said the last preseason and stuff like that, but this does feel like a proper game now. I don't know if it's the Wembley atmosphere or whatever it is, right? I mean, it just feels
a lot of pyrotechnics for a preseason game.
Yes.
Yeah. You would think that this was being played at RB Leipzig or at one of those clubs that act this way. Doesn't Fulham do a full out, because they're owned by the guy who owns the WWE? They do a full music intro, light show on the pitch, and then fireworks. Or
Craven Cottage is 190 years old. It seems dangerous.
At any moment. I mean, you have a fireable active building within the ground.
Do you think they're deliberate? I wonder what their insurance looks like. I wonder if this is deliberate.
It might be a way to finance that stand that they've been trying to finish for 4.5 years. So as we get going here, I'll probably bow out in a couple. Maybe make a lap or two around. Probably a lap to the bar. Probably got to get the first bar. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go Jaws on this place. After, of course, making sure that I first get a Guinness at the bar. So, I mean, if you're going to walk around and try to hawk stuff on people, you might as well be
So basically, he's just going to go out there and get a Guinness, but he's pretending he's under the cover of.
He's I'm going to blend in.
Well, I must have forgotten the coasters.
Yeah.
I'm not going to forget the coasters. I'm just going to forget they're in my pocket when I start talking to people. But no, it's going great. Really excited. Excited to see how this match goes today. It's going to be really interesting.
Bickler is staying in town anyway. We're going for another 24 hours. Angel's going to go to another Broadway show.
Yeah.
Doing this.
What's the worst that could happen?
The last time they played here was in the Carabao Cup final against Newcastle United in March, but winners by a country mile of the Premier League title.
Kevin has turned on us in the last minute over here, rooting for Palace. I'll let you get away with that, Kevin.
Who would have seen that coming?
To retain their Premier League.
If only we'd had a profile picture to give us a hint that would happen.
Or I've talked to him any of one of our chats and shows over the last about 6 months.
I still don't approve, Kevin, so I let you know.
We should probably toss out there one more time to everyone that's in the chat and in the channels, give a subscription, check the links in the descriptions, make sure you're here. We do the donations, we get the money to raise that money so we can get all the money that we can back to the good folks in Liverpool. So it's exciting times.
These national anthems are not really, the national anthem is not really flying well as expected. So
that man singing the anthem has to be 7 feet tall.
Every once in a while, I get something right, even late at night.
A woman performing the national anthem.
And kind of as expected, the reaction was there to the national anthem. If you don't know, if you know, you know. Let's go that way, right?
Crystal Palace have only paid a transfer fee for one player this summer, so it's the exact same 11 that began the FA Cup final. Mark Gahey, a target for Liverpool. So interesting.
Nothing like a 5-4-1.
Is that impressive that they have this? They have not lost anybody from their 11 that won the FA Cup, by the way.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah. I mean,
It's impressive, but they haven't added to it. And if you're Palace and you're worried about a late bid for Eze, you're worried about losing Dohi, you start to get nervous because you're about to lose the stalwarts that helped you get to that cup run. You know, they held on to Glasner, which is probably the most important thing they could do, especially with a European campaign on their hands. And, you know, let's just get it out of the way now while people might be able to hear us. I think it's absolute bullshit what's happening to them by UEFA right now, getting dropped and relegated into the conference. I hope they win the appeal. I don't think they will because I think it'll come so late. They're going to have to play in the qualifiers. And once they play a qualifier, they can't play in the Europa. The thing that makes me the sickest isn't that they get relegated down for the rule. It's that Forest benefits and goes up. And that owner is rewarded. Like the owner who's like, you know, his response to re-signing Morgan Gibbs-White was, "We always win." And the reporter was like, "How would you have lost here?" He's like, "We would have let the player leave." It's like, whoa, that sounds like a Tony Soprano type line. Like, you know, like you're kind of in this family till we let you go. You don't have a choice. And it just didn't feel right to me. Never felt right to me.
I've just never liked his general demeanor. Like, I mean, I think we can have passionate owners, and I think the fan bases want that. But like, what you don't want is an owner on a touchline with your manager, like pulling a Jerry Jones, as we would say in America. Like, you know what I mean? You don't.
And then making that manager basically backtrack and acknowledge that none of that happened when it was clear it did. There were reports he was
we all watched it happen.
I mean, I have as much of a problem with a man with that much money that shows up to a game like he's in a toga outfit, ready to go to a toga party.
It's just an oversized shirt.
Basically wears a bed sheet and he cuts his own holes in it, and he just slides his arms in. So,
and the moment of silence for Jota now, actually.
Silver. Period of supposed silence, not as well observed as it might have been.
I might have jinxed this, by the way. I talked about this a couple of months ago and how well they do it over there, and this was probably like the worst one I've seen, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I think the relationship we have with Preston is much different than the one we have with Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, human decency just doesn't always transfer across.
You never know, though. There might have been one of the, like, they booed the national anthem. They booed, you know, it could be them kind of booing the Premier League. Like, it might have been Palace responding to maybe thinking the EPL didn't do enough. And
bad
I know
timing, though, right?
Bad timing. And we have to assume that it was, you know, a boo about that and not right at the end. Or, you know, we don't know how delayed it is. So Palace fans are usually really good fans. They're usually not ones who show up to the ground chanting negative things. Like, but
here we go.
Yeah, just for that, let's kick their ass. Sorry, Kevin.
Yep. Sorry, Kev. We're going to kick your ass and take your captain by the end of the weekend. Sorry.
That can have helped the players.
Didn't help the
Adriana's
ones in blue
up.
and red.
That was a short nap. Good morning.
To this point in the transfer window has been in retaining their top talents, even if there have been some moans and groans and a lack of new recruits. This is the self-same starting 11 that began that historic victory over Manchester City just 85 days ago here. Craig Burnley, the real sense of anticipation today lies in seeing what this new look Liverpool team can produce.
Yeah, favourites for the Premier League, you know, I have to say, surprised last year the way they started the season. I think everybody felt it would take Arne Slot 12 months or so to come in and get settled. That was not the case. And they have definitely strength.
Let's go.
They may sign another, and they are sending, and so far have sent a big statement out to the rest of the Premier League. And of course, Arsenal have responded. They are their main rivals, I would say. They have responded with their recruitment, but Liverpool are going to be super hard to beat this year, John.
Tell you what, I'm liking these jerseys.
Oh, I like the white ones. I liked actually the away jerseys better than the home jerseys.
So that was what the protest was. That said UEFA Familia.
Yeah.
Like basically UEFA, you're a mob.
Yeah.
So that was what that response was. Not the right time, but I
Yeah,
understand
that's
their
ridiculous timing.
I
No
understand
offense,
their
yeah.
anger, but they probably were like, when else do we do it where we'll drown out all the Liverpool supporters saying that we're outnumbered 8-1.
God, his touch is so goddamn
So
good.
He absolutely looks up for it, like absolutely up to just come out and dominate. He does it every year, so why would we be surprised? He also scores against Bournemouth once or twice every time he plays him at Anfield. So I wouldn't be shocked with like an opening day hat trick, to be honest, from Mo. And some of those cutbacks to Florian Wirtz not made like they were at different times during the preseason.
Yeah.
Pitch side earlier, John.
Big pin over at top.
How small he is.
That's just what Cody's so good at that hold up. He almost just boxes you out.
So he was tucking in a little bit, same as Alexander Arnold did from that right back position, allowed Mo Salah to stay wide on the right. No surprise that Crystal Palace trying to play a sort of compact, good shape, look to pinch the ball back and then hit on the counter. That's why they were so strong last year.
Tell you what, this is good practice to do this against a team that's established, did this all season, last season. This is good. If you're taking it as a preseason, this is a good one.
Yeah.
Particularly strongly. One of their first 13 Premier League matches last season, no 19 at the end of November.
It's good work by Kirkez. Flo left that ball a little short for him.
Oh, vision this kid has.
Yes!
Oh, yeah! Hey, he did the Trent. Oh, yeah. That's a good start. That's a good start for the kid.
That pass was so
Yes.
pinpoint.
That whole movement is ridiculous.
That pass went through a window that was about the size of the ball itself.
Yes. That is nice. I
I gotta
ask for more.
You gotta. It's not like the craziest pass in the world, but the placement is just insane.
Not even close to being off.
This guy right here.
That touch.
Tell you what, though.
He gets that touchdown, and it's not just touch; it's where he puts it. He puts it one step out of his path in a
Wow,
perfect
that
shot.
is a finish, man. That's
Moves like a gazelle.
That's impressive.
You know what I mean?
Who needs Isak? Am I right?
No.
Take it easy, dude. All right.
You want to get us canceled? We just literally survived 21 hours, and you're literally like, I got an idea. Let's piss everybody off. We just talked to him about how we needed Isak for 21 hours.
What I mean, that
was just a warm up.
But I
to
love
this.
that not only for us, but I love that for that kid.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
absolutely.
Yeah.
That kid.
And to
It's a
get
moment.
that early at Wembley,
Yeah.
first goal for the club. It's not a real game, but it's a meaningful game. And it takes that pressure off next week at Bournemouth, against Bournemouth, if for some reason he doesn't score.
This one's never a real game if you lose it, right? Like, you know, like it's one of those
Look at
things.
that ball by Kirkez. Bringing him go.
Again.
He misses Diaz. Just dribbling. Just dribbling.
Oh, almost.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Come
this
on,
is-
Gahey. Wouldn't
this
you
is
rather play with
domination
this?
so far? I'm
Wow.
liking this.
Yeah, Mark, I'm pretty sure you'd rather be here.
Yeah.
I did like when Kevin sent I got this email, the club has a plan, and it was almost like they were releasing today's lineup, and it was just Mark Gahey with his finger up. And I'm pretty sure Kevin's point of that was I have one more match to play here,
Yep.
guys. One more match. Goodbye, Crystal Palace.
Set it all night, man. It'll be tomorrow. Announced tomorrow. They might even put him in the trophy celebration as they get the plate.
How great
They
would
should
that
just
be?
let
one
him,
of us now.
They should let him just ride back on the bus. You know what I mean? On the Liverpool bus.
Literally the only person sitting in a Liverpool section right now that wasn't cheering for that strike were Isak's core of agents that have showed up to the match and bought tickets. So like,
I wonder if Newcastle fans were celebrating that.
Yeah, that's
by
a
all
good point.
accounts, Nick Jackson did not travel with the Chelsea contingent to their preseason friendly today. Nicholas Jackson, because supposedly he is in talks with Newcastle.
I hate that for Newcastle. They deserve better.
You know, though, it's funny. He's one of those guys. If you give him the opportunities, maybe with real wingers that actually cross, not,
Dude.
you know, I know he's got problems, but this is so good.
Good idea. Good
a little
idea.
tough. Yeah, this is just too much.
I'm finding it hard to put some negativity in here.
I love how Mo
You
adjusts.
never find it hard to put negativity into anything. Who
I'm
are
trying
you
to
and
find
what's
stuff to
wrong?
worry about, but give me a couple of minutes. I'm working on it.
I'm gonna check with Angie. Survey says. I do love how Mo adapts his haircut every year to like for his increasing bald spot.
Yeah, maybe on our way out of internet bandwidth at some point soon, I think. I know it's still running right now, but they are. I saw a few people out there saying, like, I can't get on the Wi-Fi. And they're like, sorry, sometimes when it gets really busy. And I know we're on one that's paid in password, but
Yeah, we're not on the customer one, so I'm hoping we're going to be fine.
just as a warning to any of our viewers, if we go off for a brief period, it's not us quitting. It's just us going dark, but we will be back.
Going sound only.
Listen, the technology will quit before we do.
Now we know. Or do we? No.
I don't know. They asked me what I learned. I'm going to tell you the same answer I told you last year. Probably to say no to this next time. You have an idea like this for the first time, but now
We
I've
might
done
not
it.
have to worry about this.
Now I've done it once, so it's like, fuck.
They're not the most physical, they're not the tallest. If you can get good delivery or a long
Yep.
throw in there, and take Van Dijk and Canati out of the equation, which isn't easy.
Oh yeah, we're horrible from set pieces.
Then Mateta's got a very good chance of getting a clean header.
I will say I like these classic block numbers on the Palace jerseys. Galley's allergic to them.
I'm allergic to you.
Yep, it's fair.
I thought it was speaking of worries, I was kind of worried about the set pieces and the. Oh, hey, look, a right back tracking back defending. Check that out. Check that shit out.
There's that negativity.
If you can't run an agenda on the left side of the pitch, run the agenda on the right side of the pitch, even if it's running it all the way to Madrid.
Hey, you cannot tell me Trent was still in front of the box.
Yeah.
Looking to see if he can start a counter
It's
over
fair.
there.
I did not say you were wrong. I didn't say the agenda around the left side of the pitch was wrong either, but, we have removed one. Only
Yes,
to give
one
you a
down.
second.
Well, actually, almost two down.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I do envision that, like, when you were telling us that story about not knowing names.
Oh, this is like a
Yeah,
6-on-1.
let's go.
Oh, you
man.
hit the one guy.
That's one of those.
That
where-
was a 6v2.
You took the wrong pass by all.
That's a good foul. That is a really good foul.
This was.
I know why he took the risky pass or the fast pass on that one, but
Yeah.
was that Gakpo?
I don't know.
Was that Gakpo or Kitike on the pass? Gakpo?
Because that TK was actually deeper than him when he turned the ball over. He was one of the guys trying to defend it.
That's right.
I thought the same thing. I think those two, especially with the dyed hair and
tips help.
And the fact that they're 1.5 feet taller than everyone else on the team except for our center backs. I'd almost have Georgie in the game just to see at times if you have to send him up to, like, you're like, I know you're the goalkeeper, but we think you might have to cover the front
You
post.
might have to defend these
You
set
might have to
pieces.
defend the front post.
turned in the nick of time for them.
Scott is in the house. Spencer's in the house. Man, we've been on for like 24 hours. Where have you guys been? Yeah, that is
Sleeping, Timucin. Sleeping.
What is that? What is the sleep thing you speak of?
Goes in front of him. So the penalty set piece threat. That's it, over the ball.
Oh gosh, who's ever not nervous about a set piece?
As they will whack it goalwards and via a deflection, it's out for a corner.
Oh, even better.
Liverpool were a little bit sleepier. They telegraphed that one, Palace, and it allowed Eze to get 25 yards from goal and get a strike. They were just sitting a little bit deep there.
This is very difficult for me. Angie knows. Like
What?
stationary.
I mean,
It's gonna break any second.
Are you
soon,
usually
know.
pacing an entire room?
I walk around.
He walks around the whole downstairs, I think. And do the dogs follow you, or do they deliberately stay away?
They know
from
better.
You? Yeah.
Leo is learning. Stitch knows to stay out of the way.
Does he just go
Leo
lay down,
is
like,
excited.
near his bed, or like what is Stitch's like procedure? What has he learned over the years?
He just sits. Yeah, he lays on the couch.
Got it.
He's out of the way. He knows the path.
If you
They're like, Dad's pacing. Like,
if you were to sit down, do you have like a chair you sit in, or are you not on the couch, or have they just taken over where you would
No.
sit
They
because
know where I
you're
sit.
talking?
Depends on what's going on and stuff like that. But they know if I'm up to get the heck out of the way.
My favorite part is they know where to sit in case of what's going on. Like with
Yes.
2-1 up, they know I might sit down. With 3-1 up, I'm getting the footrest out. You're unbelievable.
That footrest never comes out. I can tell you. Like we were saying with Gordo, that footrest never comes out regardless of the score.
That's
what a touch. He's on. He's on.
Here's Salah.
Find him out.
Combination of Liverpool's new and old. And then
Oh!
No way,
How
man.
did he save that?
That's a save, man.
That was incredible.
That's a save.
That whole sequence was incredible.
The brilliant awareness, not just the goal, not just
What a ball from it.
I am.
That was such a touch, man.
Nunez would do that. It's gonna be my whole game of shit starting. I
He's
was
offside,
off.
but still.
Just off, I think.
But had Mo Salah, had Florian Wirtz played that ball ahead of Mo Salah and a little bit straighter, he was through on a 1-on-1.
It's a good sign, though. They did call the offsides.
So, Mateta through, no flag. And Allison wins that duel. Ball still in play.
Man, he's something else.
No way!
I think he got him.
Man, I thought he might have got him. If he didn't, I feel like it was an absolute.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if one of these was a penalty, but both looked like they could have been. So I'm calling the second one.
Yeah. I think he got there.
I think he got him on his foot. Was it Kanate?
I think it was Van Dijk.
Oh.
Goes down here.
Yeah, that is a penalty.
Yeah.
I thought at the time, there's not a lot of a challenge there.
Yeah, that.
You're going to get that call every time, though.
As Miller sees it coming and throws himself over. It's
Let's
not
go, Ali.
a egregious challenge, but he does sort of dangle the leg in there and catches him. And
Yeah.
suppose
I mean,
that
in that spot, it doesn't have to be egregious.
The only way this comes off is if you're handing out a yellow card, and I don't think you can hand out a yellow card when someone steps on your
We
foot.
do have VAR.
For what
They're
reason,
gonna-
we don't
they're-
know.
I think they're going to look at this. I think this is one of those things where I don't think the threshold, like there's not enough there to overturn it.
Yeah, they're not going to overturn this. No way.
Yeah, the initial run from Mateta looked great.
Unless he was off
That's
here.
what they're checking.
Oh.
He's offside.
He's off.
I don't think he was off.
No, he's going to look.
He's
Nope,
on.
no, he's on.
End the result.
All right. Mateta.
For the last time
Come on,
tonight,
Ali.
Allison,
penalty here. He
you-
struck the post in the FA Cup semi-final against Aston Villa.
Shank.
Mateta for Palace.
All right.
Who are level.
All right. All right. Nah, he
They
wasn't
don't. I
off,
mean,
right?
Palace is a decent side. They're not going to roll over. I think it feels unfair on the run of play. It's been so dominant.
Yep.
Well, he might have been hesitant on his 1-1, but he was pretty nonchalant there, wasn't he? As he stepped. Finished the season brilliantly, came off the back of the most horrendous head injury. I don't think people realise just how bad it was. He's playing without the protective mask now, which is nice to see, so he's back to full confidence. And Palace are very much back in this game.
And he has become a very reliable goal scorer at this level. 17 last season, despite that absence through the head injury that Craig was referring to. 87 goals in 153 games after a slow start to his Palace career. Salah. Kirkes.
That's ripping.
Yeah. That hurts really bad.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel great.
Give that kid a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll see the long throw. Overcommitting there by Kirkes.
So effective in his first season with Palace.
That was horrible. Thank you.
Who's not been able to hide his frustration at the lack of new recruits this summer. That's had the reputation and the record of nothing sticks with departing clubs where he's not happy and doesn't feel backed. Palace have been warned.
Oh.
Saar.
Driving around people.
Munoz. And Mitchell.
Kind of like let that cross come in way too easy, but
Well, you got an overload, and Gakpo is slow getting back, and we talked about that already.
All of our fears coming to light.
Yeah.
A couple quick moments.
I talked about those full-back areas. If they can get good delivery from long diagonals or deep crosses, that's where they might get some fruits of the play today.
In front inside 4 minutes. Palace level 17.
take the space.
That's a good touch by Kirkes. Tom with a big switch.
Take him.
Yep.
Thank you. Wow. What a shot.
Here it comes.
What a chip.
So remember when we were talking about whether he likes to cut inside or go outside?
Are you both scratching their heads here? Yeah. I know Dean Henderson's not the tallest of goalkeepers, very good shortstop, but had to have taken some sort of deflection.
Great ball, by the way, this switches.
Trying to
Yeah, it's a great ball by Dominic.
out at the back post. Must have been a quick deflection here.
No.
Slide.
Nope. Wow.
No.
I think he might have got it with his fingertips.
Yeah, nothing there.
It's right here.
What a shot. What a chip.
Yeah, that's clean.
We'll take it.
It's totally a cross, but hey.
Oh, absolutely. Mo doesn't give those back.
Yeah,
Pong doesn't either.
Yeah. I think you count him as 2 if you're a defender.
That's actually Trent
And I'm
never
telling
did
you,
that.
I don't care how long it takes, but if they don't come up with a good Frimpong song really quick for how fun he is bouncing around, and I'm not sure what it is, because you could do the thong song, but I don't know if they'll do it in Liverpool, but it could be really good if you put the right lyrics to it. I mean, you could literally come up with some bangers for that chorus. It would be so outstanding. Like, literally, ping pong, frimpong, and just, you know, all.
Jamie will have it sorted by the morning.
Jamie will have it sorted, and he'll be like, knowing Jamie, he'll be faxing it to the infield reps offices.
Hey, by the way, looking at the chat, I'm not the one with the Trent agenda over here. It's like overflowing with Trent comments over there.
That's right, dude. You hate all our old fullbacks.
I need
It's
it back.
fine.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what happens when Robertson gets relegated to the bench and you start just talking about how he's like, I can't take this backup left back. Are we worried again though that we got half a preseason in to Bradley getting a 6-year contract or 5-year contract, and once again he couldn't literally string together training sessions and a game?
I mean, do we have, like, you got to think back, like, in terms of how much he's been hurt already.
Look at the speed. Look at Frimpong.
You know what we need? A right back that tracks back. That's what we need.
You mean a right wing back that tracks back, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Right wing back.
Right backs don't get that far up the pitch, Tim. God, he was ahead
I wonder
of
if
Mo.
Kazi's saying that in the stadium. He's a right wing back, guys. Like, so
He's
anybody
probably
who will
saying-
listen.
He's
Yeah.
probably saying, I tell my friends in America, they're
Oh,
like,
here we go, here we
"Stop
go."
with lies. You don't have friends. Ooh. Oh. That's the strength of the Premier League. You're going to have to get used to it.
Oh, come on.
No,
you're
you
going to let
can't-
the other ones
You,
go.
yeah,
and
you
you're gonna-
can't. If you're not going to call the first, you can't
Yeah,
call that one.
exactly. If you're going to let him play, then you're going to let him play the entire sequence there. Yeah, and
Yeah, I
almost
don't-
not a foul. When he
I
didn't
don't
even
know
touch
how-
the ball.
Hydration break. In fact, it's been called now. It's quite a physical, young, strong player for us in Frimpong as we watch his goal again. As you mentioned, it is a goal threat, but
That's a goal that fullback's dream of the. You know what I mean? I said that's a goal that fullback's dream of. Like if you hit that, even on accident, you're like in your sleep, you're Pele that night. Like you're like.
That's one of those. The moment you do it, you're like, and then you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
you know, maybe the recruitment is a little bit of somewhere else. And what are you at something? Right, actually. Well, that's where it falls down. In fact, if you don't mind, I'm going to have a drink break as well. Oh.
You know what we need is a hydration break ourselves.
Oh, I need a water.
There were a couple times I walked out there. They're like, "So you've been here for 20 plus hours?" I'm like, "Yeah." And one of the guys like,
And
"You
we're
are-"
thirsty.
He's like, "You are drinking water, right? And keeping hydrated." I was like, "Well, I've done 50% Guinness, 50% coffee, and I drank this much water."
I can't even show that for water, but it's been a lot of coffee, honey.
But I've been
I
thinking to
didn't hydrate.
myself, like at any moment as I'm trying to like get in or out of the Uber, my entire calves are just cramping up. I can already see it happening where they just become like one muscle, and I go down looking for random strangers on the side of the road in Manhattan to pull my ankles. Like I've been running for the last 2 days.
Just hoping for that old Chelsea physio to come out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Be looking for somebody to come out.
Yeah. Wasn't that interesting? Oh, yeah, we will attack back in that direction. Here's Walton. So
Nice.
you were saying, well, they have at times left Sarah and Eze quite high up, and that has meant.
Is anybody else worried that Kazi is in a stadium that Adam Wharton is in, and that he might try to kidnap him and take him home to Liverpool?
Who's down? Oh,
Oh, okay.
Canate.
to operate.
I think he just got poked in the eye.
It's what I call a Anthony Davis injury in basketball, where at all times he holds his eye.
He's looking for spray. I think he wears contacts.
Oh,
and I think he got
Which is
poked in the
crazy
eye.
with eyebrows like that you wouldn't be better protected.
You think he would get caught in the eyebrow?
Yeah.
Do you think that Arne Slot went to a fundraiser and someone shaved off his eyebrows when they cleaned up?
I know.
It wasn't the same one as Sammy.
I love how that was the most casual part of the story for Jamie.
He's like, they shaved everything off for the fundraiser, even my eyebrows, and I got some big eyebrows, except for my chest. Ha ha ha. And you know he took his shirt off for the event to see if they would shave him because he didn't want to pay the fee it costs or ask the wife to shave him.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
Madman.
Jamie. Absolute legend.
You can literally
Maria,
hear him.
welcome aboard.
You literally hear him 2 blocks before you see him.
I know it's hard to get him to hear it, but we probably should remind people what we're doing because it looks like we got quite a
Yes,
few
while we're
folks coming in now.
fixing Konate's eye over here.
We've got a
if you're
Palace
like
player
watching
down
the
too.
stream right now, if you're not subscribed, obviously subscribe, but hit the thumbs up and the Q code on the right bottom over there is basically what we're here for. We've been here for 22 hours pretty much for it. Hour and a half, 2.5 hours to go over here is for the 23 Foundation. If you scan the code, it will go to the GoFundMe. It'll go to the shirts. It'll go to the silent auction. You can also do the super chats. All that stuff that we get today during this 24-hour stream goes to the 23 Foundation. That's why we're here today. So anybody jumping on board, please do what you can. I think we are still at 805. Let me refresh real quick just in case. But 805 over there, and the silent auction is over $1,000 now. Like I said, it's 1,006. So hopefully by the time the broadcast is over, we will definitely total both of them over 2,000. So and get from them. But and we haven't even galley worked the floor yet. So we're waiting on the galley harassment on the floor.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe late, kind of late in the half, and then I'm out there for the halftime. That way I'm not like. I didn't want to be like interrupting people while they're actually sitting.
Yeah,
at
you
the
don't want to
table
get
watching
punched.
the game. Well, no, I mean, I'm in a bar and I've been here a long ass time. There's a good chance I'll get punched. Like that's kind of like what the ratio is.
It's like, is that all you got?
Basically, if you do like hours to minutes to days, I am well over quota for taking one right in the chops for how long I've been in this place. And the fact that my mouth has been moving the entire time is probably a good example of why I'm actually shocked Pickler hasn't punched me, to be fair.
Hey, I'm actually up for this. Tequila, water, salt, and lime. It's supposed to be good electrolytes, and I'm willing to try it in the last hour.
Is somebody suggesting tequila for hydration purposes? Am I hearing that right?
It's liquid, isn't it?
It's salt.
Yeah.
Remove the liquid.
You guys is going too much into the science of things.
Yeah.
It sounded really good to me.
You're
But
talking to a guy who started his Friday with 2 margaritas at Penn Station and then went on a margarita tour right through dinner at Ashval. So, I mean, I was definitely in for the tequila.
So it's like.
that's a good ball.
Gakpo.
And balance they have when they go forward and attack. First time it.
He does well with that.
I just love that touch by Verts looked like it might just be like, oh, this is how I'll take this down, but it was really to get the ball back. He was trying to find Jones because he knew he'd be there. I've actually heard that too, that outside of Frimpong, Verts' best friend at the team, at the club, Curtis fucking Jones.
See that they're actually around the same age.
Right around the same age,
Yeah.
same personalities, very outgoing. And Curtis Jones is like, I'll take you around the city. I'm one of the only people that will be able to translate what all the supporters are saying that you don't understand.
Yeah, he probably knows. He's like, you know, Jones is probably like, that's such and so, you know, it's like the old garage guy. Like,
Yeah, I guess they become really good mates and took him under his wing to like help him get situated at the club.
Nice.
It is kind of a way to like make yourself important, make the guy who's the most important at the next 10 years at the club your best friend.
Yeah.
I mean, Costas is still here because of it.
Yeah.
Tim's done everything to ship him back to Greece. Like a bad sandwich or something that's compared to Turkish food.
Tim's got a Trojan horse in the garage. He wants to shove him in.
Oh, throw in. Good spot. Let's go.
Oh, God. This is going to be a long 2.5 hours.
You guys didn't cost us, man. I thought we covered this for an hour straight, for God's sake.
At this point, it's just good fun.
Yeah.
We're talking about great players being signed for Celtic. Kenny Dalglish signed for Liverpool from Celtic 48 years ago today.
Wow.
British record
That's a long time ago.
£440,000.
That was quite the deal.
Context.
Who did that, Hughes?
Initial £107 million.
That's a foul.
This is one of those matches where Slot starts quietly yelling at people and then just goes off.
So that's good. That's smart defending by Kirkes.
His positional awareness at
Yeah.
times is really, really good. And then he makes like kind of aggressive moves that kind of put him out of position at times. But he just,
I think we have that on both sides,
yeah,
to be honest
he
with
just
you.
loves the tackle.
Well, the thing is that content comes with having speed and trusting your speed, because you're like, I can afford to do that because I can get back.
Exactly.
Well, definitely for Frimpong, but
God, Kirkes is so short.
Yeah.
He's
little
so
dude.
small.
He's a little dude with a big mullet. Like, that's the thing about him. Like, I just can't get over it. We talked to
So he looks like a live Funko Pop.
Yeah, basically, remember Edip last night made the comment that like Garnacho's biggest fault and failure was that haircut. Like he couldn't come back from that haircut. And like in some ways, if it wasn't like so him, Kirkes might struggle. But like I just envision he shows up for training every day in like 1985 Oakleys with like the razor blade, metallic wraps.
What Van Dijk to do?
that's great tracking back by Gakpo
Yeah, it
over
is.
there, by the way.
Look at that. By
Yeah. Let's go. Take him.
This is what he loves to do. He loves to run at people.
Oh, the turn. Back to
Oh.
I don't think that pass was that bad.
It wasn't.
He took his eye off that.
Jones.
Either that or he was trying like a little
He,
elaborate flick
he,
back to
he
FTK.
wanted it inside.
Yeah. Right, because
Yeah.
once again, he didn't get the ball that would have set up another play. He wanted the ball that set up Mo.
Yeah.
You know we're at Wembley, right? Like I was passing at Preston.
Yeah.
We're at Wembley. Can we get that Mono back?
Scored the first half of the Community Shield games in 1992.
Jesus.
Great touch.
Leeds against Liverpool. Leeds eventually won.
Hey, we got the crowd going in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but that's not the first time actually I think we've gotten going.
Leeds against Liverpool. Nickel watched the clip and that.
Ah, he cut it. Ah. He cut the mullet. That's a little too small to be considered a mullet at this
I
point.
hope it's not a Samson thing, where he cut off his strength.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Darwin did the opposite. Got him out of town. Cut his hair. People were like, short hair, Darwin. Might score more goals. Or he knew he was going to Saudi and was like, that hair is going to be hot.
He essentially got, for whatever reason, with that look, he looks very Handmaid Tale-ish.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Like, blink twice if you're okay. Like,
He blinked 4 times. Like, fuck you, Darwin. Are you trying to say you're really not okay,
Yeah.
or you're really, really okay?
You know what I like about Veer so far is he might not win them, but he challenges for every air ball,
Yeah.
which eventually sometimes comes back to us either way.
Right, or you put your player.
That's how you win the second ball, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a great effect last season.
Oh,
What are you doing, Canate?
how you let
was
that? How you let that
awkward
drop
looking.
there?
That guy.
And I think they just got in each other's way in the end. Cracking ball here, wasn't it?
He must have. Will Hughes must have had the roughest summer in the history of Will Hughes. It's been about 100 degrees every day, and I can just see Will Hughes being like, "What the f- is going on?" We just get back some of that England rain.
Will Hughes just looks like a polar bear in one of those documentaries where the ice caps are like melting.
Or the guy from Me, Myself, and Irene who shoots the guy at the end of the movie, Milky. Hey, White, it's Whitey.
Let's go. Now, come on, dude.
Oh my God.
You know, that's something like we would kill Jones for. Like, that pass was there the entire time.
Yeah, he just hung on to it forever.
But if Isak were to arrive, what happens then? Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, whether that would be
What happens if they get Isak?
The answer is they get better.
Yeah.
And Alexander Isak plays through the middle. Florian Wirtz, you would imagine, he could peel out to the left, but his best position is where he's playing today. It's a number 10 role. He's got a pretty free role. I've been watching when Liverpool are on the ball, trying to find space. But, you know, that being said, Ekitike has already shown today that he can score goals, and he did so for Eintracht Frankfurt. So it's a difficult conundrum, isn't it? It was a good one to have if you're at the slot. I don't see him playing Isak and Ekitike through the middle of the tour. That would be going out of what Liverpool have done for quite a few years now. Aaron Walker.
Good ball. Oh.
And if Isak does stay at Newcastle, John, you just feel that relationship has soured so much that it's going to be difficult. Well, it was a decent run, and actually, you know, Aaron Walton is a player
close.
who I know we
That's
like
close.
That
Yeah.
a lot of people admire him. He's got a beautiful left foot on him, and that was actually a much simpler ball than it looked. It was a poor ball from him, actually, but again, you talk about Palace holding on to players. The Captain Gay, we mentioned Eze, he's definitely one that's up the top of the list. But sorry, I'm not being disrespectful, but bigger, more clubs with a bigger budget are looking at. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, goes offside. Still only 21. Clear memories of the FA Cup final win because he suffered a concussion late in that game. Need to feel. Both he and Mark Gahey, who eventually through, they were about to hang around in time for the trophy presentation and then were carted off to the local hospital. Palace fans will never ever forget.
Nope.
Dude. Him moving up's not going to affect you knocking it out of bounds.
Chris says he's wider than me, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah, it's just true. He's wider than Strain. Put them both on a beach and see who like burns in under 45 seconds. Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna put my money on Will Hughes.
neither one of these teams have much interest in pressing out of possession.
Wow.
Oh,
penalty. Sport the shot.
You can't touch my favorite left back like that.
This ain't cost us. Nicely done.
Oh, what a ball.
Go, go,
if
go.
he gets it. There
Dude,
we
I
go.
love that he knows where he's gonna go already. Like he's done
Oh,
this
yeah.
so many times.
So they
He
played
knows
together
where he's
for like
gonna go.
years now. Oh, beautiful give and go.
This could be a fun season.
Yeah. Good idea.
Good try. Good try.
Yeah, I like the idea.
This being stationary is killing me.
What's killing you?
Being
Standing in one
stationary,
station?
Yeah, not being able to pace.
Well, good news. You're almost halfway through.
I made it.
Yeah.
That's a foul.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is second one. Yeah, he's going to get that.
to be fair, the first one was a smart foul. This
Yeah.
not so much. He's by himself, not going anywhere. Van Dijk is right there. Karkas was right there.
Yeah.
That's a dumb one.
Whatsoever. But I'm just thinking of it, suppose, like, John, how do you keep a player like that happy? You know, he's the captain of his country, but he is the likely guy to miss out when Gravenberg and McAllister are
Oh,
fit.
man.
And
We got
you
the
know, it's supposed to be a
puns
league
rolling with
that's
Ekitike over here.
to keep guys that are such high-profile, talented players happy within the squad. I mean,
Yeah, I
know
think
you have
Kevin is right
rotation,
too.
but
I mean,
these guys
definitely
are
not being played. I mean, we didn't expect it to be played like a preseason in that sense.
Yeah.
But I'm more referring to probably like substitution patterns and things like that, as opposed to like a regular cup final.
The last 9 Community Shields. The Premier League champions who have the edge here. TK and Rivalry, two of the newcomers on the score sheet. 2 times an attack and penalty after a foul by Virgil van Dijk.
Go up there. Do you want water? Do you want anything? Water, beer,
Coke.
I just want a water. Yeah.
I almost went on one. I was interested. That's so fun. Just go up there and just show up.
Yeah, if you come back with
You weren't thirsty. When did you guys say that? 5 minutes ago.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, TK.
Wow.
That's good. That's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Hughes.
So if you learned anything, Frimpong doesn't get a lot of calls. This is what we learned from this first half.
He must really be annoying in like warm-ups. Like, you know what I mean? He's like the kid in Home Alone that's in the van. He's like, just didn't get gas mileage. Just think 4-wheel drive. I'll say the thing that's impressed me about the thing that's impressed me about Ekitike is like he's not for his size, he's not the most physical,
No.
but he handles the physicality really well.
Yes. Like there was like when we first signed him, there were a couple of like, you know, TikToks and reels and stuff out there. Like he literally trips and falls and they're like, he's so weak and stuff, you know.
I feel like he absorbs impact really well. Maybe it's just like he has a really great balance. Like he seems like he's just for his
He
size.
seems like he wouldn't be because he's so lengthy,
Right.
but yeah, I mean, he's not as strong as, you know, Nunez, for example. But, you know, he's young, man.
He just seems to
Just let
shed
him hang out with Mo in the gym for a
Yeah,
little
he just
bit.
seems to shed tackles really well. Like
He doesn't mean fouls. I just like his smart pressing.
Yeah. Let's pull it through a little
Didn't
bit.
even touch him.
Yeah.
It's interesting when that ball went back to Allison from Kirkcase. He couldn't play to the other fullback because he was so high up the field.
Oh, wow.
Here comes Munoz. Saar was the closest to him.
That's smart
How
by
are we getting
Frimpong.
caught on that side like over and over and over again? You know, like if this wasn't Kirkes and it was Robertson, everybody were like, he's done and stuff like that. But we getting caught on that side over and over again.
No, it's not a lot of control here.
Yeah, I don't.
I think it's really satisfied him in scores. It's just not a very good ball, to be honest.
That pass was gay, wasn't it? So we'll be seeing it next week. Kevin is going to make that happen for us. I'm confident.
Nice.
Kevin is on it.
Couldn't give you any money, but we could give you our center back and our captain.
We'll be donating to him.
Yeah.
I think Kirkes on the ball. I think he's going to have to have a little think about his possession, John, because that's not the first time that Munoz is getting down his right hand side with a lot of space.
I just said that.
Yeah, you did just say that.
He's got to be careful just how far he's tucking in at times.
Oh, my. He's off. It didn't look off to me.
I'm amazed he raised the flag because it didn't look that
It did-
off.
No,
Was
it didn't
he?
look off to me.
I thought there was some. I mean, at least it was close enough. They play other stuff that's like a lot more obvious. Yeah, I guess.
That's what we learned after being up for 24 straight hours. Offsides is tougher to call than I thought.
Just a line. The line gets really blurry 22 hours in.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. I guess the nod of Andy Robertson start the season. He's getting elections, which probably is. It's like a TK. Swings it for Frimpong.
Careful.
Oh, look at this guy.
I swear to God, I
Thank
can
you.
normally come back professionally carrying like 6 of drinks in my hands without a problem. I literally just almost said a Hail Mary the entire walk back because I thought any second my fingers were just going to drop them all.
Oh man.
Such a good ball. It's something else, man.
Frimpong.
Ah. Good move.
Out in the parking lot with Kazi.
Huh?
That ball landed in the parking lot with Kazi.
It's already very clear that Frimpong is going to be a kind of new version of Alexander.
Thanks, Gally. That's
You're very
Yes,
welcome.
thank
I'm
you,
starting
sir.
to get like a sore throat and stuff. So
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's probably because Bickley gave us COVID.
Well, I wonder what kind of season this fella's going to have. You know,
Having like 7 minutes of added time in the friendly at the end of the first half. I mean, I guess if you travel all the way to Wembley, you might as well give them something to see.
Well, they had the water
I
break,
know.
the eye.
I know.
When I saw the first time, I was like, "Holy cow!" But I forgot about Kanate's eye. I'm like, they didn't drink water for 7 minutes.
I mean, they did have 3 goals. A VAR check, a penalty.
That's true too. Go, go, go.
Goes the gap though.
Look at these guys run, man.
That's the play in the first half.
With purpose.
With purpose.
How many folks we got in the? I can't get online anymore. I just keep getting kicked off. How many folks do we have in the?
Cutler donated.
We have like 13 people live on YouTube right now,
Nice.
but a bunch on like Twitter and Facebook as well.
Well, I just picked us up a new subscriber up front, a guy that's starting all the songs. He's like, what? Because the bartender's like, how did you do last night? Because she was the day bartender we had yesterday.
Oh, yeah, she's
so I'm
great.
telling her about it, and she was the one who told them to make sure they clean the coffee thing so that they could leave it
Oh.
for us overnight. And I was like, you took such good care of us, you know. And I was just kind of shooting the shit with her, and the guy goes, "Wait, are you the podcast guys?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Pretty sure I was just randomly watching you guys the other day. Like enough people I knew were watching you, so you popped up." It's like Scouts or something. I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, cool." So he's gonna subscribe and ask what our Twitter was, I mean, he's way too young for Facebook, but maybe his mom likes Liverpool.
Ran out of room.
That's what Mateta does well right there.
Yeah, let's call it a half. Pass it back. I done.
How you doing?
Everyone was chopped in the first half of Palace with Munoz. Arte. It's Mitchell.
I'm not listening, but I know he's talking shit about me in the background. I sense a disturbance in the force. Tell you what,
All right.
thanks to Munoz's delivery, we're up 2-1 in the first half.
Yeah.
Inside 4 minutes, Thomas Liverpool competitive debut. Mateta equalising from the start after Van Dijk's foul on Ismail Sarr. And then Jeremy Frimpong with what we can only consider was a miss-hit attempt at cross.
That was by design. He meant that. So what did we learn? What did we learn, kids?
Liverpool 2.
I'm talking about the game.
I think Hugo's the real deal. Like, I know this is early to call, but I think he's. I don't know. We did this with Darwin, right? Darwin came out and scored his first big match. But he looks like he looks like the part, and then I think Florian Wirtz is just next level, like in terms of his distribution and stuff. This is going to be challenging.
Yeah, he's definitely fun to watch.
Yeah.
Holy cow! Let's see if you guys can handle this still. But I mean, yeah, I mean, Ikitike, I like how it's like. That was the one thing with Nunez, I thought. He's more like a size guy and speed guy. He did not have the intricate passing that you get from Mo. Now you're going to get from Wirtz and stuff. Looks like he's going to fit that mold, which is nice to see. But
yeah.
And honestly, I know we were like talking about, hey, he can also play on the left and stuff. But looks like he can. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like Nunez, he's gone on the left, he can do on the left. He's been, like, his play almost reminds me of Gakpo a little bit.
Yeah. He looks good centrally, too. Let's go.
We got backup, yeah. Yeah.
I think we got. I think Kirk has got to find out he's got to figure out the positioning thing.
I think.
You know what I mean?
Do you think Slot being Slot says show the young kid how to
For life, he runs the show. Yes, he does. I'm running out of words to show. With that step pull, come as you like. He's a dictator for life. He's a dictator for life.
Take the coasters. I get to work. Like I said, I'm a dictator for life.
Exactly.
You should have heard it though. I actually read the whole damn song. It wasn't that offensive. Jamie would have been proud.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, too, by the way. Had to talk loud as heck to cover the music sound, Chris says. Because, I know YouTube is going to think like we're playing it or something like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So talk away, Pickler. Talk loud and proud.
So Ozan wants to know about what we thought about Curtis Jones' first half. I thought he was very forgettable. Like, I don't really remember the good. I don't really remember the bad. Like I just thought he was there.
That's not always the bad thing.
No, it's not the worst thing in the world, especially when you've got players like, Florian Wirtz, who's basically pulling the strings. You've got a new striker you're betting in.
But okay, let me ask you this though. I mean, here's the thing. Like I say, it's not necessarily a bad thing when you don't you're like, oh, he's not even out there, because he could be doing a lot of the dirty work that sometimes you don't notice at like first watch and stuff.
Yeah.
But one thing is, I guess if you compare it like this, would you notice if Gravenberg was out there? And I think you would.
Who?
Gravenberg. Instead of Curtis, for example.
Probably.
Right? I mean, that's the way I look at it. Like, yeah, you didn't notice him, good or bad.
I do. I will say, I think he's playing more of the McAllister role, and I think we do see McAllister float in and out.
Yeah. I think McAllister will come in. I guess, Gravenberg is not going to be there. And here's another thing. I mean, Bill says Jones shrank to left back. That's an issue there. I'm assuming they're going to fix that at halftime.
Yeah.
I don't. Knowing Slot, I don't expect to see Munoz wide open, keep sending balls in right there now. So what I do like to do is we did it at least 6-7 times where we play that ball and it goes to whoever that drops back, and it's a quick drop and another pass to the back. And they did that over and over and over again. We saw it in preseason too.
Yeah.
And that could work in like opening a lot. But you need someone like a Gitike who has better control on the ball, and it's not gonna just bounce off of him and stuff like that. So,
yeah, I'll tell you what. Like now that Darwin is gone, it feels really fucking weird to not have like the whole Darwin dynamic. Like, when does the wild stallion come in? You know what I mean? Like,
Angie's entertaining the crowd with the credit card machine.
Dude, that was the most exciting payment processing moment I think I've ever had.
Angie's hilarious because like she's the shyest person, like her, like until she knows you and stuff like that. Yeah. So when Angie's like interacting like this, it's just hilarious to watch. It's a good time.
We really played this right, Tim. Me and you over here. Angie's got operation. Gally's holding social. Gally's having social hour over there holding court, and we're just chilling over here, just yammering, so that we don't get hit with the copyright ban.
This is a good question over here. This is gonna say a lot, right? When we substitute, let's face it, Mo's not coming out, right? When we substitute Gakpo, and Gakpo rarely goes the full 90, so he's gonna come out. I think it's gonna be a huge tell who comes in. Who comes in? Is it Kesa who comes in? Something shifts, like it goes left or something? Or does Rio come in and kind of answer a lot of the questions we had like overnight?
I could see a world.
Make sure it's not fake.
Pulls out a wad of cash. This is a guy
you guys want from us? We're working over here.
This is the guy who wants to walk everywhere in New York. just pile of cash in his pocket. Cool, Gally. I think you see Gakpo go off, and I think you see Rio. Like that's what makes sense to me.
Yeah,
because we were talking about like you want them to get 20, 30 minutes regularly. This is a great opportunity when you got a game on Friday for Cody to get a little rest. You're going to want Cody on Friday.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So I think that, to me, that's what makes sense.
But I agree. I think, Chris says the same thing. I think we do see Rio. But we had that conversation a lot, us with, like, people joining and stuff. To me, that's a huge tell in terms of, Michael might be getting his way. By the way, Angie came in over here. We might run out of shirts pretty soon. Except the one with our mugs on it.
It's a good problem.
Easy.
Yeah. The guy that came back from the shirt literally comes up and is like, I'm not lying about this. I sent the link to all my names.
I think Gally's really peaky now. We moved him into the sales department.
Just gotta get me. See, if my boss knew this, he would just make me stay up for 20 hours at a time and then just drop me in a conference.
Or like put a keg next to your desk.
You got it, man. You're in Vegas.
Yeah.
Because I see
see how you sell.
Okay, let's do an update real quick. Meanwhile, as they're selling shirts like crazy, we got sold at 865, and we have 2 hours left. So hoping we're at 1,006 over there. So I am really hoping we do at least a couple more $100 before we leave over here. So we do combine $2,000 with those two. I know the silent auction is going to go for like another week or so, but afterwards. I mean, the GoFundMe is going to go as well. The GoFundMe is going to keep going. But while we're live, we want to make sure the word is out there. Everybody knows about it, and everybody sees it like accumulating. I think that's what really like helps a fundraiser when people see others shipping in and they kind of like match it or whatever the case might be. But what I like is, you know, when you go to the GoFundMe and you can look at the bids, there's $100, there's $10.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You know, they all add up at the end. So whatever you can do, send the GoFundMe's way if you can.
The shirts are really taking off now.
Yes.
We're shirts are flying out of here.
Again, Brandon Chase is all I gotta say. And the funny thing is, you can tell I should not be. This is why we need like Mateusz over here, where because I think it will sell because they're not gonna have options.
How long do you think we could get Mateusz to just stand there like a mannequin?
What?
How long do you think we could get Mateusz to stand there like a mannequin?
We should actually. He should be wearing them that we post on the thing.
We're really missing. I feel like we're really missing a marketing like opportunity, Mateusz.
Nasifu says yes. We are watching the game. Oh, I know what's going on there. It's halftime right now, so we're there's like huge music going on in the background in the pub. We are live at Carragher's, by the way, in New York City. I don't know if they'll make this mistake again. So live it up while we can over here, but
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we haven't destroyed anything.
Nope.
Right? We haven't harassed the staff except Gally. So that's 1/3 of us. So that should be expected.
Yep.
I feel like much to complain about.
It feels like, you know, when we do this, it's like the J curve, like in retail, where you go down and you drop down and you go up, and then you come back down. I feel like we peaked again and we're coming back down the hill. You know?
Yes.
Down the final stretch.
Yeah, I mean,
starts to get easier. The game's going.
This is why I like this time of year, doing this on the last game.
Yeah.
And since we're gonna win the title all the time, it will be like the next Charity Shield game. But you know, like it's this and 2 hours helps, and then obviously we'll talk about the game. We'll wrap everything up with everybody, give our thanks and stuff like that. So, there we go. Kevin throwing out the Turkish over there. Man, ChatGPT is hard at work at Kevin. In New Zealand. New Zealand, ChatGPT is working hard, man. Sankarar, right after Bickley talked about me being a mannequin, bad sign. You're going to be a mannequin. But hopefully you're not going to charge us. We're going to have you model the shirts for next year. We're going to put up big billboards of you wearing the shirts and stuff. So.
What?
Yeah,
wow.
This is going good.
Yeah.
This was a good move.
I apologize to Oscar now. Imagine if we did this and it was like a Premier League match.
Oh, yeah.
We waited for
Yeah.
someone who did it for like the first or second. We did this the day of the Arsenal match.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask you, I mean, we have a bunch of people in the chat, right? I mean, we don't want to do another 24-hour one. And I don't want to put it like that. I don't think we can handle it. It's kind of hard to schedule because obviously the full day and stuff. But we do enjoy doing these because it's more rewarding. We want to kind of use our powers for the good kind of a deal. I think we had a couple of good ideas in terms of like the LFC Foundation and the Hillsborough and stuff like that in terms of like places we can work with to donate. But I do want to hear from people in terms of like what kind of a fundraiser they would like to see. Because I do really like, I mean, I think I speak for all of us. This is kind of like, this is what makes it fun, really. It's like seeing this, the interaction and stuff like that. I mean, they get to hear of us. That's an additional bonus, I guess. But I just like seeing the numbers total up over there, knowing we're going to beat last year. That's all I care about, really. So,
no, I mean, I think the thing is, obviously, we give back to a good cause, which feels good. But I think the main thing, too, while we're doing it is not only are we generally having a good time, but I feel like the thing that I like is we make some really unique connections. Like
Yes.
people that like have been doing this for a long time or have very unique stories in terms of how they found the club, have very unique stories about how they're affiliated with the club.
Yeah.
Business owners, people that have like been in Liverpool marketing, like we make some just very, very interesting connections across the board when we do these things.
Honestly, I've always been afraid to do it. We talked about doing it before, but some of the conversations we had today, like, tells me to maybe like more like call-ins and stuff like that. But that's always risky business. I mean, anybody who showed up today, either like we talked to Michael over here to see if they knew about them, they knew of them and stuff like that. So we don't. I like, participating on some like call-ins just to support the channel myself because they're like a small channel with like us and stuff like that. You do get some like obnoxious people just joining and thinking they're funny and saying stupid stuff and all that. So there's always that risk. So it's kind of like a thing to watch it. Really, I mean, I didn't even think about that actually. Really, because that's one of his biggest. Well, that's when he first kind of like, I don't know, like rises to fame, I guess. But as a general, obviously Gallipoli, as I think like they say in English, was a huge thing. And the second half as starting over here.
Back underway, Liverpool, and then you change kit. Blue and red stripes of Crystal Palace. South London.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Ryan. I just did not know when we first did the 24 hours, because that's what these bozos thought. We were just gonna do like, oh, you do 8, I do 8. I was like, no, that's not it. We gotta do 24.
Nobody actually said that out loud. Just so you know. No one was like, no. We were like, are we gonna do it where like we take an hour or two off so we can take a shower, so we can like shave the face,
man.
so we can, you know what I mean? It was more like, are we gonna go be able to eat, like basically just freshen up? And you were like, no. And to my song that I was singing earlier, yeah, you are a dictator, and you are our dictator.
Oh man, that's a corner, isn't it? I know. I feel like, would it still have the same appeal because it's not as challenging? And I guess it doesn't really matter as long as you guys think it would still like raise funds. I mean, we're not trying to kill ourselves either, but I always felt, it's being challenging is what would make it.
Nah, I think part of it is the camaraderie we get. I think the people come back. I mean, how many people did we have that literally came 4 different times over a 24-hour period and spent like a good hour, 2 hours in the chat with us? I mean, we had people waking up in the middle of the night and sending us messages like, I'm going to the bathroom. I can't believe you guys are still doing this. What's wrong with you? The bartender said, the first thing I thought of when I got up this morning is, I wonder how those guys made it last night. And I said to myself, we made it because of you. Because she was the one who made sure that they rewashed the coffee container so they could give us a full vat and set us up all night long. So we had allies internally here, like rooting for us. My buddy from late night last night that we were talking, he came right over as soon as he got here this morning, waving to me, giving me a fist pump. I kind of feel like I'm an extension of staff, so I kind of feel like I should get one of those shirts.
They've been like great for us, that's for sure.
They are putting.
Tell you that overlap over Mo
and
is scary for a left back.
And they're putting together a good little partnership quick.
Yeah. And this one. Nice job, Mo. Nice
I
job.
got this feeling we are going to hear flow to Mo.
What?
We're going to hear goal Liverpool, flow to Mo.
Yeah, a lot.
Flomo will be trending at some point very soon.
Awesome, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Anybody watching us, if you guys want to be involved on the channel, we're looking to add like more content, obviously growing the channel and stuff like that. And it all's done by like volunteer work and things like this that we do. So yeah, if you want to join the channel, by all means. I mean, there's a lot of people that we should mention.
Oh my God, that's such a good cross.
That's, there's a lot of people like behind the scenes that help. Oh, sniper. Oh, that did not look good. I think he's Maybe it's just his feelings are hurt.
Put that away. Thought for a second there, Gakpo was going to put away his card.
But yeah, going back to that, I mean, I do want to say like there's a lot of people involved behind the scenes that make it happen, including Angie over here, who is just like caught in the crossfire of the website.
She's the patron saint of our team, for sure. For sure. They're like, get the fuck out of the way.
Hey, by the way, we have a Travis update. He's alive after drinking that, so that's good.
Oh, that's good. He did send us a message earlier today on one of the channels. Maybe it was our Facebook page or something. And he basically like thanked us for coming on. What a good time it was. We're all welcome to Portland anytime. And I thought to myself, is he telling the truth? That's really what was going through my head. Are you telling the truth?
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you. Those are free. Take as many as you want. So, give you the spiel. We're coming this way. It's too many steps the other way.
Man, we almost
energy.
we almost got the sales pitch live on the podcast for everybody who hadn't heard it like 25 times. Oh my God. Allie just giving me a heart attack over here.
This is what I like about him, dude. For a dude, we were talking about last night. I can't remember if it was with Anthony or I don't know if it was with. I mean, he's been like we were talking about Thiago. It's one thing to have like a low center of gravity and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
I think he knows very well to protect his small body. It's Layla, like almost like watching our little Layla is doing the some of the
Almost
stuff
like he knows how to get hit. Almost like he knows how to get hit type deal.
Yeah.
So
that's a good ball.
It is a good ball.
I'm kind of liking that connection over there too, man. A lot to like in this game. I would like it even more if we got the third goal. And
None of the new lads believe in shin pads. Notice that?
Really?
Oh yeah, they all got the itty bitty Jack Grealish baby, the baby shin
low
pads.
socket.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good idea.
Damn, man.
Gotta get your head over the ball.
Beautiful little balls around the corner that he plays.
That's fierce, by the way. What a ball that is. Is that Gabe who blocked it?
So it's not an easy finish.
Help me, help you.
Yeah. You should do that on this side.
His link-up play, his understanding of where his teammates are. When that ball's coming into his feet, even with the centre half tight on him, he's three or four of these clever little flicks around the corner that's really got Liverpool on the front foot. And I think he's shown, John, that there's going to be a lot more to take these games than just scoring goals.
Let's see. Pass around. Do you think Kirkez and Frimpong on the same scale crack 300?
Say that again?
Do you think Frimpong and Kirkez standing on the same scale crack 300? Because they both look tiny when they're out there.
But honestly, Kirkes looks...
Yeah, he's kind of stocky.
Like he's hanging up at the big boys.
Kirkes
like
looks,
he works out with the football team.
Kirkes looks like a Lego to me.
We're not getting any calls today, man.
Walton.
Hey, you know what? We talked a lot about him dropping back and stuff
he's
like
been
that.
doing better.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the right spots.
Yes. Oh, that is nice. That is nice. And that is nice. Holy cow, are you serious? Oh, this is what I'm afraid of. Sometimes we're going to pass with the death, man.
Yeah, we're going to do
was smooth, though.
the Wenger Arsenal where you just pass it. Yeah.
Yeah, Bill says Kanata on a yellow shows we need another center back. It's coming after this game. I mean, we've been talking about it all night. I feel like tomorrow you're gonna wake up to Gahey news, if not tonight.
Yep.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Sadie's dad had a picture taken this morning with John Barnes at Wembley. And she texted back.
You okay?
Make sure he knows I had the Barnes Benedict on the menu.
Ah, nice. Nice.
Yeah, you're not getting that, dude.
Yeah.
You are
No
not
way.
getting that.
People are actually what's happening?
Please go. Go. There you go.
This was more about just kind of falling over a little bit.
Oh, dude. Yeah, you just.
There was no attempt to go and talk.
It was his crazy idea. I should have hit it from our homes, and that sounded.
There was no complaints from Izzy.
Let's take it a step further.
Yeah, he went down a little too easy.
It's
on that
a discovery one. You know,
Yeah.
you like go down, you see what's gonna. You're like, let's see what we get. I will say, as a former striker, if I felt contact of any sort,
Hey, I did that as a freaking center.
Yeah.
I just protect the ball, wait for somebody to touch you. Oh, that is great, dude. Yeah. Ah. That's good, man. Seeing Vers, I mean, this was like some of the concerns when like,
yeah.
So what's I pushed up, but Vers is back there like defending. That is nice.
you can see, you can almost see what this is going to look like in 2 months. Do you know what I mean? And then it's going to be scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Gally keeps telling people like we made these shirts like there's like a couple of like we have like a sweatshop at
Yeah.
home.
You got a shop in their basement filled with
Little kids
filled
working.
with small people.
Brian says Sobo better adapt. I think he's been fine.
Yeah.
I think he's been fine. It's a little harsh
I
because
don't-
he's playing out of. I mean, he's not playing out of position, but he's done a lot of the hard work.
Oh wow, that was brilliant from Jones. I don't think we've had anybody that's had a poor performance.
No, I mean we kind of said Curtis, and it wasn't poor. It was more, invisible. They're getting every call, man. Like they're getting gold like Tiki.
Hugo just absolutely leveled. Yes.
Nope.
Crystal Palace. She's happily okay. Gahey. And the flip.
Oh,
I thought that was
he
him.
off?
To score.
When he flipped it, like, was he off?
Yeah.
But either way, that's way too close. You know what the thing is? Like, these crosses are coming in too easy. Like, it's wide open.
Well, yeah,
there.
nobody stepped out on it. Look at this. There's just all day to get
He's
that in.
off. He's off.
That was a really nicely floated ball in there, nice and flat, a little bit of pace on it.
Nice cross by Gahey. It was Gahey.
What?
That was Gahey with the cross.
Help me help you.
Get in the car.
We get a seat open.
I got candy.
Go sit next to Konate.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Oh, there we go.
Number 83,000.
There.
Yes, Ekatika.
I really like Egatika's interplay, man. Like one thing we didn't see a lot of, obviously, because we haven't seen a lot of him, but
Okay, yeah. So let's talk about this. When we started this thing, when we talked about who we wanted to really see, it was Hugo, Frimpong, and by proxy Florian,
Yeah.
right? I mean, how we feel? Like, I think that I'm
Can't be
trying.
disappointed with any.
Listen, dude. Like, I'm trying not to buy. I want to pump the brakes on the Florian hype train just because it feels scary to get that invested this early.
Yes,
he's so clearly at another level. He's so clearly at another level, and it doesn't look his age.
No.
Yeah.
This is my only concern, by the way, with all this right now. That one thing we haven't seen from like Mamardashvili, is he gonna do this? Because I'm telling you, if Ali is not Ali, a lot of those are like 1v1s over there. His like where he expects the ball and where he
How
waits.
is he on the shot stopper when he's 1v1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But him coming out those long balls than before, it becomes a 1v1.
Listen, it's almost unfair because I think you could make the argument that Allison is the best 1v1 keeper in the world.
True.
Like, there's so many games last year that we didn't drop points because he had just an incredible save.
I think, we were talking about like Mignolet waiting in his line and stuff like that. I think, like him almost waiting.
Who have you been
too far up?
Who have you been most like surprised by?
And then it's Eze who has a crack, and it's going to be another corner kick.
Yeah, this is kind of like building pressure here. So, prediction: if it is 2-2 today, Palaceman. Why would you put that out in the universe, man? Don't even put that out in the universe. Cersei says, "Can't believe we actually signed Verse," and I think that's yeah, just like watching him, you're like, wow.
I think I've been most surprised by Hugo.
Yes.
Just I just, it's crazy to me how
Richard.
This I worry about. If I find something to worry about, people. I actually was worried about this before, but I figured, we never had the starting 11, but set pieces worry.
I think the thing with Ekiteke is like he's a slippery customer.
Yeah,
I didn't know that he had that kind of like sleight of hand when he played.
Yeah, the interplay, it's weird sometimes. He looks like he didn't control the ball, but he still gets the ball to where it's
He's
gonna
a
go,
big
like
player.
awkward,
He's
weird.
a big player doing small player things.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And we did. I mean, like I say, we saw some of the stuff on like YouTube and stuff like that, but it's different watching it during a match happening over and over again.
Yeah, I was thinking more about setting issues defensively rather than.
Come on.
That's a bad.
Palace have got some numbers here. One of them is Eze. And a better Eze brings a smart stop from Allison.
That's the second time he's done this, by the way. Like that's. But you know what though? That's a pass attacking midfielder makes.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say, like, I've been pretty high relatively on the idea that Dom is not necessarily going to lose his spot in the starting 11. He's going to if he does stuff like that regularly.
But I feel like that's like an adjustment you make, right? Defensive midfielder probably shouldn't take that risk to split those guys over there. But an attacking, if Wirtz does that where he's at right now, you can kind of get away with that. But it's different when you're kind of like building play and trying to split three guys. Help me, help.
Still road end on tour. They don't have to travel very far.
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
What did we do?
Mickey and Minnie.
In
the house.
Yeah. That's
because we started talking about Disney. Yeah.
a great story. Except for the fact you guys couldn't come up with an L shape.
My selection for a Disney character didn't qualify because it was a voice actor.
Does he think they're actual characters and like they actually talk? Like, aren't they all? I mean, genies was Robin Williams, rest in peace. Did he think that was an actual genie?
It's a fair point. I guess just because it's not an animated character, I felt like it was a different category. Listen, this could go off the rails. We've been on for a long time.
Cool.
Let's see.
Kevin says I'm running a song for Cersei. I wouldn't, unless it's put like pineapples on pizza or something. Watch the chair there, man.
Yeah. Great. Somehow I got through 20-something hours of standing and broke my foot in the last 15 minutes. Christ.
So we're not getting any of these small tic-tac calls, and they are getting all of them. I don't know how. Veers literally stopped thinking he's gonna get the whistle for being yanked, but
Here comes an outside of the footer.
No.
Shelton says
Liverpool
no.
people
That's
across
not.
the whole country just scream no.
By the way, we're at 65, no subs still. Waiting for the water break.
Maybe he wants to push him a little, get to 70 minutes.
Ah, that's true too. That's a good point. There we go. Elliot is like, "Can I leave?" I want to see this, man. If he's not coming on for Veers, I really want to see these two guys on the pitch at the same time.
McAllister and Soboslai?
Yeah. No, McAllister and Veers.
Oh, Veers, yes.
I don't know. I mean, did we see it at all in preseason?
I don't think we did. I don't think we saw it
Because
once.
he played with the first team in the Bilbao game.
He did get more than 60 minutes. He got 60 minutes in one of the matches. He got more than 45, so I don't know if he had a few minutes, the first 15 minutes with Wirtz.
Who, McAllister?
Yeah.
No, because I think that was the
Or
first
Wirtz
game
played-
of the Bilbao
That's
one.
right. Wirtz played one of the games, and McAllister played the other.
We just got a call.
Hey, we got a call. Yeah. Yay. Well,
Was that Endo?
kiss the next 25 minutes goodbye now.
Was it Endo and McAllister warming up? Like there were two guys stripping down.
I didn't see who the second guy was.
That's a great ball by Konate, by the way. Oh, that's not good. But he's been quiet, actually, right?
Yeah, Mo has had a quiet
Yeah.
game.
Saving it for Friday. I will say, I know
Kevin,
you
you're
get-
just gonna use AI, man. I can already tell because you're asking style and stuff. I'm an expert. I have actually the game, the song on here. I can play it for you guys if you want.
No, we don't need that. We're trying to increase subscribers. I'm out there trying to sell this to people. Like, check it out online. You're in here trying to get people to leave.
Now Richards to the quad.
Oh, that James Milner jersey, man. That's another good one. That's just got another high bid. So we are up to 1,050 now in the silent auction, which is awesome.
Mitchell.
I know quite a few people that bought the t-shirt said they really can't wait to check out the silent auction items because they were already all in. They're like, you have these two items on the silent auction? I'm like, we got more than this. And then the guy's like, what about hats? I'm like, yep, there's all kinds of stuff in there. Bid it
Yeah,
up.
there's some good stuff in there.
Yeah.
There's a variety of stuff in there. That's nice. Oh,
It's actually a good reading of that play by Gahey. Like, that's what he does well. He gets in good positions. He's not a big guy. He's not huge in the air, but he defends.
let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh! Wasteful finish. That's the cue for another hydration break.
I think we see the subs now.
Probably the easiest thing he's had to do all day, too. Let's put that on frame.
That's going to be a goal.
You just got to put it on frame.
I don't think he knew how much time he had. It is Endo. Konate coming up?
Or he's taking off Soboslai and Jones.
Soboslai makes sense to me.
both of them going to start then. If Soboslai and Jones come off here, they're your starting midfield.
Might be. You think maybe he's taking Konate out?
I hope
Because of the yellow?
Oh, I didn't see the yellow. I was out there talking to those
Oh,
guys.
that's when you were selling, baby.
Probably.
Selling something we don't know what. But
I think you're right. But I think that's the problem. It's like Endo is now your legitimate number 3. You can't have that. You can't have Endo as your number 3 center back.
Well, you probably can't keep playing. You probably can't keep playing more minutes with
Kevin-
Konate when you only have 2 and the third one's injured. So you know what I mean. You do it
Yeah.
here because it's the right decision at this point. But you got to go get Gahey. this
Yeah.
week.
Well,
You
that's what I'm
gotta
just
get
saying.
it
You
done.
can't go into the season with that, being your situation.
by the way, Kevin is musician. Kevin, we have to get in touch and make something happen. We need a jingle, and I need songs to annoy these guys, so we can get a lot done. So we can put our powers together and get a lot done.
Kevin, you're one of my favorites in the whole entire chat. You're one of my favorite people that come to the channel. You start helping him with songs. I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, it was a super finish, it was a super tongue. And then a little rash from Van Dijk. He doesn't think it's a penalty. It's not the worst challenge, but there is contact.
Good
McKenna
penalty.
steps up.
Yeah, it's a penalty.
He,
That's a good
dispatches
penalty.
it with some aplomb. And then this is the goal that separates the side at the moment. And maybe after you say it, I don't know. But he scooped it over Dean Henderson. It surprised us all. And somehow nestled.
Finally, somebody's hitting the gritty, as the kids say.
Yep.
TK.
Yeah, what a first kind of like rollout.
So they're moving Verts up and keeping Jones, McAllister, and so. Oh no. Okay.
Oh,
This will be interesting.
Sent on.
Good, because I was telling him if we take all of them back, we're not going to be happy.
I wonder who goes central here.
Ekitike is up?
Yeah.
TK and
So who basically Veers pushes up?
Well, that's the assumption, but what if they move Gakpo central?
Something we may see from Liverpool this season.
Or Mo central?
Have one.
Soboslai.
There you go. That's good. That's good.
fucking hat. I hate him in the goddamn hat. I really do. He's like the
He's
only
one of the few who wears the hat, actually.
What do we say defensively?
He looks like a FedEx delivery guy.
I always feel like the hat is just an excuse for like he basically went to the coach and was like, if I was wearing my hat, I wouldn't have gave up that goal to Frimpong. I lost it for a second. Annoying.
I think
Can't
Andy
stand
Slot is looking at somebody that can get a little closer to Eze when Palace have possession. And obviously, you know, Endo is more defensively minded.
Man.
A new player for Crystal Palace very shortly.
So Frimpong is not going to get any calls. Free for all.
I don't like that he's down either.
That's not good. A casualty. Frimpong is down.
That's a shin. Hopefully
That's why
that's
we're
just
Shingar's
a.
kids.
Hopefully that's just the. Hopefully that's just a. I need bigger shin
He got
pads.
kicked. He got kicked bad.
That's the one which is on player at call. Come back. Endo was, I think.
Yeah, he's at it.
Oh.
No,
Oh,
freaking yeah.
that's a-
It's not his freaking own players. Keep saying, I don't understand. Like, don't they watch the same game? How is that possible?
Does he see him late? Is he blocked by Endo? Because
No, that's like Crystal Palace.
I was gonna be like,
it's a Crystal
that's okay,
Palace
Galley's Italian.
cleat to the shin.
we might have to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, you know, he was making the challenge on Endo and he got caught in the crossfire, but he certainly paid the penalty for it.
That's not good.
He's not. I don't think he can stay on moving like that.
What?
I don't think he can stay on. He's not moving well at all.
At least it's like a contact injury kind of thing, you know?
Run it off.
Yeah. I mean, what would you do? Put an endo over there?
We talked about Curtis Jones.
He's out, isn't he?
Well, he's out, but I'm talking. I guess I'm thinking Friday.
I like right now.
I'm thinking Friday.
He's running. Slow for a Frimpong pace, but he's running.
Mitchell.
Football shirts are what they call a satin option. So those,
Let's see.
there's a website that says satin option.
Hughes.
And for about a week, it's going to go. People can bid on it.
You know, Palace is not comfortable doing this, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, for sure.
They would rather not.
Friendly last week against Augsburg. Probably 6 weeks.
Monday. So if you were to win one of them, you bid on something, any of the items on the website, if it's one of the
Sure, further between for Liverpool.
they're at the foundation,
Defenders.
so they would just send
Available at the moment, Conor Bradley and Joe Gomez because of injuries.
everything on the auction is in already over there right now. So keep that if you want, and if you did want a shirt, you're welcome to grab one. If not, use that $25 and get up on all these classes. However you want to do it. Yeah, we're having fun. We're ready for sleep. None of us are slept. Are you enjoying New York? Have you been here before? Yes.
Galley's now starting to sound like guys who sell like tours, like the bus tours.
Yeah. I don't know what this formation is. Sometimes I don't know what this formation is. Sometimes it looks like there's two up top.
Yes.
It looks like Gakpo and Salah, which makes sense.
It does almost look like 1-2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I think that's kind of like a false nine thing. We probably would say that with
Two, but I've
Pablo.
seen Soboslai up as the one, and I've also seen.
We're not getting.
Start going through.
We're not getting any of these, and that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Crystal Palace have found an answer. And have found a second equaliser.
I know. Got to see it again, but
That dude
it's just
loves
been the
to
whole
score
game
against
that
us.
they haven't got any of these calls.
That dude loves to score against us. I feel like we had problems when he was at Wolves. Same guy, right?
Yeah.
At Wolves.
It was a bit of physical contact, but there was no free kick in it.
Watford.
And also, something to mention in the first half.
It was Watford, wasn't it?
Watford, that's right.
Watford, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Watford.
No, he's gone down. There's no foul. There's no foul there. He was looking for it. And then there's that space again. I talked about Kirkev's position. Look at the gap between Van Dijk and
Frimpong
Kirk.
pulls a
Van Dijk
trap
steps out. I don't know why he steps out. That allows this huge gap for Ismaili Sarr. And I thought actually taking it a little bit close to Alisson, who was bearing down on, but he just got there in time. It's a brilliant finish. An absolutely brilliant finish. But this is a back line for Liverpool that's a work in progress, and we are seeing that at times today.
Is that same side? The left side?
To be fair, though, Frimpong is messing up the line over there. If you go look at like he's messing up the line over there.
High spot for scoring twice against Liverpool in a 3-0 win back in 2020. Liverpool undressed there defensively.
Yeah.
In the wake of that
Yeah.
equalising goal, here comes Borna Sosa, their Croatian left back, signed from Ajax for $4 million.
You know, he's such a good leader, Virgil van Dijk. But every now and again, he just makes these sort of decisions that so against the grain of how he normally plays. I don't know what he saw there in terms of stepping out. because
Tell you
the
what,
danger
Manates.
was being left.
Oh, that's bad.
He should have known that.
Is it? That's it towards Saar. They're picking the handball. Only a corner given at this stage.
We talked about how they could get back in it, and it's the balls in behind, it's the crosses, it's the front three. No, there's no handball there.
What?
And they are a threat with this. I mean, Matej
Oh.
big and physical, Ezzy skillful, sharp, quick.
That does hit his hand.
So this front three for Palace, they're a
I didn't see it. I don't think it does.
That might be the back of his other hand, but
I don't
know
think
that-
so. Oh, there's what they thought.
I mean, we're almost there. I don't think you get a penalty for that. I'm sorry, but he's absolutely no intent or idea that that ball's going to hit his arm.
We wait as the VAR check unfolds.
Well,
they're already in preseason form.
Yeah,
so-
if they call it to the monitor, you're in trouble.
It's in as natural a position as you can be with your back to something running.
There could be no doubt it hits his arm. The question is,
It is a hand.
Anytime you make yourself
Get away
bigger
with it.
like that, though, and your hands above your elbow,
I'm okay with it.
Corner.
If that's
I'm
going to be a
surprised.
handball, him trying to get back in to defend, and it just sort of inability.
I think you got a little lucky there.
Yeah, I
Makes
mean,
up for the pen.
Yeah, we might have got that was a 50-50. So
Yeah.
that's where he's going at this point.
Yeah.
To be taken by corner Sosa. 7 picks for Croatia. It's away by Van Dijk. That was Hughes. And again,
Oh.
Hughes.
Nah, that's a huge tackle right there. Milner style.
He does look like James Milner if he decided to look like Eminem in like the late 90s.
Or you just left him in a cooler too long.
All right, Harvey.
There's no recourse to extra time if this finishes level. It will be settled on penalties.
Hey, we got a call.
So a colleague talking to that Elip before the game, sort of befriending the stars, as you say. Never get anybody to talk to them.
It's another club that
That might be.
could build a good chunk of their offense around Harvey Elliott if someone like Eze were to leave.
Yeah.
It would
Yeah.
be a good fit for him.
Deep within.
Probably live back in whatever flat he used to or hang out with his people in London. Like it would be a good little area for him. Probably a better move than West Ham.
Answer the question of the cabinet.
And,
only temporarily.
Taking some silly risks.
Yeah.
So much.
It's a good overlap.
That's a good ball.
Oh,
Man, that was
Great
right
ball.
at him.
Great ball.
That is what you're looking for from
Yeah.
Kirkes right there.
Yeah, it's a good overlap.
Oh, that's right at him, but it was a goal.
I got a feeling if he still had the mullet, that ball would have been about 3.5 inches quicker or 3.5 inches later.
If he has a mullet, Mo scores that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just so he can run over and celebrate with him. Oh, I so wanted that to go in.
Huh.
I wanted that to go in for a couple reasons, none of which, or most of which are, I'm not sure I have penalties in me.
Oh, I know.
Like,
I know.
I'd rather just like, hopefully, like these people just get.
Oh my God! How many times are we gonna do this?
Why is Virg not stepping up into that? What he not? Why is Virg? Why is Virg running alongside of him?
I know people have said like Virg looks like he's actually doing preseason at like 60 to 70%.
But he's still look. He's just casually strolling. Like
yes, he's just walking. He just looked like Trent looked like against United
Yeah.
last year in January.
Yeah.
You can't do that with these.
this palace front three. We were talking about it.
Here's the good thing about pens. It takes us to 1 o'clock.
They hold on.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
They are going to get palace eyes, a lot of teams, a lot of problems this year.
Well, there's one thing is true. Arne Slot does not worry one bit about the level of fitness Dominic Soboslai has at this moment, because he's having him play 90 minutes in a match and then start on Friday without without one to maybe two of his best deep line.
Elliot? Oh, Robbo.
Andy Robertson.
Gakpo 90 minutes.
Also given a late run out in place of Milos Kerkez.
Be nice if they took Gehe out, so that's what we were going to buy him.
Yeah. And it's Jefferson Lerma for Adam Wharton for Crystal Palace.
Nah, we just want to make sure they can go out there and miss his penalty. Wearing the captain's armband, it would be so great. Imagine if he just turned around and just looked at Glasner and just rolled the ball forward. Even Isak wouldn't do that shit.
Oh, no.
That's probably because he'd be afraid Jason Tyndale would fucking chase him down the pitch and kill him. As Eddie Howe did this.
Yeah. Poor
Brian
Eddie.
Shelton. Brian Shelton, don't get triggered just because I said Eddie Howe.
I do feel bad for Eddie Howe.
Oh, everyone should. I did find it great that we talked to Brian Shelton for 30 minutes. We talked about Isak, and we never once brought up Eddie Howe, because I knew if it did, it would just start a rift between me and him.
Yeah, that's why I avoided that with as carefully as possible.
I feel like I missed an opportunity to cause issues.
Yeah, it was like 5:36 in the morning.
Yeah.
Or 7, whatever time you came.
It really
all
was.
blurred together once everyone came. And I do want to thank all of our contributors, because they actually took us through 30-minute chunks of the toughest time of the whole day.
I think people that tune in and like follow this thing don't realize how much that helps us get through it.
Oh, yeah. You just give us something to talk about, even if we have to talk about something we've already talked about. Because we don't know if you were,
like
dumb
we would
enough
have
to be
never,
awake.
we would have never known how much they wanted us to dive into like Fofana and Costas, like
especially Fofana. Yeah.
You guys do know if that shit happens, I'm learning how to change all my clothes in a bar. And by learning, I'm just taking them all off and running around the damn thing.
Well, start with just your passcode on your phone, and then we'll work our way there.
That's a hard enough thing. Thank you very much.
Wait till you get home and you be like, "Hey, Paul, maybe put set a passcode on my phone."
The best part's
like
Kelly's
every other functioning adult on the planet.
And the first thing Kelly's gonna say is, "So it was blah 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 blah," and I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, fuck, it is that, isn't it?" She's like, "It probably shouldn't be if I know it." He's playing keepy ups. You know he wants this goal now.
Oh, that's a handball. Handball. I guess it's down by his side though. Probably not going to get it.
He's getting his one yellow.
That's a good foul.
He got the one yellow of the season out of the way. Other than the 3 against United for taking his shirt
taking
off.
the shirt off, red yellows.
He has like 11 yellow cards in his playing time at Liverpool, and 8 are for taking his shirt off. And 1's for dissent.
Yeah.
That sounds exactly like my disciplinary record at work.
And I think he has a dive as well.
What, me taking my shirt off here is highly frowned upon?
Yeah.
What are we?
Slip of it to Hughes.
Nice work there.
That's good work by Harvey to make up for his mistake.
Yep.
He's called out of the ball's path by Munoz.
He's a good player, that Munoz. He's really good going forward. Decent defender. But he's absolutely one of those guys who's as good as he is because he's basically found his level.
My thing with Nunez is he's good, but like his final product, like, it's like the finish. He's just not there.
Yeah, he scores goals because he gets into opportunities, into space so many times, and because the play runs through him. A lot like Frimpong used to in a different way, but they force him to go forward. They make him an attacker with possession.
Speaking of Frimpong,
Oh, what a ball that was, man.
That was a crazy ball.
Have we made all 5 subs?
Robertson.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah. You do have to love it for them, though.
Crystal Palace, much more infrequent visitors to Wembley, and they're determined to enjoy every single second. They're the ones providing most of the noise and the colour and the atmosphere right now.
What are we gonna get? 5 minutes or something like that, bro?
We'll give it like 3.
Think so? The water break? Hold on, my God,
Oh, yeah, we'll get 5.
Well, the last 6 community shields have gone to penalty shootouts.
Dang, just go straight to pens.
With additional time to tag on.
That was crazy unnecessary.
That was unnecessary.
That was so unnecessary.
Now, Hughes, Richards.
That's not a thing with having Gakpo still out there, though. You can tell it's not the initial Gakpo.
Yeah, I don't know how many 90s we see Gakpo do this year.
Here comes Sosa.
This is so.
Yeah. Let's go.
And now it's Liverpool's turn.
Oh,
Come
what
on,
a
Mo.
pass.
Take him.
Here he really struggling.
Great. Gay's hurt now.
Relieved that the ball is out for a corner and he can get some treatment.
Here we go.
Or he just doesn't want to have to miss a penalty on purpose.
I guess.
I'm kidding.
Let's hope so.
Maybe it's a cramp. Don't look good.
Good position you want to get in the end require dead well just to see it out for a corner.
We should have our physios go take a look at it.
Both teams,
Help a guy out.
Both teams' physios run out, and the other Palace looks at him. They're like, we figured we'd just get the fucking medical done now.
We'll do the scans. Don't worry about it.
No wonder why they don't want to sell the player. They look like they're replacing him with a 13-year-old.
Harvey Elliott. McAllister and whacked by SuperStickers.
That's a pretty good shot.
That is.
That's good. That's good.
Moving towards you one time in it, that's tough to do.
Yeah, that's a good contact too, man.
Oh, boy.
And they're still playing. They insist.
Doesn't want to take pens?
Well, that just changed a whole lot of conversation we had.
Yeah.
You can
Well, that's a concern for Palace.
It's almost there.
Away from their opening Premier League fixture at Chelsea.
That was not what we were looking for, people.
For numbers. To lose one of those
Palace fans are like, he's crying. He must really be hurt. He's crying because he knows he has to wait till next summer to go to Liverpool now.
Hydration. Stop. Some of those Palace players.
Mark Gahey just walked off and clapped all 4 sides of the stadium.
By the way, I didn't want to skip this. Adriana is in action over here, so I did not want to skip that and miss out on the Chichango over there because I did miss it out on the comments. Thanks a lot, Adriana.
Thank you, Adriana, and thank you for joining us last night. Glad you got up.
Yeah, she's probably woke up cussing us out for
Yeah.
having to wait till 4 in the morning, but that's a different story.
Yeah. Like I said, I just envisioned she finally hit that exit button and just went straight back and just fell asleep. All right.
That's a great ball, man.
Yeah, it was a tough first touch, but then he made up for it.
Yep,
with
let's
that.
go, Robo. Oh, dude, that's a good ball.
Kind of happy.
That's a good ball.
He
In.
gets too close there. Henderson just clears him.
Yeah.
Cleans him out. So.
He lost their players, Andy Robertson, although last year just failed at the won the league. I mean, don't get me wrong, he wasn't the player that we know and had seen the previous years. It's just I mentioned it, Maroni got down that wing. He was unbelievable. Just a little glimpse of it there with that ball into the box.
Tell you, man, these little niggly injuries, they make you miss Joe fucking Gomez.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't be worried if for some reason Frimpong couldn't start on Friday. You're like, all right, we start Gomez and right back. Like, but you don't have them. Now you're just holding.
How
your
long?
breath. I mean, they keep saying it's a minor Achilles injury, but
That doesn't sound good.
Today, some of the little holes that have appeared that may not have in the past.
Hughes. SM. To Benny. There's some substitution.
Yeah, and sort of alone, I just think Palace continue to look a really, really solid side with a bit of flair and power and pace up front. And when you have that, then you're going to be a threat, and they have been today. Make no bones about it. Difficult chance for the youngster coming on. I think Alisson's always just got it covered.
So it finishes all square after 90 minutes and with no recourse to extra time. This game.
I'll be honest, especially the way things have gone, I'm glad there's no extra time on this thing. Just
yeah, for
take the
our
penalties
sake,
and
for
go.
our sake, I would have appreciated extra time, to be honest, just because it would have taken the 30 minutes, and then if it didn't end there, the Pens would have taken us straight to 1 o'clock.
Penalties will probably take like 20 minutes off the thing anyway. I just didn't want.
No, you're absolutely right.
With the game coming up Friday and stuff like that.
With the injury, the attrition, what they went through today. We were just talking when you were gone, like when you see Frimpong limping around and just it's where you realize like this is why not having a fit Joe Gomez for Friday, because like if Frimpong couldn't go Friday and Bradley's not ready, or if you're risking it, you just stick Frimpong on the bench and you start Joe Gomez because you feel comfortable with that. And now you're sitting here like, well, we're down to half a right back.
Earlier, somebody made that prediction 2-2 and 5-3 on penalties, and now Serzi's doubling down on it too. So while we wait for penalty kicks, I'll do a quick update over there because we did make a run over here. We are up to 1,050 now. We got like new names in the silent auction. I think some of these jerseys are finally getting the attention they deserve over here. But on the GoFundMe, we are at 865. Would really, really be awesome if we can get another 135 and finish at least at 1,000 over here. And we have 1 hour left. So go wake up a friend.
Now,
throw
are we,
that in.
Are we
Let's
leaving the
get to 1,000
GoFundMe
over here.
Tim, are we leaving the GoFundMe through the end of the week as well,
Yes.
along with both will stay through Friday night?
Friday nights, I think like the biggest goal is like let's reach 1,000 today on the GoFundMe.
Yep.
We're already well over 1,000 on the silent auction, and we had so many throughout the show with the super chats and stuff like that too. Not to mention all the
cash
shirts
box
and everything like
and
that.
the shirts.
So it's been great. beat Leicester. We
We're
will
gonna
beat
beat
Leicester.
Yeah, we will.
Hell yeah, we will. Thank you.
That's all Michael cared about. That's and that Nunez is gone.
Nunez is gone,
When I go down and do some studio after the game,
and he wants you to know why.
I'm going
In thorough detail.
What we thought about
That and he taught me that even I don't do the Pat McAfee lean as much as he does on the table, because he almost took this table to my lights. I thought at one point when Angie said, "Can we move the pool table?" and I literally looked and I was like, "It's on sliders, but not on wheels." And then I thought, if we just kept Mike on as long as he had, he might actually take the table to the wall for us. Big thank you to Mark. Mark shows up at 1 o'clock, waits till 2 to come on air, and then gives us 30 to 45 minutes of the most entertaining content we had all night. Mainly because nobody is more positive than he is. They would fight over who could get more shit in the glass. Like, this thing is not going to be half empty. It is going to over effing flow.
56 minutes, says Sergi. Make that 54 now, but that only means we have 54 minutes left to get this thing.
We got
to 1,000 over here.
$135. We got $135 we need to raise in the next 54 minutes. Can we raise that money? We challenge the group. How many of you?
What's that?
Go grab a friend.
$2. What is that? $3 a minute?
That is, I know that's too much math for hour 24, dude.
I mean, in 2025, that's less than a coffee a day, people.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Woohoo!
Yeah, because we're doing like also like cash donations on site as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean it's been great to be doing it over here at Carragher's with this crowd over here, everybody into it. And then we'll still have an opportunity, I'm sure, like once the show is over, to kind of like hit the floor, pass out the rest of the coasters and stuff like that
I
as well.
just got to make sure that I break this thing down, that I have to break down in enough time to not miss this freaking train.
Oh.
I looked, if I miss this train, I get home at 3 a.m.
We're going for another 24-hour, but Bickler, you can just join us.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going, right?
Yeah, Bickler knows where he's at.
Yeah.
Bickler knows what's up this year.
Wait, what?
Angie is sitting over there going, like, fuck you are. Great point. I'm proud of you for that.
You might have to do a fundraiser for another show tickets for Angie, but it's a different story.
Look at Angie, really finding her wings, Angie's fast.
Yeah, Broadway shows by herself, work in the New York City subway system by herself, multiple trains. She knows the ins and outs of the financial district.
She knows what
she owns it.
She knows what a 3.5 millimeter to a 1/4-inch jack adapter is now. Like, she's basically a roadie.
She basically was our roadie.
We'll have her do this technical setup next year. Now that she knows what it is.
Yeah, we're good now.
Yeah, shout out again to Chris for helping us with that, by the way. I know we managed to even then goof it up, but otherwise it would be really challenging. And from the feedback we've got in the sound, even now, really, I mean, this thing is like loud as like for it to be decent.
First of all,
from the
I'm
bars
shocked
there
that people are able to hear
Mo.
us.
Set up to get this shootout underway for Liverpool.
Come on, Mo.
And he's repeated the
That's 2 in a row, people.
Twice in 6 days. Penalties
Same way.
ballooned over the
I'm okay if Isak takes this from now on.
I'm not gonna make the argument I always make, which is if Alexi McAllister's on the pitch, I probably hand him the ball, and I might argue that Dominic Soboslai is the next best penalty taker at the club.
He skied the last one too.
Exact same thing.
Yeah.
Take the step up to second penalty. Palace is first.
Yeah, Matetta's good.
First Palace goal, and it was a nonchalantly taken penalty at the same end, by the way.
Didn't like that.
Who also
Didn't like the
on
body
his
language
CV
on that by
has a
Mo.
penalty against the post here in an FA Cup semi-final
He never
against Villa.
delays.
Bottom right. Bottom right.
Mateta and Palace lead.
Even when he knows he doesn't get there.
Matetta's a great PK
No, he
taker.
is.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, you can think of like a handful of Allison saves on penalties.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you almost want Simon Mignolet in there. Remember,
Yeah.
Simon, a good PK keeper.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's mainly because he couldn't catch a ball his life.
Me and you were better in the air. Like
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
like, remember he used to come out and just flap at it? Like no, he wasn't even close, dude. Like
mile away,
yeah.
swinging, hitting his own players,
just flapping around,
just taking out Dejan Lover and then blaming him.
McAllister trying to get Liverpool off the bar.
Let's do it, buddy. Don't make me look this stupid.
Yeah,
you probably will, but don't.
And Henderson goes a long way to his left to keep him out.
Oh,
that's a great save.
Palace with a significant advantage.
If he doesn't come off the line early, that's a class save. Didn't he do that? Didn't he save a penalty in the FA Cup final against Holland? Or no, against Marmoush, and everyone was mad. Why did Holland? Great save.
That's a good save.
Yeah. It's not a great penalty, but it's a good save.
Well, I think the problem with it is that like I feel like McAllister should have read that like the way he was going because he was leaning that way the whole time.
Player whose goal won the FA Cup here 85 days ago. Very Eze.
Left.
I said deserve it for that stupid fucking stutter step.
I hate that.
Love the player. Hate that rule. It shouldn't even be allowed. He leans backward before he kicks it. Right? He leans back. He's on the line. F yourself.
It's not a powerful shot at all. He's banking on the keeper moving. He does not. Then it becomes a
That's a good save.
It is a good save.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Vamos.
Next up for Liverpool, Tony Gatto. Not wasting any time at all.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Step up, strike, pick, hit.
Pick a spot and just put your laces through it.
Emphatic from the Dutchman. So this is
Sar.
This is penalty number
Another one
4.
takes good penalties.
Yeah. Number 3. All right, I'm heading to Oh, it's exciting.
And there's aching knees. It's going to be Ismail Sarr. Score in normal time. Score against Liverpool last season.
I hated the second goal they scored. It's so irritating.
Himself against the Reds.
Left.
Sarr with a stutter. They're confident they dispatched penalty into the corner.
Yeah.
There's definitely, I know the game has changed and the whole way it's played, but the way people take penalties, a lot of them has changed as well. You would never have seen this. I mean, the players are they're almost idling up to the ball.
You are speaking as a man with the experience of having had the.
That's where you wonder. Like, look, I'm not advocating changing the game, but you almost wonder if the PK spot's too close.
Yeah, I've
you know
seen
what I mean.
People talk about it
Because if you can do that, you're basically just saying, like, I'm gonna pick a spot, and you're not gonna get there.
Harvey Elliott may not be at Liverpool that much longer.
Here long enough to score this penalty.
Elliott and Henderson again.
Another poor one.
I'm afraid he's very talented player. He telegraphs that. I've talked about it. It's placed terrible.
That's a terrible penalty. Man, if Harvey goes, he deserves to go on a better note than that.
Yeah, we definitely need to just figure out a way to do this like post-match review. Maybe it's gonna be too loud to do like actual conversation probably, but like.
And now we're at the point potentially of no return, and it's Bruno Sosa on his debut for Crystal Palace to win it. And the chance goes begging.
Crazy.
Breed again.
Not really though. I mean, we got to score and save another.
Yeah. Come on. Come on, dude.
He got a bucket hat and one tooth. Like you decided to let all those teeth go, but keep that one.
The snaggle.
That was just to make sure there was a way to eat steak. Cut through the chip in the fish and chips.
You got dumb. It's dicey.
Unless he's wearing a Hungary shirt, then there's no worries.
Score this to keep Liverpool in it.
This got to go in just for the drama. Give me the drama.
Soboslai. No doubting that.
Give me
one.
Will Hughes.
Yeah.
If I'm going to lose, I want to lose to Will Hughes. I hate saying it like that, but let's be real.
Give me Frosty.
Yeah. Bring that little albino freak out for me. Come on now.
Yeah, fucking Henderson guessed right on that one, too.
Here we go.
It's not Frosty.
No. Oh, it's the kid.
Wow.
This
Interesting pick on the last two here.
Justin Devaney.
Come on,
This
Allie.
kid's really good, man.
21-year-old
They
signed
got
with
huge.
Onions in
They have
Scotland.
huge hopes. He went on loan last year.
13 Community Shield to go to penalties. The
Come on,
fifth in the
kid.
last 7 years.
Miss.
Palace already winners of the FA Cup.
I got a post.
And Devaney ensures more.
There it
than
is.
they saw.
On the roof of a net. I mean,
They become the first team
Mo Salah misses
to
a
win the
penalty.
Community Shield at the first time of asking
McAllister
since Nottingham
gets
Forest
a penalty saved.
47 years ago.
Harvey Elliott misses a penalty.
The Harvey one was a bad one.
Yeah, McAllister's wasn't great.
It wasn't great. It was a good save, though.
Eagles are soaring far higher.
Can't complain
And
after
they
I'm
have
asking
Nope.
for him to be put on
managed to fly the
pens,
ball.
and he's such a good penalty taker.
Yeah.
Huge credit to Dean Henderson for 2 penalty saves. And Oliver Glasner. So keep.
Yeah. Yep. All right.
We definitely have to talk over this one before
Yeah,
we get.
We got 40. How many minutes left? We got
punished over
33
here, but
43.
Well, that sucked.
Well, hey, that's not really a match, right?
The last 24 hours? Yeah, actually. Except for raising all the
Yeah.
money we raised, it kind of did. No, I'm just kidding.
Listen,
It was
what
great
did
doing this with
what
you
did I
guys.
say? If you lose this one, it's not a real match. I mean,
Right, it was just a friendly, and we were just trying new things. If you won it,
Yeah.
we were supposed to win it, so
Yeah.
we are damn good.
Yeah.
And we should be proud of this shit. I do like to see that it's not just my supporters clubs that empty out like this after a 2-hour plus match. They're like, all right, man, I've eaten a lot, I've drank a lot. Like, it's time to work my way to the exit quickly. Because they probably want to beat everybody to the train.
Yep. So, okay, let's get back to action over here now that the game is over, not in the best way over here. I mean, quick recap, obviously, we have 42 minutes left over here, and we do need, we still need 135 people. So we wasted 14 minutes over here. But yes, if you can get us help us get to 1,000, that would be freaking awesome because we only need $135 to get there. Silent auction is already well over 1,000, and obviously we've had like a bunch of like the donations over here too. But let's hit the game real quick before we kind of like do the countdown and give our thanks to everybody kind of like who helped us all day. What did we learn, Bickler?
Oh man, I think I learned that Hugo is much more ready for the Premier League than I thought he was. And I think he's like got a different part of his game I didn't know he had. Like he's very, like I think I said he's a big man doing small man things. Like I don't know that I knew that he had that sort of sleight of hand and sort of slipperiness that he seems to have. We also learned, I think what we already knew, that Florian Wirtz is just on another level. At the ripe old age, like in his early 20s, right?
22.
Yeah, it's just insane. And he seems to be very, very smart in terms of the way that he takes impact, which was one of my concerns with him being the size he is. I thought Frimpong looked really good. You know, I thought he had really good moments. I don't know, like we were talking about this. I don't think there was any really bad performances. I think you could say that Curtis Jones maybe wasn't as involved as you wanted him to be first half. I thought Soboslai had a couple of bad, giveaways in bad spots, but I also think that he's being asked to do different things and play a little differently.
For
So
as good as Soboslai has been all preseason, that was his worst performance yet.
yeah,
It
Probably,
wasn't
yeah.
terrible, but he's been so good. He's been so good so far. It's just hard for me to be like, yeah, that was great. You know, like, because it was his mediocre, and that's still, I think he's a step above everybody. I think he's the fittest of everyone in the entire side, outside of Mo Salah, but that's, Mo Salah's the fittest on the last day of the year. He's the fittest on the first day of the year. Like, he probably wins that Jurgen test every year if James Milner isn't at the club.
Yeah.
And James Milner trained every day all summer like he was mid-season peak form just to make sure he'd win that goddamn test every year.
The thing I didn't understand is, the thing that's, I guess, frustrating a little bit to me, especially when it comes to midfield, is, we talked about it at halftime about Szoboszlai, right? And I kind of made an excuse for him a little bit in terms of some of the balls he was turning over. It's more position and attacking one. But I'm kind of more disappointed that McAllister gave up the same balls away in the same spots over there. So it wasn't really that. But still, I think if they learned anything out of this, I would hope that they learned that when we dominate like that, we got to get multiple goals and not try to walk it in.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is something that will change over time or not. But at the end of the day, we kind of expected this. The substitutions were not really to win. It was more to rotate and get everybody minutes and stuff like that. But having seen this, who is the starting 11 on Friday? What's changing?
Oh man, I think that's the same. I'll go out on a limb and say same back four. I'll go out and say that, but it's weird though because you got Robbo. That it seems early for Robbo to see the starting 11 position on this side. I still think it's going to be same back four. I think in midfield, I gotta think that you're gonna probably see McAllister, Verts, and Gravenberch's not available, right? So
I think it's 50-50. I know you're going to come to me. I just think I'm right with Paul, except for I think there's a good chance Robertson still starts, and the reason he only gets 30 tonight is so he's fit. Now, I think that Kirkes starts at Newcastle a week from Monday, and it might be his job against Arsenal based on who plays better. But I think out of respect, playing Bournemouth, knowing the guy's playing his old team, and he's a little bit of a head guy who could go down to a rash tackle. He might get caught up in the emotional.
Yeah, because that's a factor, I guess.
The emotional experience. You're playing your old club. It's your first. And I think a guy like Kirkes could use 60 minutes to watch the speed and how the refs calling a game. You bring him in, and maybe he gets a worldie of a assist or a cross late, and it's just great. But I do think he starts against Newcastle because I think you want him when you're going up against Anthony Gordon. Or going up against Elanga and that pace. I think you want Kirkes in the steal. So I still think Robertson. I said it on the pod and I got killed. I forgot who it was telling me I was an idiot.
Gay looks fine.
Yeah. I thought it might have been cramp. But either way.
It's I'll see you guys next week.
It's like he's clapping off the Liverpool supporters.
Yeah.
But no, I think it all comes down to who is fit enough to start in the midfield. And if McAllister can give you 60 minutes, then I think there's a really, really good chance.
Do you guys think Gahey starts Friday?
As a sub? Yes.
The front three is not going to change, right?
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please check us out. You got
Thank
it,
you.
man. See you soon.
Yeah, that's the thing. The front three is spoken for. You will have Szoboszlai out there. You will have Viers out there. I think you have Jones out there.
Yeah,
I don't think you saw anything today from Mecca and it was okay, yes, he's ready for the 60.
Yeah.
If there is anything actually disappointing, I think it was that because I really thought, when he comes in, he will not make some of the mistakes that Szoboszlai is. Obviously, anytime we lose, it's going to be disappointing. We're not going to be happy
He's
with
also
it.
playing next to Endo, and I don't want to shit on Endo. But there were a couple times Endo had loose touches, and does that put more pressure on McAllister to not make the mistakes or maybe hold the ball a little longer, do things he doesn't normally do? And I love Endo. You guys know that. But, that was them bringing on Endo to not put Trenioni in that match. Where, that match didn't feel like a 88-minute Endo yellow card and waste a minute and a half and
Yeah,
end it.
yeah.
That felt like we're desperately bringing on Endo here because we're missing Gravenberch, because we're missing players.
How mean do you think Steve Nichols being right now?
He's being brutal. No, I will say there was a chance we could get Stevie Nichols on today. I reached out to a friend of mine to see if he might be able to pull it off. He wasn't available yesterday, and because of the match on ESPN today, he actually couldn't appear even if he wanted to come on at 6 a.m. Contractually, he can't do 2 hits in one day.
Really?
If he's doing something for ESPN FC, he has to get written permission.
Yeah.
Because he has an exclusive. Because he's a
I would
streamer.
give him written permission. I mean,
Yeah, just to be grumpy with you. I would too.
Oh, I would love to see the two of you talk.
that would be great. What are you worried about? I'll tell you what
To
I'm
be
worried
honest,
about.
He's someone who comes here and does like appearance stuff, and he fills the whole place
Oh,
up.
sure.
Like, he's really entertaining, and actually, he came to one of the supporters matches I was watching. He's actually like a super nice guy. He does what he does on TV the same way Kara and Neville occasionally do it, where they rip on their clubs to not seem too much of a super fan. But I think, honestly, he doesn't understand this level of Liverpool because the whole time he's been a pundit, they've been subpar.
Yeah.
And then when they got good, he was like, fuck, what am I supposed to do now? And he just doesn't want to give it. He's still revered as a club legend. I mean, he still is arguably top 2 or 3 left back all time in the club. Like, there are a lot of old timers will argue it's not even close. He's better than it. Like, he's more
I think
successful than
he's
Andy
one of
Robertson.
those guys that when I listen to him, it's almost like because he's a Liverpool legend, he almost tries to sometimes find a negative so he doesn't look like a homer and stuff. And then sometimes he kind of like totally loses the plots and goes the other way and stuff like that. But you know what? We had a ton of people join us, which was really awesome. Master of Music says, I don't know, he looked pretty good at the end over there, but I don't think it was like a serious injury for Gabe. But if you're just joining us right now, the Q code is still there. We are still at 865, and it would have been really awesome to get to 1,000, but we do have the rest of the week, but it would be great to walk out of here in 33 minutes, having completed 24 hours and hit the $1,000 mark. That would have been something good. And when we look at the silent auction, it is $1,051 right now. And I see a lot of items that will probably keep going up over there. There's a lot of good stuff pretty darn low right now. So I'm assuming there'll be a lot of them going up higher.
Kyle, I don't know what's going on, man. Get back in there.
Kyle, I think, is slept in late, or he's at the pub. Once he checks out and gets all these notifications that he was outbid, I'm assuming he's going to get right on it. But yeah, I mean, hey, even then, him starting the auction process really helps get everything like going over there. I mean, that Becker glove, like I say, is at 151 right now. The Lucho Diaz jersey that we showed earlier is at 155. McAllister was at 160. So knowing a jersey is 110 or so, and like I say, last year I think they all pretty much went for $200 to $300 because they're not just regular jerseys; they're actually autographed jerseys by some cool players. Adriana probably will be bidding on, I would think, the Diaz jersey.
If she knows that Diaz one is there, she's gonna wait till the 5 minutes before, and she's gonna like bid plus $5. And then she's gonna find out that Kyle stole Michelle's credit card, and and Kyle's been bidding from like the back kitchen, from the servant quarters at Matush's house, and Kyle's just still he just needs Michelle to like leave so he can like use her card or start making those payments, because we know that Matush is behind on that.
Bill comes in with $3, and yes, Adriana says you didn't miss him. I'm sure you missed him. Hey, the jersey's here, Adriana. You should bid on that thing and grab it while it's there. Signed, all good to go. But we're coming to the last 30 minutes over here as we wrap things up. I know, this place is clearing out really fast, like you said. But we'll probably go out there and talk to whoever's left over here and hopefully pass out some posters and stuff like that. But Bickler, I'm sure you changed your mind on the second 24 over here, but your almost final quarterfinal thoughts on today.
I mean, markedly improved from first go around on this thing. I think we learned a lot. I think we learn a lot every time we do this.
Yeah.
Physically, spiritually, I think we all had a little bit. I think I did much better this time. I had a great time. I think we made some great connections. Having fundraising money. I'm really excited to see where we landed this year because I think we're on track to really smash last year.
Yes.
And we want to be really ambitious with this because we're going to keep upping the ante with this every year.
I think so. Mateusz says next year is going to be bigger and better than ever. Yeah, I mean, obviously the biggest goal this year was to beat the $5,000, and we're well on pace to be able to do that. We had a lot of shirt sales. I'm sure there's a bunch on the side as well, and throughout the week it will be there. So we'll get to that. We'll beat the hell out of 5, and then if Carragher's is silly enough to invite us again next year, probably this time, same time, I'm sure we'll win the title, so it'll be like the Charity Shield game again. We'll be here to talk about that. But lots of people. Bickler, you start the action. We'll go back and forth over there.
Thanking. I think we
got
said
29 minutes to thank people.
Okay, so my biggest thank yous are obviously to Mike to being open to host us here, right? Mike and Brian. Brian I've been sort of friends with on social media for a long time. It was good to finally connect with him in person today. Mike, we've talked with before. We had him on last year when we brought this crazy idea of doing this in the first place, and then the next iteration crazy was to do it on site. We knew it wouldn't be perfect, and we didn't really know what we'd be walking into, but I think Mike did a great job of lining this up in a way that we had the space. His staff has been amazing for us. They set us up in a really good spot to continue to succeed doing this and make it bigger. Mike really supported this from the get, was awesome communicating with him. So I just thank him and the entire Carragher staff for having us and allowing us to do this. I think, we said it before. I think the other two main ones here are Strain and walking us through the sound setup at the beginning with, we are not sound guys. We just
I think we established that today. If there was any doubts, that was clear.
Yeah, we're not even good at faking that. So and those of us that got on the pod early and gave us feedback as to what was going on with our sound so that we could try to troubleshoot this thing on the fly.
Yeah.
It's very difficult if you don't know what you're doing and to try to trace these things back. So thanks for everybody on the pod that helped troubleshoot this. Chris, obviously, who walked us through the basics of the thing. And then, of course, your lovely wife, Angie, who basically did 2 separate stops to Best Buy for us, just with miscellaneous things that we didn't have the foresight or didn't know that we would need to have. So I think that's probably sums up my list.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long list. Like I say, I mean, anybody who's watched the stream, I mean, you guys see us 3 over here. And we might be taking today's physical toll and stuff like that, but there's a ton of people involved with this behind the scenes, people messaging supporter clubs to make to see if they'd be interested in sponsoring. And I do want to thank all those, and I know some of them we were not able to get on air, could not do the scheduling, it didn't align. Obviously the game match day and stuff like that doesn't help, but hopefully we'll get them on throughout this week and get them on air and talk to them about their supporter club and stuff like that as well. But like I say, a lot of huge, I already mentioned Mateusz, but there were so many guys behind the scenes messaging people, following up, trying to get in the sponsors and stuff like that. So that's a huge help. Those guys coming on air and talking is a huge help. They get this 24 hours. And I mean, obviously the big thing, the wifey is the hero all the time anyway. So that goes without saying. But yeah, I mean, Michael, I'll be honest, and I told you guys this too. I mean, they made this, they could have just, you can host somebody and be like, there you go, that corner is yours.
Yeah.
And walk away, which, something you sometimes do from what I hear. This is our very first.
Leaving us a huge coffee pot overnight.
Yes.
Rolling out wings. All those little things made a huge difference for us.
I mean, heck, I mean, this right here, like helping us get all the stuff situated.
Yeah.
Letting us pick the spot we're gonna be on a
Yeah.
busy ass day where there are like
Yeah.
a ton of people outside, literally shutting down a pool table for us.
Yes.
Because that we wanted to be in this room and stuff. So yeah, I mean, a lot. Like I say, when we first and you did a lot of the groundwork in getting this done, by the way. So kudos to you. Not to mention the cooking and stuff like that. And being able to do this with their help and them like providing everything is a huge help. Like I say, I can't thank Brian enough. Definitely Michael, like basically supporting throughout, constantly checking up on us. Even today, dude has like hundreds of people outside that he has to like take care of, make sure they're like being like handled and stuff like that. And he was still making an effort to constantly come over here, making sure things were going well and stuff like that. So that does mean a lot, and it does make things easier. And you guys, man, I mean, honestly, people in the chat, for those of you guys who were lucky enough to at least take a nap and come back. But hey, it's impossible without having any feedback, having people in the audience to talk back and forth to and stuff like that. All those super chats and the stickers and all that kind of stuff is going to add up. I think that's really one of the biggest factors that's going to help us beat last year that we did this on YouTube. I mean, obviously we have a lot more followers on YouTube. We did that compared to last year. We have even more now. And that's why we kind of like want to keep growing it. And that's why I asked about a lot of opportunities. And honestly, we met a lot of people today through this live performance because they helped us. And again, these guys at Carriers throughout social media with their huge following and stuff, constantly promoting this gets a lot of attention of people. And then, like we got to meet Adriana, we got to meet Mark and stuff like that. A lot of people. So, yeah, I mean, I can't thank that enough. I think that's like a huge thing moving forward as well. And we do want to do with this a lot more because this is kind of like what makes it kind of like fun, because it feels like, at least it feels like we accomplished something.
Yeah, I think we've kicked this thing around. Like, obviously, this is going to be a fun one, and we can do this annually. But I think we're also looking for feedback, new opportunities, new foundations, the support.
Yep.
Different venues to go to.
Yep.
So, love to take, whether it's Austin or go see the guys in Portland, to really like kind of take this thing on the road and do some fun stuff for good cause.
There comes Gally. Gally, we're doing our like thanks as we wrap things up over here. There's like 23 minutes left. That should be enough time for you, I think. So we should
go fuck off. Next time I'll let you get up with that charming personality and talk to all these people when they fucking come by.
I ask the tough questions. I don't care what they're buying. Why are you buying this? Are you going to wear this? I'll ask the tough questions.
You do. You ask the tough questions. Like, it's 4:15, 4:45 in the morning. You've waited all night. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Cheers, man. Thanks a lot, man.
But yeah, thank you, everyone. We are almost goddamn there. Thank you to Mike. Thank you to Brian. Thank you to everyone at Carriers. Oh, by the way, if we want to have one drink at the bar together after we successfully finish this thing, our favorite bartender from yesterday has already told me that last round has to be on her, and it's not even an option. I know it's twist.
I'll pull up the cocktail list.
Twist my rubber arm, he says. But no, I want to
have to carry Angie back to the hotel now. What the hell?
Thank the people who joined us. Thank the sponsors. I want to thank everyone who joined us. That's a contributor that helped fill the time. Jamie for getting sponsorships. I want to call out some of the people who sponsored ours that didn't make it. Timucin, who are some of the people?
Jersey Shore. We were not
wasn't
able to get them on today. We'll probably get them on sometime this week.
Awesome.
We do want to talk to them. Partho, we weren't able to, obviously, and Shima. Those are like some of the personal sponsors that we were not able to coordinate time. And, these are guys that basically just wanted to sponsor and support the initiative and support what we're doing. It wasn't about, coming up here and talking and stuff like that. Because, hey, like to guys like that, like any of these personal sponsors, like Laurel is obviously one of our contributors. The door is always open, but it wasn't about sponsoring to come on air. It was more about 100%. Supporting the initiative and everything.
And I think we have to give a special shout out because I think I think Mark's segment was fun because it had the banter of the Nunez stuff. It had that loyal, diehard passion of a Red who just can't give up on anyone.
It's like Jamie sent his twin over here.
I will love you forever. Like, it was basically like, it didn't matter who it was. Like, I mean, he was describing the love for players and the way he goes about it. I thought that was great. But I genuinely think if I was thinking to myself, like, the greatest segment, the best period, was probably L'Oreal, because she actually brought something to this show that we've never had, which was a consistent conversation that taught us about a game we're trying to learn.
She's not here to like kind of like, you know, like, so I will definitely mention that, you know, like when I spoke and when I've spoken to her over the last few weeks, like trying to line up everything and stuff like that. I mean, she's one that definitely prepared for this. And I know she'll be joining us actually every Tuesday morning, kind of giving us updates on the LFC women and stuff like that. I've been working on this. I mean, you guys know for quite some time to get some consistent coverage on like LFC women. And I think we finally have it in L'Oreal because it's somebody who actually really cares and invested in it. So throughout the season, she'll be with us every Tuesday morning, kind of like giving updates as well.
And I think my favorite part about that wasn't just that she challenged us and asked us questions like, how comfortable are you with this content? Like, what do you know about the league? Like, what is your experience with the Women's Super League? But it was the response from our audience to her time on air with us. Like, their questions, they're like wanting to pick the brains of someone who knew it better than them. I just thought was so cool. And then the love that was like the outpour of love that she got towards the end of her segment. I just thought it was a really great thing. And it listen, this is about raising money, but this is also about us getting out of our comfort zone and doing things and figuring out how to do these things. Because, you know, shocking news, breaking news. None of us fucking know how to do any of this. Like, we taught ourselves how to run a podcast. We taught ourselves how to talk on the air. No, we really didn't. It's a lot different. If you watch some of our stuff from 3-4 years ago when we first started doing this, the way we talked over each other, the way we never interacted, like, there were times today where me and you were basically interviewing people at the same time and not ever stepping on each other while we asked questions and kind of went back and forth and played off each other. And that makes it easier for the guest. That makes it easier for the listener. And we don't get paid to do this, obviously. We just love to do it. And then we pay a lot of money to do it. But and while we're at it, I guess we got to thank Bickler, because I'm not sure if he doesn't invest in this fine, colorful piece of confusion for me.
He painted you don't know what color is what.
I have no idea what it's doing except for that I can't control it, which is kind of cool because I feel like when we get new stuff, I'm usually the ones like, we gonna play this game, man? We're gonna play this.
No, it's because it's green. I made it green because it's
chick ching. Now I know what
I do
color
have
it
to
is.
say that's not green, dude. That was
the closest I got.
Teal.
He doesn't know that, dude.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I don't know what any of them are. I'm pretty sure it's like blue, green, some type of purple.
I just want to make sure we didn't have two colorblind people, and I was flying solo over here.
Nah, but just really thank you to Bickler for picking up the new equipment. Thank you to Karis for hosting us tonight. Thank you for everyone, every comment. I think I saw we had like 60 something hours of watch time in like a 5-hour period at one point. Like, we picked up 30 to 40 subscribers during this day and a half. Yeah. Just proud that we finished the job. I knew we would.
Yeah.
I didn't know how painful it would be. I genuinely didn't.
It was easier.
I've never stood this long in my whole life. I don't really know how it happened, actually. I kind of think about it a lot. I was like, I basically stood for 22 and a half of 24 hours. And that doesn't count like the 6 miles walking with Bickler and walking to dinner with you guys. And but I also want to thank you guys for just pulling this together and bringing me into this years ago. It's been so much fun. You're like family. I won't even say you're not like family. You are family. Yeah, we tried to build something special for people. And
yeah, I mean, it was fun. It was definitely, and it was a lot easier. Bickler's awake. He knows where the hell he's at. That's a big step by itself. Kelly is here. I know Kelly's mad because the dogs are in here, but trust me, it would be a mess. It would be a mess if they were. Angie's like, I have not taken care of them as well.
I'm pretty sure Leo goes on an escapade about 2 to 3 in the morning last night.
You know what,
with
though?
some of
I
the
hate to
shit
say
going
it.
down.
Kelly's probably right. If I said Leo outside over there, we would probably double our donation.
I'll tell you right
Just
now.
put a collection box on him.
If my Kelly was here with Smokey, because Smokey, unfortunately, because I'm an alcoholic, is used to being in bars for long periods and extended periods of time and hanging out with drunks, and also like getting like my dog's the dog in a bar where like someone walks by and steps on its tail, and Smokey gets up and moves and then like puts his head on him to be like, I'm sorry that you stepped on my tail.
Sort of be under you.
But then if that person doesn't like dogs, he also like snaps those human eyes right at him, stares him right in the eyes, and he's like, you're going to pet me, or I swear to God, I'm going to make sure I take your girlfriend. And he would. That's what he does.
Yeah, yes, they would.
He took my wife. I'm pretty sure if he can successfully take over my wife, he can take over anybody's girlfriend.
By the way, Mr. Barres says BBC is reporting that Frimpong took that shot at 20 minutes, 20 seconds. And that's just like freaking crazy if it is true over there. But yeah, I know the game didn't go as well as we wanted to. But at the end of the day, awesome day. Collected a lot of money. We are still at like 865 over here on the GoFundMe side of things. But they will all be live until Friday, basically midnight is I think what we have as set up right now. So on match day, once we beat the hell out of Bournemouth, you can continue bidding, you can continue donating, and all the shirts are going to be on sale, and they're going to be again added. And then once we have the winners, obviously we'll start sending stuff over and like communicating all that. But thanks a lot those who joined us throughout the night and kind of like helped us stay awake and get going over there. 14 minutes. Hey, there's 14 minutes. Michael, who better but than you to fill 14 minutes for us? Because we have 14 minutes left.
I got 14 for you, baby. How we doing, guys?
Not too shabby.
Missing the
All
train.
right. All right.
I'm kidding.
All right.
To thank you personally, I guess. It's 4 o'clock.
Oh.
Thanks a lot for having us. Hopefully, you don't see that's a mistake. I'm going to be back.
No, absolutely
I
not.
don't know,
You guys,
Timmy won't respond to my calls.
I'm not. I mean, to be fair, I haven't looked back at the cameras while we were closed. What you guys were up to. So, honestly, Reds, what do we think about? First of all, do we give a shit about losing this game? I mean, that's the real question. What we should ask ourselves is how we performed and how we performed as a collective unit, more so than winning the game. Because at the end of the day, we're not Arsenal. We're not really out. We don't give a shit about winning the. I mean, it'd be nice, but we're not really gutted here. I think the question is who's going to stay and who's going to go. If Harvey wasn't gone before this game, I'm not sure if he's going to be staying a Red after this. Missing the penalty, probably one of the worst penalties I've ever seen taken. But let's not forget that Mohamed Salah missed and shanked the first one, and he's been terrible at Wembley. I'm not sure if it's a Wembley thing or he's kind of taking the foot off the gas because he secured the bag with respect to his contract. But there are a couple of questions there, and with our performance overall, what do you guys think?
There's a lot. There's probably a lot of stuff to be happy about. I don't think you substitute the way you substituted if you really cared about winning. I mean, we've been talking about it. It doesn't matter what they play. I wanted to win preseason games even. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's not a huge deal. I think there's a lot of good signs to be. And in some ways, man, I believe in this shit. I know sometimes winning breeds, more winning and stuff. But sometimes you got to kind of start with, especially the way we're entering the season, favorites and everything. Sometimes it helps to get slapped in the face early and know that you're not going to just roll over people all the time.
I mean, I think there's a lot of new pieces you're betting into, right? So there's going to be an adjustment period. I think we have a tendency to overplay sometimes in possession right now. I think if you're looking at things to improve on, there is definitely an issue with that left side throughout the first half that needed to be addressed. I thought Verge in all of Verge's sort of smooth nonchalance, which makes him so awesome. Like sometimes, like if he doesn't pull it off, it looks apathetic. And we had a couple of those moments today, which I didn't love. But I mean, on the whole, I think, you know, if you look at the positives, I think like Hugo really continues to surprise me by how ready for this league he looks. Because I didn't like, you know, I say he's a big player doing small player things. I just didn't know he had that sort of sleight of hand and slipperiness that he showed. Florian Wirtz at, you know, 2022 just looks a level above everybody, which is wild.
He's great to watch.
Wild.
Yeah.
Great to watch.
Yeah. That would be my big takeaway. The excitement to watch Florian Wirtz, what he's doing on the pitch. I thought Ekatike was really good, especially in the first half. I saw some of his movement was just exceptional. His touches were good. He had the link-up play, which to me, if you're linking up with players after 8-10 training sessions, which included flights to Asia, catching up with players you don't know their names, and then fitting in, being out on the town with the guys, like he looks like he's bedding in really, really well, which I think is a really exciting thing, especially if, like, we believe that the Isak deal will happen, but it'll happen on the 30th of August, which means he probably doesn't play until after the Arsenal match. So with not having a preseason, a right one, I'm really excited about it. I'm with you too. I was disappointed in Harvey Elliott, not just the penalty. I was disappointed in some of his play. He had a few times where he'd break up tackles. He just doesn't look, he looks a step off, which you'd think for a guy who went and dominated an international tournament for his country, he'd have that raging. I think it's weighing on his head, the move that's probably impending. It's probably going to happen soon. But I do think if there's any negative, it's just that there's some frailties to some areas of the depth of the side because of some injuries that we're going into. And we're going into the year knowing we're missing Gravenberch. Maka looks like he needs a little bit more preseason. So I won't be shocked on Friday.
Or maybe rest.
That's what I mean, more rest.
You know,
I won't be shocked if it's Jones and Soboslai deep with Wirtz in front of him on Friday for Bournemouth. But I thought Kirkes was bright at times today. Still looks like he's figuring himself out on when to make the run, when to hang back. But when you see him make that overlapping run and the one-touch pass from Soboslai and then deliver that cross to Mo where he almost scores, you're like, I can see this working.
So it's interesting because the general consensus is basically our senior players, our regular Liverpool team champions from 2024. Like he said, when calm as your light goes wrong, right?
It all falls.
The team, the Liverpool team from 2024 wasn't great, but all the new signings were fantastic. So riddle me that.
That's actually a really great way to put this. Actually,
yeah.
I probably could have maybe thought of that if I hadn't been on this thing for 23 hours and 52 minutes. Thank God you jumped back in.
Take the credit as you do.
No. I take victory laps on my stuff, and I also take shit from fans on my stuff. That's for sure. But yeah, what a great. Just we were thanking you before you came on. We were doing our thank yous to all of our guests, our sponsors. But as a host, you were outstanding. You were fun on top of it. We had a great time hanging out late last night with you and Mark and just laughing it up. And I had a great time. I haven't been in a bar till 4 a.m. in a long time. I'm 47 years old. And to see the bar at 4 a.m. reminded me of what bars were like at 4 a.m. And I loved every second of it. Like being part of it, the energy, it helped us stay up. This was easier than last year. And last year, as we joked, we did it in our homes in pajama pants.
Right.
But this was special. It validated what we're trying to do, and it validated how much we love this club and how far we've come as a group. And it's not just the three of us, it's all of us. And there's so many contributors that made this happen. So thank you for giving us a shot to prove that we could do it.
No, absolutely. I know that you guys can do it, and this is just the beginning. So sky's the limit, guys. I wish you all the best. Shout out to, again, all the Reds out there throughout the world listening. And another shameless plug for Spirit of Shankly. Make sure that you guys join Spirit of Shankly if you're not already a member. Stay up to date with everything that has to do with being a Liverpool supporter. And thank everybody for coming. We had a really nice crowd today. I'd say about maybe 300 or so showed up to support the Reds in what one could argue is friendly, not friendly match, but definitely not one that counts. The real one that counts is on Friday versus Bournemouth. So I hope all of you can join us this season as we celebrate our 10 years of Carragher's Bar in New York City. And shout out to moms. Yeah, shout out to moms and everybody's moms out there.
I like it.
Thanks,
Mike, man.
Mike. Really appreciate
Again,
it.
couldn't have done this without you.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
all right, guys.
Yeah.
Big hug, man.
I
All the
got
best,
you.
guys. Thank you.
Thanks,
you.
man. That's Mike.
That's Mike, the host. He
Partner,
made things happen.
the
over
hostess
there,
with the
so-
mostest right there.
Honestly, like if it was easier, I mean, the standing and all that kind of stuff. First of all, I think interaction is this way. When Bickler has to move his set left and right and stuff, it helped him
It
stay
kept him
awake.
up.
I think.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
Kept it on a swivel.
I'm glad you guys are fucking consistent. You know what I mean? Just taking shots the whole
Hey.
fucking 24 hours.
Hey, nobody got taking more shots than me over here, especially from the audience. So there's also that. And we got some good news that supposed to be leaving.
First
So
of all,
there is
yeah,
also that.
people were catching strays left and right, and somehow this podcast wished Simicast out of town. And if Timucin knew all he had to do
Thank you, everyone.
was deliver sciatica to Galley twice in exactly 385 days, he would have pulled it off a long time ago if it meant Simicast leaving. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. And, big thank you, too, to all the people that were here live. We sold a ton of shirts. There was cash coming in at the end as people were starting to figure out what was going on here. People just want it. And just shows the wonderful community that is. And, I'm going to do this, and I hate doing this, but we only got a couple of minutes left, so his head can only get so big. Big thank you to you, my friend. You started this thing.